Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. The Ruined Death Night. Authors, Allenheim. Summary. After someone took my life away from me, I felt something or someone pulling my entire being together with my memories away from me and placing them into somewhere where it was cold and hollow. And when I thought that my life came back to me, I realized that my new life as one of the dead had already begun. Who am I? Which path will this soul choose? A path of perseverance or a path of ruination? P.S. This is my first novel that I write, so there is bound to be mistakes. So go easy on me XD. /1 /. Hearing those sounds, or rather those voices. Screams full of fear and panic, cries from pain or the inability to change their current fate, together with shouts of anger or poor naivety. Thinking that they can change everything just because of their positions in society. I hate such kinds of people. Nevertheless, all those voices and the smell of blood was covered by the sounds of gunshots and gunpowder. What was going on? How did this happen? Why did this happen? His was just supposed to be one another concert which was a little more important than the other ones. And yet, there was a terrorist attack going on right now. After complaining internally of the turns of events, I started crawling away from the stage. But pain followed in shortly. My legs. After moving, he noticed what state this body was in. The explosion from the stage before completely cut one of his legs while the other one was barely being kept together from some muscle tissue. He also realized that he was bleeding heavily from this head since blood was starting to cover this eyes slowly. Of course, the pain was enough to make everyone cry out from the pain, but he tried to keep this voice as low as possible so that he didn't get any attention from anyone. Unfortunately, this struggle was meaningless. While he was slowly crawling away, someone kicked this back with a huge amount of force, making him cry aloud in pain and make him unable to move. The one who kicked was a terrorist. After saying something in a language that I couldn't understand, two other terrorists came up and started laughing sinisterly for some reason. But soon enough I realized why. Bam! An incredible amount of pain came from my back together with a loud noise. Ugh! I screamed so loud that my vocal cords felt like exploding. I felt my consciousness fading away. But I was naive. Bam! 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 Multiple bullets were shot at my body. At first my shoulder, then left and right leg, and at the end in my palms. The pain was enormous. Enough to bring my consciousness back. I pained, despaired, confused, and at last, anger. Why? Why are you doing this? For what purpose? For what reason? What will you achieve by doing this? Tell me. I shouted with all my strength at them. The terrorists that were laughing a moment ago stopped and looked at me with a serious look. One of them bent to his knees and started talking in a language that I can understand. Why, you ask? Isn't it obvious? The man's serious face turned into a sinister smile suddenly, because it is fun. Huh? What did he just say? It is because I have the power of doing this. As a sinner like you, you should be grateful for our kindness, which will put an end to this sinful life of yours. Also, if what I am doing brings me happiness at the cost of your happiness, why should I care? He puts this handgun at top of my hand while I was dazed for this reason. After all, that's what humans are. I gritted my teeth and my eyes became bloodshot. How can someone like him be a human? Ruining the life of others for their benefit can be understood. Since in our current time making enough for a living is extremely hard. But ruining the lives of others for what? Fun? Pleasure? Those are a madman. You guys aren't human. If that's what humans are, I wish I was never a bam. That was the last sound that I heard before everything went blank. Seeing my surroundings, there was nothing, just pure darkness. I could only feel that I was slowly sinking into some kind of water. The more I sank, the more my conscience was leaving my body. Mother brother I should have listened I am sorry that I what was it again? When my whole body sank beside my head, I felt like my whole head was clean from any memories or any kind of information. Wait. Where am I? Now that I sank completely, I felt like my whole body became numb. Inside there, I completely lost the sense of time. A moment felt more like a whole decade. Not that I know what a moment felt like. So I kept sinking like this on what felt like decades. Completely emotionless with no sense of touch. But for some kind of reason, I could feel one single emotion, hatred towards the so-called humans. I didn't know the reason why, but I despised humans to the very core. I kept hating and despising these so-called humans for what felt like an all eternity. Until I saw a massive silhouette before me. And then the feeling of being pulled from my inside out came. I felt like being crushed and then remade again so that this circle can continue. But what was more strange was that I could feel all these things. Feelings that I never experienced, or rather, forgot. As I was confused by all this, I heard a very cold and low voice inside my head. Your wish has been acknowledged. Before I could think about what the massive silhouette meant, the terrible feeling of being pulled from inside out faded away and the feeling of falling came. Splash. What the? Wait, I can talk? How come? And why can I see colors now? I tried to reach out my hand to check the area around me, but I felt a resistance. It wasn't like this before. Before I couldn't feel anything, but now I felt a sense of touch. I could feel the pressure of me pressing the ground with my hand, but nothing else. As if something was missing. I quickly dismissed these thoughts and I tried standing up. After I fully stood up, a different view came to my sight. In front of me was a beautiful looking lake that was sparkling with blue light. Looking around me, I saw some shining blue rocks on top of the lake, to which I assumed are the light source of the blue lights. Seeing this beautiful sight, one would feel a sense of peace and appreciation. That's weird. How did I end up here? After collecting myself for a while, a sense of confusion came straight to my mind. Huh? Who am I? Your status is now available, /2 / I stared blankly in front of me. There was a blue-looking window in front of me that contained some familiar-looking words, even though I don't know why. I can still read them. Status, name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 1, class, subclass, health, 200, mana, 10, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 5 agility, 2 intelligence, 1 endurance, 3, talents. Undead, sin of wrath, skills, remark, weakest undead that there is. Although there are spooky and scary, their strength is at rock bottom. Status? Class? Talents? What is this? I tried touching the window with my hand, but it passed right through it. After toying around for some time, I found out that I can close the window wherever I want if I try to think about it. So the status is part of me. But what purpose does it serve? It seems like it has some kind of information that I can read them, but what do these words mean? I tried touching all around the status to find some clues about it. Even though the sight of him swinging these hands in the air at nothing would have seemed comical to another person, he did found something by this. Status, information about the capabilities of the person possessing it. It seems like if I press on the following names, an explanation will come out. Let us see. How about my race? Skeleton, a former living being that was either resurrected as an undead by the use of necromancy or was resurrected by the nearby death energy. One of the weakest undead. This kinda pisses me off. Telling me I am weak. Next. Undead, as one of undead you possess hate for the living. Although many consider this a curse, others consider this a blessing for the benefits of immortality. They never hunger, never tire. This doesn't sound too bad. It does say it is a curse but also a blessing. I didn't think much about it and went right after the other talent. Sin of wrath, of the 7 deadly sins, you have been judged to possess the sin of wrath. It strengthens the feeling of anger and hatred. While fighting an enemy with feelings of anger or hatred, you gain 10% of every attribute. It also increases the bloodlust that is being generated by 50%. I am not sure about this one though. It does sound positive but also not. The increase of strength sounds good but the others are kinda weird. That by not counting whatever bloodlust is. But I can't forget that the description says that I have been judged by someone, which means this talent has been given by me by someone. Right? But why wrath though? Let's see, what other sins exist? 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins can only be acquired by some specific conditions. The sins are the following: pride, sloth, greed, gluttony, wrath, lust, and envy. It does say that something specific has to be done for me get a sin, but I don't remember doing something at all. Dismissing the status window, he started taking a better look at the surroundings. How did I end up here? I remember I that fell into that dark swamp and then then? For a minute I blankly stared ahead of me as if I was having some deep thoughts, but that didn't last for long. I should get out from now. Right before I left the water, my feet did hit something. Reaching my hand out to see what it was, and I was somehow surprised. Rusted sword, a blade which long last has lost the ability to cut. Even though the edge is pathetically weak, it does have the ability to poison the ones that were cut by it. This sounds really useless. But it wouldn't hurt taking it anyway. After confirming how pathetic the edge was, which to no surprise was pathetically weak, he nodded his head and started roaming around the area until he found a kind of tunnel. Well, there is nowhere else to go other than this way. Sighing internally, he started moving inside this tunnel until he met a new sight, to which was crack, a skeleton like him. Getting excited about finding someone that was like him, he waved his hand and started talking. Hey! You! Skeleton friend! How are you doing? All good? I would like to ask some questions about where we are. The skeleton with a rusted sword like me stared at me without showing signs of any movement. After what felt like 2 minutes it turned around and started walking away. Seeing this I felt a kind of rejection. But I still tried to follow him, since why not? I haven't anywhere to go besides, and being alone here reminded him of the dark swamp. Hence I followed. Like a baby duck would follow the mama duck. But even though I followed the fellow skeleton for what felt like hours, I realized that we walking in a circle. After confirming my thoughts I went to confront him. Hey fellow skeleton, can I ask you why we repeating the same path time after time? Is there a reason behind it? No reaction. At this point, I started to have some doubts. Could it be that he I reached my hand to grab this shoulder bone and used my system to inspect him as I did with the talons. And what came out shocked me. Skeleton, one of the weakest undead that there is. There are either puppets born by use necromancy or mindless undead born from nearby death energy. Mindless undead? More importantly, the description changed. But why? Why would the description change when we are both of the same race? And it says that this skeleton fellow in front of me is mindless, in other words simply stupid. But in comparison to me, I am clearly more intelligent than him. Is that why? Unfortunately, my thoughts were interrupted by some kind of shrieking voices from our left. Looking in the direction of the voices I saw 3 small and awful-looking creatures, to which one had a club and the other 2 had a smaller version of a sword. Looking at them I felt some kind of discomfort in my chest and head. Looking at my chest I was nothing there, to which didn't help me with my confusion. What is going on? Before I could finish this happens. KGHHHH. The skeleton fellow beside me screeched with a high-pitched voice which made me flinch slightly. After he was done he ran awkwardly to these 3 small creatures and swung this rusted sword at the one with the club. To my surprise, the skeleton fellow was able to inflict a large scar on the one with the club. Although it didn't look like a deep wound, it still surprised me. Wait, is that rusted toothpick able to cut something? What about not having an edge at all? Me complaining about the status internally. The fight was still happening. After the one with the club being slashed by the skeleton fellow, it started screaming and swinging this club in the air. Doing that made the other 2 start screaming and attacking the skeleton fellow with their small swords. This made me realize that the one that held the club must be their leader. I should help the skeleton fellow before he. Sadly, the skeleton fellow didn't like the idea of teaming with him. KGHHH. Seeing the two green creatures attacking this legs and chest, to which made some of these bones begin to crack or right of break. He started swinging this sword at them. With a swing from the top of this head, he was able to cut halfway through one of the creature's necks. Seeing this made it laugh sinisterly. But before it could remove this sword from the green creature's neck, skeleton fellow, behind you. Before he could react, the one with the club jumped behind him, swinging this club at this head, which resulted in breaking this whole head into pieces. Fellow. With fellow down, the two remaining creatures started to focus on me. Maybe if I had chosen to run the moment I saw them, I would have been able to get away, but now that's no longer an option. Dashing to the one with the small sword, I tried to mimic the attack that fellow performed, but instead one hand I held my rusted sword with both of them. Due to our high differences between our bodies and our weapons, I managed to hit the shoulder where he only touched my rib bones by the tip of the small sword. The result was obvious. Ha! With this, there is one down and one remain. Unfortunately, the feeling of victory went away as fast as it came. Ing? Seeing the one that I hit with my whole strength to just have a large scar. Hey, how crappy is this sword? I know it said it doesn't have an edge, but still the skeleton fellow's sword made a deeper wound while using only one hand. Seeing that the two creatures were approaching me, I cursed inwardly. /3 if I run away now I will probably get away, but. Looking in front of me there is the one with the club and the one with the dagger. Both were injured, so if I run away they will either get tired of chasing me or ignore me. By one look you could clearly see that both of them were breathing heavily and sweating. It was the perfect opportunity to either run or finish them off. If there wasn't this hot feeling I might have chosen the former, but this will be for fellow. I didn't wait for them to recover and I struck while the iron was hot. You with the sword will be the first one. I tried to do the same thing, but this time aiming this neck similar to how fellow had done it, but to my surprise, it was able to block my swing. Although it did block the first strike. It let itself an opening for my next following strike. The strength differences between us were simply too much. Even the rusted sword was able to cut through the soft flesh of this neck. KGH! Seeing the creature grabbing this neck in desperation to save itself from this demise. The feeling of my body burning came back stronger, but it quickly disappeared upon seeing the one with the club sneaking behind me. As if I fall for that. I turned around swinging my rusted sword to hit the one with the club. But the only thing that I achieved by this was hitting the empty air. The one with the club stared at me and I stared back with a dumb face. Not like I got a face. After like 3 seconds we both realized that we were still in a fight of life and death? Wait, aren't I suppose an undead that lives after dying? So this fight would be for life and undeath? Sadly the one with the club interrupted my nonsense by striking back at me. Which was blocked by me. After a few exchanges, I realized that it's getting the weaker cause of fellow's previous wound. But that quickly changed. Qualky. A faint green light came out of these legs. After the faint green light ended, the thing that I next saw shocked me. The one with the club jumped at me with incredible speed with the intent of smashing my head. I raised my rusted sword in a panic to block the club from hitting my head. The rusted sword wasn't able to handle the strength from the club and got destroyed into pieces. Although I blocked the attack from hitting my face, it allowed the club to hit my chest bones. Damn it! You useless piece of junk! What the hell was that? The strength and the speed are totally different from before. Was it because of the lie, status, name, dash, race, goblin, level, 3, class, warrior LV? 1, subclass, dash, health, 78,400, mana, 830, attributes, strength, 4 agility, 1 intelligence, 3 endurance, 7 stamina, 12, talents, dash, skills, sprint LV.1, lower weapon mastery LV.1. Status? But I didn't think of it. Wait, that status isn't for me but the one with the club. That damn thing is called Goblin. The attributes are lower than mine except for endurance, and it also got stamina, which I don't. Is it because I am an undead? If the sudden strength didn't come from the attributes, then it can only be from these skills. Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, you learned what purpose weapons of any kind should be used and how to handle them. Sprint LV.1, by forcing mana into your leg you are able to surpass your limits, thus being able to move at extreme speed for a limited amount of time. Though this method brings a heavy burden to your body. So that was it. Although it seems dangerous if it uses it again, but seeing the goblin falling with his shaking knees with a pale expression place on his face, it probably can't move right now. So that was a last-ditch effort? You probably didn't think that I will be able to block it, right? How? I walk towards Fellow's corpses and pick up this sword and slowly approach the goblin, which had a despaired expression on this face. Foolish, thud, seeing now the headless goblin falling down like a puppet whose strings had been cut, a feeling of satisfaction came towards me. As if a great burden has been lifted off my body. You received 300 experience points, huh? Experience points? What are those? Experience points. By using experience points you can increase your current level, skills, and possibly being able to gain new talents. Experience points can be gained through doing specific actions. So that is how I can increase my status? Sounds rather simple. Right now I have 400 experience, let's call it XP for convenience sake. Right now I gained 400 XP from the goblin with the club and... Wait a moment. I turned swiftly, checking my surroundings, only to see the goblin that I cut barely breathing. It's still alive, huh? Let's check this status. Status, name, dash, race, goblin, level, 1, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 5300, mana, 010, attributes, strength, 3 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, 5 stamina, 7 talents, dash, skills, dash, to believe it's still alive. I walked towards it and pierced this heart. You received 150 experience points. Weird, I was able to pierce this skin easier than before with Fellow's sword. At first glance of my current owned sword it seems like the trash of a rusted sword that I had, but at a closer look this edge is still there except for some small pieces. Iron sword, in the state of decay, a sword forged from iron. Although the material is of the lowest quality, the craftsmanship to grade this blade is of the highest class. Currently, the blade has already decayed and lost most of this quality. A truly sad fate for any sword. No wonder that Fellow was able to damage them more. With such a treasure in his hand, everything is possible. Now that I got myself a new sword, I should see what all the scrap with the XP is all about. As long as I understood it correctly, I can use those to somehow reinforce myself. Let us see if there is something that I can use that 450 XP for. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 1, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 200, mana, 10, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 5 agility, 2 intelligence, 1 endurance, 3 talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, dash, remark, weakest undead that there is. Although there are spooky and scary, their strength is at rock bottom. Nothing changed. If I think of how much XP I currently, it shows up similar to the status window. Well, at least I can check how much XP I have, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward keeping count of it. Let's see what I can get with 450 XP. First of all, let us see what the skills have to offer. Skills, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, 1000 XP required, Miasma Corruption LV.1, 5000 XP required. Oh. Seeing that I can actually get something out of the XP and I can get similar powers to that goblin's sudden strength boost excited me for a moment. But only after seeing that I can't buy them do I feel cheated. That's too cruel. Well, if I can get enough XP I would be able to get Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1 pretty soon, but what is that miasma skill? Let's see. Miasma Corruption LV.1, a rare trait is seen upon the undead, to the lowest ranking undead at least. When an undead with a considerable amount of time existed, they begin to release dead mana to their surroundings, which slowly destroys the environment around them. Undead in such an environment experience a small amount of improvement over time. Increase of all attributes by 5, lowers the cost towards dark, curse, and death-based skills by 5%. Every 10 years, 1 attribute point is being granted. Increase of all stats by 5 sounds so good but expensive as heck. Of course, the discount sounds good if I get any of the affected skills. This income of attribute per year should be the small amount of improvement over time that was mentioned before. It is alright since as I undead I am an immortal being, but isn't that too pathetic? Seriously. In order to gain the same amount of stats that I have right now, I would have to wait for what? 110 years? After complaining for a while, I sigh heavily and dropping to the ground while holding my head. Sigh, I can't get anything from only 450 XP. I would have to somehow get more to get these 2 skills. Let's see what there is on the talents to buy. Talents, seriously? Nothing? Like at all? No talents and no skills, what's left are the levels. Please be cheap enough for me to effort. With trembling hands, I reached out and pressed on the level screen. And seeing what came out made me jump from my butt instantly. Level, 400 XP required. Oh. I instantly pressed on the window without any second thoughts. Level has increased from LV.1 to LV.2, strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1 and endurance increased by 1, /4 / status, name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 2, class, subclass, health, 200, mana, 10, attribute points, 0 attributes, strength, 6 agility, 3 intelligence, 1 endurance, 4, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, remark, weakest undead that there is. Although there are spooky and scary, their strength is at rock bottom. So leveling up increases my attributes, I can feel the difference of power right away. I should find a way to gather more XP in the future. But for now, I should get out of here before something else like the goblins come at me. After confirming that I got everything that I need, I continued to walk the path from before. But suddenly I heard something. Thud. Where did that sound come from? I heard an echo of a sound, although faint, it seemed like it came from somewhere at the top. It's probably a rock that fell into the lake. It shouldn't be anything to worry about. With that, I continued to walk the path until my silhouette couldn't be seen. Open the gates. They have returned. Hurry and open the gates. Sounds of chains being pulled could be heard behind the massive gate, which was slowly opening. From that gate emerged soldiers with 2 different kinds of armor. Ones with shabby armor that didn't look like they were being cared for at all. The other soldiers had better looking armor that wasn't damaged at all, together with some red cloth and a crest on their chest that had as a symbol of a hand holding an orb. Leading these soldiers with the crest was a man with a massive build of 2 meters tall. With this full body armor and a deep red cloth that resembles blood, he looked like a knight that has bathed in blood. This very person called out those who were coming from inside the gate. Young master. Are you all right? Coming out of the gate were 3 similar looking soldiers with those with the red cloth, but only with fancier armor, and 1 young man that had an incredible looking armor with some red kind of crystal in the middle which was barely glowing, which shows that this young man wore enchanted armor. This very young man answered the call of the Blood Knight. So you even came. Wrath. Before the young man could finish, he fell to his knees while gripping the shoulder, which began to bleeding. Seeing the pale face, he dashed towards him and reached him in an instant. Young master. Are you all right? What happened? This glare that had some killing intent in it went towards the 3 soldiers beside the young man. Seeing this, the soldiers shivered from fear on the outside. But on the inside, they felt more ashamed. We couldn't protect the young master. But before the Blood Knight could finish, he was interrupted by the young master Rafa. I am sorry. It took the sword that was given to me. Hearing this, the Blood Knight Rafa raised his brows and asked back, wait, By that do you mean the sword that the son of the master blacksmith has given to you? Who stole it? Which bastard dared to take it from you? Seeing the surprised Rafa, the young master's head looked down from shame. I am sorry, Rafa, I didn't know that something like this wasn't supposed to show up inside that dungeon. This monster. Hearing this, Rafa's eyes went wide open. There shouldn't be anything strong inside that dungeon though? I trained the young master myself and I know this strength myself at best. The worst that can come out from this dungeon can be some goblin or some mindless undead. With doubt in this voice, Rafa asked, what did you meet inside there? It was a. Recalling those dead blue glowing eyes from this monster, cold sweat came from this back. Dragger. KKGH. In the dark path inside the dungeon, a screeching voice could be heard. Those were screams of goblins. Here was I fighting another group of 4 goblins not long after my first fight. Or rather than fighting, it was more like chasing them to death. Since this group didn't have a warrior goblin like the other group, I was easily able to kill this group without much difficulty after my attributes increased. Even though my attributes increased, my overall strength was only slightly increased. But to the weaklings that these goblins are, the strength I showed terrified them. The usual skeletons that these goblins had faced before were the mindless one which would focus on one of them, only changing targets when the targeted goblin had either died or had ran away. To the goblins, sacrificing one of their kind to kill their foe was a win-win situation for them. Killing their foe and looting their possession was their nature, but sharing the loot was not. Lowering the numbers allowed them to have to get more of the loot. 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, that was only in the case of the mindless skeletons though. Sigh, chasing this guy was quite annoying, but at least they get tired pretty fast. Now I understand what to not tire means. Always able to move even though your opponent is exhausted. Kihaha, undead are indeed the superior race. After fooling around for a bit, I decided to continue my path. But still, where do these goblins come from? They always seem to be in a group, which means that they live somewhere together. After walking for a while longer, it suddenly hit me. A home, huh? Right now it should be fine since I don't carry much, but I eventually would need a place to keep the items I carry. I gazed at the fellow's sword with worry. Although it was a good sword, it already showed signs of the blade losing this edge and slowly breaking apart. Sigh, I shouldn't worry about that right now. I gathered around 800 XP with those goblins. I should think if I should use them or not. The 3 goblins had given me 200 XP while one gave me 150 XP. Since the 3 were LV.2 goblins, they gave me a little more XP than the 1 goblin that was LV.1. This confirmed that the stronger the enemies were, the more XP they would give me. What should I do now though? Spending 500 XP to increase my level or wait to get enough for lower weapon mastery LV.1? After thinking about it, I decided to wait until I can get lower weapon mastery LV.1. Since the only enemy seems to be goblins, I don't really need to increase my level. And if I find myself in an urgent situation, I can still use the gathered XP to increase my level. Well, nothing that can be done about unless I find another group of goblins. I should focus on finding a place to stay to place the collected items that I find, cause it doesn't look like my sword will last for long. I looked at my sword again only to find myself sighing. Sigh, maybe I should find another skeleton and get this weapon. He wouldn't mind, right? They are mindless and the fellow was fairly friendly towards me. I think, maybe if I replaced this weapon with one of the goblins' weapons he wouldn't notice, right? I mean, since they are mindless they wouldn't notice the difference between a dagger and a sword, right? With such thoughts, several hours have passed. In those hours I was able to have a basic understanding of the area around the lake. There were 2 different paths that I haven't explored yet, but that didn't matter right now. Why? Cause I already found the place where I was going to make myself at home. Near the opposite side of the lake where I started from, behind some stacked rocks that looked like they were played by someone else, was a cave. Although the rocks were supposed to hide the cave behind, it didn't help much. The cave that I had my eyes on had unfortunately been already taken by goblins and what seemed like a much larger group than the group before. But that didn't matter. Ah, unfortunate, so, unfortunately. It's truly sad. I shook my head with an expression, not that I have one, similar to when you drop you a double ball of ice cream after one lick. Well, it isn't like it is I that will face this unfortunate here, though unconsciously I had put a vicious grin on my face and my eyes showed a spark of dark green light which instantly disappeared right after appearing. /5 Inside the cave were several goblins running around doing all kinds of tasks. Some were making clothes and others were making weapons. In the middle of the cave was a group of 5 goblins that were holding some buckets. As these goblins waited in the middle of the cave, a massive silhouette suddenly appeared behind them, although the silhouette was only as big as 5.8 feet tall. This figure had the same skin color as the goblins and a similar face too. He seemed like the adult version of goblins. Bring water Elder. The adult goblin spoke with a hoarse voice and moved his mouth as he was trying to eat something and talk at the same time. The response that he received was some kind of screeching from these 5 goblins, only to leave with their buckets shortly after this weird exchange of screaming to each other. Ha, I know that they needed to sooner or later leave their cave to gather supplies. Waiting here was after all the right choice. Seeing the group of 5 goblins, I walked back to the lake to ambush them, knowing that this group will come there. When I found the cave, I knew that I wasn't able to go in recklessly and kill every single goblin in there. After all, going in there without a plan would be suicide with their numbers. Even though I am able to handle a group of goblins alone, that is cause I keep them in check all the time. Their daggers did no damage to my body except some scratches, but the goblins with the clubs will just smash me into pieces. The moment I let them come closer with their clubs, it will not be long before I meet Philo again. That's why I decided to wait quietly for a group to go out to resupply and ambush them to reduce their numbers. As long their numbers are down, it will be easier to control them, and not to forget that I will get stronger after killing some groups. Me being level 2 is already overwhelming enough for those goblins, but what will happen if it increased by level 3 together with a skill? They are hopeless. Oh, I can already hear them. I better hide. I crouched down and hidden behind some rather larger rocks and tried to stay in the shadow of the rock as much as possible, and did what all undead are best at. Play dead. As the noises became louder, the group of 5 showed up with their buckets and their daggers, small daggers on their hips, and went directly to the lake and started drinking right off the start. They drank as if their life was depending on it. After a short while, 1 out of 5 goblins seemed like it had enough of drinking to the point that this belly had swollen. It picked itself out of the ground and signaled the others that he was going to take a leak. Seeing that he was being ignored by these fellow goblins, he scoffed and went to let nature take place. Walking a little bit farther away, he dropped the spans and released the flood. After releasing it, a form of pleasure came right to this mind, as if some massive weight has been taken off this body. While doing this business, he took a look at these surroundings so that he can enjoy the view. But while seeing these surroundings, he suddenly froze, and the flood that was taking place was also stopped, as if a massive rock stopped the flow. The reason for it was that after looking for quite some time, he noticed a skeleton lying down near some rocks. Although it was quite hard to see the skeleton cause of the darkness, he still managed to. Seeing this, the goblin was about to scream, but a sudden thought comes to this mind. Was this skeleton there alive? It didn't move like the other skeleton, and if it did, it would already have rushed at him to get a piece out of him. After calming himself down, he started to have doubts inside his mind. With this stance down, he stared at the laying skeleton directly into this eye socket. And he stared intensely at that too. After a while, the goblin turned around and shook this head, only to start to continue this business. But before he could release the flood again, something came behind him, and before he could even finish this business, a massive pressure came to this neck, and before he knew there was no head in this body anymore. The head that was flying in the air came shortly to the ground, making some noise, enough to alarm the other 4 goblins. The goblins turned around to see what this noise was, but they were shortly shocked at what they were seeing. Seeing their fellow goblin with these pants down, they felt disgusted, but what shocked them more was the skeleton that was behind him. Seeing this skeleton beheaded their fellow goblins while he was taking a leak. A cold sweat came behind their backs and shortly fear came. Seeing the skeleton that killed their friend was running towards them, they dropped their buckets and equipped their small daggers in their hands. But before they could equip their small daggers, I was already in range. I held my sword with both my arms, and instead of swinging with just force, I pierced the neck of the nearest goblin with my sword until it reached the other end of his neck. This was the power of the skill, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1. The moment I killed the first goblin, it gave me enough XP to be able to purchase the skill. Although doing that, I learned something very important. That is, when I get a skill, it seems like a bunch of information is being transmitted directly to my mind, which brought me to stagger for a moment. But other than this downside, there was nothing to worry about. If you were to look at the skill, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, you could say that it didn't give anything else other than how to use different kinds of weapons. But that was the reason why this skill was so strong. You could say that knowledge is power. And how to use it is the key. If it were me before without Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1 skill, I would just have slashed at those goblins with full force, but now with the skill, I managed to accurately aim at the goblin's neck and finish it off with almost no effort. I twisted my sword and pulled it out of the goblin's neck, only for blood to come out of the wound. Seeing this, the 3 remaining goblins started to shake. Within an instant, the skeleton killed 2 of us. There is no way we can win against this thing. Overwhelmed with fear, the 3 remaining goblins decided to make a run for it. But it was futile. Since I was in front of the path to where their nest was, they either had to go past me or run in other directions and abandon their nest. Seeing that they chose the first option, their fate was already decided. I dashed at the middle goblin out of the 3 and raised my sword to slash at him with all my strength. Seeing this, the goblin tried to change directions, but to no avail. My blade hit this small body, resulting in sending him flying while spinning and lying shortly to the ground. Lifeless. You receive 200 experience points. The whole process lasted no longer than 2 seconds. By this amount of time, they managed to make about 2 meters distance with their small children's legs. Nowhere near enough to avoid my grasp. Comparing with my long legs and my superior agility, I shortly managed to catch up with the second goblin and swung my sword towards this waist. Although I didn't manage to kill it instantly like the first one, that didn't matter since I managed to inflict a wound and push it into the ground. Ignoring the fallen goblin, I kept chase with the last one. Seeing that this skeleton instantly killed this colleague, cold sweat came behind this back. But not for the fact that he slaughtered these fellow goblins with ease. No, what scared him the most was this gaze. The skeletons he knew were mindless creatures that always showed their bloodthirst the moment they saw something alive. But this skeleton was different. This one was silent, focused, and it seemed like it had a mind. This whole bloodthirst was focused on this eye socket and this blade, which made it a whole another level of scary versus the one usually seen in skeletons. While knowing that it was a matter of timing until the bloodthirsty blade came and strike him down, he turned around to make a last-ditch effort. But in end, it was a futile attempt. You receive 200 experience points. With this, I have 400 experience points left. Damn it, it's still not enough to increase my leave, kgkghh. Hearing the low growl of the goblin that I ignored before, I subconsciously grinned. Damn, I forgot about you. Well, since you're the last one, I will make it quick just for you. Seeing that the skeleton was coming for it, it couldn't help but scream out for help. KKGHHHH. /6 level has increased from LV.2 to LV.3, strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1, and endurance increased by 1, status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 3, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 250, mana, 10, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 7 agility, 4 intelligence, 1 endurance, 5, talents, undead, sin of wrath, Skills Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1 Remark: a slightly skilled skeleton among the other undead of this kind. Although you show improvement, a shiny rock is still a rock. It was worth the trouble going after this group. Although the ambush didn't go as planned, the end result is what matters. Remembering the goblin that first saw him made him feel uncomfortable for various reasons. Still, I finally got my first skill, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, which was better than expected, but learning a skill while in a fight is quite risky. Crack. Hearing the sound coming out of my sword, I made an anxious face. Upon a closer inspection, I saw some cracks appearing in the tip of the sword, probably from the time I stabbed this goblin in the neck. Sigh, I know this would have happened, but to think that it was this early. I wished it could have lasted until I cleared the goblin nest, but it seemed like it will probably break mid-fight. I will have to change plans. Although I could wait for another group to come out to ambush, it didn't mean I could kill them as fast that I did with this group of 5 without this sword. After pondering for a bit, I could only see a conclusion. I will have to use the weapons of those goblins to clear the nest though. Although I should make full use of this sword for now. I walked towards the corpses of the goblins and ripped some of their cloth and stored 2 of the best daggers between the 5 inside the cloth. After I decided what I will be using, I dragged the corpses of the goblins together with their remains deep inside the lake, and I used their buckets to wash away the blood from the ground. Although he felt uncomfortable while going into the lake because of this past experience, it was something that was needed to be done. With this, there should be no traces remaining that this group of goblins died here. Since these goblins look rather stupid, they probably wouldn't think that they got ambushed. I hope so, at least. Since I cut their water supplies, they probably would send another group here. When that happens, I would be ready. Seeing the power, or rather a knowledge that, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, bought me, I got really curious at the, Miasma Corruption LV.1, skill. Not about the increase of all attributes, but about the dead mana. I have been wondering for quite some time what mana really is. Since I'm at the level 3 goblin with the movement skill, I considered mana as some kind of fuel that was needed to activate active skills. But what about dead mana? Why not just mana? How are they different? Still too much that I don't know. After thinking about how much I don't know about this place, I sighed heavily and went to make the preparations for the next ambush. Different kinds of sound could be heard inside the goblin cave. Sounds of the screeching goblins, equipment being carried around, and stuff being thrown at the walls. Although the stuff being thrown were goblins. Where is G rope that I say in D? While the adult goblin was enraged, he kicked the surrounding goblins with enough power to send them flying into the walls of the cave to calm this rage. Even though all these goblins were his own children, he didn't care. After sending the first group of the goblins to bring water to this brother the elder, he sent another group of 5 goblins to fetch some water for everyone in this cave. But after several hours he noticed that the group he sent still haven't come. These bastards. How dare them making me wait. UT10. Go bring those bastards to me. Alive. I will personally eat at them. Seeing the rage of their father, they imminently picked up their daggers, with only a few picking some buckets, and headed out with a rush. The sight of their father eating their fellow goblins, or rather brothers, were even for them gruesome. Since it wasn't done quickly. No, it was the opposite. Their father was eating them very slowly by cutting small pieces of their flesh and slowly torturing what were supposed to be these children. At worst case, their father would eat 1 to 2 of their limbs and let them live for the next day for the circle to continue until they died. Seeing the reaction of these children, he scoffed loudly and went to the far end of the cave to seat it on what looks like a throne made of stone and some wood. And so he waited. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. 3 hours After several hours passed. No one came. Veins from all over the adult goblin were showing as if they were to explode any moment. Normally it takes about 1 hour in order to get to the lake and come back, or maybe 2 if there were in a fight. But before he could explode in this rage, a sudden thought came to his mind. What if they were all killed? No, that should be impossible. They were a group of 10, so they shouldn't lose to anything unless there shouldn't be humans, since my brother guards one of the paths and the other path is being guarded by TH. A sudden thought came into this mind. About the one that was guarding one of the paths. Blue-eyed. It has to be. After making this own conclusion, he stood up in panic. You too. Quick. Go to elder brother 2S and help. The blue-eyed is coming. The two chosen goblins flinched for a second upon seeing their father in fear. Although that lasted for a second before they went to bring the message to their elder. Thuds. Sounds of small metal pieces falling into the ground could be heard near the lake. I guess 15 was still too much after all. Sigh. Nevertheless, it has done a good job until now, but it's time to say goodbye at last. While standing surrounded by 10 goblin corpses, my whole attention was on the sword that I held. Or rather, the former sword as of now was just the handle of the sword, which had a small piece of metal still on it. Seeing the broken blade, I felt somehow dejected. I really was starting to like this sword too. You have even done enough, now rest. I gently placed the sword underground and moved on. There was no point feeling sad about a broken tool. Sigh, those little guys have done a really good job at me this time. They even broke some of my bones. The previous fight was really intense to the point I was thinking of running away. At first, a group of 5 goblins came again, which was an easy prey after my level up. But when 10 goblins came, I really got overconfident cause of the previous 2 groups. But 10 goblins really were dangerous. I shouldn't have done it, but in the end, it was still worth it. 11 level 2 goblins and 4 level 1 goblin. The end result was gaining 2800 XP. If we count the 100 XP inside my storage, I should have 2900 XP. I still got a long way to go until I reach 5000 XP. I had some doubts if I really should aim for the Miasma Corruption LV.1 skill instead of leveling up, but I decided against it. Although the strength that I will gain is less than of leveling 5 times, the information behind the skill is crucial in a place where I know nothing around me. I would need around 15 more goblins to acquire Miasma Corruption LV.1, but for now I should focus on recovering since my body is a mess. After seeing my status, I long noticed that my HP can recover by just waiting a bit. In about 2 hours I should have recovered. After that, I can't try to invade the nest of the goblins. If there are still too many goblins inside, I can just run away, but for now, I need to know their numbers. /7 / I don't see any more cracks from my body and I can see all my bones. That means that my body has been restored completely. It's time to put the plan into action. I started running. My goal was the goblin cave. I don't know how much water they have inside their cave, but I am sure they don't have an infinitive water source inside there. If they had, there wouldn't be a reason for them to go out their way to secure water from the lake. As long as I can keep them away from the lake, they will be dehydrated sooner or later, which should at least give me an opening for me to kill 1-3 goblins. Even though I already made a plan inside my head, I actually thought that the plan was way too slow. Since the goblins were pathetically weak, I could easily crush a group of 5, and if given the room to maneuver, taking 10 goblins would be still possible. As long as I can get enough XP to require the Miasma Corruption LV.1 skill, those goblins shouldn't be able to be much of a threat with their small daggers. Although if they had clubs as a weapon like the one with the movement skill, it would still be dangerous for me. After some time, I hid between some nearby rocks near the goblin cave and inspected my current equipment before I raid the cave. In the cloth that I carried were the best 3 small daggers that were among the goblins, and the remaining cloth that they were carrying around. I decided to wrap the remaining cloth between my ribs to hide my front bones. I did this in hopes that they might attack me between my front bones. I ain't doing this because I feel embarrassed that my handsome looking bones are being exposed to the whole world. This is purely a tactical decision in order to raise my chances of victory. Definitely. Surely. Maybe. After finish the wrapping, I got out of my hiding spot and rushed towards the cave. 2 goblins were standing at the cave entrance, which I presumed were the guards. Seeing a skeleton rushing towards them with full speed, they both freaked out. Sadly, that didn't stop them from calling for help. Ka. Ka. Seeing them call for support, I cleared all stupid thoughts that I had and started to focus on the current task. You think calling for help will save you? Although they already called for reinforcements, that didn't change the fact that I already reached them. I will bash your skull in. With the momentum that I build up, I kicked one of the goblins in the face and sending him flying towards the wall. Back, the sound of the wall cracking together with the blood on the wall clearly showed that the skull of the goblins was broken. Seeing the fallen goblin caved in the face, I hastily turned around and pulled 2 daggers out of my cloth bag and rushed towards the second goblin. Seeing the face of this fallen brother together with the skeleton that instantly turned around made it terrified beyond belief. Out of panic, he stabbed in front of this nightmarish-like skeleton in the hope to kill it, but after piercing through the cloth, he felt no resistance. And before he could pull this dagger out of the cloth, I pierced both my daggers towards this chest. Ka. While both my daggers were inside the goblin's small body, I dragged the goblin high enough until both our eyes eye socket met with each other. Ka. The sight in front of him made it a head tears from pure horror, while this body weight dragged him down, which made the remaining daggers make the wound bigger and more painful. Seeing the action of the goblin, I further confirmed another difference between the living and the undead. You acted upon your fear and not for your reasoning. If you had run away inside the cave, you might still have survived, but you instant choose to be a fool with the hope which never existed. Ka. While I still kept the goblin high, several other goblins showed up, but what they saw made them freeze in place. The sight of a skeleton holding one of their brothers while covered full in blood was a terrifying sight to see. Faster than expected. But your group shall be enough. Pulling the daggers out of the body of the goblin made it fall like a puppet that had these strings cut, but I don't pay attention to that. I shall make you guys my nourishment. With blood all over my body and my daggers, I rushed towards the goblins. In the city of Nexvars, one of the territories from the Brim Kingdom is focused on mining natural resources and rare magical ingredients from nearby dungeons, which makes it a place of high importance. Although natural resources are important for the Brim Kingdom, it is nothing comparable to the rare magical ingredients that the dungeons offer. The reason being that dungeon can only be created when the nearby mana is constantly being flowed through a specific place for a long period of time, which might take over several decades or even a century. But that isn't the reason why those places are being called dungeons. The name comes from the monsters that are being generated inside those places. Though the constant mana that is being flowed down there allows the various life forms to mutate and evolve. The most famous cases were when a normal lizard was able to evolve into a mighty dragon, or when an enormous fight between 2 different kingdoms has turned into thousands of casualties inside, led into an extremely powerful elder lich to be born and resulted in the downfall of both those kingdoms. Although those are the extremes of the extremes. Usually, corpses will become skeletons and lizards will mostly turn into salamanders. But the fact that those very dungeons can produce such natural disasters as liches and dragons gives all kingdoms no choice but to put some military in those locations to secure the rare resources and to eliminate future disasters. How the Brim Kingdom does this is by sending a powerful noble house on those very locations to serve as the military and oversee these very locations. Meanwhile, in the city of Nexvars, the streets were lively with people going out and talking to each other while merchants were showing their goods to the people. In the center of this lively city was the mansion of Darcy, the noble house that oversees the city of Nexvars with the symbol of a hand and an orb. Currently in the mansion. Why can't I go too, father? The young master, Noel and Darcy together with the Blood Knight Rafa were currently in the presence of the family's head, Darius Darcy. Son, you should know the reason why I don't allow you to go back inside that place. But. No buts. Do you realize what you have done? Forget about the sword, you could have lost your life down there. If you were to go a little deeper inside that dungeon, you would have already been dead and leaving none to inherit this damn household. Hearing this, Alan could only lower his head by this father's words. After all, that was simply the truth. If he were to go to the second layer together with these knights, they would already have died. I am sorry, father, I know it was my fault and my ignorances, but I still need the sword. I promised him that we'll take good care of it. It wasn't only enchanted, but the sword also had runes. We can't just let that sword rot in the hands of this damn dragger. Seeing the obsession that this son was having, he could only sigh internally. He thought that weapons are only tools to be used by the hand of their masters, and that it wasn't worth risking your life for just mere tools. But he also understood the worth of those very tools. Sigh. Tell me, Rafa, will you able to go down to the dungeon and retrieve Alan's sword? Hearing this lord question, Rafa scratched this with awkwardness. Of course, my lord, I am fully capable of killing some Mirandid that took the sword of the young master, but my teacher, the Sword King, will arrive by tomorrow morning for our lessons. Leaving now might bring him dissatisfaction, and, seeing Rafa's troubled face, Nariu interrupted. It's alright, Rafa, if it were for you to lose your lesson just to get a mere sword, it would be against our contract. But father, Alan, although the sword is indeed precious, we can't just offend a sword master and disrespect the contract that I and Rafa have made. Observing Alan's face, it was clear that he disagreed with my choices. Cough, cough, but I heard that the lessons don't last that long, am I right, Rafa? Realizing that this lesson with this teacher wouldn't be interrupted, this expression made a turn of 180 degrees with a smile similar to a child's first time eating sweets. My lord is the greatest after all. Of course, my lord, our lessons usually take about a week to end. After that, I would be able to go down to the dungeon to get young master's sword. Then after you finish your lessons with the sword master, choose some soldiers and go down to the dungeon to get the sword. Glancing at the son, would that be alright for you, Alan? But, seeing this son pouting, he couldn't help but be happy. How about it? I let you follow Rafa down to the dungeon, with you guards of course. Hearing that he was allowed to go back to the dungeon, he made the same expression that Rafa had. Thanks, father. Seeing Rafa and Alan getting so excited about swords and swordsmanship training, he felt a little sad inside. TCH. These muscle heads with their swords. Magic is way better than swinging those metal sticks around. /8 / you received 200 experience points, currently inside the goblin's cave. You received 200 experience points, kkgh. Finally done. After piercing the current goblin in front of me right into the chest with one of my daggers, could I finally relax for a little bit? Removing the dagger from this chest, I moved back towards the cave entrance and seated to some nearby rocks, and waited outside. After some time passing, I thought back at the fight I had with those goblins. While fighting with those goblin daggers, I experienced some difficulties that I didn't have with my sword. The first obvious difference would be the length, which greatly increased the difficulty to kill those green blobs. The second would be the quality of the daggers, which were beyond terrible. I would even say that it was crap. The moment you tried to pierce something with those things, you will realize that it was easier to abandon the dagger than to pull it back, since the whole action was more like ripping with pure force rather. Heck, when I first tried to pull it out, it didn't come alone. Instead, I dragged organs out of this poor goblin. Even I was shocked at first. And I bet it wasn't a nice sight to those goblins either, since seeing one of their own getting this organs pulled out from this inside wasn't in particular nice. Rather, it was terrifying. After I have done this, I could clearly see their knees shaking out of fear, and their loud voices became even weaker. Still, I made quite the gruesome mess, didn't I? But even though this whole mess was happening, why didn't a new group come over to help? It can't be that these were the last goblins inside the cave. Right? Seeing that no other group was coming, I felt quite depressed and glad at the same time. Glad cause I was able to eliminate the group of 8 without any problems, and depressed cause my focus was on keeping an escape route ready the whole time so that I don't get surrounded. But what was the point of keeping my guard the whole time when in the end it was going to be wasted effort? Sigh, it can't be helped. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Anyways, why aren't they coming out? It can't be that they didn't hear our battle, right? Or did they underestimated me and sent just this group? Shaking my head helplessly, I stood up and headed deeper inside the cave. But before that, I should carry more than 3 daggers this time around and properly replace my cloth armor with some new cloth. After kindly taking the cloth from the goblin corpses together with some of their daggers, I continued deeper inside the cave. While going deeper, I found what looked like the sleeping place of those goblins. On the walls, I could see multiple holes that were crudely dug out together with some of the same cloth that the goblins wear as some kind of decoration. In front of me is what I would describe a garbage dump. In the floor were some small pieces of the same metal used for the dagger, while in the corners was some meat that was floating in some kind of yellow-looking water which I haven't seen before. Other than that, there were only some half-destroyed barrels with many scratches and holes and something that had meat attached to it by some strings. Looking at the meat, I bought myself a question. Where did it come from? Did I by any chance miss another kind of creature while I was exploring? That shouldn't be it. Although I haven't explored everything, I should at least have met one by now. After thinking for a while, I still had no clue what kind of that meat, but suddenly an idea came to mind. Status should work, right? Without much hesitation, I gripped one of the pieces of the meat and used status. Dried goblin meat, a dried piece of goblin meat. They say that the meat from around the belly has the most fat in it, but that is false. In actuality, the part with the most fat is a little more below the belly between but, damn it. I immediately threw this piece of fat and stepped on it until I was satisfied. To think that I actually touched this piece of trash with my hand. At first, I was in disbelief at the fact that they were eating each other, but as I continued to read the description, I became disgusted. I cursed my curiosity for a while. I continued to go deeper inside the cave since there wasn't much to see other than trash. After walking for a while, I could finally hear screeches from far in the path. So they choose to hide instead of fighting, huh? Are they stupid? Why attack me in the first place when you are going to hide in the KGH? It seems like they noticed me. Well, it isn't like I tried to hide or anything, but these particular goblins were for some reason louder than the other ones that I had killed. Annoying. The current room that I was quite different than the one from before. This room didn't have holes in the walls or trash all over the place. The only noteworthy inside this room would be the 3 goblins in front of that were near to what looks like a seat. Which I found quite weird for several reasons. Why was this the only room with a seat, and why was this seat so large? It was way too large for those goblins. Let's see, 1, 2. Only 3? And I thought that there will be more. Quite disappointed, just before I could finish, I heard a loud behind me as if something heavy has fallen. Ing? Just before I was able to turn around, a club larger than the ones that the goblins were using hit my side with a massive force which sent me flying and rolling for a few meters. Ha! A massive voice that was similar to a roar was laughing. Similar to the goblins with green skin together with a vicious face with a club on his hand. It was laughing. Status. Damn it. Status, name, dash, race, hobgoblin, level, 8, class, warrior LV. 2, subclass, dash, health, 550, mana, 80, attributes, strength, 11 agility, 6 intelligence, 8 endurance, 11 stamina, 25, talents, leader, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.2. Sprint LV.3, Heavy Strike LV.1, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I was shocked. I was too careless. I should even be more careful. How did this guy come from behind me? I already passed through there, so how? I observed the huge goblins which sent me flying, or rather this hobgoblin. Seeing this status, I freaked out for a moment. I can't win against this thing. Not only did it have the same skill sprint as the level 3 goblin but the skill was already level 3. And it has a second skill. Heavy Strike LV.1, blend your mana with your weapon to increase the force behind an attack. Although the method is crude and unrefined, it gets the job done. Forget about the attributes, this skill sounded really terrifying. He even blocked my escape path. How can I possibly kill this bastard? Ah! Show me my status XP. XP, 4400, although I could just show the interface by just thinking in my head, the current me wasn't calm. It wasn't fear or anything the like. It was the same hot feeling that I was experiencing when I first fought with the level 3 goblin. I just need a tiny little bit more. Just a little more. I immediately picked myself up and rushed with my daggers towards the 3 goblins. I just need to kill them. Crack, although my left sidearm had some cracks, I still pushed myself to kill these 3 goblins. Seeing this, the hobgoblin gave chase. Although he was a tiny bit faster than me, the direction that he sends me flying was towards the 3 goblins, and the distances weren't that small. Even though it was only a few meters, it was enough for me to reach the 3 goblins first. Keka. The 3 goblins cried out of panic by seeing me coming for them. Even if they wanted to run away, they couldn't. Behind them were nothing more than a wall and the throne that I thought was a seat at first. Having no other option, the 3 goblins went to the throne and picked up different kinds of weapons from a barrel that was beside the throne. One picked the axe, while the other picked up a spear, with the last one to pick a shield with a dagger. After they were done, they turned around to face me with their weapons high. When I first saw all the different kinds of weapons that the goblins had, I became worried that these 3 goblins might be the elite force, with the hobgoblin that was chasing me being the king. But the moment the goblin swung the axe towards me, I noticed that wasn't the case. The hands of this goblin were trembling, and when they attacked me they would close their eyes for a short moment. I dodged the axe by sidestepping it and stabbed the goblin right in the throat the next moment I could, killing it in less than 2 seconds. You receive 200 experience points. After taking a look at the status of the goblin I killed, I realized that although this goblin was level 2, it had lower stats than the normal goblin thus far. Kgwa. Hearing the enraged voice of the hobgoblin behind me, I realized why these 3 goblins were this weak. I see, these are your female goblin, aren't they? 3 more left. I jumped towards the 2 female goblins, trying to kill both of them before the hobgoblin reached me. The female goblin with the spear tried to push it through my chest, only to go right through my cloth armor and come from behind, thus hitting nothing. I quickly slashed my dagger through her neck, halfway through abandoning my dagger inside her neck. You receive 200 experience points, 2 left. I quickly turn around only to see the female goblin completely hiding her face with the shield and point her dagger towards me. Stupid. I gripped the shield and pulled it towards me. Between my physique and my superior strength, I easily lifted the female goblin in the air and pierced her through the chest. You receive 200 experience points. I abandoned my last dagger in her chest and I quickly equipped the shield in my left arm in the female goblin dagger. 1 lift. Right before I finished equipping the shield and the dagger, the hobgoblin's legs and club shined with a small green and white light. Before I knew, the hobgoblin was right beside me, ready to smash me apart. I quickly put the shield in front of me in hopes to block the hobgoblin's strike, but what I didn't expect was the power behind this strike. Crack, what? Even though I shielded myself, it wasn't enough. The moment the club met with my shield, my hand started to break. Although I blocked that, I was sent flying and crashing to the throne. Bam! Seriously. I was seated on the throne with my whole body still trembling by the impact. And seeing the hobgoblin slowly walking towards, I could grin viciously. You trashed me enough, don't you think? I bought the status up and with a whisper I said, acquire ... miasma. With that, an enormous dark death aura was coming out of my body, engulfing me and the throne in complete darkness. /9 I was astonished by the current sight that was playing in front of me. The black like smoke. No, the dead mana that was leaking out of my body brought me a strange feeling of ... pleasure. It was as if nothing could trouble your mind and body. The more I released, the better I felt. And the stronger I became. Those feelings ... feel wrong. The pleasure wasn't that bad, to be honest, but I didn't like it. It was like something was forcing these feelings into you. I dislike it. No, I hated it. Ka. Hearing a sound like a growl, the feelings quickly disappeared and my senses came back to me. Right ... there is still this one to be dealt with. Seeing the before cocky hobgoblin being wary against me, the one that he laughed at, I found it quite funny. Ha ha. Look at you who laughed at me some moments ago. We will see which one of us will be the last to laugh, you bastard. Status. The next moment I stood up, all the dead mana that was around me gathered inside of my bones in an instant. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 3, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 343 500, mana, 60, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 12 agility, 9 intelligence, 6 endurance, 10, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although the current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. I slowly walked towards the hobgoblin until we were about 4 meters away from each other. By just seeing this face I could tell that he was wary of me. But he shouldn't know by how much stronger I got. Although my current me is stronger, he still has these 2 damn skills to be on guard, which makes things difficult. Let's see how much juice you have left in you. Name, dash, race, hobgoblin, level, 8, class, warrior LV. 2, subclass, dash, health, 550, mana, 5080, dot. Quite a lot left. Not to forget he isn't injured unlike me. That will be hard. I gather the information needed thanks to the status. I already knew what I have to do. I wonder how long you can last. With my battle cry done, I ran straight to get a piece out of him. Seeing me coming this way, the hobgoblin didn't just wait there and watch. He stepped forward with his club high in the air and smashed it towards me to end me once and for all. But I wouldn't let that happen. Just before the club was nearing my skull, I stepped back, fully dodging the cruel fate that was my skull about to face. Bam! The club that was supposed to hit me smashed to the ground with enough force to grate a small crater. Chance. Without hesitation, I jumped at him, aiming to pierce his chest with my dagger. But when I thought I could finish him off in one go, the unexpected happened. The hobgoblin raised this left hand and let himself be pierced by my dagger in this hand. Although this hand was trembling from the pain, he was laughing with a cruel smile on his face. No good. I got to take it out. I hastily tried to pull the dagger out of this arm, but when I did, the hobgoblin turned this body and kicked me right into my stomach. Crap. Thankfully I barely managed to put my shield in front of me, but it only managed to block most of the damage and not the force behind it. Crack! With the sounds of my hand breaking even further, I was sent rolling to the ground. This dude isn't as simple as I thought. Tilda. Before I could even collect my thoughts, I saw the hobgoblin almost being at top of my head with these slightly glowing legs aiming to literally stomp at my skull. No good. I pulled my body and rolled to the side to dodge this foot. I could already picture what would have if these feet managed to hit my skull. I would have been pasta. I tried to get up from the ground as fast as I could, but I wasn't in the best position for that. Before I could even fully stand up, the hobgoblin already held this club with both his hands high in the air while preparing to use this heavy strike. After I saw that, I froze for a moment. Was that it? I couldn't survive being hit with that, and I can't dodge it while being only in my knee. Was that it? Am I just going to die just like that? After not so long ago, is everything going to just end? My life again? Wait again? Suddenly my thoughts got interrupted by one short but terrible pain from my head. When that happened, the hot feeling in my chest got stronger for a moment, to the point that I thought there was a real fire inside of me. Although painful, it helped me regain my focus. I ground my teeth and stood with one knee on the ground while raising my shield to welcome the impact that was about to come. And when the club met with my shield, cracked, after the club collided with the shield, after a short resistance from the shield broke. Maybe because the hobgoblin didn't expect my shield to break, or I somehow managed to change the path of the club. Instead of the club hitting me on the face with the heavy strike that was supposed to be my doom, it went slightly to the left, thus hitting my left arm shoulder. Sadly, my already broken arm couldn't be saved either. If I were a living being, I would even be in extreme pain and shock from the loss of one's arms. But I was an undead. I am an undead, you fool. I didn't let this chance go away and I went right for the kill. I stabbed the hobgoblin right through this chest with everything I could. Gah! Seeing him throwing blood out of this mouth and this pained expression, I put on a vicious smile subconsciously. Hey, do tell me. How does it feel to have a dagger right through the chest? Doesn't it feel good? No? Well, too bad. I left my dagger inside this chest and pushed him to the ground while gaining some distance. But to my surprise, the hobgoblin stood up and pulled the dagger out of this chest. You bastard! Can't you just die already? I was frustrated. Although looking at this status, this health was rapidly decreasing. But the more I looked at him, the more hatred I could feel. Not because of things like frustration or the like. No, the sole reason why I felt anger was the cause of my missing arm and the feelings that were coming out of it. It wasn't pain that I felt. After all, undead as far as I know can't feel any pain. That fact didn't change for me either. But the feeling that I was feeling was similar to one that I already experienced once. The feeling of emptiness and the inability to move. The exact same feeling that I felt while I was in the dark lake before I could see. If I were to describe the feeling of it, it would be like someone took my arm and put it under cold ice. Even though I could feel my missing arm, I couldn't move it. The cold was always there. And the worst part was that I could feel all that. It was as if someone took a part of me. Again. The hot feeling in my chest that had already calmed down from before started to increase again. Slowly but surely. Sin of Wrath, activated. The death aura that was held into my body started to leak out and dark green ethereal light similar to small sparks started to build up from my sockets. The exhausted hobgoblin was terrified upon seeing this. Or rather the killing intent that was mixed with the death aura. But what terrified him the most wasn't these things. It was this ethereal eyes of the skeleton in front of him. Although the hobgoblin could sense the killing intent coming out of me, he couldn't sense the fact that my strength has increased. Yeah. Let's put an end to this. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 3, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 96,500, mana, 60, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 12 plus 1, 2 agility, 9 plus 0, 9 intelligence, 6 plus 0, 6 endurance, 10, plus 1, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although the current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. I ran towards the hobgoblin and punched it right through the face. Though the hobgoblin realized and punched back. From this point on it just became a slugfest. After some minutes that felt more like hours of exciting our fist. The hobgoblin leader had already reached this limit. Kgwaha. He put this last remaining strength inside this body into this fist and punched at me everything that he got. But it was a last-ditch effort in the end. I easily caught the fist with my remaining hand unmoved. Between him who is exhaust versus me with higher stats, I was easily able to catch the last remaining hope of the hobgoblin. Undead never tire, neither fear. Remember that well, you piece of green cloth. I increased the strength of my grip and dragged this hand towards me and headbutted him directly to this face. Crack, but this time, it wasn't my bones that cracked. You received 1,500 experience points. /10 finally. Seeing the corpse of the hobgoblin, I could finally relax and the burning feeling that was in my chest dissipated slowly together with the bonuses that, Sin of Wrath, provided me. I should have been more careful. I almost died cause of it. It was way too dangerous to even for my taste. I slowly walked towards the throne and was seated there. Not that I have a taste. Ha. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 3, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 46,500, mana, 60, attribute points, 0 attributes: strength, 12 agility, 9 intelligence, 6 endurance, 10 talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Altaf you current you is pathetically weak, you potential just started to sprout. XP 1500, it truly was close this time. But in the end, it was worth all the trouble. What do they call that? High rewards? And this overgrown piece of goblin truly gave me a lot of experience. 1500. That's like what? Around 16 goblins in one go? He sure gave me a lot of juice, but for what should I use this XP for? But after thinking for a little bit, there was only one place that I could place my hard-earned XP into. And that was towards my levels. Sure, I could level my lower weapon mastery LV.1 towards lower weapon mastery LV.2 by spending my 1500 XP, but after experiencing the battle versus the hobgoblin, I didn't notice that much difference between my level 1 and this level 2, lower weapon mastery. And let's forget about leveling, miasma corruption LV.1, right now. This thing cost was whole 6000 XP. And it gave almost nothing compared to when I first got it. It would only slightly decrease the time needed to get the free attribute point together with the dark or whatnot skill costs that I haven't even seen. And what was this +1 increased on all stats? Isn't that like paying 6000 XP to only get around 4 stats and some empty promises? I ain't getting scammed. Well, increasing my level isn't that bad either, although it is a little bland. I don't mind it much. And the XP contentedly matched the amount that I needed to increase my level up to 2. I casually pressed the button on the screen and increased my level by 2. Level has increased from LV.3 to LV.4, level has increased from LV.4 to LV.5, strength increased by 2, agility increased by 2 and endurance increased by 2, you unlocked the class change option. Please choose wisely, as the path that you choose cannot be turned back. Wait, what? That came out of nowhere. And here I thought about how I can unlock the classes and more skills. Is it maybe though increasing my level? Anyway, let's see what this class is all about. Undead Magic Caster, Undead Warrior, Undead Rogue, Undead Magic Caster, Undead Warrior, and Undead Rogue? Is it because I am an undead that the classes have undead on them? If I remember right, the hobgoblin had the warrior class. Are they the same? Well, there was no point thinking about it right now. As currently, there was more important stuff to think about. It seems that once I choose one class I can't change it. Let's first read the descriptions. Undead Magic Caster. A practitioner of magic is what magic casters are. Through the use of magic, they can cast all kinds of different spells, being for defense, offense, or even creation. The possibilities are endless. But as an undead, you gain better affinity with certain spells and disadvantages with other ones. Choosing this path, your focus will be more spell-oriented, but that doesn't mean that you are only limited to use spells. Magic Caster is the embodiment of knowledge as power. And here is the start towards the path of magic. So the undead part in the class name is the cause of my race, it seems. Nevertheless, being a magic caster sounds pretty attractive. But currently my lowest stat is intelligence, and it doesn't seem to increase by just leveling up. The knowledge part would also be a problem if I were to choose this one. I should probably read the other ones before I choose this, and if there isn't anything better, that I will just pick this. I slid my finger on the screen and saw the next description. Undead Warrior, mastering one's weapon is what warriors are. Through the mastery of their weapons and their enchanted bodies, they can withstand and destroy things just their mere body. Warriors are the embodiment of skill is everything, and mastering your weapon is the true goal of life. But as an undead, you are able to surpass all the limitations that living has. Choosing this path, you focus will through the use of your chosen weapon, but that doesn't mean that you are only limited to use your weapon, and usage of magic is still possible, only less focused. And here is the start towards the path of being a warrior. Damn, that also sounds pretty good. If I were to pick this, I would probably be able to get similar skills to Sprint and Heavy Strike that the Hobgoblin had used. Not only that, but if I remember right, the Sprint skill had some disadvantages after use, but if I were to use it I shouldn't be affected by such skills, and it also says that I will be able to learn magic later on. Even though I would not be the best at using magic later on, I would still able to use my weapon. Seeing both options I got really excited. If both of these options were that good, what will the last one be like? Without waiting any longer, I read the description of the last class. Undead Rogue. Those who lurk in the darkness are called rogues. Through the use of shadows and assassination arts, they slowly find their target vulnerable and strike at the moment of carelessness in the most lethal way. As one that wields the power of immortality, the undead, though they higher affinity for dark magic, they can hide even deeper into the darkness that no man can see. Rogues are the embodiment of nothing else matters if you reach your goal. Choosing this path, your focus will be more on assassination weapons and arts, with dark magic being your specialty. And here is the start to where you become one with your inner darkness and aim to be the master of darkness. What should I say? Isn't this class? No, isn't this description somehow too edgy? Isn't the guy who wrote this description even embarrassed? No matter how many times I read this description, I had a hard time taking it seriously halfway through. Way too edgy. Being one with your inner darkness? Master of darkness? Who would even say stuff like that? But well, I get the gist of it. Basically, sneaking around your enemy through the use of dark magic or something, right? Alright, let's ignore the rogue class, and let's choose one among the magic caster and warrior. Although I said to choose, I even already chosen what my class will be while reading the rogue class. Even though the rogue class description was beyond edgy, and let me confirm one of my worries. And that was that being a magic caster isn't the only way of using magic. And so I choose the Undead Warrior as my class. As it was the best class, in my perspective, for the undead. And sooner or later I would be able to experience magic, but for now, using weapons wasn't that bad. Your class has been changed to Undead Warrior. You will start gaining attribute points. You unlocked the passive training for the warrior class. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, Undead Warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 46,500, mana, 60, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12, talents undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Passive training? What's that? I pressed towards the passive training on the screen. Passive training allows you to gain XP by doing warrior related training. Although the XP amount isn't that much, oh, that sounds pretty useful. Now I don't have to look for a fight every time I need to increase my XP. I swiftly stood from the throne up and went to test the passive training right away until my foot bumped into something. Or rather someone. Oh yeah, you guys are still lying around. Seeing my surroundings with the corpses and blood of the goblins and hobgoblin that I killed, together with trash laying down, I couldn't help scratch my head. Well before that I should clean this place up, shouldn't I? I picked one of the female goblin corpses and I dragged it towards the exit of the cave. Doing that let me remember that I was still missing my left arm. Although it was slowly healing with some dead mana leaking out of the wound. I could only sigh. /11 /. Meanwhile, in one out of 3 paths of the dungeon, the 2 goblins that were sent by the hobgoblin finally reached their destination. They paused in front of a cave entrance to get a breather cause of the continued running. The cave entrance, although similar to their cave, was clearly different from their cave. The stone in the sides was better dug out, while the path was smooth with no sharp stones to see. But what clearly differentiates the 2 caves was the wooden structure that looked like a totem. The totem, which had the form of a cross made out of wood, had 3 overly large skulls that couldn't have been from any other goblins. These were attached to the front, while on both the sides were some kind of cloth that had a deep crimson color to it. After a short while, two other goblins with a spear in their hand and helmets came out of the entrance from the cave. Ka? Gah. Gah. Seeing the two exhausted goblins outside, they at first got confused, but after a short exchange of screeching, they looked at each other with shock. The blue-eyed attacked them? What happened to the warrior chief then? That's out of our scope. We must let the elder know about this. After a quick glance, they both nodded at each other and dragged the exhausted goblins deep inside the cave. While the exhausted goblins were being led inside, they took some glances of the cave, and what they first noticed was that it was weirdly cleaned. Compared to their cave that replaced more a trash can than a home, this cave looked like an untouched maiden with pure white cloths. This is weird. Although this cave also had holes in the walls together with similar equipped but only more organized. It felt kind of alien to these two goblins that were used to see so much junk around. While they blankly stared around, they soon reached their destination. They stopped right in front of some cloth that was hiding what was on the other side. Seeing the two goblin guards point to go inside, they suddenly became anxious. Since behind this cloth would be the elder that even their father feared and admired. With some hesitation, the two goblins walked inside. But what they saw brought them the chills. KGWHH, in the middle of the room was a goblin who held a staff and wore some messy robes. The only difference between this goblin and all the other goblins was this age. He had wrinkles all over his face and a messy white beard. If it weren't for these eyes that clearly showed madness inside them, you would have thought that it was just an old goblin. But that wasn't what scared these two goblins. Visitors? That's weird, I even told them not to come in. Wait, you guys aren't from here, right? You must have been sent by my little brother, right? If someone were to just see the sight of this old goblin casually talking to the two goblins, it would have looked quite peaceful, as if a grandpa finally meets these grandchildren. But the current sight couldn't have been more wrong. Although the voice of the old goblin sounded quite calm, the thing he was currently doing was terrifying. While he was speaking, he never ever glanced at the two goblins, but instead focused on this current task at hand. Literally. This hand never stopped, not even a second. And the place where this hand was working towards. KGKH. Besides the old goblin was a stone tablet, which had a goblin shackled on top with some rope. The shackled goblin was trying to break free, but to no avail. Oh, this? Don't mind it too much, do tell me though, why are you two here in front of me? While speaking, he drew a circle that had 4 circles in all 4 directions in the belly of the shackled goblin. And he's slowly and carefully was piercing the shackled goblin with some wooden spikes to all the 4 located circles in the belly. KGHHH. Seeing this scene, the two goblins couldn't help but shake in fear. Didn't I already ask? Tell me why you guys are here. The before smiling Grandpa Goblin's smile was now never to be seen and frowned towards the two goblins. The look of this face while frowning put together with this wriggles looked like a crazed man who couldn't decide which one to kill first. Realizing the danger these two were in, they hastily started to explain the situation to the Grandpa Goblin. So you guys are telling me that the blue-eyed skeleton has attacked your cave? He asked with doubt. The goblins just nodded in confirmation of this question. Receiving the same answer from before, the look of the Grandpa Goblin suddenly turned even uglier. That's simply impossible. I have studied the path that the blue-eyed skeleton is taking, and the direction of my brother's cave is nowhere near enough. The blue-eyed goes either to the path that leads to the first floor or the path with the most death mana around. The voice of the Grandpa Goblin was as vicious as it was loud. The two goblins tried to explain themselves, but they were cut before they even could. You dare to come in front of me and disturb me? The Grandpa Goblin stopped working on the shackled goblin in the table and pointed this finger at one of the goblins and started casting quickly. Lightning. The two goblins were confused by this actions and tried yet again to explain themselves, but before they could even open their mouth, a lightning jumped at the first goblin from the tip of this finger, fully penetrating this goblin and leaving a black spot in the goblin's belly. Bam! Seeing this brother dying so suddenly by some lightning, he was terrified. He hastily turned around to run away, but he bumped into the 2 goblin guards from before. Bring him over to me. The last experiment already had lost this liveliness. Seeing the 2 goblin guards grabbing him by this hand and dragging him towards the stone table, he paled at what was going to happen to him. Cake ha! Ha! He trashed around in hopes to break free. You should make a good replacement for my experiments. He, and I should check if what this goblin said was true. But that can wait for later. Kha. Currently in the hobgoblin's cave. Finally done. Who would even thought that it would take this much to clean up this space? Seeing my surrounding with no goblin corpses or goblin trash, I was finally able to call this place home. I walked towards the throne and seated on it. What should I now do is the question. I opened the status and I started thinking about what I should do. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 46,500, mana, 60, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Oh yeah. I already gotten my class, so there should be some new talents or skills, right? With excitement, I pressed towards the talents with anticipation. Talents, dash, only to meet disappointment. If my class doesn't show any talents, then how do I even get new talents? Can I even get new talents, or does it just tell me that I am talentless? Just thinking about that pissed me off. Let's hope that there is something on the skills. Skills, piercing, enchant your weapon by the use of mana to greatly increase the penetration ability of your weapon. Can only be used with weapons that are capable to pierce. Sprint, by forcing mana into your leg you are able to surpass your limits, thus being able to move at extreme speed for a limited amount of time. Though this method brings a heavy burden to your body. Shield smash, generate force through mana and store it inside a shield waiting to be unleashed to an enemy. Can only be used with a shield. Wind blade, though mastery of your weapon and mana you are able to create a sharp blade made out of the wind and shoot it out from the direction you slashed towards. Can only be used with a weapon that is capable to use slashing attacks. Wow. 4 skills just because of my class? Just seeing the effects and the names of the skills, my excitement grew even bigger. I knew that, skills, option wouldn't disappoint me compared to someone else. If the, skills, option were to be the successful child, then, talents, should be the disappointment of the family. Perfectly balanced. As all things should be. /12 / I quickly calmed down and taken another look at the 4 skills that are available to me. But after reading through them, a lot of questions came to my mind. Why isn't the skill, Heavy Strike, listed on the skills to obtain? Does it get unlocked by raising my class level, or is there some kind of condition that needs to be met to unlock it? As I have experienced the power behind Heavy Strike, I really hope to see it in my availability to my skills to purchase. Although I was somehow disappointed by not being able to learn Heavy Strike, I didn't mind it too much. Since there was something more 100 times better than Heavy Strike. I am talking about the Wind Blade, of course. Just imaging to being able to shoot a projectile out of nothing sounds way too powerful. But Wind Blade, 10,000 XP required. The price for this thing is way too high. The cost is double the amount that Miasma Corruption had costed. It costed me to fight through tens of goblins and almost made me lose my life to the overgrown goblin. That battle cost me my whole arm, which took me a whole day to grow back. And now you telling me to work twice as much for this skill? You might as well tell me to cut both of my arms and give you my wallet. The skill does sound cool though. For now, I could only helplessly look at the skill and get it in the future where I have enough XP. At least the other skills are reasonable priced compared to Windblade. Sprint, 1000 XP required. Shield Bash, 1500 XP required. Piercing, 1500 XP required. Although not cheap, it is still a reasonable price. This is the cost that I would have expected to see from skills. But now the question is, what should I get first? I put my hand under my chin and I started thinking about the choices I have. Sprint is overall a good choice to make, and it is very versatile. It can be used for either surprising the enemy with a small burst of speed or dodging last-minute attacks. And the downside shouldn't take effect on me since I am an undead. Probably. As for Shield Bash and Piercing, it is kinda hard to put the value of both these skills since I don't know how powerful they are. Maybe if I had used Shield Bash on the fight with the hobgoblin, I might have been able to block, have a strike, and save my hand. I recalled the memories of my hand being torn apart. Only to shake my head. But, Piercing doesn't sound really useful. I don't have much difficulty killing this goblin, neither I should have any difficulties killing one hobgoblin. Although a convenient skill, it isn't necessary for the moment. I already made my decision on what my next skill will be. I decided to get the skill, Sprint, first for the various usages it has while being followed with the skill, Shield Bash, to increase my option with a shield, and at last will be the Piercing skill, which would improve my offense capability. Without further ado, let's get and test out Sprint. I dragged my finger towards the window and pressed to get the skill, Sprint. But more experience points are needed for this option. Huh? Not enough XP? But I swore I had around 1500 XP in the bank. Status. Show me how much XP I got. XP, 0, wait, what? Where did I use my XP? For? After some thinking about it for a moment, some flashbacks of me increasing my level came back at me. Right. The levels, damn it. How did I forget about it? I face-palmed myself and stood up from the throne. I killed all the goblins inside this cave, so there shouldn't be any more XP that I can get anytime soon. How should I gain XP now? Maybe if I wander around I might be able to meet some goblins or other creature for me to get XP, but that might take hours if not days. I only met goblins that were coming from this cave and fellow, but other than that there isn't anything else for me to kill, is there? I walked around circles inside the throne room in the hope to get an idea of what to do now. After a short I finally got something. Oh yes. Damn, I am stupid, how could I forget about this? I opened my status and bought the previous report in front of me. You unlocked the passive training for the warrior class, right? I can gain XP by doing some kind of training. Let's use that. I quickly picked my new sword and a wooden shield that had metal covering the sides. I found the sword and the shield near the pile of weapons where the female goblins took their weapons from. Although the quality was about the same as my previous shield and fellow swords, it was still better than using those crappy daggers. I am not sure why, but it seems like the goblins don't like to use a weapon such as swords or shields. So what do I need to do? Although I thought I could start right away, I had no idea what I should do. What kind of training is for warriors? Muscle training? No, I am all bones, that shouldn't be it. Cough. Let's ask the status and hope for the best. I opened my status and commanded. Status. What does warrior training referring to? After a moment of awkward silence, my answer was finally answered. Warrior training is referred to getting used with the weapon, your chosen weapon, or your warrior related skills. Getting the right posture, a better grip of your weapon while in motion can be considered as training. So basically swinging my sword and getting a better feeling? That should be easy enough. I walked towards the middle of the room and I started swinging my sword as I had done against these goblins. Although it was quite awkward at the start, I got the hang of it shortly after. And after a whole hour, my efforts finally got rewarded. You gain 300 experience points through training, and here I thought I was doing something wrong, but it seems like it just takes a lot of time, but that shouldn't be a problem. After finding a new way of gaining XP, I didn't stop there and continued the training. But this time I started only to swing my sword without moving as much to confirm one of my suspicions. And after yet another hour, you gain 100 experience points through training, so it's telling that if I don't take it seriously I will be wasting my time, huh? Although it was telling me to work hard to get rewarded, I didn't mind it too much. After all, I am an undead that doesn't tire. And the training isn't that much of a waste of time since I can learn how to use my sword. And mostly it gives me a goal to work towards instead of sitting the whole day on this throne. And so I continued training for many hours. If someone were to be outside the cave entrance they would hear echoes of wind being cut. But that would only be if someone were outside. However, at the time where I was focused on my training, I couldn't hear that the low screeches that were slowly approaching the cave entrance. Ka, Kgwa, Gaha, currently at the cave with the totem. TCH, it seems like this experiment also has failed. Seeing the gory mess that the old goblin had created, he could only shake this head helplessly. Not for the fact that he killed another specimen, but for yet another failure. I was, even so, damn close to creating my own undead, and yet. He mourned with a low voice. I will need more and better specimen to make a breakthrough in my research. This slaves of mine aren't suitable enough. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembers the words of the two goblins that came from this little brother. If their words were real, cough, then my brother should be long dead by now. Maybe if I can get the corpse of my little brother I should be able to finally make a breakthrough in my research. Although he doubted the words from these two goblins, he finally reached this bottleneck of this research, and without a stronger body to test on there was no hope for breaking through. Hey, guards! Come here. After a short while, the same two goblins with the spears and the helmets came inside the old goblin's laboratory. Seeing the mess that their elders have created, they flinched for a second, but they calmed down right after as if they were used to this sight. Send some scouts to see if my brother is still alive, and if not, to bring the corpse of my brother to me, understood? The two guard goblins swiftly nodded their heads and left the next moment as if they were afraid to become the next plaything of their elder. Seeing the two goblins leaving, the elder goblin snored loudly. As if I need some trash like you for my specimens. What I need now is either my brother's corpse or even better corpse. /13 / Meanwhile, in the captured cave. Several hours passed from when I started training on my own with my swords and shield. The time spent training was really worthwhile even without the passive XP gained. It helped me familiarize myself with the shield and the sword a lot more than I even thought. Before, I felt really awkward using the shield than the sword. Most of the time I would forget that I even had the shield on me and use the sword to practice, but using the sword with only one hand also felt awkward at best. But the training allowed me to be at least a little bit more comfortable with using the shield together with the sword. Even though that improvement was at best minimal. It's not like you can become a master overnight with just a few hours of training. Another thing I learned through this training was the actual value of the skill, lower weapon mastery, that I possess. When I first got this skill I didn't think much of it cause it seemed so normal. The knowledge it gave me felt more like common knowledge to me, which made me feel a little bit dejected by getting it, but now I realized what this skill is for. As long as my suspicions were correct, I would assume that the higher the skill went, the more advanced knowledge it would give me, to the point where it will make me a master of the sword and the shield. Just imagine being able to block every single blow from the enemies and right after striking at the perfect moment. Wouldn't that be awesome? But right now that would seem kind of impossible. Be it skill or equipped, I have nothing at the moment. What? The shield and the sword? You can hardly call them weapons. The shield from before broke the moment the hobgoblin used one single skill, and the sword is literally playing with time. You never know when it will break while being mid-fight. Other than you gain 300 experience points through training. Oh? Another hour passed? I quickly cleared my thoughts and focused again. How many times did I see that message already? Let's take a quick look. XP, 1900, so. About 6 times? No, it should be about 7 times that I have seen this message. I blankly stared at the XP amount. So about 7 hours is it? I unemotional dragged my hand towards the status window and quickly purchased the Sprint skill. Status. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 650 mana, 60 attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. After digesting the information that the skill brought together, I was honestly surprised. The knowledge was about how to guide the mana from inside my body into my legs together with the process of how to reinforce them. But what surprised me the most was that this method didn't use the dead mana that I saw from the miasma corruption, but instead it used pure mana. Although I didn't know the difference between dead mana and pure mana and I was curious about the differences, I left those questions for another day. Now I should finally be able to use my mana value with the Sprint skill. With excitement in me, I went right off the bat to try my new skills. I walked towards the rooms entranced with my sword and shield. Let's see how far I can go from here until the throne. Skill, Sprint, activate. I slowly guided the pure mana from inside of me towards my legs. Since this was my first time, it didn't activate as fast as it did for the hobgoblin, but in the end, I was able to activate it. A mix of white and green ethereal light slowly showed from both of my legs, together with the strength. Seeing this, I rushed towards the throne with all I got. But the first step that I did had so much strength that made me jump and fall like an idiot with a face forward. Bam! What the hell was that? I thought that the skill will be easy since the hobgoblin and even the level 3 goblin were able to do it. But that isn't the case at all. At least now I know that the skill actually works. But it seems like I will need some practice with it so that I don't make a fool out of myself. I stood up and removed the dust from the cloth between my rib cage. I wonder how much mana the whole action of me falling in the face has cost. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 650 mana, 4860, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Wait. Did I use 12 mana? Didn't the level 3 goblin use much less mana than I did? Did I use too much mana, or do I leak mana from somewhere? Seeing that the mere level 3 goblin was even better than me, I felt somehow dejected. Sigh, I guess I have 4 more tries to familiarize myself with TH, but my thought got suddenly interrupted by the echoes of screeches that were coming inside the cave. Hearing the echoes, I unconsciously put a vicious smile on my face. Hee, it seems like some guest has arrived at the perfect time. I checked my equipment and went out of the throne room. What gentleman would I be if I weren't to greet my guest inside my home? Currently outside the captured cave, a group of 5 goblins was screeching at each other, or rather talking. Weird. No guards. One of the goblin with a dagger in this hand screeched. True. Suspicious. The one goblin had a spear in hand screeched towards the dagger goblin. Warrior chief dead? Warrior chief dead? 2 goblins with similar looks and the same axe screeched at the same time. Stop talking. If chief dead, then corpse inside. After this goblin screeched that the other 4 goblins closed their mouth at the same time. This one wore a helmet and carried a spear, which by the looks of it were of better quality versus the other goblin with a spear. A level 4 goblin. But boss, corpse inside cave. The spear goblin complained. Quit, I said. Kicking the spear goblin. The helmet goblin pointed to the cave. "We go inside and retrieve the corpse. Now." The four goblins looked at each other and sighed internally. Normally they wouldn't follow orders from the helmet goblin, but this mission given to us from the elder. Any mistakes might lead them to become the next toy of their elder. No mistakes are allowed. Without further ado, the group of 5 goblins walked towards inside the cave, and after a short moment their look turned strange. "Hey, leader! Was the home of Chief that clean before?" the dagger goblin asked. "No. The first time was Chief's home so clean." The helmet goblin put a strange look. At first, the home of the helmet goblin wasn't the one from the elders, but instead was the home of the warrior chief, so he was familiar with these surroundings, but seeing this house so clean he felt that something wasn't right. Suspicious. Let's leave. Hearing what their leader said, the other 4 goblins got flustered and confused. "We can't. Elder will punish." Right, need to find warrior chief." "Quiet!" the helmet goblin screeched loudly. "Something is wrong. The cave too clean with no food. No guards either. Too suspicious. The blue undead might be here. Too dangerous." Nevertheless, the helmet goblin tried to reason with the other 4 goblins. He noticed something. Near the wall where the spear goblin was standing was a hole where normally goblins were sleeping in was a cloth. After watching the cloth for a short moment, he noticed a very small white and green light coming out of the hole. Seeing that, the helmet goblin's face paled. "Run!" The helmet goblin used the skill, Sprint, and jumped behind as far as it could. The other 4 goblins made a puzzled expression. As they were confused, something rapidly jumped at the spear goblin out from the hole. And the next moment they knew the spear goblin was pinned down to the ground with a sword in this chest. Kwah! Seeing their friend in the ground screaming for help, they were shocked. They all took a step behind and pointed at the figure which had a cloth covering this body. After removing the sword from the chest of the now dead goblin, the figure threw away the cloth covering, only to see a skeleton. "Welcome to my home, fellow guest. /14 cake gwa. 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 X2. Oh? Didn't they like my heartwarming, crushing welcome?" Seeing that my ambush worked, I was currently in a good mood. Not only was I able to control my mana to activate the skill, Sprint, and not fall in my face, but I also managed to kill one of the goblins with it. Without the usage of Sprint, I wouldn't have been able to kill the goblin as I did just now. They would have noticed me otherwise, and just like this helmet goblin might have dodged my surprise attack. You receive 200 experience points. Nice. About 2 more goblins and I should be able, but before I could finish my those I got interrupted by the helmet goblin. Kgwa. For some reason, the helmet goblin was pointing towards my head. Although I didn't know the reason why that was, I guessed that they are somehow communicating with their screeches. Although I had no idea what they were talking about. Kgwa. Annoying. Don't you guys ever shut your mouth? I would even be damned if I had ears. Seriously though, how the heck did these guys talk to each other with those screeches? After shaking my head from the useless thoughts, I focused on the current task at hand. 1 versus 4, is it? Isn't that a little bit unfair? I slowly started walking towards the 4 goblins while I guided the mana in my body to my legs. Unfair for them, that is. White-green lights started emitting from my legs and the skill, Sprint, activated. Seeing that, the helmet goblin screeched loudly and warned the others. But knowing what is to come didn't mean that you can block it. With my reinforcement legs, I leapt towards the goblin with the dagger with my sword up high. The goblin, wielding the dagger, tried to dodge to jump to the side, and although he succeeded, it seemed like that he forgot that I was only 1 meter away from him. Noticing this mistake, he tried to stand up, but the only thing he met was my sword cutting through his whole face. When the other goblins saw this gore scene played in front of them, they have unconsciously taken a step back. And slowly the fear of death was crippling behind their back. The twin goblins turned around and screeched at the helmet goblin something. The helmet goblin nodded at them and pointed at one of the twins. The chosen goblin looked surprised and then saddened. He turned to look at twin brother only to receive a nod from him instead. What the hell are they doing? Swinging my sword through the air to get the blood off of my sword, I was right about to start walking towards my next target. But what I didn't expect to see was the goblins rushing towards me. You guys are rather cocky, aren't you? Don't you guys underestimate too much? After a closer look towards the goblins, I realized that something was wrong. And that was that only 2 goblins were rushing towards me. Not 3. The third goblin with the axe started running away. Wait. Before I could chase the third goblin, the one with the axe stood in front of me and blocking my path. I coldly looked at the goblin in front of me. Seeing the goblin not moving an inch, I rushed towards it. Although the goblin realized better than I had expected. In the end, it met the same fate as the other goblin did. Dead. The exchange took about 6 whole seconds. Although 6 seconds to kill a goblin didn't look like much. But in actuality, it was a really long time. I could barely see the third goblin running away by now. If I chase it now, I might be able to catch it, but turning my head, I could still see one remaining goblin which had a helmet and a nice looking spear. If it weren't for that goblin, I would even kill the goblin with the axe even faster, but instead, I had to pay some attention to this creep. As I was thinking about how to kill the goblin in front of me, a sudden idea came to my mind. Why do I need to fight him now? If I chase the other goblin now, I should be able to catch it and kill this goblin after I kill the escapee. Maybe the helmet goblin realized that too, and instead of keeping this distance, it rushed towards me. Seeing this, I felt frustrated for not chasing the escaped goblin the moment I killed the goblin with the axe. I cleared my thoughts and focused on the helmet goblin. The helmet goblin tried to stab me with this advanced of reach. Through my superior strength, I was easily able to block these blows with my shield. The moment I blocked the 4th hit, I advanced it and swung my swords towards it. Although I barely scratched this chest cause of him stepping a step back at the last moment. Status, name, race, goblin, level, 4, class, warrior, subclass, health, 738 750, mana, 4250, attributes, strength, 4 agility, 3 intelligence, 5 endurance, 6 stamina, 14, talent skills sprint LV.1, lower weapon mastery LV.1, level 4 HUD. Pretty much the same as the level 3 goblins. After seeing this status, I scoffed from inside of me. Seeing this low status, I instantly relaxed. But that was a mistake. The goblin legs emitted a small white light, and this speed increased for a short instant. I ready myself to receive the attack and kill it at the same time. But what I didn't expect was that the white light has yet to disappear. As the helmet goblin was about to reach my range of attack, he used the skill, sprint, for a second time, which allowed him to move at my side within an instant. What? I was dumbfounded. I always thought that the sprint skill could only be used once a time. I hastily turned my position so that I can receive the attack, but things didn't go as planned. Kgwa! The helmet goblin screamed with all the strength and jumped at me with these still glowing legs. It used sprint for the 3rd time? I got to move away. I guided the mana inside of me and hastily tried to activate sprint too. But sadly, it was too late. The spear penetrated my cloth armor together with my whole right side of the rib cage. The bones that fall into the ground emitted some dark mana before slowly becoming dust. And a sudden feeling of weakness came at me. Seeing the abnormal feelings, I kicked the helmet goblin away and opened my status. Name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, health, 135 650, mana, 60 attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12 talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. The damage is too high. Seeing how much health I lost, I was surprised. No, shocked. One attack leads me to suffer such a wound? That was too dangerous. With the burning feeling coming back, it cleared my head and allowed me to focus on the enemy in front of me. But what I saw made me stunned for a second. The goblin which inflicted such a grievous wound was sitting on the ground running in fumes while with his legs were shaking no stop. I see. The after effect of sprint finally kicked in, didn't. At first, I was quite puzzled at why he was behaving like that, but then I remember the description of the skill, sprint. Sprint LV.1, by forcing mana into your leg you are able to surpass your limits, thus being able to move at extreme speed for a limited amount of time. Though this method brings a heavy burden to your body. Brings heavy burden to your body, huh? Just imagining how it would feel using it 3 times in a row. I shook my head and slowly walked towards it. The goblin was screeching with a low voice, probably begging me to show mercy. No chance. I kicked the spear out of hand and picked it the next moment. Seeing that the goblin was trembling from fear, I put my foot towards his chest, forcing him to the ground. As I was about to pierce the goblin's chest with this spear, the goblin suddenly started crying and thrashing around. It tried to push my foot or drag this body away from me. I emotionally looked at it screeching at me and quickly pierced this heart with this own spear. The goblin's eyes quickly started losing color while this strength was rapidly declining. I wonder how much far away the escaped goblin went. As I was about to chase the escaped goblin, a voice suddenly came from right behind me. Please. Hearing this voice, I unconsciously dropped my sword and turned around as fast as possible. Only to find nothing behind me. Where did this voice come from? I blankly stared around me as if I was frozen in time. Or rather, where did I hear this voice from? /15 / you received 500 experience points. I ignored the report of me killing the level 4 goblin and focused on my surroundings instead. This voice ... from where? Recalling the voice that I heard, it was somehow a gentle and yet a fierce voice. As if someone with a gentle voice tried to yell with all their strength, begging to stop. But what puzzled me the most was that the voice sounds so familiar and yet so foreign for some reason. As if you could remember someone's voice, but not their actual name or who they were. The longer I tried to remember whose voice that was, the stronger my headache was becoming, until the point I couldn't take it anymore. Holding my head with my hands, I turned around and started walking towards the cave exit. Right. I should focus on chasing the remaining goblin. The way this group behaved was as if they were trying to buy enough time to let the remaining goblin escape. Shaking my head off the headache, I walked out of the cave to chase the goblin, but it got away. Seeing no traces of the goblin, I felt troubled. If only I didn't take that long killing that damn goblin, I would even be able to chase the last one. But now, seeing that there was no hope at catching the goblin, I could only do what everyone else would do. Welp, I guess I will give up. Without a second thought, I turned around and headed back to the cave. It wasn't like I couldn't catch the goblin if I ran after it. After all, as an undead, I wouldn't get tired and there would be no need for me to rest. But that wasn't the case for the goblin. Not even considering the difference between our stats, I would easily be able to catch up to him. But I didn't do that chase for various reasons. First of all, I had no idea where it went. There were 3 paths that I haven't explored yet, and the chance of taking the wrong path is relatively high. Secondly, my body is still damaged, and the only way to recover my body currently is simple: by waiting. Without recovering, I wouldn't be able to be in my prime while fighting another goblin with skills such as sprint. This fight made me realize that stats aren't everything, and with the correct use of skills or talents, even the weakest enemy can be a threat. I guess I should practice more in using my skills. If I master how to use my mana, I would be able to use sprint multiple times at a time as the helmet goblin did. But the only difference between us will be that I will be able to sprint as many times that my mana allows me without having the disadvantage as the goblin did have in the end. Just thinking that every step that I make will be reinforced with the skill sprint makes me excited. Speaking of skills, right, I should have enough XP by now to get Shield Bash, right? With just thought the XP storage window came to my sight. XP, 3000, seeing the amount of XP in my storage I somehow felt awkward. For a mere fight that didn't even take 5 minutes, I earn 1100 XP, and training like crazy for a whole 7 hours earned me just about 1900 XP? Now understand what it meant that the amount of XP wouldn't be much. Sigh, although I don't regret it does bring a sure taste in my mouth. Not like I have won. After laughing at my lame joke for a little bit, I went off to train more. I should probably learn how to use the 2 other skills too while I am at it. Shield Bash acquired, Piercing acquired, Point of View of the Shaman. Rise. Rise, I command. Dead mana was filling the whole laboratory. As if small black flames were dancing in the air and slowly moving towards a single position. The place the dead mana was moving was the experimentation table, which contained a skeleton. To be more precise, a former undead skeleton. The dead mana was a circle around the dead skeleton and slowly entering this body. Yes. It is working. Just a little more and I will finally be. Wait, no. As he was about to celebrate this hard-earned success, the body of the skeleton started showing signs of breaking apart and leaking the dead mana that it had absorbed until yet. Seeing this, the shaman's face suddenly turned pale and put this whole focus to control the dead mana around him, so that the skeleton doesn't break apart. Why? Why wouldn't you rise? Rise and obey. Obey my call. Sadly, these wishes turned to be rejected by reality. The skeleton that was until now holding the dead mana in this body started to break down until only dust remained. Damn it! Cursing out loud, the shaman went to this working table and picked some green-looking paper that had some kind of language written on it. All calculation and measurements were all correct, but why didn't it work? What I am doing wrong? The shaman picked from some nearby box the same green paper that he had in hand together with some dark red liquid that was used to write on the paper. Now I have to start all over again and find replacements for the experiments. And I also have to make sure that. As he was cursing out loud, a sudden screech came behind the cloth that was hiding the entrance. What do you guys want? If ain't in a good mood right now, so if it isn't important, I will make sure that you will be the next experiment of my. As he says that, the 2 goblin guards together with another goblin which was holding an axe. Weren't you one of the groups I sent to retrieve my brother's corpse? How come you came back so fast? Under the question of the elder, both the guards and the goblin with the axe got cold sweat crippling to their backs. The goblin gripped this axe even tighter than before and started telling what they met in the warrior's chief cave. The clean cave, the ambush of the abnormal skeleton, and this usage of mana. When he finished, the shaman's goblin had a confused face. Wait, you said you saw a skeleton use mana? Seeing the goblin nodding by this question, the shaman's face darkened suddenly, making the 3 goblins tremble slightly. Did this skeleton have blue eyes? Seeing the seriousness this elder was making, the goblin thought of the events where they met the skeleton. Even after thinking for a while, he couldn't remember seeing blue eyes. So he shook this head. Upon that action, though, he froze in fear. No, he and the 2 guard goblins were frozen too. And the reason was out of fear. The shaman's eyes suddenly turned mad and he started laughing as if he was crazy. Muahaha! Finally! I found the key to my research. Heh, an undead skeleton that is ever so close to evolving but has yet to start this evolution. If I am able to get my hands on that, I will finally be able to break through my bottleneck for my research. He hastily ran to the side of this working table and picked stuff that had a skull attached to it together with a small dark crystal. Gather everybody and tell them to prepare their weapons together with a bunch of supplies. He passed through the 3 stunned goblins and put on this cloak. We will start marching towards my brother's, the warrior chief's cave, and reclaim it as ours. Wait for me, skeleton. As you will open my first steps towards immortality. /16 in the captured cave. It has been a little more than 5 hours that against the group with a helmet goblin. In that time I focus myself wholly on training so that I can master the mana in my body. Although mastering would be too much. More like getting more familiar with how mana feels like. Just imagining using Sprint, just like the Helmet Goblin did, bring me excitement. You gain 300 experience points through training, another hour done, huh? Maybe it's time to take a short break and take a look at my status. And with my bones now healed, I might as well make another cloth armor. I went out and picked out some cloth that I had previously gathered from all around the gate and sit on the throne. While I was making my new cloth armor, I opened up my status, though using my mind. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 5, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 569 650, mana, 5460, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 14 agility, 11 intelligence, 6 endurance, 12, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash LV. 1, piercing LV. 1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Still not fully recovered even after 5 whole hours, huh? Even though my ribs have been fully restored, the feeling of coldness and emptiness still lingered around my ribs. Although not that strong. If I had to describe it, it would probably be like having a bruise or something the like. Although the wound is closed, the pain is still there. TCH. I will never get used to this feeling. Anyways, I should be able to level up by the XP that I gathered by now. Show me my XP storage. XP, 1500, level, 900 XP required. I can increase my level by 1 now, and the next level should be around 1000 XP. Maybe if I increase my level high enough, I might unlock the subclass just like I unlocked my class. Level has increased from LV.5 to LV.6, strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1, and endurance increased by 1. You received 1 attribute point. Oh? It seemed like I needed to unlock my class to receive attribute points. I wonder where I should spend it on. Seeing that I finally got an attribute point, I was somehow excited. I have thought for a long time what the requirements were to gain attributes, but it seemed like it was just by increasing my level or by use of miasma corruption. Well, although I said a long time, it has been barely more than 4 days since I awakened from the lake. Anyways. Where the heck should I put my attribute point into? Strength? No, I already have enough strength, and putting more points into it would be just kind of overkill. Heck, if my strength increases anymore, I would have to worry about not breaking my sword when using it. Strength, rejected. Other than strength, the other stats need to be considered. Agility would allow me to move more smoothly and faster than before, even if it is only a slight increase. A good choice overall. Intelligence would probably increase my mana amount by around 10 points. Although it wouldn't improve my basic strength, it might allow me to use one of my skills one more time. And endurance will just plainly increase my health by 50 points. Even though it doesn't sound as amazing as the other stats, it shouldn't be underestimated. Being able to receive one more hit is already amazing enough. After thinking it about for around a few minutes, I came to my decision. Intelligence increased by 1, status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 6, class, undead warrior LV.1, subclass, dash, health, 619 700, mana, 6470, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 15 agility, 12 intelligence, 7 endurance, 13, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash LV. 1, piercing LV. 1, remark, a skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. I decided to choose intelligence over the other stats cause it can't be raised with just level ups. Sooner or later I will get multiple skills to use which would require mana. Having my intelligence stay at such a low mana pool would only limit me in the future. With that decided, I still have 600 XP left in the storage. And I would need about 4600 XP to increase my level to level 10 if the current price increase is only about 100 XP. If I do that I might be able to unlock my subclass, but that isn't guaranteed. Thinking that at level 10 my subclass will get unlocked might be a little too naive. I might just get level 10 and nothing gets unlocked. That would be awkward. Maybe I should increase my class level. I might unlock some new skills or just increase my attributes, but other than that. Wait, how much does even the level up option cost for my class? Undead Warrior level, 500 XP required. Oh my, just 500 XP? I guess it shouldn't hurt increasing my class level by just 1 inch. I reached my hand and pressed the level up option for my class. Undead Warrior level has increased from LV 1 to LV 2. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 1 and endurance increased by 1, you received 1 attribute point, that's. Seeing the amount of stats that my class level up gave me, I felt somehow glad and somehow dejected at the same time. Why would it give me 2 points at strength and the others 1 point? Couldn't you just spare me the 2 points of strength and just put 1 point into intelligence? I might as well start using the spear. For now, although I prefer the sword rather than the spear, I don't think it will last long with my current strength increase. If I am lucky with it, maybe some swings. After looking around the status window for a little more, I stood up from the throne and picked up the spear from a nearby barrel where I stored all kinds of stuff, including some other weapons that the goblin was using. Although most of them were some rusted knives and axes or worn out spears. Basically junk. The best weapons that I could find inside this whole cave were the sword that I was using together with the shield. Well, the shield had about the same quality level as the junk that the goblins were using, but since there is only one of them, you could technically say that it is the strongest shield from inside this whole cave. As for the sword that I kept using, I would say that it had about the same quality as the spear that the helmet goblin had, if only it wasn't worn out and rusted. Why do weapons have to rust and get worn out? Isn't there a weapon somewhere out there where it doesn't get damaged or having this edge lost after some swings? Or maybe shoot fire from the tip and being able to float with just using the mind? As I was fantasizing about some useless stuff, I started training using my spear in one hand and the shield in the other. Although I felt somehow awkward using a new weapon, it wasn't as bad as when I first started using the shield. While I continued my training to get familiar with the spear, I got interrupted mid-training by some low screeches. So they even came back. Hearing the screeches, I stopped my training and prepared to head towards the outside. But the next moment I turned around, I was stunned. I see. You guys learned your lesson and tried to sneak up to me, didn't you? What surprised me were the 5 goblins that were in the throne room entrance walking slowly towards me. Normally I would be able to notice the goblins the moment they came inside the cave. Since if they screeched just a little bit, I would be able to hear it from inside the throne room through the echoes of the cave. But them being here without me noticing means that they tried to stay silenced so that I wouldn't notice them. And here I thought that those goblins were just plainly stupid. I turned around and started walking slowly towards them. Seeing me walking slowly towards them, the 5 goblins screeched out loud and started running towards me at full speed. Do you guys come at me without any weapons? You underestimate yourselves. As the weaponless reached near me, I ruthlessly pierced the first goblin through this chest while dragging him with my spear and throwing it at the side. Pathetic. Seeing the goblin just rushing towards me without anything, I felt somehow dissatisfied. I put my guard up and you just jumped towards my spear without a second thought? What did you think will happen if you jump at me like that? Removing the useless thought from my mind, I turned around expecting the other goblins to run away as the other group had. But, Kgwa. The 4 goblins were still running towards me without a sign of stopping. Aren't you guys too brave to run at me like that? Seeing one of the goblins jumping at me with this mouth open full of saliva, I blankly stared at it with disgust. You plan to bite me or what? I raised my shield and hit the goblin directly at this jawbone. Crack, kgwa. The hit sends the goblin rolling to the other side while flesh and teeth flew out of this mouth. Seeing that the other 3 goblins were unfazed, rather they rushed at me with more vigor. I felt something was wrong. Weird. Just as I was about to pierce the next incoming goblin with my spear, the unexpected happened. The already pierced goblin jumped at me from behind me and bit my collarbone. What? Surprised, I hastily pierced the goblin that was rushing towards me and abandoned my spear inside this body. With my hand now free to use, I gripped the goblin that was biting from the neck and throw it in front of me. Though my superior strength and body weight of the goblin, such action were easily done. The goblin that I threw crushed towards on top of one of the rushing goblins, while the last goblin that was still coming at me received a taste of my punch, which caved in on part of his skull. Cracked. After carefully observing the goblins, I was honestly shocked. The goblin that had this jawbone destroyed still tried to make the motion of biting, while the goblin with the skull half crushed was still slowly moving and trying to rise. Heck! One goblin literally had my whole spear inside this body, directly where this heart was supposed to be pierced, and still moved like the spear wasn't in this body. There is no way that these things are normal goblins. Status. With a single command, the status of the goblin with the crushed skull came to my sight. Status, name, dash, race, zombie goblin, undead, level, 2, class, dash, subclass, dash, health, 28,350, mana, 10 tenths, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 5 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, 6, talents, undead, skills, dash, remark, a mindless undead created from a living being. The process of creating this mindless puppet could be called one of the most embarrassing excuses of necromancy. I see. Seeing the goblin slowly standing up and ready to pouch at me at the next second, I couldn't help but had an awkward look at me. I see now why you guys are so brave. You aren't goblins. You are undead. /17 / an undead puppet, is it? No wonder you guys behaved weird. If I were to take a good look at these guys, I would even have noticed sooner. Pale skin, without fear nor pain. No wonder these guys were undead. KKGH. But still. Too weak. I raised my foot and stomped the head of the goblin in the ground, full destroying the already broke skull and splitting the head in half. You received 400 experience points. Although they are a little bit stronger than the living goblins, they are still no match for me. I don't even need a weapon for those guys. The zombie goblins didn't stay idle and instead, all rushed towards me with their mouth fully opened with the intent to get a piece out of me. The same thing? Don't you guys know anything else except running towards me? If you do that. The first one to reach me was the zombie goblin with this jaw broken, as it was the nearest. The sight of the zombie goblin with this mouth full of blood mixed with saliva together and this hands reaching out to grab me would even terrify most people. But I only scoffed at this sight. Nothing will change. As the goblin was about to reach me, I focused my strength towards my fist and punched at the goblin's face without any mercy. Through the momentum that the goblin had built up in my punch, this face got awfully informed and it was sent rolling in the air before landing behind me without showing any signs of recovery. You received 400 experience points, 3 to go. The last remaining zombie goblins were the 2 that crashed with each other and the one with my spear through this chest. Ignoring the one with the spear through this chest, I moved towards the other duo, ready to smash the crap out of them. Kgwa! Kgwa! They both howled towards me and rushed at me as if I were a high-grade steak ready to be served. These guys are even more stupid than Philo. He at least used a weapon, but those guys could be considered brain damaged even among the undead. As they came in front of me, I pushed the one that had bit me before with my shield to the side while gripping the other goblin from the neck and lifting it in the air. Kgwa, kgwa. Seeing the goblin trying to reach out to me instead of trying to release itself, I scoffed from inside. HMPF, mindless puppets. As I say that, I started repeatedly hitting these goblins' faces with my shield directly to this face. Each hit echoed through the whole cave while my shield was digging deeper into the space by each hit. Bam. 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 Cracked. You received 400 experience points. Finally, these strings have been cut, huh? I realized my grip towards the goblin's neck, which made it fall like a puppet had these strings been cut. After a glance towards the goblin with my spear in this chest, I moved towards the goblin which had bitten me. Did you think that I will forget about you licking my beautiful collarbone? Kwa. Seeing me so close, the goblin licker tried to jump at me with this young fool out. Seeing this, I stepped aside and fully dodging the pathetic attack. As the goblin turned around, I gripped this head while kicking one of this legs, making it fall with face forward. Do remember ... that is payback. I raised the head of the goblin and smashed it the next moment to the ground. Cakegwa. And that continued. Theorad. Cakegwa, Theorad. KKGHW, Theorad. KKG, Theorad. You received 400 experience points. Seeing the face of the goblin being beyond recognition, I smashed it one last time to the ground. Bam. Too bad you were a mindless undead ... otherwise I could even kill you slower. Cleaning the blood out of my hand, I glanced towards the remaining goblin with my spear inside this chest. The way it walked seemed quite comical. Every time it moved forward, the spear would hit the ground, walk left and right. Fellow would probably be able to pull the spear out of this chest, but this undead ... what were they called? Zombies? They are simply too stupid. I slowly walked towards the goblin and gripped my spear. Kwa. Although the goblin was trying to rush towards me with all it got, in the end, it wasn't able to. As I was gripping the one end of the spear while the other end was still inside the goblin's chest, it just seemed like it was walking towards me without being able to move an inch. Are those guys really puppets? The status report did say that these zombie goblins were created through the use of magic, but aren't they just ... plainly stupid? After blankly staring at it for a few seconds, I brought out my sword with one hand while my other hand was holding the spear. Or maybe the master out of this thinks was simply too stupid to give those guys commands? Raising my sword high with one hand, I told with a black face. Well, thanks for the XP anyways. Scene. And at the next moment, the head of the last goblin was sent flying, rolling to the ground. Now, where should I spend my XP into? As I was thinking about where I should spend my newly acquired XP, I failed to notice something. A small dark light was emitting through the ground. More specifically, the light was coming out of the eyes of the decapitated goblin head. And at the next moment, where the dark light has faded away, the goblin shaman's eyes have opened. Currently near the lake, the shaman's eyes had suddenly opened. Seeing their elder open his eyes so suddenly, the nearby goblin flinched for a second. That my zombies to be completely defeated so easily ... It seems like I underestimated this skeleton. Seeing that this creation of several decades of research has to been so easily defeated had but a sour taste into this mouth. Although I could create more zombies out of the nearby goblins around me, it wouldn't work against this undead. Remembering how these zombies haven't even done any significant damage other than licking the skeleton's bones, he could only scratch this head out of frustration. Kwa. Aren't skeletons supposed to be mindless undead? No matter how you look at it, this skeleton wasn't mindless at all. Moreover, wasn't it too smart to be one of the undead? Instead of hatefully charging towards this enemy, it calmly watched over these enemies and slowly but efficiently killed them one by one. It might even be smarter than the blue-eyed skeleton. Even though he hadn't met the blue-eyed skeleton, the few time it did, he already realized this intelligence. Although it still showed the nature of the undead hating the living, it still killed a bunch of the goblins without letting this guard once. Can we even kill this thing? No, it still hasn't awakened this color, so it should still be possible. Even if every goblin has to die, I still need the corpse of this skeleton. At this point, the goblin shaman had eyes filled with madness and this face with excitement. Hearing what their elder was saying, they felt enormous fear to the point where one goblin had collapsed in the lake. But they couldn't go against their elder. After all, so was the nature of the goblins. The strongest rules the weak. But that wasn't the only reason why they obeyed their elders. The true reason was the cause of fear. Every single goblin knew what would happen if they didn't follow the orders of the elder. Those who don't will become the toys of the elder, while those who follow must pray not to be chosen as the next toy of the elder. Becoming a toy of the elder was even worse than death itself. Seeing the pale faces of the goblins around him, the shaman scoffed inside of him. As if I need the bodies of such trashes. It is even more embarrassing calling that livestock my own race. They should even feel grateful for being able to be used towards my research. TCH, stop blankly staring at me and get moving. We will be moving towards the warrior's chief's cave. So get your asses moving and pick up everything we need. Afraid of angering their elder, they hastily picked up the buckets of water and the bags with different weapons and goblin meat. Be prepared to fight. Once we reach the warrior's chief cave, we will face an undead skeleton. And for those who slack off, I will personally make them to my meat puppets right now. So get to moving. Seeing the goblins hastily preparing their equip, the shaman started towards the path of the cave. Wait for me, undead, your body will soon become mine. /18 / now where should I spend my XP? The fight against the zombie goblins had given me 2000 XP. Counting what I have in my XP storage, I should have 2100 XP in total. Quite a lot when just some brain damaged undead. Although the XP that I gained was quite plentiful, that didn't mean that I could just spend it carefree. No, it was actually the opposite. Even though those undead were quite weak, their purpose properly wasn't to kill me but to gain information. Killing those guys should even alert the one controlling those undead. That means I shouldn't have much time to prepare. At worst, the enemy is right outside of the cave. Without much time to waste, I quickly decided where I would use my storage XP. If I were to follow the goal of reaching level 10 as fast as possible, I could increase my current level twice with the XP that I got. That choice would even be given me 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 endurance, and 2 attribute points, which would go on intelligence. But I didn't choose to do that. Instead of increasing my own level, I decided to increase my class level. Although it goes against my original plan, that didn't matter currently. What mattered the most was increasing my combat capabilities to the absolute maximum at the time. Currently, I haven't met anything that can threaten my current life. The most dangerous moment during the whole 4 days was my fight versus the hobgoblin, and my current strength has already surpassed the hobgoblin. Even if I fight against 2, no, maybe even against 3 hobgoblins, I might able to win against them. The question now is, why should I go against my plan if there is nothing to threaten my life? The answer is obviously, you fool. Even I ain't that naive to believe that. It hasn't even been a whole day and I was almost killed by the helmet goblin already. Even if we don't count that, I wouldn't be so naive as to think that there isn't a stronger existence compared to me. The dude who sent those zombie goblins obviously isn't a small fry. The report from the zombies mentions that he used some kind of necromancy to make those zombie goblins. And by translating what necromancy means with the help of the status, the one creating the zombie goblins wouldn't be as simple. Necromancy, one of the branches of magic. It focused on creation and control of death. Although a short description, the content that it provides is very important. The important information isn't about how necromancy allows you to control death and such. No, the most important information in this description is just one word. Magic. That dude knows how to use magic. What is magic, you ask? The hell I know. I never faced an enemy that was capable of using magic. Only enemies that use the skill, sprint, and the heavy strike, which both are considered martial arts by the status. Through this reasoning, I decided to increase my combat capabilities to the maximum. And to do that, I would have to increase my class, Undead Warrior, level instead of my original level. The first level cost 600 XP. With the second costing 700 XP and the third costing 800 XP. That should in total be 2100 XP points. Without much hesitation, I tapped at the level up option in the status window. Undead Warrior level has increased from LV 2 to LV 5. Strength increased by 6, agility increased by 3 and endurance increased by 3. You received 3 attribute points. My strength increased by so much. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 6, class, undead warrior LV.5, subclass, dash, health, 723 750, mana, 6680, attribute points, 3, attributes, strength, 23 agility, 16 intelligence, 8 endurance, 17, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash LV. 1, piercing LV. 1, remark, a abnormal skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. The remark changed from skeleton to abnormal skeleton, huh? Maybe though the increased of my stats? After glancing at the remark for a second, I quickly moved to put my attribute points to my intelligence. Intelligence increased by 3, now with this done, I will have to check the outside first. After cleaning the spear and the sword from the rotten blood, I dashed towards the exit of the cave. After reaching the outside, I sighed out of relief. The magic caster still isn't here, that means I still got time. After staying silenced for a few seconds, I could hear some quiet echoes through the distance. If my guess is right, the magic caster should be coming from the lake to here, that means a few hours before they come here. After realizing that I still got some time left, I unconsciously put a vicious smile on my face. What gentleman would I be if I weren't able to prepare a welcome for those guests of mine? Hee hee. 3 hours later, at the entrance of the captured cave, the shaman's group had arrived. Kgwa. Kgwa. Quiet. Place the luggage to the ground and prepare to go in. The shaman currently had a weird look on his face. The current sight bewilders him. Instead of before, where there were nothing special sights or decorations aside from some rocks, the cave entrance looked quite boring. But now, if he had to describe this current sight, he would say that it was quite gory. In front of the cave now were more than 10 stakes which impaled the 5 goblin zombies that he had sent not long before, and 5 different goblins which looked decayed to the point you could see the bones through the skin. But what scared the goblins the most was that in the middle of those stakes was the head of their warrior chieftain. The hobgoblin's face had a look of fear, which further enchanted the fear from the goblins. If someone were to watch this sight, it would remind them of the decorations of Dracula's front door castle. 1. Those things weren't there before. Did the skeleton make this knowing that we will come? Indeed, this skeleton is way smarter than even though. But this skeleton is obviously underestimating us, to welcome us like that. Seeing this brother's head placed to the ground like that, he somehow felt a sense of sadness in him. My little brother ... who would even though that to see you like this? The shaman's face grew gentler and sadder for each second that he looked at this brother's remaining head. Seeing their elder getting so sad cause of the death of the warrior chieftain, they saw their elder in a new light. The goblins wanted to go to the elder and ensure him that their warrior chieftain is now in a better place. But before they could even do that, the face of their elder turned vicious, and this I was madness to see. You useless pig! Even to the death, you became useless. If your body weren't torn to pieces, I could already have succeeded with my research. Goblins. Shaman, what are you guys looking at? Get to work. This undead isn't going to kill itself. Seeing that their elder has returned to this original self, they could only sigh internally and move towards the cave entrance. Walking between the impaled goblins, they couldn't help but show signs of fear and disgust. No matter which race you were, seeing one of your own race impaled and decayed at a stake, it wouldn't be a nice sight to see. Seeing the expression of this goblin, the shaman scoffed loudly. TCH, they are just corpses. Nothing new to see. The same meat you guys eat comes from your fellow colleagues' corpses. Get over it and move on. Hearing what their elder has said, most of the goblins got a sudden sense to puke out of disgust. But every goblin held these feelings down, afraid to displease their elder by puking in front of him. No matter how strong of a skeleton you are, Against our number and my magic you will wish that you haven't underestimated us." Saying that, the goblin shaman took the lead of the group and headed inside the cave. But as they moved inside the cave they failed to notice a small detail outside. If you were to observe carefully you could even see the earth of the rightmost corner move. Or rather vibrate. And with the group moving inside the cave the earth vibration suddenly grew stronger until a skeleton arm came out of the earth. And after the hand appeared, a skeleton with some cloth armor through these ribs and a spear with a shield in this hand appeared from under the ground. Hee. 1. In a series of Netflix called Castlevania there is a character called Vlad Dracula Teeps which he decorations the path towards this castle with corpses that are impaled by stakes. /19 / Point of view of shamans. Light up your torches and continue forward. Hearing the command of their elder, some goblins dropped their bags to the ground and pulled torches out of the bags. Lighting up the torches made the surrounding goblins go blind for a second cause of the sudden appearance of light. He blankly stared at the goblins getting used to the light before getting to move forward. Even though we are able to see greatly through the dark, it isn't to the point to complete night vision. Unlike the undead, we would at least need a single spark of light to be able to see through complete darkness. Since most of the undead have by default night vision, it shouldn't be strange that there is no sight of a light source inside the cave. Anyways, this skeleton did quite some work, didn't he? Splash! Shortly after they lighten up their torches they noticed that the path leading to the warrior's chief throne had signs of something being dragged over together with some blood mixed in. KKGH. The first goblin to notice this sight quickly sucked up this breath. Seeing where the tracks in the ground were coming from they quickly got afraid. The tracks were coming out of the throne room. Every single goblin knew this room. This room represents either their execution point or their promotion into a warrior. Except the female goblins and these two reasons, no one else was allowed to go inside without the permission of their warrior chief. Every goblin that was called inside that room has as high expectations as they had in dread. Quite. Although it was quite hypocritical for me to scream at them to be quiet, I didn't care. Inside there is only a single skeleton waiting for us. With my supreme magic and our numbers, there is nothing to be afraid of. No, get to moving. Suppressing their fear from the throne room, they moved according to the elder's command. After all, they feared more their elder being dissatisfied with them and turning them to these toys, rather than the throne room. Entering the room, the first thing they took to notice was the throne and a silhouette sitting on the throne. Cause of the darkness they couldn't make up what exactly that silhouette was. All they saw was that it wore some of the same cloth they're wearing in this chest and legs. But before they could make up what this was, their elder took command. Charge at the skeleton from left and right. I will cast magic at the front. Upon hearing the command of the elder, it was as if a hidden switch was turned on the goblins. And the before scary cats that the goblins were screeched out loudly and put a ferocious face while charging with all they got. Kwa! 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 While those goblins were charging with all their might, I was in a deep concentration. That's right, I was casting magic. After around 3 seconds the shaman opened this eye and faced this palm towards the now sitting skeleton. Firebolt! And like an instant, some flame materialized from out of nothing and formed a small ball of fire which was shot directly at the throne with immense speed. Bam! The ball of fire, although small, the moment it came into contact with the skeleton on the throne, the ball of flames exploded and engulfed the whole throne with fire. At this sight, the goblins stopped rushing towards the throne, and they all stand still, waiting for the skeleton to emerge out of the flames. But after a short while, they started to have some doubts. Where is the skeleton? Why isn't it coming out of the flames? Did maybe their elder finish the skeleton with just one move? Our elder is indeed the greatest. And so, their cries, screeches, of celebration could be heard from all over the cave. But the shaman only had a heavy look while staring at the flames. While intensively watching over the flame, he noticed something. After the cloth was burned he could finally see what was hidden between the flames. At what he saw wasn't bone, but instead, flesh? And like an instant, a terrifying idea came to this mind. But before he could relay these findings, something happened among the cheerful cheer. And that was a scream of pain. Ha! You received 300 experience points, so that's the caster. Seeing the goblin that was holding a skull staff and perform magic, it was obvious at this point that this one was the master of the zombie goblins and the leader of those 20 or whatnot goblins that were all over the room. It went better than expected. Although I had some doubts about my plan inside my head. In the end, the current situation was way better than I had even thought. The original plan was to decorate the entry point of the cave in order to make it seem like I was waiting for them inside while burying myself outside so that I can ambush them. Not only would that allow me to have the jump on them, but if things go south I will still have the opportunity to run. If we don't count that I had to wait for almost a whole hour underground. The perfect plan. As for the decoy that was sitting on the throne, I just used the remains of the hobgoblin and put some cloth to hide this flesh. Although I didn't have much expectation on the dummy itself being able to fool the goblins. But who would even know that the caster goblin would reveal this magic? All the effort wasn't for nothing. I tossed the goblin that I had just killed and I rushed towards the caster. The distance was only 10 meters. Seeing me rush towards it, the caster goblin made an anxious face before screeching out loudly. That helped the other goblins to finally realize my existence. But too late. Even if the goblins were to come rushing to me, I would even have reached the caster goblin. If I kill the caster, the others would soon follow after. But as I reached the 6 meters, something happened. The caster goblin raised the skull staff up high and slapped it to the ground. Realizing some faint brown lightly. The next moment he did that, the ground started moving. The ground started to rise and moving like some waves. And like an instant, a 4-meter tall earth wall came to my sight. What the? But before I could make sense of what was going on, the 4 meters that have risen like an instant accelerated towards me. What? I halted and tried to use sprint to dodge to the side. But it was already too late. The wall smashed right in front of me, and as if disregarding my existence, the wall continued to move and pushing me forward. And right after the wall reached a distance of 15 meters away from the shaman, the wall stopped and crumbled into pieces, leaving only some pile of stones at the place where the earth wall stopped. Although the wall stopped, it did push me away from the caster goblin. Though the momentum that had built up in the sudden stop of the earth wall, made me roll to the ground and further increasing the distance between us. To be able to raise a whole 4-meter tall wall like an instant. I wanted to curse out loud, but before I could do that I saw the caster goblin through the corner of my eye pointing this palm towards me. Seeing that, I immediately panicked and activated sprint in a hurry. Pure mana flowed through my body and directly to my legs. While still laying to the ground I activated the skill sprint and jumped away from my current locations. And a short moment after, the location that I was a second ago was engulfed with flames. That guy is too dangerous to be left alone. Disregarding all useless thoughts, I stood up with my spear and shield in my hands and rushed towards the caster goblin. You must die. The goblin caster was bewildered. He originally thought that he could finish the skeleton once and for all with this firebolt and earth wave combo. Seeing the skeleton dodging this combo attack, it screeched towards the surrounding goblins and pointed towards the skeleton. And at the next moment, all the goblins rushed towards the skeleton with a mad expression. Seeing that, I scoffed loudly. You think those mere goblins can actually stop me? I raised my spear and pierced right through the first goblin that came in front of me. You received 300 experience points. The beginning of the first blood, 1, was the signal which started my mass slaughter. When the goblins were nearing me, I either pierced them with my spear, punched, and even kicked them. Each punch and kick made broke bones. Although that didn't kill me, I had some other priorities in my mind. And those were not the half-dead goblins lying to the ground. The caster was the problem. While I was dealing with the goblins to move forward, most of my attention was placed on the caster goblin with the skull staff. Every move he made was under my watch. But shortly after the caster made this move, he pointed the skull staff towards my direction, which made me confused. You're going to shoot that fireball with the goblins around me and at that distance? I placed myself between some goblins and stayed at full alert while watching the caster goblin every move closely. What is he doing? And while I was watching, I noticed a chance. Some sparks of lightning came out of the staff, which instantly turned into lightning that was shot towards me. The lightning pierced right through the stomach of the goblin in front of me and directly hitting me too. Which made us two get electrocuted for a full 2 seconds. The goblin that was hit fell to the ground with no signs of life, while I in another hand was still standing. Although some smoke was coming out of my body, I didn't receive as much damage as I had expected. I lost only about 125 HP through this attack. So fast. Even if I know that this attack was coming, I doubt I will be able to dodge it. I need to reach the caster faster. 15 meters away, 12 meters away, 9 meters away. Seeing that I was slowly approaching him, the shaman goblin started to screech while holding the staff with both these hands. And at the next moment, dead mana came out of caster's goblin directly to the fallen, almost dead goblins. The next moment the fatally wounded goblins stood up and screeched loudly at the same time. Though the 12 targets were hit by the dead man, only 5 goblins died and became zombie goblins. So that's how he does it. Seeing that zombie goblins were coming at me, I scoffed inwardly. What can does mere 5 goblins do, compared to the 16 that came at me? But at the moment all the goblins that were surrounding me attacked me at the same time. I simply waved my spear and knocked most of the goblins away. Almost. 3 goblins managed to somehow dodge, and instead of attacking me with their daggers or axes, they instead jumped at me in the hopes of holding me down. The heck you guys doing? Just these 3 want to stop my movement? Dream on. But at the next moment, the 5 zombie goblins jumped at me. Or rather hugged me in the hopes of holding me down. What the? Although I was confused at first, seeing that goblin caster pointing this palm towards me, I panicked. Distracted by the sudden attack, I forgot about this guy. Let me go. I punched the goblins that were holding me down so that I can move freely. But they were too many. Kgwa. The caster finished the spell and a fireball came to my sight. SHT. Shield Bash. Seeing no way out, I used my skill, Shield Bash, to meet with the fireball. The fireball exploded in front of me, engulfing both me and the 8 goblins in flames. Bam, kha, kha, kswa. With the explosion occurring, everyone stopped moving as if a switch was turned on. They were anxiously watching the fires, hoping that the damned skeleton to be dead. But their hopes were crushed the next moment. A burst of bloodthirst came out flames, and at the next moment a skeleton came out flames. Sin of Wrath, activated, a skeleton with green ethereal eyes appeared out of the flames. With this chest still in flames, he rushed towards their elder. Die. I used, sprint, and reached the caster. Kga. The caster goblin slaps the staff to the ground and a similar earth wall appeared in front of me. Not this time. Piercing, a faint green and white light came out of the tip of my spear, which crushed towards the wall. After a short pause, the spear showed signs of breaking apart. But so did the wall. The spear pushed through the wall, thus destroying and turning the wall into pieces, but it also resulted in the spear breaking. The caster goblin was shocked and was about to turn around to run away. But it was already too late. I threw the spear away and brought out my sword. Your death is already here. And with a swing towards the caster's head. It was dead. 1. In the game League of Legends, the first blood refers to the announcement that players get to when the first player is killed. /20 / you received 3000 XP, blood sprayed from the wound all over the place, including my skull. Finally dead, you piece of SHD. Seeing the XP report, I drew my sword out of the caster's head and checked my own status. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 6, class, undead warrior LV.5, subclass, dash, health, 187 750, mana, 9 110, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 23 agility, 14 intelligence, 11 endurance, 14, Talents: Undead, Sin of Wrath. Skills: Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, Miasma Corruption LV.1, Sprint LV.1, Shield Bash LV. 1, Piercing LV. 1. Remark: a abnormal skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. XP, 6,900. I received a ton of XP, but the damage that I have received is way more than I expected. Glancing at the corpse of the caster goblin, I could only have one thought in my mind. Magic is way too powerful. Being able to attack these enemies at a large distance, destructive and fast attacks while distancing yourself with this earth wall. Even if we don't count that he is able to turn these almost dead allies into zombies and make them join the fight yet again. I couldn't help but be amazed at what magic can do. If only this goblin had the body of a hobgoblin. I would even have died. I could only shake my head from such thoughts. But in the end, I succeeded. I turned around and watched the remaining goblins, which were staring at me with fully opened eyes. And then I noticed their numbers. They were more than 20 goblins. I killed 17 goblins in total if we count the caster too. But in front of me were still 11 goblins left. Those goblins would even be easy to deal with, but what concerned me the most were 2 goblins. They wore both the same helmet and a similar spear to the one I was using. They both reminded me of that one goblin who inflicted me once that serious wound. If those guys are as strong as the helmet goblin that I had killed once, this wouldn't be easy with my current condition. Be it mana, health, and even equipped. I almost had nothing more left. Since my spear broke, I could only rely on my sword, which looked like it was going to break at any time, and my shield got blown away from this damned fireball. The man might be enough to use sprint once if I were to force it, but I ain't confident of doing that. My body isn't any better either. Almost all my bones had black spots cause of these damned flames that were thrown at me. Even my cloth armor was burned. Wait. Cloth? Is still burning. I just noticed that my cloth between my ribs was still burning, and before I could even be shocked, the 2 helmet goblins screeched out loudly. Kgwa! I raised my head expecting all the goblins to come rushing at me, but what I was completely bewildered me. Some goblins dropped their daggers while some others have fallen to the ground out of fear. But the moment they heard the 2 helmet goblins screeching, they immediately picked themselves up and started running away. What? Why would you guys run away when I am almost dead? Isn't this moment supposed to be the perfect time to come at me? Of course, I was confused. I originally thought that those goblins just came after me cause of revenge. But I didn't know that this wasn't the case at all. Revenge wasn't in the goblins' nature. They would mercilessly kill others and even torture their enemies out of amusement. Heck, they would even eat their own kind so that they can survive. Why should they care if another tribe has been eliminated? They did respect their warrior chief, yes. But it wasn't to the point of total loyalty. They mostly respect him cause he was an evolved goblin. A hobgoblin. And not for him being a warrior. In the first place, their goal was to either retrieve the warrior chief's body or kill the skeleton so that their elder can use their bodies as toys. With the elder now dead, why should they care and risk themselves at fighting this skeleton? But that also wasn't their true reason for them running away. The true reason was the cause of fear. With the help of the status, I could clearly see how damaged I was. But the goblins didn't. In their view, I looked like a terrifying black skeleton which was emitting crimson flames through this chest and had dark green ethereal flame coming out of my skull sockets, while the blood that was sprayed in my face looked like I was crying blood out of my eye sockets. With their reason to fight gone and that terrifying sight, of course, they would run away. But at that time I was clueless as to why they ran away. As I was blankly staring towards the running goblins, I was reminded of what was going on now. I was burning. I quickly removed the burning cloth from my ribs and threw it to the ground. Ugh. I even lost 20 HP. Though those stupid flames. Seeing the goblins running away, I was honestly relieved. I wasn't worried cause they had more numbers, but because of those 2 helmet goblins. Although the chance was small for me to lose, I couldn't say that I would have won for 100%. After my body recovers, I should check where these guys live. It's time to get a new weapon. Seeing the current sword in my hands, I felt dejected. Why do you guys break so easily? But such thoughts reminded me of something. Right, this caster used some kind of staff as this weapon. Let's have a closer look at this staff. With this, I picked the caster's staff and inspected it. The staff was nicely carved and the wood was cleanly shaved and no splinter was to be seen. Other than the wood quality, the staff had a skull at the top together with a dark crystal. Status: Deadwood staff, a staff that was made with extreme care. It increases the efficiency of nature spells and decreases the focus needed for such spells, although the improvement is minimal. Through the help of the dark crystal, the staff also amplifies the strength of dark magic. Wait, isn't that? I blankly glanced at the staff. Really useless? Maybe useless is too harsh? Although the staff sounds really useful, for me it's at best a walking staff. The wood was really good, so maybe I could beat the other goblins with it? No, I can already do that with my fist. After thinking for a while about how to use this stuff, and my final conclusion was, that is so useless. With the staff in my hand, I headed towards the throne to sit. Only to realize that the throne was already destroyed. I let the staff near where I was keeping the other goblin weapons and sit on a nearby stone. Now that everything has ended, I kind of regret making a decoy directly at the throne. Although you did bring some results. At what cost? Shaking my head from such thoughts, I opened my status and looked in my XP storage and what I should do about it. 6,900 XP. I got quite a lot this time around. Although it was quite a lot, I was somehow disappointed. In the whole battle between me and the goblins, 26 goblins died, but I only got the XP out of 17 goblins. The goblins that died from the fiery explosion and the lighting didn't give me any XP at all. If that isn't a fraud, then I don't know what either. Didn't the caster goblin basically stole my kills? Making me work so that you can rip the benefits out of my work? I wish I could fking kill you twice. After feeling frustrating at this kill stealer for some amount of time, I continued thinking about where to put my newly acquired XP. 6,900 XP should be enough for me to increase my level to 10, but I could also wait and get the Windblade skill. It's only 3,100 XP. If I go and kill those goblins and train a little, it should be enough to get the Windblade skill. This battle made me realize that long distance attacks are truly needed. It wasn't like I wanted to get the skill just because it sounded awesome. Shooting a projectile from your sword out of nothing sounded really powerful and awesome at the same time. I ain't buying it just because it's awesome. Alright? Just because it is powerful. Rally. /21 / several hours have passed when I fought the group of the caster. I used that time to recover and get rid of the corpses. Since I killed so many, it did take me quite a while to clean up this whole mess. I placed all their weapons in the boxes near the throne where I kept all the other weapons while dragging the corpses outside of the cave. I even put down the lovely decoration together with the remaining corpses and started a fire outside. The corpses didn't actually bother me much, but that didn't mean I liked them either. After all, seeing a decayed corpse with flies and worms eating to what was left to this flesh wasn't that nice of a sight. Even though I cleaned up the whole mess, there were still some stuff that I couldn't do. For example, the throne was completely destroyed while blood and ashes were still in the ground. Although I could try to make a new throne or a chair to sit down and bring some water with some buckets to clean this whole mess, I decided not to do it. Since I had other plans in mind. I should even have recovered enough for me to start. I silently called the status interface. Status, name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 6, class, undead warrior LV.5, subclass, health, 664 900, mana, 80 attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 23 agility, 16 intelligence, 11 endurance, 17, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, Miasma Corruption LV.1, Sprint LV.1, Shield Bash LV. 1, Piercing LV.1, Remark, a abnormal skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Yeah, it should be fine even without having my health maxed out. I went towards the weapon box and picked some daggers and headed outside the cave. My goal was to chase down the remaining 11 goblins. Although I don't know which one of the paths they went. In the end, there are only 3 paths they could go. Even if I don't find them at one of the paths, those goblins could only be at the other 2 paths. Finding their home would only be a matter of time. I didn't really want to hunt those goblins for the sake of revenge. No, I had 3 goals in mind. First of all, XP. I by now realize that the status is a pure endless abyss to spend your XP into. Currently, I was only increasing my level and not my skills. Even though increasing my level seemed relatively effective thus far, that didn't mean that it will always be so. The caster goblin in a sense only used these skills and he was already a threat. Second, I need weapons. As for weapons, I mean the spears that those 2 helmet goblins got. Their spears seemed relatively the same as the one I was using and the quality wasn't that bad. And if I am lucky enough I could possibly find a sword with a shield as a replacement. And lastly, a new home. Even though I cleaned most of the mess, it is by far not all. I have already noticed flies gathering to the ground and 2 in the holes of the walls. Not to forget that without any water nearby I can't clean up the dried up blood in the ground. Just imaging walking on top of dry up goblin blood with flies all over the place makes me already disgusted. Sure, I could get some buckets of water and clean all of this mess, but that would take way too long. By the time I went to the lake and back at the cave I could even explore the remaining paths or simple train. It isn't that I am lazy, okay? I am simple for maximum efficiency. Alright? Not lazy at all. Anyways, those are the reasons for me to go and hunt down those goblins. But as I went outside the cave a sudden thought came to my mind. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. I went back inside and short after I was outside yet again. Much better. Currently I had the staff that I got from the goblin caster in my shoulder resting with a self-made bag tied to the staff. Having checked all the stuff that I need I went towards the lake. And after a little more than 2 hours I already reached my destination. Even though I have already seen it, it still amazes me how beautiful this lake is. The shiny stones which beautifully illuminated the lake were as beautiful as I remember them. Even though it wasn't that long ago, the sight still amazes me. I wonder what is up there. I raised my head and my gaze landed on what was directly above the lake. Above the lake, you could see a giant hole that almost had the same length as the lake that was beneath it. The whole shape was so circular that it almost seemed artificial. One of those paths might lead directly at the top of this hole, but this isn't my goal for now. I shook my head and regained focus on the current task. I picked myself up and headed towards the 2 paths that I haven't explored yet. As both 2 paths were relatively close to each other I blankly stood there wondering which one to take. I might as well with those 2 since they are both so close, but the question is which one first? They look relatively the same in my eyes, so it shouldn't matter too much which one to take. At the very least I can go back to the other one if there isn't anything to see. While I stared at those 2 paths like a frozen statue, my eyes got a glimpse at the path of the left. In the left path, I noticed some tiny amount of blood on the top of a pointing small rock. Blood? Did a goblin step up to this stone or something? I went to my knees and picked up the stone for a closer look. Dry, as expected. It doesn't prove much, but a lead is a lead. The chances of the goblins being in this path are high. Having found some kind of lead I headed towards the left path hoping to meet those goblins. And thus, my figure faded through the dark path only for my silhouette to be seen. And even my silhouette has faded through the darkness, for nothing to be seen. But at that time I didn't know that the decision of me choosing to go to the left path might as well saved my life. A few minutes after going to the left path, thud, some noises could be heard. Thud, noise of multiple footsteps could be heard from far away. Thud, and slowly some silhouettes came to sight out of the right path. Those with no blood nor flesh have emerged from the right path. With swords full of blood followed by voices of emptiness. KGHHH. The sounds of cold breath came out of those who can't breathe. And he was not the only one among them. Several skeletons walked almost in a complete union which amplified the sounds of their footsteps. Those skeletons looked and acted the same. Weapons full of blood with the same feeling of emptiness. Except for one. In the middle of that undead, there was one exception. It had just like the other skeletons a sword full of blood, but this sword was longer and larger than the others with some dark glowing runes in the middle of the blade. Which made it easier to see the amount of blood in the blade. But suddenly some dead mana surrounded the blade and like an instead, the huge amount of blood that was on the blade vanished with no traces to see. And as the group of undead came out of the right path they suddenly stopped and made some space for this skeleton to wall forward. Walking in front of the other skeletons he revealed these dark blue ethereal eyes. They looked like some raging flames put inside this skull. With the middle of those flames being the brightness as if it was an iris of an eye. This blue-eyed skeleton turned its head and gazed towards the left path. Another ... born. With a low voice full of emptiness. He stared at the left path for a short amount of time before changing this face to another direction. Follow. And that direction was towards the third path. With this command told, the rest of the undead follow without hesitation. The noise of the footstep could almost be heard from all over the place. But the noise slowly faded away in the distance of the third path. Together with the dark blue ethereal flames. /22 / several hours have passed. As it was a straight path I didn't found any difficulty such as losing myself or anything the like. Since it was a pure straight up path it was quite boring, to say the least. But that didn't matter. At first, I had some doubts about picking the wrong path and that I should return back to choose another path. But choosing to continue this plain path wasn't a wrong choice after all. Since I finally found their cave. A cave that had a totem in front of it with two normal looking goblins. You guys sure are careless for leaving traces for me to find. After quietly saying that, I boldly revealed myself to the two goblin guards. Seeing me the goblins showed quite an abnormal reaction. They jumped the moment they saw me and fallen backward while trebling. KKGHH. Seeing those two screamings and heading back inside the cave I scoffed internally. I don't even need to hide to kill such trashes. Even though my health wasn't fully restored and my weapons were at best useless, that wouldn't stop me from killing those mere goblins. I have long surpassed the strength level of those goblins. To the point that I can basically stomp at them without getting any resistance. The only thing that can truly endanger me is those that possess skills such as sprint. And by how things looked back then it seemed like they had only the caster and those two helmet goblins that were using skills. Other than those three guys the rest are just cannon fodder. Walking towards inside the cave I noticed how clean it was compared to the hobgoblin's cave. Seeing that I couldn't help myself but say. They even cleaned the house for me? How nice. Since there were no goblins to be seen I started walking even deeper to the cave while looking behind me every so often. No one to be seen. Although I was quite confident about being able to kill those goblins, I still remember how that hobgoblin had ambushed me before and almost succeeded in killing me. After confirming that there isn't anyone hiding for an ambush I continued walking until I reached a room that was covered by some cloth. Getting closer to the cloth I noticed some low voices coming right behind the cloth. Moreover, low screeches. Hearing those screech I put on a vicious smile and hastily dragged the cloth that was in front of me. Making it rip into two pieces. I finally found ... you? The current sight in front of me confused me quite a bit. It wasn't the fact that they were about 17 goblins in front of me instead of 11. No. What confused me was the whole room. Observing the room, in the middle of the goblin group I could see a stone table while on the corners of the room were wooden tables with all kinds of different stuff. In one pile of the table were dry up meat with a bunch of dried up meat, while on the other side were some crystal which emitted barely enough light to make them glow. Other than that stuff, there was a bunch of paper on those tables. Seeing all those awakened my curiosity. But as I thought to inspect all that stuff with the use of status, my thoughts got interrupted. KGHH. Ha. Qua, TCH, those guys sure are load. Thanks for reminding me about your guys' existence. Now that you got my attention, it would be rude if I were to ignore you guys. I threw the staff to the ground and used sprint towards the nearest goblin. The goblins panicked seeing me rushing at them with incredible speed thanks to sprint. It didn't even take 2 seconds to reach the first goblin. With my sword raised high, I slashed the goblin towards the neck and shoulder area. Thread. KGHHHH. Sadly, my sword broke halfway through the goblin's neck. Although my sword broke, the broken part of the blade was still stuck at the goblin's throat, which made the dying goblin suffer even more, while the more it tried to remove the broken part of the sword, the deeper it went, while making it even more painful. Naturally, it died after some moments of agony. You received 300 experience points. I bent down and picked the dagger of the now dead goblin. And I just stared at all surrounding the goblins, which were trembling with fear. TCH. Such losers, even though it was the perfect timing for them to attack me. But instead of using this chance, they just stood there trembling. This somehow irritated me. Why don't you guys try to use this chance? Why wouldn't you guys just stand there and not fight? Aren't you afraid? Why? Why would you guys give up? And as I said that, a short yet intense pain hit my mind and my chest started boiling up. The pain felt like some 1,000 needles pierced my mind as fast as they disappeared, while the heat that was coming through my chest was even more intense than when I was hit with that fireball. But weirdly enough, I felt calm. Even though the pain in my mind dissipated, the burning feeling did not. But compared to the pain I was feeling, I was calm. Too calm to be exact. Again, I knew instantly what this pain was. Hatred. And this very feeling came every time I met something that is alive. In other words, hatred towards the living. Now is the best time to practice that. I slowly let the hatred flow through me. The more hatred I let loose, the more I lose my previous composure. The more I let the hatred take over me, the less pain I felt through my chest. I see. This is how it works. My smile turned even more viciously than before. Sin of wrath, activate. The goblins almost choked by the amount of bloodlust I was emitting. I guided the mana from my body directly to my legs and used sprint. With the incredible speed that sprint brought in the terrified goblins. They didn't even notice that their comrade had died before they heard this scream. KGHH. All the goblins made a step back out of fright, but some screech came from behind them which commanded them to fight. Those screeches came out from the 2 helmet goblins. After some hesitation, all goblins decided to attack this skeleton with their full might. But it was hopeless. Every goblin that came near this skeleton got either the skull crushed or cut open by the dagger. One lucky goblin managed to hit the skeleton with a club which was known for the skeleton crusher. But the skeleton just looked at the lucky goblin for a few seconds before breaking this neck. The end result was horrifying. All 14 goblins had died, only for the 2 helmet goblins to remain. You guys sure like to hide between others, don't you? Even though the 2 goblins didn't even fight, they sweated an awful lot. And as I made the first step towards them, both their legs glowed and the next moment they rushed towards me. Well, not exactly. The first helmet to reach me tried to pierce through my neck with a spear. But the spear was caught with just one of my hands, which made the helmet goblin flustered. Well, of course. If someone were to come at you at such speed, you would expect that it wouldn't be caught. At most you would expect that the enemy will dodge. But now I raised the newly acquired sword that I had picked out from a pile of rusted swords, near the bones. And with a slash to this neck, the job was done. Well, almost. I turned around and saw the other helmet goblin running away with all this might. A bounding new comrade to survive. I summoned the status screen and with my bony handy I pressed towards the screen. You acquired Windblade. A huge amount of information was transferred through my mind which made me stagger for a few seconds. Let's see. With the help of information that I guided the mana towards my sword. The technique wasn't like the skill, Sprint, where you just keep the pure mana into your legs without letting any mana get out. No, the Windblade required you to push the pure mana towards the whole blade while moving it back and forth like a wave. And after the wave is strong enough you push all the stored mana at once. The end result was creating a sharp blade made out of the wind and pure mana towards the location you slashed towards. I started creating the mana waves in my sword while looking at the running goblin. Although it was difficult, I successfully finished the wind blade and shot it directly at the helmet goblin. Fsheen. But sadly, instead of hitting the head like I aimed, it only hit this leg. Maybe because of the distance it didn't fully cut the leg of the goblin, but instead, it dug around 90% of this leg which made it fall. Not bad for the first time. Sin of Wrath, deactivated. Damn, that was exhausting. I did try to manually activate Wrath by following the burning feeling which I found out is some kind of anger. Anyway, using Wrath puts too much pressure on my mind which makes it difficult to think clearly. I even got hit by a level 2 goblin. KKGH. Seeing the goblin trying to crawl away, I scoffed out loudly. You try to run away in your current state? What a funny guy. I picked the spear of the fallen helmet goblin and I slowly walked towards the now crippled goblin. Seeing me slowly approaching him, he freaked out and he started to crawl even faster. But before he could go far away, I gripped this not injured leg and dragged him back towards the stone table. This who betray shall meet their deserving end. The goblin's eyes troubled even more and started to cry right off the bat the moment I was dragging him towards the stone table. Originally I thought that there were cries of pain. But I didn't know what this stone table meant to those goblins. To the goblins of this cave. Sitting on that table meant a fate worse than death. The moment a goblin sits on that table, they become the elder's toy. And he, one of the elder's guards, knew best what fate awaited to those to become the elder toy. /23 /KKGH. You received 500 experience points. After ending the well-deserved misery of the goblin, I could finally relax and take a better look at my surroundings. Seeing all the corpses lying down on the floor, I had some mixed feelings. But I could only sigh out loudly in the end. Sigh. I still have to clean in the end, don't I? Even though I won the fight, the end result felt more like a defeat. Shaking my head for such stupid thoughts, I opened up the status interfaces and pondered what my next move shall be. Status, name, dash, race, skeleton, undead, level, 6, class, undead warrior LV.5, subclass, dash, health, 823 900, mana, 2380, attribute points, 0. Attributes: Strength, 23 Agility, 16 Intelligence, 11 Endurance, 17 Talents, Undead, Sin of Wrath. Skills: Lower Weapon Mastery LV.1, Miasma Corruption LV.1, Sprint LV.1, Shield Bash LV.1, Piercing LV.1, Windblade LV. 1. Remark: a abnormal skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. XP, 2100, not bad at all. Instead of finding gold, I found the whole damn vein. The amount of XP that I even gained this time was truly enormous. Not only was I able to finally gain enough XP to get the wind blade, but I even gained enough XP to increase my level a few times. The XP gain of killing just a bunch of goblins can't even be compared to the training XP that I gain. Just killing one goblin brings the same value as painstakingly train for a whole damn hour. Even though I can't really feel any pain or get exhausted by such training, you miss the point. I somehow lost motivation to train after thinking that 1 hour is a single level 2 goblin. Even though I said that I had no plans on stopping my training. Even though repeating the same training was getting boring at times, it wasn't like I had something better to do other than look at the flat walls around me. And the training does help me get more familiar with my skills. Not to even mention that I recently started to speak with myself even more than before. Right, I should properly use the remaining XP. I cleared my head with such thoughts and raised my hand to press at the level up interface. Level has increased from LV.6 to LV.7, level has increased from LV.7 to LV.8, strength increased by 2, agility increased by 2 and endurance increased by 2. You received 2 attribute points, status, name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 8, class, undead warrior LV.5, subclass, health, 973 1000ths, mana, 2380, attribute points, 2, attributes, strength, 25 agility, 18 intelligence, 11 endurance, 19, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash LV.1, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, a abnormal skeleton that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. Just a little more and I will be able to reach level 10. I wonder if I get my subclass by doing that. Putting my 2 remaining attribute points and my intelligence, I quickly turned around and headed towards the wooden tables. Intelligence increased by 2. Looking at the table, the first thing to watch my eyes were the bones and the crystals, as they looked the most interesting. Worn out bone, former bones of an undead being. Since the bones already served as the body of the undead, the efficiency of using those bones for creating an undead has severely decreased. Although that depends on how they would be used. Lesser mana stone, a stone which through the exposure of content mana manager to gain the ability to hold pure mana. It is currently through the process of crystallization. So those guys held bones from other skeletons? Why though? They sound pretty useless. And I guess that those stones become crystals like the one on the staff? I went back and picked up the stuff from the ground and compared the dark crystal with this mana stone. They do show resembles. About same size and form, just missing the color. Thinking that I guessed right, I put the mana stone to the place it has been. They sound useful, but in my hands, they are noting better than some pretty glowing stones. Glancing all over the table, there was nothing else interesting other than some papers to see. I reached out and picked one of the papers only to frown. Can't read. After pondering for some amount of time, I decided to appraise it with the help of the status. And what came out surprised me. Damage trial log 41 hash, I finally found promote myself goal further progress needed phylactery. Huh? Why are the words of the status report all marked with black? Is it due to the damaged part? After being stunned for a bit, I tried to make sense out of this mess. So the one wrote this ... found something to promote himself? And apparently, this goal is a phylactery? What's that? Phylactery, a phylactery. Otherwise known for the heart of an immortal lich. A tool made out high-tier necromancy knowledge that serves as a soul container. As long the phylactery stays intact, the body of a lich can be reconstructed. What the hell did I just find? Is it alright for something like this to be inside a goblin cave? There is no way that this caster goblin was actually the one that wrote this. Although I don't know what high-tier necromancy looks like, I am absolutely certain that this caster goblin had no clue about the high-tier stuff. I let the logs in the table and I reached my hand out to pick another paper out. Damage trial log 72 hash, plan has succeeded. I managed to fully collapse the need to prepare lacking resources. Another one with the same gray spots ... except for the number that has changed, the paper is called the same. Reading through this log confused me even more than the first that I read. What did succeed? And how does collapsing something fit with lacking resources? I placed this log down and grabbed another one. Every time I picked a paper, I would see the same gray spots in the text and the same name but with a different number. After reading through some more of these logs, I started to reorganize them by their number. It was then that I realized some numbers were missing. The highest log number that I found was the number 162, with the lowest being 23. I found exactly 34 different logs, and the lower the number was, the more gray spots were covering the text. If the highest number is 162, then that should mean that there are at least 162 different kinds of logs somewhere around. Rather, they should have been 162 logs, but they somehow had disappeared with only 34 logs remaining. With a frown on my face, he doesn't have a face, I started looking at the whole room in hopes to find a missing log. I pushed the tables, moved the barrels, and even tried to move the whole stone table. Where I miserably failed at. And as I was going to give up on the search, I spotted one glowing spot behind where I moved the wooded table. Taking a better look, I could barely see a small piece of paper leaking out of the spot. I headed there, and what I saw was a stone barely blocking a hole. The stone didn't help much at hiding this piece of the paper cause of this shape. Although it looked like it was badly hidden, that wasn't actually the case. Since this was supposed to be hidden from the eyes of goblins. The one that properly hidden this didn't expect an undead with a perfect night vision to look for it. Which in the eyes of goblins was almost an invisible spot. Let's see what number this time will be. I slowly pulled the stone out of the hole and gently gripped the piece of paper, afraid to further damage it. And when I inspected the paper, I was shocked. No, flabbergasted. Magic scroll, Curse of Vigor, a magic scroll which contains the process of the spell, Curse of Vigor. 1000 XP is required to have access to this spell. What? Is it what I think it is? Does this mean that with this I will finally be able to use magic? I never expected that I will be able to use magic this soon. Truly a blessing. My excitement went through the roof and up to the sky the moment I realized what treasure I just found. Truly a miracle. Then without further ado, let's quickly learn it. I raised my hand and pressed the confirm button. But more experience points are needed for this option. Damn it. /24 in the shaman's cave. In the current cave that I was in. Low echoes of ringing noises were coming out of the cave. The sounds were similar to when some wind was getting cut. But more loudly. I focused upon the mana inside my body and slowly guided it towards my sword. And the next moment the mana in my sword spiked. I raised my hand and slashed towards to opposite wall. Windblade. Fsheen. And what appeared was almost a projectile made out of mana and wind. As the projectile met with the wall, it raised the remaining dust all over the place. After the dust dispersed, there was a clean cut to be seen in the wall. Although it was quite a small cut, it didn't matter. What mattered was that I finally hit the target. Finally, I somehow familiarized myself with this thing. I had to say that using the Windblade skill wasn't that easy. Controlling the right amount of mana needed for and using effectively was quite the hard job to do. If I provided too little mana, the blade would either too weak to actually matter in a fight or right off not activate, thus wasting a limited amount of mana. But at least it would be easier to focus to actually manage to shoot out the wind blade. Too much and there would be too hard to control, making it a game of luck to where this thing would go. Even though having all those difficulties, I actually managed to shoot a wind blade at full power. Well, that was while I was standing still and burning my head from the amount of focus that is needed, of course. Maybe it should be around time to increase the levels of my skills. Maybe that's the limit of level 1 skills. I can't see how I should be able to shoot a fully powered wind blade while I am in a fight. Although practicing wind blade was somehow hard. In the end, all the hard work that you have done will be paid back. You received 500 experience points through training. Was burning my no-existent brain cells worth only 200 XP more than the regular training? It's not like I would complain or something, but aren't you too cheap? Was my whole mental pain worth a little more than a level 1 goblin? I even spent all my mana. Forget it, at least now I have enough to learn this magic scroll. Giving a mental command, the storage interface came to my sight. XP. 1100, good enough. I walked towards the table and put the sword to the table while gripping the magic scroll with my other hand. And without further ado, I pressed towards the confirmation button and prepared myself for the sudden information to come. You learned the spell, Curse of Vigor, but the only thing that came was just the notification and nothing else. Where is the information? Even after waiting for a while, nothing came. Seeing that nothing was coming, I slightly panicked. Did I just got scammed? Weren't I supposed to finally wield some magic? What the hell did you do with the 1000 XP just now? Sorry for calling you cheap. Please refund. Pretty please? And as I waited, nothing came. Wait a moment. What did the notification say again? You learned the spell, Curse of Vigor. Why does it say learned and not acquired? And as I say that, a sudden thought came to my mind. I hastily opened my status window and pressed towards the skill option. And there I found it. Curse of Vigor, 2375 XP required. So it's like that, huh? It seemed like the 1000 XP were there to make the spell available for me to acquire. TCH, it's like paying to just get a glimpse at the product in the end. Truly cheap. Well, it seems like I should get going and find some other goblins to kill. I picked up my luggage and went out of the cave to explore the remaining paths. I am saying luggage, but I only held my shield with a helmet goblin's spear on my left arm while having the staff in my right arm. Counting the sword that I had in my vest thanks to some cloth holding it, that would mostly be it. I could replace the staff with another spear, but I finally decided not to. Since I was about to learn some magic, I thought it would be more useful than carrying a spear weapon when I already have two on me. With such thoughts in my mind, I headed outside the cave and made my way towards the lake. After some few hours, I finally reached where everything has begun. You really can't get a tired look at this sight. Seeing the similar sight that I have first seen a little more than 6 days ago really brought nostalgia. No, I shouldn't get distracted by that. I already seen it yesterday anyways. Turning my head to the side, I saw the path that was near where I came from. I guess I should start with this one since it's closer by. Saying that, I headed towards the second path. Unfortunately, this path a lot more complicated than the one I was before. This one had many twists and turns which made exploring it quite annoying. The only things that I was capable to see are some dried up blood to the ground and nothing more. At first, I tried to follow the blood leads in hopes to find some juice XP waiting for me, but that quickly backfired. The leads ended up leading into just some mere walls with no goblins to see. I continued to follow the blood leads of the other turns, but they end up the same, which made me quite annoyed. From where did all that blood come from? Did a goblin run around while being wounded and naked? After imaging this sight, I quickly regretted even saying that. And like this, I spent about 5 hours walking around all the different paths until I managed to reduce the number of paths to 1. This one, in particular, has a lot of more dried up blood than the others. Seeing that, I hastened my speed towards the path. And what I found shocked me. What the hell happened here? The path that I grossed upon had a pile of goblin corpses stacked up to each other in the middle of the room. And they weren't in a good shape either. Some corpses have already mummified and become almost only bones, while other goblins had large wounds in their already cold bodies. Who was able to do such a thing? By the look of the different body states of the goblin corpse, they didn't all die at the same time. The one that probably done this was just collecting the corpses and piling them up in this place. But the question is, why though? For what reason? Still to be able to kill so many goblins, it means that the one that had done this is probably strong. After being stunned for a moment, I turned back and headed back to the lake. Since the goblins are already dead, there isn't much to do here. TCH, all the juice XP has already been taken. After sighing internally, I headed back to the lake and prepare myself to head to the last path. Well, that was quite pointless if I have to say. At least there is only one more path left to explore. After observing the lake for a little while, I headed towards the third and last path. This actually goes up? The way the path was made was similar to some roughly shaped stairs, which made me realize where this path goes. Does this actually leads to the top of the lake? Even though I expected it a little bit, I was still honestly surprised and excited to go up above. After a short while, I finally reached the top of the stairs. But what I saw made me freeze suddenly. Why is a group of skeletons here? Seeing the group of 6 skeletons, I was honestly surprised. Since other than the fellow, I haven't seen any other skeleton yet. Are we like some rare undead species or what? But as I was thinking of stupid stuff in my head, I noticed a skeleton which had a nice looking sword and dark blue glowing eyes, which was looking towards me. Why is he looking at him? Before I could even finish my sentence, a cold voice came out of the blue-eyed skeleton. Obey the call. The cold voice said, /25 /. The moment I heard this cold voice, a sudden pressure came towards my mind. It felt like my whole mind was ringing constantly with loud noises. Rather than noises, it was more like overlapped voices was being said directly to my mind. KGHHH. I let my stuff out of my hand fall and grasped my skull with my now free hand. Obey the call. Follow me. Move on. Join us, quickly. Be made to serve. Obey the call. Follow me. At this point, I was scratching my skull hoping to get those overlapping voices out of my head. What is this? I glanced back towards the blue-eyed skeleton with a hateful glare. Seeing my reaction, the blue-eyed skeleton asked with an indifferent face, "It's not like he can change this face in the first place. Why doesn't work? He must be the cause of those voices. But what the heck is DH?" But before I could finish my thoughts, a notification came right in front of my sight. You are affected by undead domination. UL is being offered undead domination. As a higher tier undead being, you are capable to make mindless undead of lower tier to serve you as your slave. A higher tier undead? Even with a control-based skill. Making a step back, I took the spear in my hand and was trying to resist the effect of undead domination. Seeing me showing hostility upon him, he scoffed out loud. I see. Of course, it wouldn't work, of course. You are like the one with robes. I should had known. Pointing the bloody long sword towards my direction, the overlapping voices stopped ringing through my mind. I order you. All of you go and destroy this one, said the blue-eyed skeleton. The moment this command was said, the other 5 normal skeletons instantly turned around and looked towards me. Without showing a hint of hesitation, they all rushed towards me with their weapons up high. That bastard, to actually control others to do this biting. Seeing that scene happened in front of me, I felt slightly angry. And that feeling was transmitted to me physically with the hot feelings that were slowly coming out of my chest. Experiencing the feeling, I tried to forcibly activate the sin of wrath. But seeing the normal skeletons reaching me, I cursed internally. TCH, not enough. All 5 skeletons seemed to have the same rusted sword that I had once used at the start. But still, aren't they too slow? Seeing the sluggish movements of the skeletons, I even put my guard up, while questioning why they were running so slow. Are those guys pretending to be slow to put my guard down? I will not fall for that. As the first skeleton came into my range, I used the superior range that the spear was giving me to directly pierce their skull. Let's see your true colors. As I was expecting the skeleton to use some kind of movement skill similar to sprint, or right dodge my attack. The unexpected happened. Cracked. ? Seeing that my spear went right through the skull of the skeleton, I was honestly confused. Why didn't he dodge such a predictable attack? Wasn't he supposed to use some kind of skill? Don't tell me. Did he take the hit knowing that he will survive? I must go away. I hastily pulled the spear out of the skull and made some distance between us while preparing for a counterattack. You received 500 experience points, ? That's it? You just ran at me and let yourself be pierced to the skull. As I was confused by this whole thing, another skeleton came at me. Seeing I was stunned for a second, I carelessly let the other party come in range. Seeing the skeleton swinging this sword from high up, I immediately regained my focus and pushed my shield to interrupt the sword. As sword and shield met with each other, the impact that I felt was none existed. While pushing the sword away, I said emotionally, "Aren't you guys too weak?" With a strike of the shield in the skull, This whole skull broke off. You received 500 experience points. Witnessing how both these skeletons got so easily destroyed, I somehow felt sour. Aren't we the same race? Why are you guys so weak? Realizing the strength differences between us, I no longer held back. Instead of staying in the defensive, I went to the offense. I changed my grip on the spear, and instead of using it to pierce through the skeletons, I swung it like a staff towards their skulls. It wasn't as powerful as piercing through their skulls, but it was enough to crack their skulls and throw them to the ground. Glancing towards the blue-eyed skeleton and seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention to join the fight too, I quickly wrapped things up. You received 500 experience points. You received 500 experience points. You received 500 experience points. Those guys weren't much different than those goblins. Seeing the XP that I gained, I was quite satisfied. But it wasn't the time to use it now. Turning around and watching the blue-eyed slowly approach as I gotten in my battle stance. Indeed. You the same as the robe one, yet different. He stopped 5 meters away from me and raised his sword to this chest. You more like me. Unfortunately. As he said that, dark smoke started to wrap around this whole body until completely covering him. Before I could even get surprised, he dashed towards me. The mist that was wrapped around him made it look like he was floating rather than running. Seeing him in front of me, I reacted as fast as I could. I pierced directly through the middle of the dark mist with all the strength that I had. Seeing the spear going directly through the dark mist, I felt a sudden feeling of relief. But that sudden feeling disappeared the next moment. It felt like I had nothing. The confusion started to hit me from the sudden turn of events. Where is this body? Inexperienced, a dark cold voice came right behind me. Hearing this voice, my whole body flinched for a second. I tried to turn as fast as I could, but I was too late. With just using one of this hand, he swung this long sword directly at me. Even though I managed to block the sword from taking my whole head off, it still managed to cut through several of my ribs. I jumped backward to create some distance and threw my spear towards him. Although the spear hit this target, the position that I was in and the fact that I never used the spear like this before didn't allow me to put enough strength to actually damage him. It was just enough for a scratch. Such a pathetic attempt. Seeing the skeleton abandon this sword just that he can inflict a tiny scratch upon this body, he could only scoff. But he didn't know that was just enough. Status. Pulling the sword out of my vest, I used the status on the blue-eyed skeleton. And the next moment this whole status came in front of my sight. Name, race, Dragr, Undead, Level, 11, Class, Undead Warrior LV.2, Subclass, Health, 1108 1200, Mana, 164 180, Attribute Points, 0, Attributes, Strength, 30 Agility, 19 Intelligence, 18 Endurance, 23, Talents, Undead Domination, Unite Conciseness, Leader, Skills, Lower Weapon Mastery LV.3, Miasma Corruption LV.3, Dark Mist Robe LV.3, Battle Sense LV.1, Low Undead Creation LV.1, Heavy Strike LV.2, Remark, Undead that broke through the barrier of being a mindless skeleton and managed to create this own conciseness. Cause of this not too long break though, he is one of the weakest of the Dragr race. Seeing this whole status, I became worried. Even though he looks similar to a skeleton, he isn't the same. Seeing the dark mist coming out of this body again, I gripped my sword more tightly. This one evolved from a skeleton to a Dragr. That means he is a higher tier undead. As I said that, the Dragr that has this body surrounded through mist dashed at me. The next ... will be the last. /26 /TCH, again? Seeing the Dragr closing up to me, I cursed out loudly. I got to create distance. Without any hint of hesitation, I turned around and started sprinting. Rather, I started to run away. No, run away isn't the right word. More like a tactical retreat. Even though I was technically running, I was still keeping the distance between us two in check. What I needed was time. Time to read this status. Let's see how this mist works. Dark Mist Rebel V.3, through the use of dark magic, allow yourself to shroud yourself with a robe made of dark mist which conceals your presence. The higher the level this skill is, the more mist you can move farther from your body and the more mist you can generate. Dark magic is it? The first part of the description doesn't sound too strong. If you can see your opponent, then what use does counseling your presence to have? But this isn't the strong point of this spell. The mist isn't limited only to this body. Indeed, that was the case. When I first attacked him, I thought that the mist is permanently stuck to this whole body. Damn, I am stupid. He probably just pushed the dark mist to the front to make me believe that he was there when he wasn't. To fall for such a petty trick. Judging between our distance, I didn't have much time left. Damn it, he doesn't even let me enough time to read. Priorities first. Heavy Strike LV.3, I know, and seeing it at level 3 already gives me the chills. Low Undead Creation LV.1, huh. I can already imagine what this thing is doing, so pass on that. The stuff that's left to read is the skill, Battle Sense LV.1, and the talent, Unite Consciousness. Battle Sense LV.1, through the experience of hundreds of battles you gain the ability to perceive your surroundings in better detail. A passive skill this time. Doesn't sound too strong at least. And now at last. Unite Consciousness, every undead that has been born at least at tier 2 has this inherited. The sign of an undead having a unique consciousness lies towards this ethereal eyes and intelligence. Based on the color of the eyes, the following undead gains different bonuses. The owner of this skill gains plus 5 bits of intelligence, 5% proficiency, and cost reduction on dark magic based skills. The higher the tier, the more bonuses are gained by this talent. So that's where this robe skill comes from. At first, I found it weird for a undead warrior to be capable to cast magic that reached level 3. Maybe the talent, Unite Consciousness, plays a role in unlocking this. Dark Mist Rebel V.3, and, Low Undead Creation LV.1. This will be hard. While running, in my sight I caught a massive hole that was made in the ground. Seeing the massive hole, I felt bitter inside of me. I didn't want to come here in such a situation. But I got no choice. Seeing that there was nowhere to run away anymore, I decided to face this dragger. To think. You would run away. This rage within him, together with this cold voice, made this hate even more obvious. I got in my stance, and whispered, "Status." The moment the dragger was 5 meters away, a deep cold voice came out of him. "This who don't obey. Shall be made to serve." As he said that, the mist that was shrouding him suddenly burst out of this body and headed towards me. With this, I will take him down before he even notices where I am. That is what he thought. But then, Windblade. The moment the lowly skeleton swung this sword in the air, it felt a sensation that he almost forgot. Danger. Seeing an almost invisible blade cutting through this mist like a hot knife, he hastily swung this glowing longsword towards the invisible blade. Heavy Strike. The moment the longsword with the skill, Heavy Strike, met with the wind blade, the wind blade disappeared, similar to how glass was thrown into a stone wall. The wind blade got instantly destroyed. HMPF, weak. Did you really think that? Where? Seeing no traces of the skeleton left, he got slightly confused. But the next moment he felt the same similar feeling of danger coming to this right side. With incredible speed he turned around while swinging this sword at the mist that was behind him. And if he hasn't done that, he might be dead. What came out of the mist was the same lowly skeleton swinging this sword at him. At first, he thought that this was a joke or an attack. But the dark aura that was engulfing him, together with the stark green ethereal eyes, made it think otherwise. And as blades met, a loud sound of metal hit the whole cave. Thud. Loud echoes of metal clashing with each other engulfed the whole cave. Impossible. Surprisingly, the dragger was losing the fight of strength. How? How is a mindless one capable of being stronger than me? A normal skeleton to be stronger than me? While being shocked at the current come of events, he heard a similar yet different cod voice of this own. A mindless ... you say? Seeing a skeleton that has to glow ethereal eyes and capable of talking, he slightly flinched. You aren't a skeleton. He pushed the sword away and created some distances, but doing that he let this front open for a single moment. And yet a single moment was all that I needed. The mana that flowed through my body went to both my legs and both of my hands. Doing that brought my whole body to burn from inside my bones. The reason was the activation of multiple skills all at once. Similar to how the helmet goblin that inflicted a wound through my chest used, sprint, 3 times in a row. Currently, I was trying to do the same. Even though I didn't feel any pain or exhaustion for abusing my muscles, cause I don't have any in the first place. The pain came from the abuse of mana. While I was training, I learned that I was capable to use multiple skills at the same time, but the downside of doing that was the boiling pain that I was feeling. Not only that, but controlling those skills was almost impossible. That was the case of using the skills in long to mid distance. But what if those skills were used in the point blank range? The dragger, feeling immediate danger, tried to quickly get to this stance, but it was too late. Sprint. With a faint light in my legs, my speed increased to the highest. Like a flying rocket hitting this target. I crashed with my shield on the dragger's body and I activated my second skill. Shield Bash. With the kinetic energy that was stored in my shield, the dragger was slightly pushed back, while some cracking sounds were coming out of this chest. Crack, you. Before he could even finish, I beat him to that wind blade. With my last remaining mana in my body, I swung the wind blade towards the dragger containing my last remaining mana. Seeing the clearly stronger wind blade from before, the dragger flinched in panic. Summon Undead. Dead mana separated from this body and created 3 normal skeletons in front of him with the same, rusted swords, in their hands. But it was useless. The moment the wind blade met the skeletons, they cleanly got cleaved though. They were so weak that they didn't even affect the wind blade itself. Damn it. The dragger swung this sword using heavy strike, in hopes to block the flying blade. Fsheen. The longsword met with the almost invisible blade. Although he succeeds in cutting the blade in two, he expects that the remaining parts of the blade to still fly towards him. The split blades hit this pelvis and this shoulder, almost cutting through the whole arm bone, making it fall. KGHHH. The dragger screeched in rage. Not out of pain, but of the feeling of weakness. And I didn't miss this chance. It can't be. Seeing the skeleton swing this sword towards the snack, he knew. With this skull flying to the air and finally crashing to the ground, it was over. You received 4,500 experience points, finally. Even though the battle was over. The burning feeling of abusing the mana was still there. After the feeling got bearable enough, I finally opened my status. Name, race, skeleton, undead, level, 8, class, undead warrior LV.7, subclass, health, 435 1100, mana, 86 130, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 29 agility, 22 intelligence, 13 endurance, 21, talents, undead, sin of wrath, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, a skeleton with a unique consciousness that awakened this death aura. Although current you are pathetically weak, your potential just started to sprout. XP, 5200, in the battle versus the dragger, I took a slight risk of spending my XP while in a fight. Out of the 2600 XP that I had, I used 1900 XP to increase my class level from LV 5 to LV 7. Using the 2 attribute points that I gained to increase my agility, I managed to even so slickly surpass the dragger. Even though I had a stronger body than him, though the strength difference was ever so slight, I decided to use the 3 skill strategy. After all, he was stronger overall. With a better sword and a skill like heavy strike, it was a matter of time to when either my shield or sword would break. And with this battle sense, together with lower weapon mastery LV. 3. He was obviously more skilled than me. My only chance was to take him by surprise and finish him off while I had the momentum. He even gave me a ton of XP for me to use. Now I can finally reach my goal of becoming level 10. Without any more hesitation, I opened my status and increased my level. Level has increased from LV.8 to LV.9, level has increased from LV.9 to LV.10, strength increased by 2, agility increased by 2 and endurance increased by 2, you reach the maximum level of the skeleton race. Evolution option has been unlocked. What? Before I could even make a sense out of this window in front of me, the dead mana inside of the body started to act on its own and getting outside. And before I could react, I was engulfed by the dead mana. I felt my whole body shaking through all this pressure. The dead mana was moving similar to how the thousands of snakes were eating their food. It wasn't only the dead mana that came from my body that engulfs me. The now destroyed skeletons that I destroyed a moment ago together with the dragger started to leak dead man out of their body. And like a whirlpool with me in the middle, the dead mana started gathering. Please choose the race that you want to evolve into. Wraith, Skeleton Mage, Dragger, please make haste to your decision. What? Evolution? Although the pressure of the dead mana was getting stronger by the time, I somehow got excited by the current situation. Choosing one out of 3 options will allow me to become a tier 2 undead. Got to pick fast. Who knows how long I can last through this whole pressure. I quickly skimmed through all the evolution options. Wraith, by abandoning your physical body, you manage to become an ethereal entity made out of soul mind and your very own soul. Wraith is known for its almost complete physical resistance and weakness against magic. Well versed in every kind of combat, they also capable to possess a dead body to serve as their portal to the physical world. Skeleton Mage, a skeleton that awakened this unique consciousness. Being enlightened in the ways of magic, they can manipulate the elements and create various spells. But physically they are not better than the normal skeletons. Dragger, a skeleton forged through the endless battle against their immortality. Through decades of their existence, they manage to awaken their unique consciousness. The transformation grants them a tougher and stronger body than any normal skeletons, and with their newfound intelligence they're also capable to use magic, although to a small degree. There is only one viable option, there isn't. Reading through the option that I had, I quickly managed to make a process of elimination. Choosing the Wraith, I would become an existence similar to a ghost, although it says that I can possess my body. It doesn't say if the first body also gets the same strength as my soul body. It has some appeal, but I would rather walk than flout around. As for the Skeleton Mage, I already passed the line of no return. Since my class became of a warrior than of a mage, it wouldn't be wise to choose to become a mage now. Thus only one option remained. You choose to become a dragger. Evolution will proct. An undead who is capable of little magic and has a reinforced body. That was my choice. Choose one out of 3 talents to permanently gain: undead domination, reinforced body, reinforced soul. So, undead domination is a basic talent to choose among the dragger. Anyways, skipping on that for now. Let's take a better look at the other 2. Reinforced body, a rare trait is seen upon the dragger race. Through this talent, their bodies become tougher and are capable to absorb 10% more blunt damage. Reinforced soul, a rare trait seen upon the dragger race. Through this talent, their soul is being strengthened, which makes them more resistant to abnormal effects. It also gives +5 to all stats. If I were to choose reinforced body, it will basically cover of my weakness against attack from clubs or similar weapons, which doesn't sound too bad. But I would rather pick reinforced soul. Not only does it increase my stats, but it also increase my resistance to abnormal effects. You acquired reinforced soul. I mostly picked reinforced soul, cause of the experience that I got versus the dragger. Maybe if I were a little weaker than him, he might even succeed in turning me to this slave with this undead domination. This time I will be. Before I could even finish, The dead mana that was surrounding me was instantly sucked in my body. And then my body started to change. The cloth in my ribs got ripped off. The moment the dead mana came inside my body, all my bones started to grow denser and bigger. By the end of the transformation, other than the fact that I grew 2 inches taller and bulgier, nothing else chance. You have been granted the talent unique consciousness, though some abnormality unite consciousness, turned into superior unique consciousness. What? I was slightly stunned. After I got the last message, all the pressure that I felt before has gone. Sigh. Whatever, I will just read through everything once I am back at the cave. I bent down and instead of picking my own sword, I picked the one that the now dead tracker was using. And as I stood up with the sword in my hands, I heard a noise coming out of the right. I turned my head to look at what the sounds were. But what I saw made me froze in place. The reason that I froze was cause currently in front of me there was a group of 6 human. The dead mana that gone inside of me was once again realized, but a lot fiercer than before. /27 / in the city of Nexvars, in the underground training area of the Darcy Mansion. 2 crimson ores clashing to each other. While one was attacking the other with incredible speed, the other tried to helplessly defend against those ferocious attacks, but to no avail. What's wrong? Already done? A helmet similar to the warriors of Sparta and the long red hair that danced through the wind was the only sign that this figure was a woman. With her armor made out of material that looked similar to that of gold and blood. Every step that she made crashed the ground. She was so fast, in fact, that she created mirror images. A normal person would think that she was creating illusions through the use of magic, but that wasn't the case here. She was simply too fast. And at that moment she instantly appeared behind the owner of the second figure. She raised her golden cross spear and simply swung at him with a solemn expression. She looked like a Valkyrie forged in war. Without even realizing what just happened, he was hit to the side and was sent flying in the other direction. Cug. Blood spurted out of this mouth, but rather than giving up he fixed himself while midair and sent one of the strongest attacks at that woman. Blazing onslaught. This crimson ore mixed with this sword. Swinging this sword came 2 blade projectiles similar to wind blade, but made out of fire. Together they made an X shape or a slightly tilted cross. But the next moment that he knows, those fire blades exploded and vanished in an instant. You have even done well, Raph. You improved. With a voice full of pride in it and a face full of kindness she complimented. Thanks for always ... And although seeing this ant, one of the Sword Kings of the whole Brum Kingdom, complimenting him for this skill with such a warm smile, he was overjoyed. If only the fact that this ant didn't point one of the greatest treasures of this kingdom in this throat. He would even be overjoyed. So, Ant ... could you please? Seeing the sweat that was emerging out of this nephew, she giggled out loud. At this pace, you should be able to experience your own promotion. Even though it has been only 5 years, you already so close to promotion. Usually, others might need 10 up to 20 years to reach your current level. She pulled her spear back and patted her nephew's shoulders heartily. But the strength she used would even be enough to completely destroy a small rock. While hiding this discomfort, Rafa solemnly said, "This is all thanks to you and ... If I hadn't such a good instructor point me the way, it would even take me much longer. Putting this sword back to this scabbard. After all, you are one of the kingdom's heroes. The war-born Valkyrie, Selena Bloodries." This tone had a hint of admiration in it. Hearing this name, Selena unconsciously twitched her brows. "You don't need to call me like that ... This name was bestowed by those brain-dead nobles. Just refer me to Selena Bloodries. Of course, calling me Sela like you used to do when you were small is also fine." Hearing this name, Rafa's shoulders twitched for an instant. "How can I, you the her?" But before he even could finish, he was interrupted. "So Rafa was calling you by a nickname? I never knew that he had such a cute side in him." Hearing that, Rafa's face paled in an instant. "Master Allen. Did I interrupt you guys while training? Should I come later?" In an instant, Selena's cross spear turned into red particles until it completely disappeared. With a smile on her face, she responded to the young man. No, we just finished our training for this time. What brings you here? Her tone held warm but also no trace of respect in it. Seeing that Alan Darcy didn't mind much and continued. I came to call Rafa to go inside today. He said with his chest full of pride. Hearing that, Selena's face darkened. He glanced at Rafa as if she was throwing daggers at him. Why would you need to go inside the dungeon? We are going to retrieve the young master's Alan's sword. Rafa said while avoiding eye contact. Did he lose it inside the dungeon? No. I didn't lose it. A filthy skeleton took my sword. Even though he tried to explain the cause of him losing this sword. The only thing that he managed to do was confuse Selena even more. Wait. Skeletons? Those skeletons? The weakest of all undead? It wasn't a skeleton ant. From what we know, it was a dragger with blue eyes. Upon hearing this, Selena made an awe face as she understood. A dragger with blue eyes. That should mean that it has higher intelligence than some other draggers. Even if it were capable to cast magic though, you guys should be able to defeat it. With that said, she turned around and walked towards the door where the stairs were. Is she already going? Looking at Alan back, she answered. Being a hero of the kingdom doesn't mean all riches and all fun. I have duties to uphold. And the time that I spent here is far longer than I originally had planned. Seeing her tone towards him, he cursed internally. Don't forget to train by yourself while I'm gone, Raph. And be careful inside that dungeon. You never know what resides in there. Hearing what Selena told them, both Alan and Rafa looked at each other with a strange look. It's just one dragger and some skeletons. What reason do we have to be afraid of? She talks as if we are going to face a death knight or a lich. Right. Although he thought the same as the young Master Alan. He couldn't get the words that her aunt said out of his mind. Should we get going, young master? Yeah. Let's head up to the dungeon. After all, there were already records of an undead getting out of this dungeon. Several hours later. Young master, the preparation is done. Rafa, with now this bloody full armor equipped and with this sword on the waist, reported to Alan back. Finally. What took you guys so long? Sitting outside of the dungeon guard post. Was relative a boring thing to do. And in the eyes of a 14-year-old teenager like Alan, such thing was basically torture. Forgive young master, we had to prepare the supply before we go into the dungeon. Since it isn't guaranteed to find the dragger immediately, we must think as if we are going to search the whole dungeon. TCH, whatever. Clinking this tongue out loudly, he noticed 3 knights that wore the same Darcy armor. And those are. Those are the knights that Lord Darius has presented. The one in the left is Bob, the one in the right is John, and in the middle is Frank. Rafa. Didn't I tell you that I don't need guards? With a frown on his face, he questioned Rafa. But Rafa didn't even budge and solemnly said. I am sorry, young master, but those are the orders given to me by you, father. Seeing the emotionless face of Rafa, Alan cursed internally. TCH, father still doesn't acknowledge me. He still thinks that I am a defenseless kid in the end. If everything is ready, let's go in. I will show that I ain't a kid anymore by killing this cursed dragger. Seeing this, Rafa could only shake his head. He already knew what this young master was thinking deep inside. But what Alan didn't know though is that it was all a misunderstanding. Even though this father didn't pay much attention to Alan, he still dearly loved him. But through this personality, he is usually cold and uncaring towards Alan. The reason for that is mostly because Lord Darius is a mage. Lord Darius isn't like all the other mages. He started as a poor noble family and climbed at the ranks of the social ladder poorly through this mastery of magic. This talent of magic was one of the best. Some people even started calling him a genius, which only appeared after a century. Many thought that he would become a magus in the future. But through this early marriage and this care of this family, this progress slowed down until it staggered completely. Thud. A loud noise of metal echoed through the whole dungeon. Captain Rafa, what was this noise? Seeing the anxious face of Bob, he thought if it even was worth bringing such a scary cat to accompany the young master. By the echoes, this sound isn't natural. They are probably sounds of metal clashing, but I ain't too sure. Turning around, he pulled this sword out. Young master, shall we see what that sound is? If I am right, those sounds are from swords clashing with each other. Hearing the word sword, Alan's mood of before immediately vanished. Full of energy, he shouted, "Let's go!" Seeing the big smile of their master, the group of 5 started moving towards where the sounds came from. But suddenly Rafa felt an immense death aura ahead of him. At first, he didn't notice this death aura since it was too weak. But now it suddenly got bigger and denser, making him feel a hint of danger. Where does that come from? And when they arrived at the place where the sound came from, they all suddenly froze. Rafa, the one that stole my sword is the one that lies in the ground. Seeing the now truly dead Drago with the runic weapon in the ground and another Drago standing in front of him, he knew what happened. They fought each other. Suddenly the still standing Drag eyes lighten up. Unlike the Drago that had these dark blue eyes, this had dark green. Just seeing these eyes brought a feeling of discomfort. "You 3, protect the young master while I will." Before he could finish, they saw the green-eyed Drago bent down and gripping the runic sword. And the next moment the Drago turned this head and faced our group. "Human." Hearing the cold yet fluid voice coming out of this undead, Rafa's face hardened, /28 / with a surge of dead mana coming out of my body. My whole body started to tremble slightly. It wasn't a thought of pain. No, it was the exact opposite. Currently, my whole skeleton body was experiencing a feeling of total euphoria. It was as if the crushing pressure that I felt before never happened in the first place, and just the feeling of pure happiness remained. The perfect words for this feeling would be, "You have to go through hell, to reach the heavens." It was truly addictive. But the next moment that I caught a group of 5 humans in my sight, without giving any warning, the amazing feeling of euphoria disappeared, only for the burning feeling of hatred to replace it. In short, human. With my mood turning foul and without any signs of the burning hatred going away, I got into my stance. With the new sword raised in front of me, I prepared to engage him in the group of 5. But then I noticed a dark green light that was coming out of my sword. Why does the sword glow? Turning the sword facing me, I found the source of the lighting. Why are there green flames inside my eyes? Reaching my hand and touching the flames brought neither a feeling of being burned or of any discomfort. After feeling quite puzzled by this situation, a flash of insight suddenly hit me. Right. The new skill I got. With an internal command, my whole status came in front of me. Status, name, level, 10, race, Drag, undead, class, undead warrior LV.7, subclass, health, 1600, mana, 210, attribute points, 2, attributes, strength, 39 agility, 32 intelligence, 21 endurance, 31, talents, undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unite consciousness, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead, although there is still a long way to reach. Your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. As rude as ever, huh? Ignoring the remark part, my focus went towards the superior unique consciousness. Superior unique consciousness, improved version of the talent, unite consciousness, that only undead that already had consciousness before stepping into the second tier are capable to get this talent. It slightly increases the consciousness intelligence while increasing the bonuses of the following ethereal eyes. Since the owner has dark green eyes, he gains 10% proficiency and cost reduction towards soul-based skills. You also gain +3 of all stats. The higher your tier, the more bonuses are gained by this talent. So my talent is ... towards soul-based skills? Nevertheless, just having 12 extra attributes makes this talent already good. Now ... how should I deal with those things? putting my remaining attribute points towards my intelligence and slowly walked towards the group of 5. Intelligence increased by 1, intelligence increased by 1, seeing me advantage towards them, 4 of them rushed towards me while 1 stayed behind. 3 with the same armor while the one on the middle with a full plate armor. Is the one that stayed behind a caster? I can't let him carelessly shoot at me with whatever of a spell he got up to this s. Slowly let it. Letting the burning hatred in my chest engulf me. New strength came at me. Sins of Wrath, activated, the dead mana that was surrounding me before exploding with intense bloodlust. My mind is much more clear than when I tried using Wrath before. Is it because of the reinforcement soul? Putting such thoughts for later, I confronted the plated man. With mana running in my new longsword. Our swords clashed with each other. Thurad. Windblade. Before the clash even happened, I used the Windblade together with my swing to confront the mana with the plate armor, expecting the Windblade to at least inflict him some unexpected damage. Seeing that no damage was made, I realized that the Windblade didn't go through this sword. But as our swords were at each other, I heard a sudden voice out of the span. Onslaught. As I was confused by this sudden shout, I was engulfed by an explosion made out of flames. Though the force behind the explosion made me fly back about 5 meters away. What was that? Seeing the man in front of me unscratched, I couldn't help but look at the young man behind. Was it the caster? As I was looking at the pale young man, the man in the plate armor stood in front of me, thus blocking my sight between me and the young man. So he is a caster. Seeing the way this group behaved, they seemed to protect the young man in the backline. As I stood back up, a loud battle cry came in the corner of my eye. Venge. Seeing one of the group behind me raising this sword to crush my skull, I quickly reacted and blocked this swing with my shield. Shield bash. Expecting him to be as strong as the man with the plate armor, I used my skill, Shield Bash, in case he would use a skill similar to Heavy Strike. But the outcome was totally out of my expectations. Instead of the sword holding my shield down, I completely reflect the sword. Then I noticed the differences between those guys and the plate armor guy. Weak. Without using a skill, I hastily stood up and pierced my long sword inside the guy's heart. Kug. Coughing a mouthful of blood, he blankly stared at the sword towards his chest. Before crumpling like a puppet would if you were to cut her strings. You gained 1500 XP, now before I could even finish, the 2 other ordinary humans shouted at the same time. Frank! Frank! How could you do this to Frank? Prepared to face my vengeance fueled by the death of Frank. Who is Frank? Being stunned for a second, what I next saw surprised me. Young master. Stand back. The caster. No, the young man that I had thought of him being the caster of this group suddenly ran towards me with this sword in hand. Seeing the relations between the plated armor and the young man, I realized that I was wrong. So a servant master treatment. Is it? He will be a great hostage if I can catch him, and him being dead should affect their morale. Having found my target, I quickly used sprint, and rushed towards him. Young Mass, you. Seeing me targeting the young man, the one with plated armor got quickly in my way. You too. Don't forget why you are here. Protect the young master. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 reacted quickly and headed to assist the plated man. Our swords clashed again, which resulted in creating echoes of clashing metal. Although it seemed evenly matched, it wasn't. While I was only able to hit this armor once with my long sword, he already hit and broke some of the ribs while other places were full of scratches. He is stronger. And this swordplay is on a different level. I can't win. Although I wasn't able to inflict much damage, I was capable to see this status. Status, name, Raffer Bloodmane, race, human, level, 23, class, warrior LV.9, subclass, Spellblade LV. 3, health, 1940-1950, mana, 450-450, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 45 agility, 38 intelligence, 45 endurance, 38 stamina 40, talents, human, ancestors blood, reinforced body, leader, blood loved, skills, sword mastery LV.4, sprint LV.5, blaze onslaught LV.2, blood frenzy LV.6, remark, a man that has from this ancestor's blood in this veins. This ancestor blood was forged and enchanted thoroughly until perfection. Although this bloodline has mixes a little bit, the power towards the enchanted blood runs through these veins. So strong. No wonder he was able to block my wind blade. But seeing this status I noticed which quite confused me. But sadly I didn't have the time to focus on them right now. Glancing at the status I noticed that the status showed the name of this human. Seeing a name for my first time in the status I couldn't help but mumble lowly. Rafa Bloodmane. Although I said it with a low voice. The face of the plated man, no, Rafa Bloodmane's face turned pale. You. How do you know me? Seeing him being stunned for a second I didn't miss that chance. I used sprint to step to the side and realized my wind blade towards the young man. What? Realizing this mistake he gathers a terrifying amount of mana in this sword. Blaze onslaught. With a cross of flames appearing in front of me I used my skill, shield bash, to block it. But it was futile. The moment the cross made out of fire hit me a massive explosion accrued which sent me flying. I felt all my bones being crushed at the same time. But what I didn't expect was the explosion sent me towards the hole where the lake was at. Yawn. Arhat. Falling with my broken body and sword towards the lake, I could barely hear the voices of those humans before I falling into the lake. /29 / damn it. Splash. The next moment I knew, my whole vision darkened. Damn it. That I would experience a similar feeling from back then. Being inside the lake reminded me of when I was inside the liquid, where only darkness was to be seen. To think that this Rafik I would blow me directly to the lake. At least it isn't as bad as inside that dark lake from before. Even though I was sinking in the lake, I was still capable to see my surroundings, although my sight range was limited. Crack, he did quite the damage on my body. Seeing the cracks in my bones I couldn't help but curses internally. Status, name, level, 10, race, drag, undead, class, undead warrior LV.7, subclass, health, 132 1600, mana, 86 230, attribute points, 2, attributes, strength, 39 agility, 32 intelligence, 23 endurance, 31, talents, undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unique consciousness, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead although there is still a long way to reach. Your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. I almost died. Maybe being thrown into the lake wasn't that bad, after all. As I was reading through my status I finally reached the bottom of the lake. It isn't as deep as I thought, around 7 to 8 meters at best. After stabilizing myself at the bottom of the lake I started to walk forward. Although walking while surrounded by water was quite slow and annoying, I eventually got used to it. Theorad. What is this? Glancing at the ground, there was some kind of resistance to where I was stepping. Bending down to my knee and removing the sand, a familiar object came to my sight. Rusted sword, a blade which long before has lost the ability to cut. Even though the edge is pathetically weak, it does have the ability to poison the ones that were cut by it. A rusted sword. Why would such a thing be here? Did someone throw it away from the top? When I pulled the sword out of the sand I noticed a skeleton hand holding on the sword's handle. What the? I quickly jumped back and pointed the sword towards the hand. But no reaction. Seeing it not move an inch I slightly tapped it with my sword and called upon this status internally. Non-undead, a corpse that has been for a long time contaminated by dead mana. If the corpse isn't purified or isolated from dead mana, the processes of gaining undeath will take place. So this one will become an undead? Now that I take a better look around, ignoring the moving skeleton, I continued walking forward. The more I walked, the nearer to the surface was I getting at, which resulted in brightening the lake more and thus improving the range where I could see. As I continued walking for a few minutes, I noticed something which made me freeze. What the hell happened here? That question wasn't referring to the surrounding dead mana that was all over the place. No, my current sight range was about 15 meters. What made me freeze was the sight of hundreds of non-undead, with various weapons at that too. Although rusted similar to the rusted sword, it was still an amazing sight to see. Some corpses were half buried in the sand, while other ones were under some massive rocks, only for their unmoving hands to be seen. From where did so many bodies come from? It's like a graveyard. I kept inspecting the various weapons in hopes to find something interesting. But as expected, every single weapon here was rusted. As I was walking past the many corpses, suddenly, something grasped my leg tightly. Getting startled by the sudden movement, I pulled my grasped leg and took few steps back, pointing my sword in the direction my leg grasped. SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. Seeing the identity of the one that pulled my leg made my face turn weird, not like I have a face. You are quite the unlucky fellow, aren't you? The sight of a skeleton that was stuck between a 2-meter tall rock. By the looks of it, the rock didn't completely destroy this bottom half, which usually can be considered good. But this created a situation where the skeleton was trapped beneath the rock, making him unable to move for all internally. I guess that's the part where immortality is truly a curse. Seeing him attempting to pull himself out by dragging the nearby sand made me feel quite dejected. I lightly tapped this skull with my sword, which resulted in this status showing. Status, name, level, 9, race, skeleton, undead, class, subclass, health, 139 800, mana, 150 attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 21 agility, 18 intelligence, 15 endurance, 19, talents, undead, determination, false consciousness, skills, miasma corruption LV.3, remark, a long-lived skeleton that experienced being trapped for decades. So this guy was trapped for some decades. He even got some talents. False consciousness, being trapped in the same places for some amount of time resulted in this being to acquired a level of consciousness. Improves memory capacity. Determination, by wanting to reach the same goal for some amount of time resulted in this being gain more motivation towards this goal. All skill costs are reduced by 5%. He has nice talents, but they don't really help him in this situation, rather they work against him. After some hesitation, I walked beside the rock and moved it to the side. Although it wasn't easy, the 39 points of strength weren't there for nothing. Boom! The movement of the rock made nearby sand raise. Just wait there to regenerate your legs. Seeing that the skeleton being finally free, I continued moving forward. Seeing the massive rock being removed, the skeleton turned this side at me and kept watching me leave. The last thing this skeleton saw was the slight red glow of the runes that my sword had. And similar to the glow of the runes. In just a few instances the eyes of the skeleton lighted up with the same glow as the runes had. In the city of Nexvars, currently in the mansion of Darcy. It was around evening at the time. Since their lord, Darius Darcy finished this meal around an hour ago, it was time for the maids to clean the main hall. Around 3 maids were currently cleaning in the main hall. One cleaned the expensive-looking vase while replacing the withered flowers with new ones. Although they were simple flowers, they had a special meaning behind them. With their petals being white, while the inside being crimson red. It was named the Rectitude Red Mary, and symbolized the crest of the family Darcy. The silver part represents the purity of their loyalty towards their kingdom, while the red part represents the background story of the Darcy family. Like the other 2 maids, they were simply cleaning the dust of various places in the main hall with their brooms. As those maids were humming with a smile on her face, the door suddenly opened and a crimson aura engulfed the entire room. Call listen. Now. Theat. K. Though the sudden appearance of wrath screaming at top of this lungs and this aura that made it difficult for the maids to breathe, resulted in the maids falling with their butts first to the ground. Sadly enough, the expensive-looking vase that contained the flowers which symbolized the whole Darcy family didn't survive. Seeing that, the eyes of the maid who took care of the vase started to tremble lightly. Would I will be made to pay for that. Although Rafa completely ignored the despair that this poor maid was facing. He was about to start screaming again but got interrupted by an old man's voice. What happened, Captain Rafa? For you to be so low, Merrick. Stop talking nonsense and call Surizen. The young master is injured. Although Merrick, the head butler, wasn't happy with the way Rafa talked to him. Seeing the blood that was coming out of their young master's chest, he nodded his head with a frown on his face. Understood. Bring the young master in this room and I will call Sir Eaton. Having said that, he pulled some kind of circular metal plate with a red crystal in the middle and started screaming orders at the device. Rafa immediately went to Alan Darcy's room and put him on this bed while undressing this chest. After he finished, a big scar on Alan's chest could be seen. Oh God! As Rafa was despairing through the following events, the door suddenly opened for a 1.90 meters tall man with golden blonde hair with a pure white staff in this hand. With this golden long hair and these golden eyes, most people would consider him as a man that had the highest tier of handsomes. Rafa, what happened to Al God? What the heck happened? How did he fuck? Everyone! Get out of the room. I need all my focus in hopes to fix this wound. Without being able to refute Azan, everyone within their room was kicked out. The last thing they heard was some chants. As Rafa was in front of the door, he remembered how all this happened. Rafa Bloodmane. On how all this was for a simple mistake. A moment of carelessness. If it wasn't for the fact of losing my cool in the heat of the battle, Master Alan wouldn't. Rafa. What happened to Alan? A voice that resembled thunder. Turning this head, Rafa saw for the first time this service in the Darcy family the enraged look of this lord, Darius Darcy. Darius Darcy with the crimson robe looked that bathed in blood and plate armor that only covered this chest up to this neck was to be seen. In the middle of this plate armor was a symbol that symbolized the rank that the kingdom acknowledged. And the symbol that Darius Darcy wore was one of the great mage class. Seeing this lord being equipped with this war robe, this gaze instantly went to the ground. I failed you my lord. /30 I didn't ask for you to apologize. Tell me where Alan is. Darius' face currently was vicious. With these veins starting to show on this forehead ready to explode out of anger by any second. Seeing this lord's face being so enraged by the injured this only son has suffered, he felt even more ashamed. With this face looking at the ground depressed, Rafa said with a depressed tone. Young Master Alan is currently being treated by Surizen inside this room. I see. Hearing that this son is being treated by Azan, this glowing staff and eyes grew dimmer until no light was to be seen. Darius raised this face towards the ceiling with his eyes closed and stayed at that position for a few seconds. Thank goodness. Murmuring so low that not even Rafa could hear him saying these words of relief even though he was next to him. Slowly opening his eyes, he turned to this usually cold self and faced Rafa. Tell me, Rafa. What happened down there? Weren't you supposed to simply kill the dragon that had the sword of Alan? What happened? Even though he didn't blame him, this cold tone said otherwise. He could even feel a hint of killing intent. Who was Darius Darcy, you ask? One of the most powerful great mages in the whole kingdom, which is capable to eliminate a whole battalion of normal soldiers without even breaking a breath. That was the power of a great mage. And such mage was currently showing a hint of killing intent towards him. Even though it was just a tiny bit of killing intent that could easily be mistaken for anger. It didn't matter. It was as if someone were telling you to pet a lion that was tamed. Even though you knew it was tamed, you still knew deep inside of you that if the lion suddenly tried to take a piece out of you, you wouldn't be able to resist. And if you tried to, The only thing that awaited you was death. Gulping this throat, Rafa told Darius about what happened down to the dungeon. While hearing the story of Rafa's, Darius' already cold face got even colder. So you guys meet a newly awakened Dragra with green eyes, you said, right? Confused by this lord repeating what he just said, he just nodded his head while saying yes, my lord. After a short awkward silence between this two, Darius started to mumble to himself. Green eyes. With martial arts? My lord? Ah, it's nothing. By the way, you said you blew the Dragra directly to the cursed lake, correct? Yes, my lord. I used my strongest attack towards this filthy undead who hurt the young master. Rafa said with this back straight up and full of pride. But that pride slowly crumpled. So? Did the Dragra got destroyed? Yeah, of course. As if lightning suddenly struck. He quickly shut up. Right. Did the Dragra actually die? Seeing the doubt in Rafa's face, Darius turned this back at him and entered Alan's room. You disappointed me this time. Rafa. Bam. Back in the shaman's cave. High-pitched noises could be heard deep inside the cave. Fsheen. A 1-meter wide wind blade made out of mana flew through an already dead goblin, thus splitting it in half and creating a gory scene. But instead of feeling disgusted, I felt amazed. You gained 800 experience points through training. This sword is really amazing. Ever since I have undergone the race evolution, not only did my body stronger and tougher, but it also increased the XP gain through training. Although the increase of XP gain was a pleasant surprise, that wasn't why I was so excited. What excited me the most was the sword that I got from the Dragra. Rune sword, Varin, enchanted sword that had modified death runes carved it in. The enchant inside the blade helps the user with their mana control slightly. While the once normal runes that used mana to repair the sword have changed to resemble death runes. Though the modification of the sword severely decreases the amount needed to repair the sword, but at the cost of consuming blood. The carver that named this sword, Varin, would be dejected to see this one's a gift for this friend. Being used by the undead and had their own runes modified. With this beauty in my hands, I no longer need to use these crappy daggers or swords. As long as there is enough blood in my mana, this sword will serve me for all my eternity that is my life. Lightly piercing through the half-cut goblin corpse in the ground. A slight red glow came out of the runes, and the next moment the runes slowly drank the blood from the corpse until the sword was completely satisfied. It also helps me reduce the burden that I receive when I use the wind blade. This weapon is such a treasure. I wonder where the Dragra got this hand of this beauty-like sword. Glancing at the description of the sword, too brought upon my curiosity. Enchantments and runes. Maybe these two things are the key to create a sword which shoots fire. Of course, that silly dream of mine wasn't what got me interested in these two things. What interested me was the ability to create the self-repair runes just like the Varin sword. If I am able to replicate those runes, I will never have to worry about becoming a jack of all trades, master of no one. Since I got quite fond of the shield and the longsword, I hope to stick with those two. Well, just in case, let's see what enchantments and runes are exactly. Enchantments, an art of craftsmanship that relies upon magical knowledge to modify the magical hinge the soul of the item, and gives it various effects. Runes, an art of craftsmanship that relies upon the ancient language of different races to modify the physical form, hinge the body of the item, and gives it various effects. Both sound about the same. The enchantments sound like what a mage would be able to do, while the runes sound like knowing the craft by itself. I headed towards the laboratory and I seated on the stone table while holding a rusted sword in my hand. Similar to a meditation posture, I put both the Varin and the rusted swords on my knees. With a rock that I picked up from the ground, I started to carve the exact same runes that the Varin sword had into the rusted sword. Although it took me about 2 whole hours to carve a rough version of the Varin runes, the result that I got was disappointing. The runes did neither work nor emitted the same light as the Varin runes did, which made me quite disappointed. Figures out it isn't just drawing out some weird letters and hope to create the same effect. I guess my only hope is to get a rune-making skill through the status. Shaking my head, I threw the rusted sword away as I have lost interest. Well, nothing to be done for it, I guess. Should probably start training instead of curving. After saying that, the sounds of my training continued to echo through the shaman's cave. In the Darcy mansion. In Alan's Darcy room. After what have been 2 days. Alan Darcy's hand flinched and the next moment he slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he said in a weak voice. "You are in your room, my son." Surprised from the sudden answer, he weakly turned his head to only see the dad sitting in a chair right beside the bed. "Dad." Seeing this father wearing a white shirt and these black bags under his eyes. He tried to stand up, but a sudden pain came from his chest. "Kid, stay right where you at. If you start moving suddenly all my effort would have been nothing." Susan lightly gripped his shoulders and gently pushed Alan back to the bed. "Huh? Uncle Azan? What are you doing here? And where is Rafa? You brat. You dare you to call me uncle? Have your eyes been blinded while getting this injured?" Hearing Azan saying that, Alan scoffed weakly. "Yeah right. Maybe you can fool others, but I knew you my whole damn life. You Gramps." Although Azan looked extremely handsome and as a young man around this early 20. In truth, this dude was over 70 years old. Just remembering how many times some maids of our household went and asked Azan out. A sense of disgust came to him. Those two glared as if two different lightings were clashing to each other. "You two quit fooling around. And Azan, could you leave us two alone for a moment?" Hearing this friend Darius' emotionless voice, he turned around and left the room with a frown on his face. Not because he felt disrespected by Darius, but by this tone. Although he is usually cold and has little of a facial expression, but by the current Darius tone and slightly dense face. Azan knew better. Seeing Azan leaving so suddenly, Alan got reminded of his injury. Feeling it chest up, a slight pain came through him. "Are you all right, Alan?" Hearing this father calling him by this name, instead of son. Alan's face hardened. "Yeah. I am all right, father." Seeing this father stay silent for a while, Alan asked, "Father, about the sword." But before he could finish, he got interrupted by this father. "Alan, I decided to send you to the capital." "What?" /31/ in the city of Nexvars. Two different carriages stopped right in front of the Darcy mansion. One had the crest of the Darcy family while the other had a golden hammer with some blue rune letters with the background being of some light green. The crest of the craftbinder. One of the craftbinder servants hastily went and opened the door of the carriage. "Why did it take so long?" "I am sorry, young master, there has been some, so annoying. Take my stuff and follow me." As he said that, the kid with silver hair that looked around 12-14 jumped out of the carriage and went towards the Darcy mansion. Although he wore what nobles would consider average, the visible runes in those clothing would make those very nobles grind their teeth out of jealousy. The young man's name was Samuel Craftbinder. "Welcome to the Darcy mansion, Sir Samuel Craftbinder." "Oh. If it isn't Merrick. Long time no see?" Seeing the head butler opening the door for him, Samuel put on this warmest smile and asked in a sincere way, "How is your wife doing, Merrick?" Hearing that, Merrick's eyebrow twitched for a second. "Thanks for your consideration, Sir Samuel, she is doing well." This tone was stone cold. Hearing a 14-year-old asking about this wife with such a gaze on his face, he didn't even try to hide this hostility. Samuel, noticing Merrick's expression, played along. "How scary, I was just joking, all right? Geez, you surely turned old." As much as Samuel wanted to continue to tease Merrick, he quickly shut up by the killing intent that was hidden inside Merrick's eyes. Anyways. I came here to go with Alan to the Royal Academy." "Where is he right now?" "I heard he got hurt." The killing intent inside Merrick's eyes quickly disappeared, and before he could answer Samuel's question, he got beaten by another one. "Samuel, over here. I almost finished with my preparations, Want to come to my room? I have something to talk about. Hearing the voice of Alan, both Samuel and Merrick turned their heads towards the second floor where Alan was. Yeah, I am coming. Anyways, it was nice seeing you again, Merrick. Saying that, Samuel walked towards the chair which leads towards Alan. But as he was about to go to the second floor, he turned around and smiled towards Merrick. Sir Merrick, don't forget to greet your wife for me. Next time I will bring her flowers. Saying that, he turned around and made a run for Alan's room. As for the Merrick who stayed behind the main hall, this hand was trembling while veins started to show up in this head. Brad. If it weren't for the fact that you are noble, you would even wish to be a dead man when the day comes that you meet my fists. In Alan's Darcy's room. Closing the door, Samuel asked in a curious tone. So? What did you want to talk about, Alan? What I wanted to talk about is about you. Before Alan could start, Samuel quickly interrupted him. By the way, I am into girls rather than to men. Although I appreciated your passion. It's not you, it's me. That isn't it. For what do you take me for? Well, if you weren't seduced by the godlike beauty of then what is it? Seeing Samuel making a straight face while saying, he almost forget what he was wanted to talk about. Almost. Samuel. I lost your sword. Alan made a 15-degree bow with his eyes closed. What? As Samuel heard these words, the usually playful him who joked every given chance he was given suddenly had a cold gaze. How did you lost the sword that I gifted you? Seeing Samuel's serious tone, Alan became even more depressed. What actually happened was, as Alan was telling the story about how 2 weeks ago he went to the dungeon and met the dragger that stole this sword. Returning to the dungeon to retrieve the sword for only to meet yet another dragger, which ultimately almost killed him. Samuel didn't show any hints of emotions the whole time in their interrupted Alan's story. He only stayed there, quietly listening to Alan to finish. And when Alan finished, there was a moment of silence. While being stared from Samuel, Alan could only stare towards the floor. Can you show me your wound? Alan. Samuel hastily asked Alan with a gaze that was of a man that was betrayed. Normally asking for something that got wounded to show this wound be considered rude. And for a noble to say that to another noble, it was a taboo. Yeah, of course. But Alan didn't hesitate and instead started to remove this shirt. As he knew why Samuel had such a look and why he asked to see this wound. As the only family in the whole kingdom that is capable of runesmithing, all types of people would try to get into contact with Craftbinder by any means necessary. Samuel was once accused of sexually harassing the Duke's daughter, but in actuality, he simply helped her find the way back to the banquets that were held by the king. Such a situation caused the Craftbinder family lots of problems through the following years. And the worst accident that ever has happened was that a gift from the Craftbinder was sold to another enemy nation, which turned the tides in a battlefield. Although the king quickly realized that it wasn't the Craftbinder family's fault, that wasn't much of an excuse for the other noble families. And what Samuel probably thinks is that I sold this sword to someone else, thus betraying this trust that he placed upon me. This only friend. Throwing the white shirt to the ground, a massive white scar could be seen through Alan's chest. How did that happen? Seeing the scar that went from this elbow until this pelvis, he felt a chill running through this body. Are you stupid, Alan? How did that undead manage to hurt you so much? Alan simply shook his hands helplessly. The dragger used the martial art of Windblade. As I didn't expect the undead to be capable to use such a skill, but it was too late when I realized. Hearing that, Samuel started to scream at him to the point that the nearby maids could hear him. Are you crazy? If the Windblade was just a little stronger, you would even be cut in half. After staying silent for a moment, Alan calmly answered. I didn't want to disappoint you. Since this was the first gift that you gave me, I wanted to show you that I can be trusted. Sorry. Hearing that, Samuel's hands slightly trembled. You. Forget it. Never do such a stupid thing again, like risking your life for just an iron sword with such low tier runes. Well. I didn't plan to actually get hurt. Alan scratched his head in embarrassment. Sigh. And here I thought only Merrick was an idiot, but there you prove me wrong. What do you mean an idiot? Did you just call me an idiot? You question me proves my point, you idiot. Turning this back, Samu opened the door and said without turning this back. Anyways. Why are you still naked? Pack your things up and let's head to the capital. Otherwise, Merrick will annoy us to death. Bam. Standing in front of the door, Samuel murmured lowly. A friend, huh? Inside the shaman's cave. You gained 800 experience points through training, I guess that should be enough. After glancing at the report for a second, I quickly dismissed it. How much time has passed? After thinking about the time that has passed, I quickly realized something that made me worry. My sense of time is getting worse. Status. Name, level, 10, race, drag, undead, class, undead warrior LV.7, subclass, health, 1250, mana, 23,230, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 39 agility, 30 intelligence, 23 endurance, 24, talents, undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unique consciousness, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead, although there is still a long way to reach. Your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. XP, 136,500 XP, wait. 136500 XP? Seeing the number I was flabbergasted. How long have I been down here? I even went out to explore for several hours for the sake of taking a break. This can't continue. I must leave. /32 / damn, I feel rich. With 136,500 XP I will finally able to upgrade my skills. Full of excitement, I open the status window. Status, name, level, 10, race, drag, undead, class, undead warrior LV.7, subclass, health, 1250, mana, 24,230, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength, 39 agility, 32 intelligence, 23 endurance, 31, talents, undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unique consciousness, skills, lower weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, remark, with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead, although there is still a long way to reach. Your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. XP, 136,500, alright, now is the time to focus. I walked towards the stone table and sat on top of it. Alright, let's not get ahead and spend everything on pointless stuff. I quickly calmed down and started to think what the best use of all this XP is. Since my evolution was at level 10, shouldn't my class also get upgraded when it reaches level 10? Since it is relatively cheap with my current XP storage. Upgrading my class from level 7 to level 10 wasn't that expensive. It only cost me 3,600 XP for me to reach level 10, although it was quite a lot for my past self. For the current me it was nothing. Undead warrior level has increased from LV.7 to LV.8, undead warrior level has increased from LV.8 to LV.9, undead warrior level has increased from LV.9 to LV.10, strength increased by 6, agility increased by 3 and endurance increased by 3, you gain 3 attribute points, you reach the maximum level of the undead warrior class. In order to advance into a higher tier class, a mission has been assigned. Mission, increase your skill, lower weapon mastery LV.1, to level 10 to unlock the class advantaged, so it isn't the same as the race evolution, huh? Even a requirement has to be met to upgrade my class. Well, it doesn't sound difficult. Without much of an expression, not like I can make one, hey, I quickly press the upgrade button of the lower weapon mastery LV.1. Since every upgrade cost 100 more in total, the amount I need was 13,500 XP in total. Lower weapon mastery level has increased from LV.1 to LV.2. Lower weapon mastery level has increased from LV.2 to LV.3. Lower weapon mastery level has increased from LV.3 to LV.4. Lower weapon mastery level has increased from LV.9 to LV.10. The skill lower weapon mastery reached this maximum level. Lower weapon mastery LV.10 turns into intermediate weapon mastery LV.1. Intermediate weapon mastery LV.1. Your knowledge of weapons allows you to effectively use all kinds of weapons and to some extent predict your enemy actions. Though upgrading 9 whole levels towards a skill, the information that was put in my head made me dazed for a whole minute. TCH. I should even upgrade it slower. Now I got a headache. After waiting for a minute for the headache to go away, I continued through my class advancement. Mission completed. Class advantage is unlocked: Undead Spellblade, Undead Swordsman, Undead Guardian, Undead Lancer, Undead Mercenary. Wow, instead of 3 choices I get 5 on my class change? Let's see what every class has to offer. When I opened to see the description of the various classes, I realized that, why is there so much text? After taking my time to read through the classes, I pondered what to choose. The Spellblade is the same class as this Rafagai, which focuses on magic and sword, which make them a caster and a melee fighter at the same time. But at the cost of neither mastering the arts of magic or the sword. If I were to take this path, I will probably unlock skills similar to my Windblade. Although it sounds attractive, it basically makes you good at every situation but weaker against someone that mastered the arts of magic or of weapon mastery. As for the Swordman class, it is basically what it sounds like. Mastering the way of the sword and only the sword. Similar to the Lancer and Guardian class. While the Lancer masters the spear and the Guardian the sword and shield. If I were to summarize these 3 classes, it would be either the Lancer or the Swordman as pure offensive. With the Guardian class being in the middle of those 2, good at defense and offense. The Mercenary class also sounds interesting. Being able to use multiple weapons at the same time doesn't sound so bad, but it has the same problem with the Spellblade class. Basically a jack of all trades, master of none. Why do I have to choose only one? Can't I have them all? Scratching my skull with my hand, I felt like I was in a dilemma. Alright, let's eliminate the Lancer and the Mercenary out of the game early on. I already like using the sword instead of the spear, and the Mercenary doesn't sound that attractive. At best the class sounded exotic. Now, with those gone, only Spellblade, Swordman and Guardian remain. Since I don't have a time limit like the evolution, it allowed me to think about the choice carefully. And about 1 hour later I finally decided to pick my class. Your class changed from Undead Warrior LV.10 to Undead Guardian LV.1. You gained 5 endurance and unlocked various skills. You gain the skill Sense Danger LV. 1. Status, name, level, 10, race, Dragr, Undead, class, Undead Guardian LV.1, subclass, health, 2000, mana, 43,230, attribute points, 3, attributes, strength, 45 agility, 35 intelligence, 23 endurance, 39, talents, undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unique consciousness, skills, intermediate weapon mastery LV.1, miasma corruption LV.1, sprint LV.1, shield bash, piercing LV.1, windblade LV.1, sense danger LV. 1. Remark: with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead, although there is still a long way to reach, your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. Sigh. Seems like only when my race evolves I get to experience this heavy feeling of pleasure again. Although I felt a little disappointed by it, I didn't think much of it. Me choosing the Guardian class wasn't an easy one. Although I was mostly interested in the Spellblade class since it used magic, I quickly dismissed the idea of becoming one. The reason why I didn't choose this class was mostly caused by the human named Rafa. Remembering our fight back then, there was a clear difference between our swordplay. If for example Rafa had this 45 intelligence somewhere else disrupted, I would even not have a change, to begin with. Just imaging him fighting an opponent with 90 strength would even be absurd. There was only death against such an opponent. But fortunately, he had put these stats into intelligence to be able to use magic. Although this magic was powerful, it wasn't able to kill me at point blank range. Thus making me abandon the idea of magic now. As for not choosing the swordsman class, it was mostly through preference. Like, I already had a skill that needed a shield in order to be used. Yes, I am talking about the shield bash skill. It already proved this usefulness, and letting it trot in the skill bar for all my eternity will be unpleasant to see. It was similar to a feeling when you get a really rare item in an MMO but because of your class you can't equip it. Even though you know that this item is really good, there are no point if you can't use it. You will simply look at it frustrated. /33 sense danger. Being able to perceive danger? Sound like a passive skill. 119,400 XP left to use. Let's see the cost of everything this first and then decided. Skills, level up, 3,500, class level up, 4,500, intermediate weapon mastery LV.1, 6,700, miasma corruption LV.1, 6,000, sprint LV.1, 1,200, piercing LV.1, 1,700, shield bash, 1,700, windblade LV.1, 11,000, sense danger LV.1, 5,000, curse of vigor LV.0, 2,375, that's a lot of LV. One that I see there. Heck, the XP needed to level up increased by a whole another level. Seeing the XP needed for all of this stuff, I couldn't help but curse internally. Striking when you see my wallet full, huh? But still, it doesn't look like I unlocked other skills to buy from my class advantage. Welp, nothing to be done, I guess. I will just settle with the skills I got. Although I said that I didn't plan to increase the level of my skills first. If I weren't going to spend my XP to increase my skills level, then where will I spend it, you ask? Obviously. To increase my level. My goal level 20. No, it isn't because I am addicted to the evolution feeling. Although I neither confirmed nor denied it, I have a reason to increase my level. Really. My goal isn't to increase my attributes. My true goal is to unlock the subclass. Although it is just a guess, I believe that at level 20 I can finally get my subclass. Even if it isn't at level 20, it has to be at best at level 23. If that Rafa guy who blew me away was able to get a subclass at the level of 23, then so should I. Raising my hand, I pressed towards the level up screen. Level has increased from LV.10 to LV.11, strength increased by 2, agility increased by 2, intelligence increased by 1, endurance increased by 2, you gained 2 attribute points, level up, 4,000, oh? The attribute gains are a lot higher than before, even my intelligence increases now. Is it because of my evolution? Seeing the attributes I got a little excited, but all that excitement has gone the moment I saw the plus 500 XP raised to level up. Man, I know that you were after my wallet, but would it hurt to do it moderately? TCH. It isn't showing any mercy on my wallet. Although I somehow felt grumpy about it. I had no other choice but to pay. Level has increased from LV.11 to LV.12, level has increased from LV.12 to LV.13, Level has increased from LV.19 to LV.20, strength increased by 18, agility increased by 18, intelligence increased by 9, endurance increased by 18, you gained 2 attribute points, a total of 57,500 XP spent in an instant. But the pain that my wallet felt. In order to choose your subclass, A mission has been assigned, was worth it. Mission: kill someone who has a tier 2 class or a subclass to unlock the subclass option. Reading through the mission, I could only think of one thing. Ah, crap. Seeing the mission, I somehow felt bitter inside of me. I hyped myself so much only to get an access denied like cancer? Sigh. No point feeling upset over spilled milk. What is done is done. Pushing away from the mission window, I looked in my XP storage. XP, 61,900, damn. I almost spent half the XP into this. I helplessly shook my head. I could increase my class level, but I will pass this time around. After all, the skill also does need some love. Without further ado, I started investing in my XP. You acquired Curse of Vigor LV:1, Windblade level increased from LV.1 to LV.3, Shield Bash level increased from LV.1 to LV.4, Sense Danger level increased from LV.1 to LV.3, Sprint level increased from LV.1 to LV.3, Status, Name, Dash, Level, 20, Race, Dragr, Undead, Class, Undead Guardian LV.1, Subclass, Dash, Health, 3000, Mana, 310, Attribute Points, 23, Attributes, Strength, 65 Agility, 55 Intelligence, 31 Endurance, 59, Talents, Undead, Sin of Wrath, Reinforced Soul, Superior Unique Consciousness, Skills, Intermediate Weapon Mastery LV.1, Miasma Corruption LV.1, Sprint LV.3, Shield Bash LV.4, Piercing LV.1, Windblade LV.3, Sense Danger LV.3, Curse of Vigor LV:1. Remark: with your evolution of stepping through the tier 2 undead, although there is still a long way to reach, your evolution broke the fate of you being as weak as a plain rock. Alright, that should probably be enough for now. The rest 16,825 XP I can save for rainy days. Wait. What was rain again? Staring awarding through the cave ceiling, I felt something was missing all of a sudden. After some 5 long minutes, I got hold of myself. Right. I should prepare to leave. Getting of the stone table, I gathered my things and went outside the cave. Alright. Shield? Check. Staff? Check. Rusted armor? Check. Awesome self-repair sword named Vern? Check. I guess that's it. I slightly turned my head towards the shaman's cave. Although it wasn't that long, I think. It wasn't that bad of a place to be, with my shield on my left hand holding the caster's staff and with my right arm holding the Vern sword. I headed out fully equipped with some rusted armor from the head through toe. You might ask where I got this garb, I mean armor from, right? Once upon these days when I was doing my breaks, I headed back into the lake to meet the skeleton that I freed before. I mostly went out to meet him out of boredom, but once I went back to the place he was trapped at, I found no traces from this skeleton. Although I felt somehow disappointed, I mostly did it out of boredom, so I didn't mind too much. But as I was going back to the surface, a sudden idea hit me while looking at all the rusted armor down here. And you guessed right, I equipped the armor from the bottom of the lake into myself. Since there was a vast amount of armor down there, it made it possible to fully equip me with rusted armor. Not the best stuff. But hey, isn't it better than just some piece of cloth that some goblins wore? 2 hours later. Finally at the top floor, where I was blown away. Since my agility has increased quite a lot, it allowed me to reach the top floor faster than I had done before. No sight of the Refugi or anything else. Seems good to go. Walking away from the rock I was hiding at, I went out and explored the top floor. But there isn't much to explore with only one path in sight. I somehow expected to see a similar number of paths at the top floor too, but it doesn't look like that is the case. After hesitating for a brief second, I walked towards the path. It should be fine. Even if I were to meet this Refugi, I should be able to easily win with my current self. The worst case scenario, I will have to run and dive to the lake again. After assuring myself, I walked towards the path. After walking for some amount of time, I froze through the sight that I was seeing. That is a massive fricking gate. After all, A 10-meter high and wide iron door was in front of my sight. Outside the city of Nextvars. In the nearby forest of Nextvars was a guard post that was placed at the Curse Lake dungeon. A big orb inside a magic circle trembled. And the orb started to make low noise. Ping, ping, although slowly, the noise started to increase over time. Ping. Ping tilde. Hearing that noise, a soldier came and frowned upon the side of the orb. What the? /34 / what the ... Why is the orb making noise all suddenly? Seeing the orb in the circle, Alon frowned slightly. Alon was a young man of the age of 19. He was 1.85 meters tall and had a brown hair color which was commonly seen in the Brim Kingdom. He recently joined the guard post at the Curse Lake dungeon. With only 2 years of training, he managed to join the ranks at the guard post in the forest. Being able to join the ranks of the guard post was seen as a relatively high achievement for the common man. After all, joining them means having the ability to fight against the monsters of the dungeon. Cause of this reason, Alon was treated as a rookie with a bright future. Hey Tilda. Do you guys know why this orb is making such noise? Hearing the voice of Alon, 3 men with the same armor as Alon, which currently were playing cards, turned around and taken a look at the orb. Hearing the orb, the 3 men scorned out loud out of annoyment and continued playing their game. Forget about it, Alon, it's nothing important to look at. We just finished our game and we need another player, so instead of watching this boring thing, come over and join us. Seeing that Mike, a muscular man in this late 30, calling him out, he scratched his neck awarding and joined them too. Being with men as old as this father made Alon behave awkwardly towards them. Although he knew that this was a good man. The age differences between these groups were not easy to ignore. With a shy face, he asked, "So what are you guys playing now?" Seeing the young man Alon getting interested in the game, Mike cleared his throat and started explaining. Cough, cough, what we are going to play is called games, which needs 2 teams. Games. Like, the game is called games? Seeing the loss of interest in the face of Alon, Mike hastily started to explain. It's nothing difficult of a game, here I show you. He picked the deck of the cards and started to deal with everyone's cards. Well, for starters, this is a team-based game. So you're sadly forced to team up with the fool opposite to you. Hearing that, the man opposite to Alon, named Derek, frowned and asked threateningly. Who are you calling a fool, Mike? You, of course. Now let me explain. Seeing Mike ignore the disbelief look of Derek, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Now hear me good kind, cause I ain't going to explain twice, alright? Ignoring the background curses, Mike started to explain. So after teaming up, everyone gets 4 cards each and 4 cards are placed at the table. The cards on the table can only be replaced by one of your own cards. And when everyone is satisfied with their cards, we replace the cards with new ones. Got it yet? Yeah, I mostly understood what you said. But what's the goal of replacing the cards and how do you win? It isn't as difficult as you think. It is rather simple. When you got 4 of the same cards in hand, you simply have to make a sign which notifies your teammate that you have 4 of the same cards. If your teammate says out loud games while having 4 of the same cards, your team wins. But if the other team realizes that you have 4 of the same and calls first stop games, the opposite team wins. Got it? I think so. Seeing Alon nodding his head, Mike laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I like you, boy, you with Derek and me with Mike. We are betting 10 silver into this. Wait, what? Before Alon realized what was happening, there were already 30 silver coins on the table. Wait, we are betting on this? Sorry, but I am out. As Alon wanted to stand up and leave this bunch, a hand was placed on these shoulders, similar to when a snake caught this prey in order to eat it right away. It was Derek. Man, Alon, don't ruin the mood so suddenly. I heard that your wife is pregnant, right? Hearing being mentioned, Alon's eyebrow twitched. Well, I am just saying, but wouldn't it be nice to give her a gift to celebrate when the child is born? Hearing Alon couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Just imagine the smile that this wife would make made him smile unconsciously. Fine. I will just play one game. Hearing that, all three of them had a smile similar to a wolf. Seeing the sheep walking right to their mouths, they couldn't help but grin viciously. But as Alon had his hand on these silver coins, a loud voice came from behind. "You idiots! How dare you guys play cards while being on duty?" A man with red hair and a beard with a height of 1.95 meters shouted towards the group. Seeing this, the three clicked their tongue. TCH, the red bear came. We even were so close. Damn bear. But the reaction of Alon was quite different out of these three. "See Captain Rek." Alon tried to salute but miserly failed. Seeing the young man being so polite, he nodded his head and smiled slightly, but this smile instantly went away when he saw what was going to happen. "You fools, aren't you guys too shameless to rip off the new rookie as seniors?" We didn't plan to rip him off. We were just going to play a game." "Yeah, right," Captain Rek rolled his eyes hearing this. But then he noticed a strange voice. Ping! Ping! Hearing this noise, he turned around and looked at the orb with a frown on his face. When did this started to make noise? The group of four looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. "Well, around 5 minutes ago?" Alon answered. "Why didn't you guys report this to me? It is probably just a lone goblin by the sound that the orb is making, so we didn't bother to report it. Why are you guys even here if you don't do your job? Stand up and call the others. Bring the crossbows too." Seeing their enraged captain giving them orders, they all stood up and followed their orders. The confused Alon couldn't help but ask Mike what was going on. "Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. You see, when the orb is making noise, it means that a monster is near the gate on the dungeon. The slower it repeats the noise, the lower the number of monsters there are. Isn't that important to report?" Realizing what the orb was for, he couldn't help but frown towards Mike. "Well, usually yes, but when the noise repeated itself in a slow rhythm, it means that there is only one monster behind the gate, which usually is just a goblin or a skeleton. Stop talking already and follow the orders." Seeing this two talking, he realized some killing intent towards them. "Yes, Captain." 10 minutes later. At front of the gate were 20 men with the same looking armor, with some having crossbows while others used spears. "Has everyone gathered already, Mike?" "Yes, Captain Rek. Everyone has gathered and is ready to head inside." "All right, as you guys should know, we are going inside the dungeon, though detecting a foreign threat at the front of the gate. Though the recent increase of security, we are ordered to eliminate it at the moment of notice. Now, starting with the strategy we are going to take." Before Captain Rek could even continue, a loud noise came behind the gate. Boom! "What the?" Seeing the gate shake for a moment and dust coming out, Captain Rek frowned. Boom! "Captain Rek! The barrier on the gate is breaking out." "What? How can something damage the barrier of the gate?" Which? Some light appeared from the moment to only disappear the next moment. "Sir! The barrier broke down. This isn't a goblin. Hurry, call the Darcy Mansion and call Lord Raffle for reinforcements. This thing must be." But sadly, before Captain Rek could finish this line, the gate broke apart and a wind blade made out of mana flew towards Alon. Seeing that, Captain Rek's legs glowed and jumped towards Alon. "Move, you shitty breath." Saying that, he pushed Alon out of the way. "Huh?" As he wanted to question this captain as to why he pushed him by such force. He froze at the sight of this captain's headless corpse standing at the place where he was. How? As he wanted to question what just happened, a figure came outside the gate. A skeleton? But after taking a better look, Alon's face palled. Humans. With a cold voice and a rune sword. A dragger came out. /35 / the headless corpse fell to the ground near where Alon was, which resulted in him being splashed by the blood that was coming out of the corpse. In front of the scory sight, every single soldier present had a paled expression on their face. But Alon's whole body was telling, unable to accept the current reality that was currently happening in front of him. Realizing that the captain sacrificed himself to save him, Alon felt horrible and even started blaming himself. Sorry, cause of me, Captain has. As tears were starting to form in these eyes. He felt a sudden grip on this right shoulder. "What are you doing, you moron? Stand up before it's too late." Being suddenly ordered by Mike, Alon unconsciously stands up through the habits he formed through all the harsh training he received in the last 2 years in the army. "Sir Mike, cause of me Captain has." But he could even finish. He received a punch from Mike in this face. "You fool! This isn't the time to grieve right now. Don't you see this thing charging another of these projectiles? If you don't want to let your unborn child be without any father, then move your ass." Hearing that, Alon's shaking body froze almost instantly. The dragger swung this sword in the direction of the soldiers. At the end of the blade, the gathered mana was sent flying, which created loud fine sounds. Seeing the air blade coming at them, they finally waken up from the previous shock. Cue quick. Everyone spree up as the second in command was about to give orders. The air blade cleaves through him and a soldier which were behind him to half. That sight resulted in everyone's panic. Martial arts? It's a tier 2 undead. We can't win. Quickly call Sir Rafa. I wasn't told that I will fight against something like that. Naturally, all those negative thoughts affected Alon too. I can't die here. I ain't allowed to die here. For the sake of my wife. For the sake of my child. Gripping this sword even harder than before, he prepared to face the armored dragger to death. He stepped slightly forward, directly glaring at the dragger eyes, which in this perspective the dragger looked no different as the legendary Death Knight that he read in books about. A full armored skeleton with eyes that seemed like they were directly looking at your soul. As Alon was about to step forward to face the dragger, he was pulled back by Mike. "Alon! Hurry and go to the communication device to call Sir Rafa." "But this an order, Alon. Now go." Hearing that Alon could only stay silent and follow the orders. Not only was an order for a superior, but also the self-sacrifice Mike was willing to make. Seeing the young man getting out of here, Mike smiled bitterly. "I am such an idiot. Everyone, prepare to engage. Crossbow to the left and right. Those with melee weapons spread around and charge. This isn't yet the end of us." As a veteran who worked for more than 10 years in the guard post, he was well acknowledged through these comrades. If it weren't for the fact that this actual strength was about the same as everyone else, he would long be the second in command or even the captain of the guard post. Seeing the determination among the soldier faces, the dragger opened this mouth and scoffed with this cold voice. "Ha. Interesting." The stone ground under the dragger feet grumbled. And the next moment, the living clashed with the undead. Now let's go 10 minutes back in time. Inside the Curse Lake dungeon, right behind the gate which connected to the outside, there was a moron of a dragger screaming at a door. What the hell? Why is that gate so freaking massive? What kind of people go through this gate for it to be so massive? Don't tell me. Is the outside ruled by giants? Then aren't I just an ant? Scary. Such a thought is too scary. Even though I am currently the strongest inside here, that doesn't mean this will stay the same behind the gate. Should I stay? After a moment of hesitation, I quickly disbanded that idea entirely. No, if I do that I will be no different than a big fish in a small pond. But in my case, it would be more like a big fish inside a small pond that has no fish. I can't let that happen. Though the several days that I have gone out of the caster's cave cause of boredom, I quickly realized that there are no more goblins to see. Cause they are dead. I wonder why though. I guess if I wait long enough some dragger might appear through the lake. But if I remember right, in order for a skeleton to evolve into a dragger needs several of years, which I don't have the patience to wait for. Even if I were to wait, wouldn't it suck that the newly appeared dragger would be after my head? Even if I were going to reason with the dragger, wouldn't it be awfully awkward for me? Like, "Hey man, congratulations on your evolution." Oh, me? I simply waited several decades so that I will be able to have a conversation after so many decades of waiting. Like how I can say that? I quickly shook my head out of these thoughts. If I were to continue staying here, I might lose something that I might never be able to regain. Of course, I am talking about my sanity. I have long realized that I started talking more to myself. For now let's just see what is behind that massive gate. Everything else goes after that. Walking towards the gate, I reached my hand and placed my palm at the gate. But as I were to touch the wood part of the gate, my palm instead touched an invisible wall. The heck is that? Walking a step behind, I swung the Varan sword towards the gate. Only to be bounced off by the invisible wall. Something is not quite right. By internally calling out the status, I saw what this invisible wall is. Low-tier physical barrier, a barrier that has been cast so that it can permanently stay in place. Although the size of the spell is quite amazing. The spell effect is mainly focused to defend against physical attacks. By reducing the magic resistance of the spell, the mage that put this spell managed to reduce the mana consumption needed for this spell to function. The mage that placed this spell here is as amazing as he is idiotic. So that is why my sword didn't manage to inflict some damage. It's a barrier focused at defending melee attacks. I guess the magic caster who placed this spell here thought that there are only goblin and skeletons in this cave. Walking 5 meters away from the barrier, I raised my sword and mocked the one that made this spell. Is just like what the description said. The magic caster is amazingly stupid. To think someone who can put a barrier covering this massive gate would. Ethereal green mana flowed through my body into the Varan sword. Forget about magic resistance. The mana that was flowing like waves shoot out of the runic blade. It created a dense air blade supported through mana. Windblade LV.3, BTCHHHH. With the air, the blade crashed towards the barrier. The whole barrier surrounding the 10-meter tall gate was shaken and created a loud noise. With my Windblade LV.3, now upgraded, not only did I gain the knowledge on how to effectively guide the mana to the sword, but it also made me realize how to make the waves of mana denser and stronger. The end result was of course a stronger air blade that was easier to control and to make. Truly worth this money. Although the whole barrier shook, it didn't break. So one blow wasn't enough. How about another one? BTCHHHH. BTCHHHH. Air blades after air blades, after a total of 5, Windblade LV.3, the whole barrier broke as it was made out of glass and turned into blue particles. I am not done yet. Seeing the barrier break, I was full of excitement. At first, I had doubts if I were even able to break the barrier, but it turns out it broke. Let's see how sturdy the gate is compared to the barrier. Windblade LV.3. Fsheen. The air blade flew towards the gate. And unexpectedly, the air blade made a huge hole in the middle of the gate and continued flying to who knows where. Well, that was kind of disappointing. I thought that it would be at least as strong as the berry. You gained 1400 XP, what? Wait, where did that XP come from? I didn't kill anyone, thought Uga. I ran towards the hole that my Windblade LV.3 made. Stepping outside, the first thing that hit me was the bright sunlight. And that made me freeze and look up in the clear blue sky. So beautiful. But as I was immersed into this sight, it sadly got ruined by the next thing that I heard. Captain. I turned my head around and what I met was a group of humans looking towards me and a headless corpse. Humans. /36 / seeing the headless corpse falling to the ground, I had realized what just happened. And I was flabbergasted. So that's where the XP came from. I literally headshot that guy. I didn't even mean to do that. Nonetheless, they have quite the number. Around 20. Slowly raising the Varan sword. Mana started to flow through my body into the sword. Firstly, let's confirm their capabilities. If there are too many to handle, I will have to rethink my actions. With my Windblade fully charged, the question where? Who should I target first? As I was troubling myself on who to choose, someone seemed to volunteer. Quick. Everyone, him. Tseen. If you don't know who to choose, go for the loudest. Fortunately, though, the guy didn't even manage to dodge my Windblade and simply stood there waiting to be cleaved in half. As for the other poor guy who stood behind him, Let's call it collateral damage. You gained 1300 XP, you gained 1200 XP, with the amount of XP that those guys give, it's no better than Gyrafalaki's. Heck, they might as well be weaker than those. As I was making about to move towards the group, like a chain reaction, the moment I cleaved these two guys with my wind blade, all of them screamed out loudly, which made me startle for a moment. Martial arts? Quick, call Sir Rafa. I wasn't told that I will fight against something like that. What are you guys screaming about? Haven't you ever seen some cleaved in half bodies with all their guts to plainly see? Nevertheless, one of these guys did say something interesting though. Rafa. If they want to call him, then that means that he isn't here right now. That means one less worry to worry about. Although my current me should be stronger than him. This magic would have been quite troublesome with those meat shields in my way. While I was thinking about Rafa's magic, I suddenly noticed someone making a step towards me. Taking a closer look at the one, I felt intrigued by him. Which I thought was quite a weird thing. This human had the same armor like all the other soldiers. The same weapon as the others. He even had the same fearful expression on his face. By one glance he would seem like all the other humans among him, or even inferior. Since he seemed a lot younger than the others, that should also speak about this strength. If someone else were to take a look at him, he would simply say he isn't any special. And that would mostly be the truth. But if you were going to ask me, I would say he is special. With the same armor and weapon as the others. There is no difference between the other soldiers and him. With the same fear as the others, he walks towards me. Although some other soldier had done the same and taken a stance towards me, he was different. I could somehow tell that he was different than the others. That was because of this gaze. Or rather these eyes. As if he had something to protect which was worth putting this life on the line. What is that feeling? Why do I feel some kinship towards him? Tightening the grasp of the hilt, the same burning feeling that I was feeling started to flow through my body. But instead of the usual burning feeling, that was spread through my whole body. This time all the burning feeling was focused in one place. It felt as if someone was grasping your whole being while tingling this grip. Ignoring the pain, I unconsciously said, "It's the same." But as I said, a strong headache came into my mind, which resulted in my vision being blurred. What is happening? As I was about to scream with all my might, "YSEO, be stable," the moment this bizarre message appeared. All the burning feelings dispirited together with the headache. Instead of feeling any pain anymore, I felt rather refreshed. What has just happened? As I was still confused by all this, I noticed that the young man that I saw before has been replaced with an older looking soldier. Everyone, prepare to engage. Crossbow to DH, seeing the soldiers regain their focus and moving to surround me by the command of this old man. It made me grin slightly. "So you're the commander, huh? Ha, quite a bold of you to make yourself know, at least this makes it more interesting that simple be slaughtered." Sprint. Reinforcing my legs with my mana, I dashed forward aiming at the commander. "Shoot him before he reaches us." The soldiers, as commanded, pointed their crossbows at me and fired at me at the same time. But with my current speed, thanks to the skill, sprint, 4 out of 7 arrows missed. But even though my speed was probably to another level than those soldiers, the crossbow's arrows were still way faster than me. Thus letting 3 arrows hit my right shoulder, my chest, and my shield. And with the state that was my current armor and shield, they didn't manage to hold up. Damn it, do you know how much time it took me to find armor through that damn lake? Seeing not only my shield getting destroyed but also big pieces of my armor to fall off, I gritted my teeth and activated Sin of Wrath. With a dark green ethereal ore flowing through my body and with the increase of bloodlust, all the soldiers couldn't help but flinch. "You filthy undead tilde. Die." Being finally in range of the soldiers, I easily dodged the pathetic attempts to pierce me with their spears and made quick work out of them. And no. Since I was right in the middle of their ranks, the only threat that was the crossbow couldn't get a clear shot at me without risking hitting their comrades. which made it especially easy for me. You gained 1200 XP, you gained 1200 XP, you gained 1200 XP, dot. You gained 1300 XP, mercy. Please. Ignoring the crying man in front of me, I pierced my Varan sword through this chest, quickly ending this life. And here I thought that the commander would be stronger than the others. But I guess I was wrong. Taking a look at my surroundings, I saw around 19 bodies lying there, lifeless. It didn't even take me 3 minutes to finish all this punch. I guess my recent increase of stats made me. I walked back to the gate hole and picked the staff that I threw away while pulling the arrows that were stuck in my armor. I lost about 500 horsepower just from their crossbows. I guess even the weak can be a threat with the right equipment. But as a result of me pulling the arrows out of my armor, the chest armor fell apart and crumbled into the ground. When I finally became comfortable with the armor, it had to break. At least there are replacements nearby. Looking at the remaining corpses again, I grinned bitterly. Sigh. Will this be my fate from now on? Stealing the possessions of the dead? What am I? A garbage man? Even though I was slightly unwilling to I mean to steal their armor. But knowing that one guy escaped calling reinforcements. That arsonist Rafa is bound to come here. What a headache. Thick. The armor does fit me more than I thought. After getting familiar with the armor, I moved towards what seemed like a road. The fact that there is a road should mean that it leads to where people are. Taking a better look at the road, I noticed some drops of blood on the ground. Weird. Why should there be a trail of blood in the middle of the road? Did anyone get hurt before I came? I bent down to my knee and through pure curiosity, I touched the blood from the ground. Feeling this blood with my fingers, I unconsciously grinned sinisterly. The blood hasn't dried yet. Right, there were originally 20 soldiers. This guy should be the last one. Standing up, I began running straight through the road at full speed. Each step made some metal noise cause of my newly acquired armor. Thick. While I was running with everything that I had, I couldn't help but say bitterly. That guy sure is unfortunate. Ha. Sorry. Ha. Forgive. Currently in one of the roads that lead to the city of Nexvars. A young man with a soldier uniform was running with all this strength, while this face being full of tears and this body with sweat. Such a young man was screaming out loudly for forgiveness. Why did something like this show up? The young man named Alon was filled with grief. He knew very well what kind of strength the undead was capable of. That thing used martial arts. And out of all kinds of martial arts, it knew the Wind Blade one. There is no way that the others will survive. Although the Wind Blade skill was a pretty average skill among the martial arts. It was for one reason an extremely rare skill to possess. Not only did you need to have some mastery on controlling your mana, but you also had to be knowledgeable towards the arts of swords. Combining two professions to create one single skill is an extremely hard thing to do. And yet that thing used it like it was nothing. Damn it. Alon dropped on the snoo through exhaustion. Even though Sir Mike sacrificed and the others sacrificed themselves, I let them die pointlessly. As tears were continuously falling from his eyes. This pocket vibrated for a moment while showing a glimmer of red light. Noticing that, Alon hastily took the communication device out of this pocket with a face full of hope. That's it. As he activated the device, a loud and harsh voice could be heard from inside the device. Quite. What's the situation, Sir Rafa? Please. When will you be able to arrive? Hearing the soldier asking the question instead of answering them, Rafa, the captain of the Knights of the Darcy family, frowned slightly. But not cause he didn't answer this question, but rather cause the voice of this recruit sounds full of despair. What happened of there? Recruit, calm down, and report the situation. I will be in 10 minutes over there. What happened to the undead? After calming down for a second, Alon tried to report what happened. The undead broke through but Alon was going to tell Rafa what just happened. A sound of wind being cut could be heard through the distance. Huh. Turning Alon's head, this face was full of terror. Tseeeeen. Alon jumped to the side, barely dodging the incoming wind blade. How could it be? Seeing the silhouette coming neared by the moment, he runs away from the road and right into the forest. But although managed to prevent him from being cleaved in half, he accidentally dropped the communication devices in the road. Recruit. What happened? Respawn. Alon couldn't care less about picking this device. There was only one thing that was through this mind. And that was fear. There hasn't even been 5 minutes. How could this monster manage? Being able to massacre a team of 19 soldiers in a matter of fewer than 5 minutes. That thing was a monster. Tick. Tick. Sounds of metal meeting the ground were getting closer and closer to Alon's position. I can't die here. Later while running through the forest, he finally reached a plain field with all kinds of different flowers in the surroundings. Ah, this sight. Is similar to. Alon's remembered the memories of the past. Of how he confessed to this childhood right in a similar field. A plain field with flowers in every direction with a large tree in the middle where they were used to playing around since they were kids. It's truly similar. The day where the young man confessed 2 years ago was a similar place to this. Hey. Later, he remembers every word that was said on this day. The wind that day carried the woman he loved, her beautiful long red hair. Is it, Alon? Is it another of your dreams of being an adventurer? He remembers how this face was as red as a tomato was back then. A truly embarrassing and blessed day that was. No. Later, today I got a gift for you. A gift, you say? Hee. Is it another of those chocolate treats you given me once? She sure was a glutton at that time. No. Later this time. Bending this knee and pulling a small box from this pocket. Ah. That face that she made that day was truly the happiest thing that has ever happened. Will you marry me? Later? Showing the golden ring with a small crystal in it. She began to cry. Seeing her cry though made me panic at first, but the answer that I got was worth it. Yes. Alon, of course. As if someone cut the connection from these memories with a big scissor. Alon felt once again despair. But right now, he felt more pain. Falling through the ground only to see where these legs were supposed to be missing and lots of blood coming out. Found you. Seeing the dragger coming out of the woods. He felt fear. I can't die in such a place. /37/GHH. My legs. Alon tried to put pressure with his hands in hopes to reduce this blood loss. But the only thing he achieved by doing that was yet even more pain gain. Damn it. I need to go. Back to Lancia. But as Alon started slowly crawling away, noises of metal stepping to the ground could be heard from inside the forest. Hearing the noise behind him, Alon turned even paler than he was already with the blood loss. Slowly turning this head around, what he saw made this fear turn into despair. Impossible. How? And no. Why do you have that on? Picking this sword from the ground, he started growling until he hit the only tree that was in this plain field of flowers. Found you. A dragger slowly emerged from the forest. It wears the same armor as the comrades on the guard post were wearing. The only difference that the armor that the dragger was wearing had blood splashed all around the armor. Seeing that very sight that was playing in front of him, different kinds of emotions went through Alon's head. Fear. Anger. Despair. Seeing an undead coming to claim your life while both your legs were severed, but Alon naturally thought fear of death. This anger came from this undead killing these comrades and stealing their very armor so that it can wear it itself. Not long before, he and these comrades were just fooling around and playing some card games out of boredom. How did it come to this? With shaking hands, he pointed the sword towards the approaching undead. Just keeping the sword in the air relied on all of this remaining strength that was left in him. And at last, despair, knowing the fact that he is going to die before he even sees this child be born and letting this wife all alone. He despairingly tried to think of a way to get away from this situation, but to no avail. Thus, causing him to despair. Go away. I can't die yet. After finally, The dragger neared him. He focused all this strength that he had left in him to deliver a strike into the undead in front of him, but unfortunately for him, the dragger casually blocked this. Weak. Putting a little more strength, the dragger threw Lin's sword away from this hand though this strength difference. Next, the dragger raised the staff and hit this palm to the tree, thus completely immobilizing Alon. Put that damn staff away? While ignoring the curses that Alon was saying, the dragger placed the tip of this run sword to where this heart was. With a cold voice, the dragger opened this mouth and asked, "Why do you struggle? For what?" Hearing the voice of the undead in front of him, Alon froze like a statue. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Alon was enraged by this question, but also puzzled. What kind of question is that? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't want to die by now? Why would an undead which hates every living being ask such a question? Even after thinking for a few moments, Alon couldn't comprehend the reason why he was being asked such a question. Was he being mocked? Pitied? Looked down before? Although those cases might be the reason behind this question, this undead tone sounds like he is seriously asking. Gritting these teeth, Alon answered truthfully towards the undead in front of him. "Hey, why you ask? It's for my family." Hearing that, the ethereal green flames of the dragger trembled for just an instant. "I see." The dragger slightly raised the sword and said with the same cold voice. Unfortunately, the blade pierced through the heart of Alon and the tree that he was behind at. "For you." Pierced by the run blade, the runes lighten up with a crimson color. Qua. With this heart now pierced, Alon started puking blood out of his throat. And slowly but surely, this consciousness started to faint away. Seeing the hands full of blood and the blade through this heart, he knew that he was done for. While being on death's door, Alon remembers the conversations that he had with Lisa this morning. "Hey dear, what would be a good name to name our child?" Lisa said. "Well, I would be fine with whatever name you give our child, but if you ask me, how about Alicia if it is a girl and Alex if it is a boy?" I shouldn't have told her. And with this, the man once known as Alon Agnet has died. Staring at the now dead body of the young soldier, drawing the sword out of this body made me think of the young soldier's answer. "For this family, huh?" Although I didn't know the reason why, I somehow felt bitter inside of me. But with the feeling quickly going away, my focus went towards the Varan sword. Magic is sure impressive. To be able to restore the sword's durability just for around 30 mana and some blood. Though the Varan runes that the sword had, allowed me to drain the blood of someone else and with some use of my own mana to restore all the damage that the Varan sword has received. Wait, can I even call that magic? It's more like the rune's job, rather than some kind of spell. Nevertheless, having such a sword in my possession is truly a blessing to have. I wonder what other effects items can have. Maybe I might be able to have a full set of armor with the Varan runes carved on them. Just thinking about a whole set of Varan armor got me excited. Not only because the Varan runes are generally convenient to have, but getting my hands of such armor will finally allow me to escape the fate of undressing corpses. Maybe they might be scrolls similar to the Curse of Vigor but with runes instead. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a good choice to get out from this goblin-infested cave. After finally having some decent equipped on me, it made me realize the importance of them. If I were to stay in that cave I would probably not find items such as the Varan sword or spell scrolls. Heck, I would even risk of becoming crazy down or losing my mind down there. While I was thinking about what my next move will be, the sun just raised and blinded me for a second. TCH. Although the outside is sure beautiful, there are still things that I need to get used, it seems. Cleaning my armor from the blood through the help of the Varan runes. I checked my surroundings in case I left something. I put my hand inside my armor to where my ribs were and pulled a map that I had stolen from the soldiers from before. If you are wondering how I kept the map inside my ribs, the answer would be easy. Similar to how I made the cloth armor back in the cave. I simply tied some cloth between my ribs and with some skillful handwork, I managed to make a hanging cloth bag inside my ribs. If I were to say so myself. Ingenious. Let's see. I am currently right here, so. While I was scratching my skull in hopes to make some sense of this map, all my bones suddenly twitched through a sense of danger that came behind me. Without wasting any time, I quickly rolled to the side. The moment I rolled aside, a huge flame passed through the locations where I was and hit the trees in the forest. Bwah! What the? As I was flabbergasted to what just happened, an enraged voice came out of the woods. Bastard! Seeing the man that came outside of the forest, I couldn't help but put a vicious grin on my face. Look who is here! Rafa the arsonist. As the remaining flame from before was slowly starting to engulf the nearby trees, I once again met the one who brought me to defeat for the first time. Sooner than I actually planned, but pointing the Varan sword towards Rafa. This time, dark green ethereal mana started to rise through my body. You shall fall. /38 / opposite to each other. With their gaze to another and their mana that was flaring through their bodies. An awkward silence took place, where neither party was willing to make the first move. Hearing the Dragger declaration, Rafa frowned at the Dragger that was in front of him. You. As he was about to question the Dragger in front of him. The stalemate between these two was broken once the mana of one party started to move. Taking a step back, I lowered the Varan sword and put forward the staff that I got from the goblin caster. The next moment, the mana in my body started to circle, going directly to the skull and crystal within. Seeing the mana go to the staff instead of the sword, Rafa's eyes turned wide open. Magic? Raphael was stunned by this sight. After his failure to defend the young master by this Dragger, he went this way to research the undead race inside the huge library of the Darcy mansion. To be more precise, he mainly researched the undead called Draggers. Upon this research, he found out that Draggers mainly use martial arts skills with rare cases of using shadow and necromancy spells. But the true reason he was so surprised by the Dragger in front of him is that it used a staff to use magic. Seeing someone using a long sword in one hand while staff in another one was similar to see a unicorn with two horns. While Rafa had a frown on his face, the spell was already done. Be honored, as you will be the first to experience my magic. Curse of Vigor. The dark crystal showed a small purple light in this center. Right after some dark mist came rushing out of the gym with immense speed on Rafa's location. The mist travels so fast that it didn't even take 2 seconds to reach Rafa. Seeing the speed that the smoke was approaching him, he was surprised, but he didn't show it on the outside. Increasing the grip on this sword, he swung at the approaching mist. But the moment the dark mist meets with this sword, instead of the mist dissipating like how smoke would usually do, the sword of Rafa passed through the sword as if the sword wasn't even there. Of course, that shocked Rafa. What? The mist entered this body and slowly fused through every single muscle of this. Rafa was about to panic the moment the mist entered this body, but after feeling just this muscle getting a little tighter together and nothing else, he realized the origins of the spell. Curse magic of the necromancy tree. That's why. Curse magic. Known for their odd spell effects and their difficulty to deal with. The difference between curse magic and other types of magic is the ability to penetrate most of any defense that an opponent has. Since curse magic is more of a spiritual attack aimed at the enemy's souls, there are few ways to avoid being cursed. But such magic has a devastating weakness. That is the range limitation. Being able to affect someone's soul to decrease their body capability isn't as easy as it sounds. Compared to making a small fireball and throw it at the enemy and cursing someone. The difference is like heaven and earth. Thus the further away the caster is, the more difficult it is to cast a curse. With such nature that curse magic has, seeing someone that uses such magic is extremely rare. Since if you aren't anything else than a master on the ways of curse magic, you will have no hope of surviving any encounter. Being a mage and going near your enemies too simple to use your magic is like begging with your knees on the ground to be killed. Curse magic isn't even good for assassination or other kinds of similar works. Since the moment you curse your target, You basically announce to the whole world that there is someone a magic caster nearby. Such cases can be avoided if you are capable to hide your tracks or delay the activation of the curse, but something like that requires the caster to be a master of magic. At least an archmage, that is. Of course, that was only if a mage was the one cursing you. In an instance of a tier 2 undead such as Dragr, which is known for their melee combo ability which is capable to use curse magic, is a whole another matter. That thing is a monster abnormally. Rafa finally remembered the content of the last page of every book that he read about dungeon monsters. In rarer cases, the dungeon for unknown reasons will produce a stronger version of the regular spawned monster which is smarter, stronger, and more evolved than other monsters. And in every book that he read till yet names such a monster. A monster abnormally, this thing is way too dangerous to stay alive. I need to kill here and now. Rafa threw every other useless thought out of the way and dashed towards the dragger while moving this mono from this body. Seeing Rafa moving towards me, I couldn't help but grin viciously. Hey, a magic caster closing up the distance. You truly are arrogant. I threw the stuff out of the way and held the Varan sword with both of my hands. With a swing from the top of my head, both our blades met with each other. Thunk! Spark flew out through the clash with our blades. Both of them looked like they were in a stalemate, but that couldn't be further than the truth. By a closer look you could see how the Varan sword was slowly, but surely pushing Rafa's sword. Realizing what was happening, Rafa was shocked. You. But before he could finish this sentence, with my cold voice, I said, you weak. Thunk. Rafa's sword was pushed out of the way with pure physical strength. And with such an opening right in front of me, there was no way that I was letting this chance go. Seeing me swinging at him, Rafa quickly stepped back. But that didn't stop my assault on him. Thunk. Thunk. Sparks similar to the flame that was spreading through the forest could be seen. With the echoes of clashing metal, Rafa was still on his feet. But not unwounded. Glancing at the blood of the tip of the Varan sword, my grin grew bigger. Look at this blood, Rafa, hee. I wonder from where it came from. You rotting pieces of bones. Touching the side of the stomach, a sense of pain came. Seeing the small cut that was made and the blood that was coming out, he was shocked as he was confused. How did mere undead acquire such strength in a mere of 2 weeks? This thing wasn't that strong back then. Is that a monster abnormally is? I can't let such a thing run freely outside. Rafa at the moment felt a duty that a knight should have and the dread of a fight. It has been a long time since Rafa felt like that. If not the first. He remembered the duty of a knight that was taught by this ant. The strong should protect the weak, and those that stand on the same land as you shall be protected with twice the effort. I can't let this thing grow stronger than it is already. With this determination to destroy the very undead in front of him, he began chanting. But such determination came also with the dread of failure. What will happen in the case he fails? What will her aunt think about him? What about Lord Darius? If he were to let such an undead unchecked, the accident of the past decade will repeat itself. Who knows how many lives will this undead take and ruin at the same time? Just imagining such a thing brought dread through this heart. Essence of fire, forge my body. Reinforcement. A red light showed through Rafa's whole body. Seeing that light, I stopped in my tracks and my grin for before disappeared. Magic, huh? That reinforcement spell didn't show. Seeing that arsonist using an unfamiliar spell, I couldn't help but grow wary. But I didn't stop my advantage. Letting someone that is part of a magic caster alone screams for trouble. If I don't close the distance, who knows what other kinds of spells he will throw at me. Sprint. /39 / dashing towards the slightly wounded Rafa, I readjust my grip over my shoulder. With both my hands rooted in the Varan sword handle, I swung towards Rafa with all my strength behind it. Throwad. The impact was loud enough to scare the remaining animals that haven't left through the spreading fire. But to my surprise, the arsonist Rafa managed to hold on and put up a fight of strength. I see, that spell increased your strength, didn't it? Seeing the slightly surprised Rafa, I probably hit the mark. Quite the useful spell, But that alone isn't going to cut it. With our clash of strength seeing this end, both our swords were pushed aside. Changing my grip on the Varan sword, I tried to swing it at him again. Before I could make contact with him and my sword, his mana circulated through his legs. With incredible speed, he managed to dodge my swing by a hair's breadth with moving few steps behind. Using sprint to run away? No use. As I was about to give chase, I frowned upon the current sight in front of me. This is. Rafa's mana was gathering towards this sword like a flaming whirlwind that was starting to show up slowly. Back then I couldn't notice the details in our battle as I was focused on that breadth. But seeing it in front of me, I noticed the differences between our skills. He moves the mana like a whirlwind while I move it like waves. But I quickly dismissed the ideas that were forming through my head. The same thing isn't going to work. I raised my sword like Rafa and guided my dark ethereal mana through my sword. Slowly forming my skill. Blaze tilde. Tilde blade. Tse-een. Fie-esh. Rafa realized the contained mana from this sword and unleashed a wave of flames that scorched everything that was touching me. Following suit, a blade made out of wind and mana cleanly cut the ground to wherever it went. Aimed towards the wave of flames, they were fated to clash. Bam! A massive explosion occurred through the clash of these two skills. The wind blade managed to prevent the advance of the flaming wave made by the skill of Blaze Onslaught. Although the wind blade managed to destroy the core where the flames were holding on. The concentrated flames had been unleashed by their bindings and spread all over the place. Seeing the flames blocking my vision, I couldn't help but curse out loud. That damn arsonist, does he plan to burn the whole forest down? While I was staring at the flames in front of me with a blank face, not like I have won. A sudden sense of danger came through the flames. Before I could even make sense of what this feeling is, Rafa emerged through the flames while swinging this sword at my head. Crap! I quickly raised my sword to prevent the cruel fate of becoming a headless undead. Barely enough I managed to block the surprise attack from Rafa. But though my hasty action of wanting my head to stay at this place, my footing got messed up. Seeing that opportunity, Rafa readjusts this body while gathering this mana to these legs. The next moment I knew, I was kicked with enough force at my chest that almost was enough to break my ribs. Maybe that would have happened if it weren't for the fact that I wore the new armor that I gently had taken from these soldiers. Rolling through the ground, I was secretly surprised at what just happened. You can use sprint like that. Heck, he even walked through the fire and still seems good. Stopping myself from rolling, I dug my fingers through the ground and took a stance similar to a cat about to jump at you. You bastard. You are immune to fire, aren't you? Seeing his eyes shone, I already knew my answer. Mostly because this armor was still on fire with no hint of any pain. But the answer that I got brought the burning rage running through my body. Guess. You arrogant. A death aura started to emit through my body and the dead mana was slowly mixing with the dark green ethereal mana. Pleasure mixed with madness started to cloud my mind. The dead man that was leaking from me startled Rafa. Which was natural, a being emitting such a bloodthirst while containing such a death aura around it was a danger ahead sign. You. I will kill you. Sprint. With my before cold voice, my current voice sounded like it was destroyed and filled full of killing intent. TCH, you monster. Seeing me approaching him, Rafa didn't let that so easily happen. Pointing this palm towards my direction, he quietly started to chant. Essence of fire, split and grant me control. Fire missile. Flames gathered at this palm until they completely formed a fireball by the size of a head. Finishing this chant, the fireball split into 3 pieces and flew towards my direction one by one. Another useless spell. Looking at the new spell, I snorted out loud. Not only were the fireballs small, but they had about the same speed as the Blaze Onslaught. While I couldn't dodge the fire wave cause of how wide it was. This didn't count for this spell. After all, they were simply some slow and small balls that were made out of the fire. The only positive thing that I could say about these was the number of fireballs that were made. But nothing else. With my current stats and the effect from Sin of Wrath, Dodging these balls was nothing difficult. Such a joke, moving to the sides, I easily dodged 2 out of the 3 fireballs. The third fireball instead I slashed into the half with extreme precision, which resulted in me taking the flames like a bath. But that didn't cause me much of any damage, if no one. Since the fireballs were even weaker than the goblin caster ones, I simply brushed the flames off and continued moving towards Rafa. Nothing, huh? As expected. With a blank expression, Rafa took this stance, ready to receive me. With no further spells aimed at me, we clashed once again with our blades. And this time, I didn't let him do as he wished. I stuck at him harder and better than any glue that you can find out there. Once he showed signs of retreating, I would be ready to chase after him. Which caused us to be in a stalemate where we fought with only our swords. But that stalemate didn't last that long. After around 5 minutes of constant fighting with each other, Rafa couldn't take it more. Ha, you damn monster. With heavy breathing and sweat from head to toe, Rafa was exhausted. Usually, he would have been able to last much longer in a fight, but since our flight didn't allow any mistakes to be made and require the most focus, which resulted in the mind and the body is exhausted and screaming for a rest, in which couldn't be allowed in such a fight. In such a condition, and a curse placed on him, that was aimed to reduce this stamina. Having to fight an undead being who laughs at the words of exhaustion could only mean defeat. All this allowed me to find a weak point in this defense. Parrying one of his swings, I quickly raised my sword on top of my head and swung at him directly towards his head. Seeing death in this sight, he quickly moved to the side, which resulted in him being hit through the shoulder. Rather, he did manage to avoid death, but not this demise. The Varan sword dug right through the shoulders to the point it almost reached Rafa's head. Blug. A massive amount of blood came rushing through Rafa's throat to the point he was forced to cough a large amount of blood. I can't die here. Need to. Revenge. Though the exhaustion he suffered and the massive wound he receives, he was forced to the knees and slowly dying in the ground. You gained 8,000 XP, about time, isn't it? At least it was worthwhile all this effort, and I wasn't referring to the XP I gained. Although 8,000 XP is a large amount where I would require hours of work to get. No, I was referring to this message. Mission completed. The subclass has been unlocked. Finally, after all this time, I finally able to pick my subclass. As I was about to view my subclass option, something suddenly grabbed my leg with an intense grip. Huh? Turning around to see what gripped my leg so suddenly, I was shocked. With pale skin yet crimson red veins going through this whole body, Rafa Bloodmane was holding onto my leg. I will not let you get away. Mana started yet again to flow through this body, letting such a vile existence running through my kingdom. My country. He barely raised this other hand into me. With this palm showing at my location, I shall take my revenge of my lord and you to my grave. Essence of fire split and grant me co. I finally realized what this madman was trying to do. What? I hastily pushed the arm holding my leg away and tried to quickly go away with sprint, but it was too late. Fire missile. She, bam, bam, bam. At the same time when everything was happening. In the city of Nexvars. In a house of the Middle District, there was a miracle taking place. Lisa, just a little bit. Just one more push. The miracle that was life was taking place. A beautiful lady was in the middle of giving birth with a pained and pale expression. With the last push, the miracle was born. Madam Lisa. You did it. It's a girl. Can I hold it? Hearing Lisa's request, the priest quickly cleaned the baby and wrapped it in a towel to give it to this mother. Here, Madam Lisa, it's a beautiful girl. Even though Lisa had a pale expression the whole time, her carrying smile was enough to cover such details to others. Such a beauty. I wished Alon was here to see it. What would be her name, Madam Lisa? Asked the priest. Name. Although her vision was getting blurrier by the second, she suddenly had an idea that made her laugh happily. Her name would be Alicia. Alicia Agnet. What a beautiful name, Mata. Lisa's vision and hearing suddenly got worse with a feeling of weakness the following suit. With the same warm smile as before, tears started falling from her face. "I am sorry, Alon. I will be going first." She gently kissed her baby, Alicia, to her forehead and told with a weak voice. "Be well, Alicia. While I am going, don't be too rough on you, Daddy, alright?" Those were the last words the woman named Lisa Agnet had said. /40 Inside the city of Nexvars. Several merchants' carriages were in a hurry to leave the city. Some were even panicking. "Why haven't we moved yet? Don't they know that I am the great Dominicles from the Merchant Union?" And he wasn't the only one. If someone were to see such a sight, they might have thought that a plague hit the city overnight. Nexvars was a fairly popular city among the merchants. With a nearby dungeon that brings a monthly income of freshly mined elemental crystals and a huge forest right outside the city that provided all kinds of natural resources and meat. Naturally, many merchants would get drawn upon the available resources to trade and sell. Cause of the city's popularity, they were lots of high quality inns for those who could afford them. And with a place where meat was easy to come by, a comfortable place to sleep the night, and even being a profitable place for their business. All those points made the city a perfect place for the merchants to flock in and create profit. But such heaven was destroyed overnight without any hint of notice, thus resulting in the merchants panicking. The news of the guard post being wiped out and the forest catching up fire resulted in setting off all kinds of alarms inside the merchants' minds. At least on those who had a higher IQ than of children. With the forest burned down, all the previous natural resources and animals that were previously available are now all gone. But what brought the merchants the most anxiety was the fact that a monster had done all of this. Although the information that those merchants had was that the monster was simple a dragon, nothing to worry about. Those merchants all had the same thought inside their heads. Bullshit. Every one single person who lived inside Nexvars knew what had happened a whole decade ago. Be it children or foreigners. Once stepped inside the city of Nexvars, they all will get to hear about the accident from a whole decade ago. On how a monster abnormally completely eradicated the whole city. But that's a story for another time. Looking at the current situation, a soldier brought out of this pocket a communications device, and with a pale expression on his face, he activated the devices. "My lord." In the forest of Nexvars, withered trees were everywhere to see. Trees that were burned down turned into a mass of broken charcoal and ashes, without any vitality to be seen in the trees. And that wasn't all. Animals and beast corpses were shattered all around the forest with no living creature remaining. Currently in the middle of the forest, a man wearing crimson robes and armor pieces covered this chest area until this neck was standing in front of a pile of ashes. Raising this staff in the air, he accepted the receiving call of this subordinate. Hearing the report of the subordinate, this brown switched. "I see. Good work, soldier. Continue your duties as were given." "Yes, Lord Darius." After giving this salute to this lord, the communication spell has ended, resulting in the light of the staff going away. As expected, they started to leave. And here I wanted to delay it for a whole week, but to think that I only managed 2 days. It seems like I have grown old, haven't I? For me to miscalculate. With a bitter look on his face, Darius started chanting another communication spell. Nothing to be done about it, I guess. At least I sent Alan to the capital before all this happened. After finishing casting this communication spell, he started cleaning up the mess. "How is your situation from over there?" "My lord, we just finished putting the last bits of flames out." "Should we continue searching the area?" "No. If the flames are extinguished, go eminently back to your post before something else happens." "Understood, my lord." Finishing giving this last order, Darius sighed out loudly. How did such a occurred mess now of all times? I will even have to request help from the capital. Just thinking of contacting of all the stuff that is needed to be done brought him a headache. That isn't even the worst part. Looking in front of a burned down corpse, this face darkened. "How did you lose by a Dragaretha? What am I supposed to tell Excellency, Selena, now? Tell me." A corpse that was completely charred black from the flames and had several gray veins through this body. Of course, that corpse was the man Rafa Bloodmane. Damn it, look at the mess you have created. And what am I supposed to tell Alan now? Take a damn responsibility before you kick the bucket. Even though Darius was angry from the outside, inside of him he was secretly saddened by the loss of Rafa. Even though he never showed it to Rafa, he sincerely cared for him. 'Cause of him being a mage and a lord of a whole territory he never had the time to spend with his family. And Rafa being similar to an elder brother to this son, Alan felt grateful towards him. But that also makes it so more painful. In the northeast where the forest of Nextvar's ends, there was a small village named Farah. Although the village was quite small, which supported a little more than 100 people, the people there didn't have any difficulties living their daily lives. With the wooden towers around the city and the soldiers of the city of Nextvar's, there was no danger be it from beast attacks of bandits. And since there are around 100 living together, there hasn't been any conflict for several of years amongst the villagers. At most the conflict would be either for some guys wanting to get the hand of a girl or children being what they are best at, making trouble. And currently, the village chief was feeling uneasy. In the middle of the village were this house. He saw several young people arguing in front of him. Chief Boom. The soldiers that left 2 days ago still haven't returned to their post. Well, you see. Chief Boom. I saw smoke coming out of the forest. Shouldn't we go and take a look? No, that isn't. Chief Boom. Have any news come from the city? Everyone, please. Chief Boom. When will? Chief Boom. I lately saw. Chief Boom. Isn't the weather nice today? Chief Bomb exclamation mark tilde, dot. Seeing that no one is willing to let him speak, the village chief Bomb was currently feeling kind of helpless. Everyone, please calm down and. Bomb tried to calm the small group of the young people that formed this house, but to no avail. Ever since he grew old, not only has he turned physically but so did this voice, which made him quite depressed innerly. Back to when he started leading this village and was in this prime, he was known as the Bomb Thunder Roar through this loud voice and charisma. And he was proud of this title. But now, as he was trying to think of how to calm this bunch in front of this house, a thunder-like voice appeared from behind Chief Boom. What the hell are you guys even doing here? Don't be so loud this early on the morning. The voice was loud enough to get the attention of those young men and the rest of the village. Startled by the sudden voice, all the young men turned around only to be shocked. A woman with bright brown hair appeared behind the Chief Boom. With her oily-looking brown hair which even reflected the sun. With her hair reaching until the shoulders and the louse-tight clothing which resembled a t-shirt, which resulted in showing her huge F-sized melons just enough for the young man to subconsciously get aroused. With her curved body and fat being in all the right places, together with her smooth skin and the sweat she had all over her body, made her look like the incarnation of sexual arousal. Hey, Grandpa. Why are those guys here? Mia. Seeing her sweet grandchild calming this bunch for this stead, he secretly felt proud. She is indeed my granddaughter. Grandpa. I told you again and again that you should be harsher with those guys. Melina crossed her arms between her melons and pouted cutely, which reinforced her previous charm through a whole another level. Upon seeing that, the virgins in front of Chief Bomb's house felt lightheaded and had a strong urge to jump at her. Differently from these animals over there, Chief Bomb was only seeing her cute granddaughter being cute. Oh, Mia, don't be so harsh on them. Otherwise, you never will get married, Grandpa. After teasing her adorable granddaughter and feels that things calmed down a bit, he gathers everyone's attention and with a serious tone, he started explaining the things that happened lately. With this explanation done, one among the young bunch named Troy raised this hand in question. Chief, you told us that the soldiers went out to help put out the fire, but you didn't tell us when they will return. Oh, you're right, Troy, it seems like old age is getting ahead of me, haha. And as for your question, they should come late in the night or at least by tomorrow morning. Seeing that no one having any more question left, he was about to end this day gathering. Now that everyone has no more question, Chief Boom. As Bomb was about to curse out loud at the one that interrupted him with all this remaining strength. The moment he turned and saw the man running at him, he froze. What? The young man running at the chief's house had a look of horror. The man's clothes had scratches all over the place and were full of bloodstains. The blood coming from this head covered this eye, while one of these hands was a bend in ways it shouldn't. Everyone was shocked upon seeing him in such a state. As everyone was about to ask what happened and help him, the injured man was faster than them. Everyone run. Slavers are here. /41 / Upon hearing what the wounded managed, everyone had the same look of dread in their faces. Slavers are here. Suddenly flames started to rise in the various houses and sounds of horses running could be heard from far away. Why has a fire appeared? Damn it! That's where my house is. What should we do? Are there slavers coming? Shouldn't we run away? As everyone was in a state of panic, a burst of rough laughter came through the distance. Bahaha! Don't let anyone escape. Kill anyone who resists except the woman. Bahaha! And in just like an instant, the whole village fell into complete chaos with screams echoing through all over the place. You aren't going to get away. 3 men with horses came dashing directly in the direction of the wounded villager. Please! And with a face full of despair, one of the men reached the wounded villager, and with this short sword in this hand, he sliced this neck without any hint of hesitation. TCH, I didn't get this head off. Seeing their friend grumping through himself, the 2 other men laugh at him. Oh? Hey guys, look at that group over there. Ha, are they planning to put up a fight against us? Hey, isn't that babe behind that old man of the highest quality? Damn you right. Go quick and call boss over here. Upon hearing about the men's discussion, the village chief Bomb's face darkened even more. Everyone here. Evacuate in the forest right now. But Chief Bomb. What about the monsters? This wasn't a suggestion. Leave right now. With Bomb's voice sounding like a clap of thunder, everyone present here got startled. Leave and, cough, cough. Sadly reawakening, this voice made this throat feel like burning from the inside out. Cough, leave, cough. It's an order from the head of the village. We can't let anyone be caught by such people. Or else. But as he was going to finish, the rough voice of before us, or else what? Old man, a massive caravan being pulled by 3 horses appeared through the middle of the road. Sitting in the front was a man with a long scar through this face and the body of some ripped-up bodybuilder. Resting through this shoulder was Flemberg, which brought a feeling of intimidation on others. Beside him was a man as 1.69 meters tall, although this cloth was much fancier than all others. These clothes barely held this big belly in this place. With no hair in sight and this stolid mustache, the man brought a feeling of arrogance to this presentation here. Mr. Oliver, how many am I allowed to kill? The Scarface said. HMPH, I don't care. As long as all the women are unhurt, do as you wish. Yes, yes. As usual it is then. You guys heard him. Kill everyone except the woman. If I see just a single scar on them, you dead. Understood, boss Bent. As the group of slavers approaches with a malicious smile on their face, the group of pale villagers. They didn't know that right outside the village in the forest, that someone was watching everything happening. A silhouette wearing badly damaged armor and a deformed helmet that looked like this mouth opening had merged. With a rune sword in this hand and this cold voice, he said. I found you, 2 days ago in the forest. Damn it. I cursed outside. Supporting myself with the Varan sword, I slowly raised from the ground up. Remembering what happened, I truly felt frustrated. That damn arsonist bastard. To think that he had such an ability. Remembering the ability that this guy Rafa had used made me grit my teeth even harder. The ability which he made me lose my guard was this talent, Blood Loved. Blood Loved, talent was a simple yet impressive ability. That talent simply allowed the user to revive and make the user unkillable for a short amount of time. But if that were all, I wouldn't have been hit like this. Although the talent didn't let the user die, you could still hurt him. and the talent didn't active imminently. If you were to know about this ability beforehand, you could simply cut the enemy in pieces before he would never revive. Which made the talent, in a sense, a torture ability. Since nobody would be voluntarily be cut in pieces while still being conscious. Though it was easy to counter, that was only if you knew about the ability. Back then in the cave, I didn't have the time to look thought to this ability, which made me get fatally damaged yet again. All my bones in my body are cracked and some even broken. If it weren't for the iron armor, I would even be dead. And all that cause of my carelessness. The moment I saw the status notification appeared with the XP showing, I completely let my guard down, thinking everything was over. But damn, was I wrong. If the blood loved were to just prevent the user not to die, I would even never been hurt like that. But it had to be a damn resurrection instead. What did this mean? It means that the status counts him being already dead. Which is a sense he was. After all, when the duration of immortality has ended, he would be no more than a dead fish. It hasn't even been a day and my armor is already a mess. Heck, my helmet no longer has a mouth opening. At least it happens now and not in the future. Now I know that not all people die when they are killed. Glancing one last time on then now dead Rafa, I started to move in the other direction to where the flames were. The fire should even attract other humans nearby, and with my current state I don't even dare to fight anything anytime soon. After moving far away from the flames and slid behind a big rock to take a break. Not that needed sense, well cause of being undead and stuff, but because I am mentally exhausted. With my current broken body, I felt extremely weak and uncomfortable. Since the more in damage, I was the closest to a feeling of being drowned into the sea of darkness I felt. Which till yet was the most uncomfortable feeling that I felt till yet. Anyways. Casting aside such useless thoughts. Putting my hand inside my chest, with great difficulty I dragged a piece of paper out. It was the map that I have stolen from the soldiers before. But upon seeing the map I froze. This is the map of before, which had every single detail of the nearby area, is no more. Instead, a piece of paper with multiple holes and missing parts was to see. It wasn't even 1/4 remaining of the map. GHHH. Dammy no, calm down. There isn't any reason to get angry. It's not like my only way to see where I am going inside this forest has been destroyed. Shit, who am I kidding? How should I now find my way out of this forest? Reading through the almost destroyed map, only 2 places were remaining to see. One was a village named Fair that was a little further up ahead, and a place a little further away from the Fair village. The second location simply had a sort of warning sign on top of it. Which in my professional opinion meant don't go or you die. It should be done to reach that village in around 2 days. I think. Putting away the burned piece of paper to what you would call a map. I finally was ready to get in the juice part. Mission complete, subclass has been unlocked. Please selected one of the following options. Once a choice has been made, there is no turning back, so proceed with caution. /42 / subclass, Spellblade, Curse Caller, Runesmith of Undeath, Protector. So 4 choices are this time available to me, huh? I even got the Spellblade class that this Rafa guy had as one of my options. Although I probably can guess what those subclasses do, it wouldn't hurt taking a look just to be safe. Yeah, let's start with this guy's subclass. Spellblade. Those who choose the path of magic and mastering their chosen weapon are being called Spellblades. They are vastly versatile in various situations with their magic and difficult to deal with because of their melee combat capabilities. They are considered as one of the most annoying enemies to deal with, as they are spellcasters who aren't to be underestimated in melee combat. But cause they seek to master martial arts and spells at the same time, causing them to be inferior to someone who mastered the ways of melee combat or magic. Most annoying enemies to deal with, huh? Quite a funny way of describing this, but it certainly holds some truth. Getting close to them is a pain in the ass, while killing them is even more annoying. Just remembering that guy coming back from the dead just to do a double suicide act on him brought a shiver through my still cracked spine. My dude, Even though my charisma cannot be resisted, isn't it a little too much to throw yourself at me and drag me to your deathbed? Shaking my head of such thoughts, I quickly went to read the next one. Curse Caller, a type of magic caster who focuses on fast casting various curses on these enemies. They mostly specialize in affecting the enemies that are near them, but at the cost of abandoning the path of long-lasting curses. Which makes them a rare breed of magic casters. Curse Caller. That sounds like an abomination of a spellcaster. Although their ability is such impressive in a group fight, in reality, they will simply shooting themselves in the foot. Just by casting a spell, it will be enough for the enemy to place a death flag upon you. Although my main class is of warrior type, I would rather not place a bounty for others to collect. And the Curse of the Vigor that I put this Ravagai didn't impress me that much. Although useful, it seemed kind of the overkill. In the battle between me and the Ravagai, the Curse of Vigor only hastens the defeat of the Ravagais and nothing much. Even without the curse, I would have been able to defeat him sooner or later. Casting Windblade instead might have been better. Oh, well, let's head right the next to the other one. Runesmith of Undeath. Those who turn the ancient language of the undead into runes are called runesmiths of Undeath. Their runes that are called death runes specialize in exploiting the benefits of the undead race to bring the most out of the runes. I will be damned. Aren't those the runes that the Varin sword has? Doesn't that mean if I were to pick this class, I would be able to make a whole set of Varin armor and such? Just thinking about it brought me a strong urge to immediately pick this subclass. Wouldn't picking this subclass change most of my current problems? No more would I require to steal others' armor and weapons every time some goes suicide commando on me. The days of the naked skeleton will be no more. Calm down me. Although the path of a bright future is right in front of me, there is still one option to look at. Picking without looking through all actions is the fool's work. Giving a last glance at the Runesmith subclass, I open the last option description. Protector, a warrior that uses various martial arts of the body and the shield are what protectors are. With their motto being defense is the best defense, they are considered as a trusted shield for anyone who is their allies and an impenetrable wall on those that he considers as enemies. This subclass might fit quite well together with my main class as Guardian, since I will be using a shield in the future. But it somehow sounds like being a meat shield for others. Although the idea of being incredibly sturdy and hard to kill sounds kind of attractive, that description makes it sound more like a support type. I might have to pass on that one. It isn't like I got someone to protect, and becoming a meat shield with just bones doesn't sound like a good idea. Sitting down cross-legged on the ground, I started considering my available options. If I want to start using magic now, then Spellblade, and if I were to learn curses, then Curse Caller is the way to go. Both of those options would give me various advantages in a fight, to where the Protector subclass would further enchant me being a warrior type. Although those options sound appealing. It has to be the Runesmith of Undeath after all. Your subclass has been changed to Runesmith of Undeath. You acquire the talent Dead Rune Knowledge. You acquire the talent Rune Vision. Status. Name, level, 20, race, Dragr, Undead, class, Undead Guardian LV.1, subclass, Runesmith of Undeath LV.1, health, 3000, mana, 310, attribute points, 23, attributes, strength, 65 agility, 55 intelligence, 31 endurance, 59, talents, Undead, Sin of Wrath, Reinforced Soul, Superior Unique Consciousness, Rune Vision, Dead Rune Knowledge, Skills, Intermediate Weapon Mastery LV.1, Miasma Corruption LV.1, Sprint LV.3, Shield Bash LV.4, Piercing LV.1, Windblade LV.3, Sense Danger LV.3, Curse of Vigor LV:1, Remark. Undead who possesses the knowledge of ancient knowledge and has an extraordinary future. Although the current him knows jack shit about such ancient knowledge, the potential is still there. Oh! 2 talents right through the start. Not even my main class was so generous. Seeing the 2 talents that I got, all my worries of before have vanished. tch, and here I thought that the status had a change of heart. At least I made the right choice after all. Although my decision was swift, it didn't mean that I haven't thought about it carefully. The sole reason why I chose the runesmith class instead of the other ones was simple for one single reason only. I couldn't learn runes. As silly as it sounds, that simple reason was why I chose that subclass. But what about the magic, you ask? I already learned that with the help of magic scrolls I can already learn magic even if my class isn't one of a caster. Even with the risks of there being only basic spells available on the magic scroll, that wouldn't have been a problem. After all, by simply dropping my whole wallet of XP into the spell and make it LV 10, I can simply make it evolve into a stronger version. It isn't like that I need licenses for magic casters to use magic. As for the protector subclass, let's just say I haven't had enough meat on me. Alright. Let's see what those two beauties have to offer. Dead rune knowledge, you can understand and learn dead runes. Well. I ain't complaining, but isn't that a little too short? Confused, I raised my finger and pressed at the dead rune knowledge. And in an instant, a massive new screen appeared in front of me. Whoa! Startled, I tried to quickly stand up, but though me being in a cross-legged position, I only managed to halfway stand up and the next moment falls to the ground with butt first. Damn it, I didn't expect that a new screen would suddenly pop up. Inspecting the new screen in front, a lot of questions appeared in front of me. Literally. That screen is sure weird. The only thing that is readable is the word, common, with everything else being a question mark. On the left of the screen was a small lane which had a bunch of comma in it, while at the top of the lane was the word, common, written there. Pressing the word, common, 3 lines of further comma appeared on the right. Weird. Pressing at the comma seems to do nothing. Except for the fact of scrolling the comma of left on right, there doesn't seem to be anything else that I can hear. After testing the new screen for a little while, I finally managed to find something. Common, cost 10,000 XP to learn a random rune. I see. Pressing the common button twice was the key after all. Taking a better look at the screen in front of me, I couldn't help but frown, not like I have a face. It seems like the talent, dead rune knowledge, works similar to how I can buy skills through the use of XP. But is it necessary to make it random? That is just a bottomless pit for my wallet to fall in. Isn't that straight up a ripoff? /43/10,000 XP for a single rune. With such an amount of XP, I would be able to increase my skill levels by a ton too. Damn it. Sigh. At least I found a way to learn runes now. As for the cost, shaking my head bitterly, I pressed towards the buy option. 10,000 XP have been used to learn a common random rune. You acquired the normal rune as The newfound knowledge which strained my mind flowed through me. This is the rune symbol, the monoflow art, and the use of the rune was gradually being inbranding in my mind. I will never get used to this feeling. Even though I am one of the undead, I somehow feel exhausted. After taking a break to sort out all the information that I got, I glanced towards the description of my newly learned rune. Rune is one of the most simple runes amongst the common rune language. It slightly increases the shock, impact absorption of any kind of armor part. Oh, that doesn't so bad at all. If I were to put this rune in my armor, I would be more resistant against blunt-like weapons or attacks. Probably. With this in my hands, I can finally say goodbye to the days with cracked bones. Just moving my body, low noises of bones being ground together could be heard. Although as undead I technically couldn't feel any pain. Well, not the physical pain, that's it. But even though the lack pain that I felt, I still felt uncoverable with my whole body being in such a mess. After all, the feeling of weakness was still lingering through my body, which honestly wasn't much appealing. Well, I can say all that cause I am one of the undead, of course. If by chance someone of the living were to get similar wounds like my, I bet he wouldn't be as ignorant as I were currently. The feeling of weakness that I was feeling would probably be a 24/7 torture course for them. Anyways, while ignoring the small wounds of my body, I secretly felt amazed at how runes were made. It's such a relief of me picking this subclass. If it weren't for that, I probably would never have found a such how to create runes. 3 steps go into rune creation. The first one being the symbol of the rune. It was the process of marking the place where the mana will flow and how the rune will look like in the end. It could also be referred to as the logo of the rune. The second and the most important step was putting the mana flow into the rune. It was the part where you had to channel mana into your rune, which in end gave this effect. But simple putting mana wasn't enough. The process needed extreme precision of mana control, which you had to change the power input of your mana constantly in a given way. If the symbol was the capacity, the mana flow would even be the code of the whole rune. And the last step would permanently imprint the rune by activating the whole rune with mana. In short, it was drawing with some extra steps in it, huh? Should be easy enough. With the status already giving me the method and the knowledge, there is no way I would mess this up. While unequipping my body armor, I suddenly remembered another talent that I got. Slapping my forehead, I opened my status again. Right. I forgot about these. Maybe I have been the too excited cause of the rune. While hiding my embarrassment with some excuses, I open the status window and read the next description. Rune vision. This allows you to enter a state of full concentration, which shows you where runes are capable to be built on. Entering a state of concentration. Giving it a try wouldn't hurt, I guess. Standing up from the ground, my ethereal glow eyes lighted intensely up. Rune vision. Suddenly, everything seemed to stop moving, as if everything was time froze. And within the next second, everything around me lost its color and everything started to move again. Confused by this colorless vision, I tried to explain it out loud. But what the? With complete silence around me that I couldn't even voice out my thoughts, I somehow felt creeped out. So that's what rune vision does, huh? Doesn't seem like it would be useful in any battle. Looking around me, I tried various things such as throwing rocks around, pulling grass, and such. Everything that came to my mind could potentially create a sound. But to no avail. Getting frustrated, I raised the Varan sword, ready to throw a wind blade. To my surprise though, the Varan sword was surrounded by a red and some small pieces of green aura. Why does Varan have color and anything else not? After fulfilling some tests with no response from the red aura, I didn't have a choice that to simply appraise it. Rune vision limitation. Through the use of talent, rune vision, you can understand which spots on any items can contain runes. With red meaning impossible for either too damaged or an already printed rune in that spot. Yellow meaning that only certain runes that either fit or are small can fit in that spot. And lastly, green means that there is a free spot to curve runes. Oh tilde. And here I wondered if there are limitations on the number of runes that an item can have. That talent is the answer. And as if a 1,000-piece puzzle finally started to form up in my mind, I excitedly threw all my armor in the ground while gathering my mana in my index finger. Right about when I was to start and curve some runes in my armor, all pieces of my armor showed a bloody red aura at the whole armor. Not even a spot that didn't have the red aura was to see. Why? Seeing the intense red aura in the armor, I knew what it meant. And I felt cheated. Suddenly the 1,000-piece puzzle that was forming in my mind turns out to miss the last piece of the puzzle. Which turned out it was intentionally made to miss a part. If this wasn't a low blow, then I don't know anymore. Putting my frustration away, I tried thinking of the reason why the red aura was emitting in the armor. And though some inspection of my armor, I soon found the reason why. With an awkward tone, I said, well, now that I take a better look at the armor, it is indeed quite damaged. That damned arsonist. To think he would even melt my armor. Deactivating my rune vision, I gripped my armor off the ground and started to re-equip myself. After finishing putting on my armor, I pulled out the remains of the map. Sigh. If I were to curve some runes, I might need to get myself a new piece of armor, and maybe a sheath for the Varan sword would even be nice. Glancing upon the map, I mourned. Let's hope that this village has something to offer. Putting the map away, I started walking towards the village of the map. And in the final 2 days of marching towards the village, since with the trait of the undead race, the travel was quite easy to make, with no hunger, no exhaust, and with my current strength, there was nothing that was able to stop me except my boredom. Finally reaching the edge of the forest with the village in front to see. But the current sight of the village wasn't as I expected. I didn't even reach the village yet and it is already burning, not like I was going to start a fire? Did the flames of that arsonist traffic already reached this town? This shouldn't be the case. I don't see any trees of the forest to have burned down. Maybe they're having a festival over there. Anyhow, the reason behind the fire doesn't matter. As I went through all this trouble to find you, it would even be rude of me if I weren't to introduce myself, wouldn't it? After all, I am a true gentleman. With a vicious grin on my face, I rushed towards the village. /44 currently in the small village of Farah. Looking at the 3 slavers coming at them. All the young men gulped and some even took a step back. With an anxious voice and a face full of despair, one said, "Chief. It's imposed." But before he could even finish, the old man quickly shut up this ignorant brick. "Didn't I already told you to run? If those guys were to catch all of you, then something even worse than death will happen. Now go. I will win you youths some time." Standing up from this seat, he grabbed a staff that was slightly taller than himself. Looking at this, Melina couldn't stay idle anymore. "I can't accept this, Grandpa. If you aren't coming, then Nath," as she was about to get inside the house and get a sickle of her own. The chief quickly interrupted her. "No, you don't, but enough. Troy. Take my Melina outside of the village. You, other guys, do the same with the people of you meet on your way. I would not repeat myself." Being suddenly called out, Troy trembled slightly, but he quickly got a hold of himself. "The chief is right. If we don't run away right now, we all will be killed." Taking the lead, Troy quickly grabbed Melina's hand and yelled with all his strength. "Don't simply stand here and space out. We need to run away." "Huh? He is right. Hurry and run away. To the forest, everyone." Similar to a chain reaction, once someone took up the role to lead and showed the way, everyone else will quickly follow. But there will always be one exception to this rule. "No. Troy, you bastard. Let me go." Grandpa sniffed. Grandpa will die. With tears on her face, Melina was struggling violently to shake off the hand Troy. Seeing the number 1 beauty of the whole village cursing him, Troy felt dejected inside. But that didn't make him lose this grip. "Melina. Please forgive me." With the exhausted Melina from today's work in the field and her current mental state, Troy quickly gripped Melina's belly and putting her on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes while sprinting with everything he had in the direction of the forest. Tilda. Seeing her granddaughter, tears made the old man bomb feel like someone had pushed some nails directly into his heart. But he didn't regret it. "Now you lulz, if you dare to touch a piece of hair from my lovely granddaughter, you will have to pass through me first," he said while taking a stance with this staff. Looking at that, the slavers looked at each other before breaking into laughter. "Bahaha. You guys heard him? Bahaha. So it wasn't me hallucinating. Did you already go senile, old man? Bahaha. Seeing the old man keeping this stance without any chance of expression and their prey getting further and further away, the 3 slavers looked darkened. "Oi, you serious, old man? Tch, this old man is so arrogant. You arrogant senile old man. Your death wouldn't be an easy one." The slaver that killed the villager of before, riding this horse, he charged at the old man while holding this short sword in this arm. "Now die, old man." Raising this sword, he aimed at this neck. But before the blade managed to reach the old man, with a quick maneuver to the left, he went out of the path of this horse. "Fool!" With a quick strike to this chest. The slaver of before falls off from this horse while gripping this chest area cause of the pain. Seeing that, all present here got surprised and enraged. Old man. How are you? You aren't going to get away with this. As the two other guys rushed at him, they slowly met the same fate as the first one to rush in. After making sure that no one of these three idiots could pull a fast one of him, he solemnly said, "Before I and my wife lived in this village, I was once the second in command of the guard post from the cursed lake. Although I am retired now. Don't expect taking this village with me still standing." Seeing the determination of the old man, Oliver frowned slightly. "Hey, are you going to sit here and see how your pay is running away, Bent? Tch, these idiots. They can't even take a single old man down." Stepping down from the caravan, with this Flemberg in his hands, he slowly walked towards the village chief. "Boom! I saw through your skill, old man, and honestly I am quite surprised. Who would have thought that someone who knows martial arts would be hiding in such a rat hole while like this one?" Upon hearing that, the face of Bomb slightly flinched. "So he figured me out, huh? Now, I wonder what you were talking about." Shrugging, Bent said, "Well, I don't give a damn if you are going to hide it or not." A violent aura of mana appeared on the Flemberg. The mana that engulfed the whole blade was slowly expanding and shrinking back. Such reaction resembles a living heart made out of violent mana. Be blood to my sight. Sprout wounds. Without further ado, Bent charged at Bomb with almost the same speed as the horse did. Fast. He is nowhere near from for 3 cutbacks from before. Seeing him coming close, Bomb took up this stance to welcome the incoming strike of this Flemberg. The way he walks shows that he is a self-taught idiot with no techniques or disable. As long as I manage to parry this one attack, my chance of bashing his head will come. Don't mess with a veteran. He quickly put this plan into action, moving a bit to the side and this staff to parry the incoming blade. But instead of letting the blade slide out of the way, the blade instantly started to dig through the wood that the staff was made of. Fool. What astonished Bomb wasn't the fact he didn't manage to parry the sword. Deep inside of him, he knew that he wouldn't manage to parry a weird like a Flemberg this weak and old body. But what he never expected was that this staff, which was made from high quality wood, to suddenly explode in his hands. Being stunned for a moment, Bomb reacted a moment too late, which resulted in him being scratched through this chest. Tch, for an old goat you sure are nimble. Tch, me and my old age. Back in my prime, I wouldn't have spaced out like an idiot. At least it was just a scratch. Hee, let me guess. Do you think this was just a scratch? What do you mean? Without Bomb noticing, the violent mana that was lingering to this wound suddenly expanded. Huh? I was sure it was just a scratch, nothing more. So how? What did you? Oh, a corpse wants to order me? Get lost. Piercing this Flemberg through this chest, a large amount of blood exploded from this back, which made Bomb lose all the strength of this body. Tch, this old man. I can't believe we wasted so much time on this one. As if he remembers something, he walked towards these still dazed subordinates and threw a kick at all of them. You damn sloths. Get your asses up and chase the remaining villagers already. Yes, boss. Understood, boss. Boss? While these 3 were being scolded and halfway beaten up, Bomb lies to the ground motionless and full of regret. Forgive me, Melina. I guess that's the end for me. By each second that passed, the darker Bombs was getting. So this how death feels like? How stupid. Glancing at the slavers getting farther and farther away, he tried grinding these teeth, but this body had failed him. Even in this last request wasn't allowed to him. I am sorry, everyone. I hope that this last pathetic moment of mine was able to buy you enough time for you to escape. As he was going to give up the struggle and accept this death. I curse you, while the feeling of being engulfed by death was slowly devouring. This will still last. I curse you to the last day of your breath. May the dead drag into your death. At that time I will be waiting. And I know that the man Bomb Stronalf will be waiting for all of you, even in the deeps of hell. With this everlasting will and this death. Baumstern Ulf died. /45 clap, clap, well done Bent, seeing your skills is as terrifying as ever. It was nothing, Mr. Oliver. Honestly, I am ashamed of showing you those subordinates of my. Feeling the cold stare from their boss, those three got chill running through the backs. Let's hurry. The boss is angry. Go after them before the boss kills us. Seeing those three running like they got shit on their pants, Bent shook his head helplessly. TCH, how dare they're embarrassing me in front of a new client. Those idiots will need a beating later on. If they haven't underestimated their opponent, they would even have won. Bent looked at the three with disdain. There is no need for excuses, Bent, just tell me if that old man was strong or not. Not expecting such a question, Bent blankly told him the truth. No. Not at all. That man had no talent nor training in him. At such age, he only learned two commonly seen skills that Tier 1 warriors use. Although he was quite skilled with the staff for a Tier 1 warrior. But being at such age a Tier 1 warrior isn't even a compliment. Hearing Bent's explanation, Oliver nodded in understanding. In this world, seeing someone be capable of winning martial arts, magic or anything else of spiritual arts was a rare sight to see. Since learning such arts doesn't depend on only resources of growing, but of talent and mastery for such arts. If one wasn't born with such talent, then he was fated to never reach a higher realm of individual strength. Although different kinds of resources do help of increasing one's strength, there was always a limit on that. As for those that strive for greater individual strength but with no talent. Glancing at the corpse of the old man, Oliver felt bitter inside. Of course not out of pity. We common men shouldn't strive for things beyond our reach. At any rate, Bent. Tell you, men, to gather the goods here and get out of here before the soldiers arrive. There's no need to worry, Mr. Oliver. We have enough time until the soldiers of the city arrive here to us. Please relax and let us do our job, big boss. Trouble. A middle-aged man screamed out loud. Being interrupted while talking to this client, Bent felt like beating this guy to the death, but upon seeing the desperate look of this subordinate he frowned slightly. What is it? Can't you guys not even catch some villagers? Falling to the ground while breathing heavily, the middle-aged man said. This isn't it boss. The middle-aged man's voice sounded hoarse and sweat like crazy. Recognizing that the middle-aged man being one of the few that he trusted among this band, this frown grew even bigger. Tell me already what happened, boss. Someone came and started to kill everyone. Hearing that, Ben started to feel anxious. What? Did the soldiers of the city already came? How many? Shaking his head, the middle-aged man said. Boss. Is just one guy. They aren't the soldiers of the city. It was just one guy. One. As if someone grasped this heart extremely tightly. Bent felt a cold sweat coming from this back. It can't be. Gripping the shoulders of the subordinate, he said with a shaking voice. Was it Darius of the Darcy family? Huh? Seeing each other confused look, a moment of silence fell upon them. So who is it? Right. The one who killed us was a knight with deformed looking armor. 10 minutes later in the Farah village. That wench. Catch her already. Remember not to hurt her. She will fence a good price. While two slavers were chasing a young maiden around near outside the village. Currently, inside one of the wheat fields, someone was wearing a deformed looking armor lying there with a long sword right beside him. That, someone, was me. What the hell are those guys doing? Looking at the trio running after that girl, I come to the conclusion that those guys were playing tag? Why is that girl screaming so loud? And the way those two guys are chasing seems odd. As I was trying to comprehend what this trio was doing, the two men catches up with a girl and pushed her to the ground. You damn soon-to-be whore. Making us chase you through the hole down. No. Please, forgive. TCH, so annoying. We might as well discipline first before we hand her over for some coin. Hee hee, nice idea, brother. That damn Scarface and this damn drools. We will be done before anyone notices. Realizing what was just about to happen, the girl started to struggle even harder than before. Please. Anyone please. Sob. Saved. Looking at this scene, it finally clicked on me. So theirs was no festival after all. Now that I take a better look at them, I finally realize the current situation at hand. If the girl is one of the villages, then these two other guys should be some type of bandits. I guess I should start moving. Gripping the longsword beside him, he went towards the trio over there. Hey brother, can you hold my sword for me while I finish with her? Whatever, just get it over with so that I get a turn as well. Damn it man, give me just a minute. Reaching out this hand, he grabbed the girl's clothing and started slowly to rip her clothes off. Let me go. Noo. Feeling headache coming out of her loud screaming, he came up with an idea. TCH, so annoying. Brother. Can you put something on her mouth or something? But even after several seconds, he received no response. Brother? Or why, as he was about to turn around and check on this brother. A swift air blade flew right beside him and went crashing to one of the nearby houses. Glancing blankly at the clean cut made in the house wall, a slight came to his spine. What did just happen? Brother. After finally turning around, the sight he was expecting was nowhere to be seen. Instead of seeing this brother standing behind him and being as usual annoying, he saw this brother's headless body standing there and a figure looking like a knight running at him with full speed. Brother? Finally realizing what was happening, he bent down and picked up this short sword from the ground. You bastard! You will huh? These words came right back through my throat. The figure that was more than 10 meters further away from him, has suddenly in less than 3 seconds came right in front of him. Slow. Saying so with this cold voice and this runic longsword in this hand. With no hint of hesitation, he pushed the runic blade right through the chest of the man. Glew. Coughing up blood, the man felt everything being surreal. How? After a slight red glow coming out of the Varan sword, pulling out the blade, the second man now lifeless body fell to the ground. You received 1000 XP. These guys were even weaker than I had expected to be. Maybe using Wind Blade was kind of the overkill. Shaking my head, I walked towards the shivering girl on the ground. Thanks for saving me, sir. Knight? But betraying her expectations of a charming knight saving her in times of trouble. I was different. You are welcome. Raising my Varan sword with one hand above my head, I said unemotionally. Huh? As confused by my gesture, the girl tilted her head to the side. But I didn't let her figure the cruel reality out. Swinging the Varan blade with a fluent emotion on her head. You received 600 XP, just 600 XP. But I guess it's better than nothing. Calling internally my XP storage and seeing the XP amount, I felt surprised. XP, 71,425. It hasn't been that long and I am already rich again. Although I felt happy upon having such a large amount of XP, I felt somehow bitter inside too. Sigh. It seems like mass genocide is the fastest way into power, huh? Most of this amount of XP came from the soldiers that I had killed and that one able to undying arsonists. Just those guys gave me around 55,000 XP in a single day. TCH. If it weren't for the fact that I can gain XP through training, I would even think that this status system thing would even try to manipulate me into becoming a mass murderer. Though glancing at the 3 lying corpses, I didn't have much empathy towards them. It more like I felt none. I don't mind killing them though. As I was thinking about what to do with my remaining XP in my storage, someone called out to me. You. Who are you? Did you do this to those guys? He said while pointed in my direction. Looking at the middle-aged man pointing this finger at the corpses, I shrugged my shoulders off. And what if I did? You. What did you say? Suddenly more men showed up behind the middle-aged man. You seeking death? Sigh. Ignorance sure is a blessing. While circling my mana through my legs, I said. But sadly it only lasts until someone meets the consequences of ignorance. Running at them with the help of sprint. Another slaughter has begun. /46 / strengthening my legs with my mana, I kicked the ground and dashed towards the group in front of me. Such sight startled the slavers. Just looking at the eerie dark green mana and the speed that I was coming at them made the group feel a sense of dread coming at them. But no one except the middle-aged man understood what their current situation was. Everyone. "This guy is a warrior. Someone go and call," he said rapidly with a pale expression through this face. But as those guys were still trying to comprehend the situation that they were in, I had already reached one of the groups. "Damn it, how is a warrior in suck?" Not bothering to answer this question, I raised my Varan sword and swung it at this right shoulder with both my hands. Maybe cause my attack was a way of obvious, but the man hurriedly held this short sword in the path of my swing. Hey, if he is still inexperienced, then he shouldn't be that strong of a warrior. But this thought was brutally crushed when the two blades crushed each other. The moment when my Varan sword collided, even with the help of both these hands supporting this sword, the man felt incredible pressure coming behind this sword. Too weak. Instead of the Varan sword stopping at this track, it started digging into the man's shoulder. Not being able to withstand the pain coming from this shoulder, dropping this short sword and created some distance between me. Well, at least he tried. Instead of staying there frozen like a statue and let my prey get away, I followed suit and raised my hand to my right side. Gathering all my strength, I hit the man with my knuckles directly at this jaw. The result wasn't a nice sight to see. Cracked. With this jaw now broken, he fell to the ground. "You received 1200 XP, you bastard." Since the others weren't just going to watch me killing them one by one, they all decided to rush at me to get my head. All but except one guy. "No, stop. Don't underestimate him." But the words of the middle-aged man fell into deaf ears. "Get him. He is only one. Kill him." Watching them scream until their saliva was flying out of their mouths wasn't only disgusting but laughable as well. You think that your numbers will make a difference? Although I thought that, they did make a difference. With the current stats different between me and them, I was easily able to kill 3 more of those thieves. But things started to look for the worse. I was surrounded. While the Varan sword was, in my opinion, a first-class item, which always has a sharp edge and in a sense infinite durability with these runes, the core weakness of it was easily seen by those thieves. The weakness of a long sword, that is. "You idiot! You can't even use your weapon." Seeing me that I had already swung to one of these now dead comrades, one of them jumped at the moment of opportunity and swung this sword at my shoulder. The blade dug right through my armor into my shoulder bone, stopping halfway before completely cutting my shoulder bone into 2. Huh? This sensation. It's almost as if he doesn't have any fools. Before the man could finish these thoughts, a chilling hand gripped this shoulder with enough force to bend this knees and rooting him in place. You think that would be enough? Raising my Varan sword in the air, I pierced the man through this chest. Huh? Realizing what just happened, he was shocked. He thought that the wound he made on this knight would even be enough to finish him off, or at least close to. But this knight didn't even care about the wound on this shoulder. Rather, it didn't even hinder these movements. Losing the strength in this body, he slowly drifted to this death. The last thing he saw was the hollow eyes behind the knight's helmet. You received 1200 XP, so annoying. These guys aren't just stronger than the goblins in the cave, but they also have the brains to not mindless rush at him. But as I was thinking of my current situation, my thoughts got interrupted by a shallow feeling of danger from behind me. But before I could even turn around, another one of the thieves stabbed me with this short sword through my stomach area. Hey! How about they? Not letting him finish, I turned around and swung the Varan sword at him, beheading him on this place. TCH, where do you guys even aiming at? Gasp. How is he still standing? His liver should even be pierced. Doesn't he feel pain? As the slavers were shocked and my endurance and thoughts of running away started to appear on their mind. One of them pointed at me and with full confidence he said, "Guys, I figured it out." Saying that everyone's focus was on him. "I know what this guy is," he said out loud while straightening this back full of pride. Hearing that, even I stopped my ongoing slaughter. Did this guy figure it out that I am an undead? As everyone had different kinds of though, one of them couldn't bear the ongoing silence. "Tell us already. What did you find out?" Launching mysteriously, the man shared this unbounded wisdom. This lack of pain and fear of getting injured. There is only one race capable of that. This guy. He already knows? Tell us already. Every slaver said in union. This guy's race is no good. I got to kill him before he says that I am an undead. I hastily gathered my mana into the Varan sword. But my reaction was too late. This guy is a troll. Eh? As if someone throws some ice cold water into my bones, I froze. But all others exploded in understanding, as if the math problem that was plugged in their minds for several days has been finally answered. I see. No wonder he is still standing on these feet. All these wounds regenerate the moment the wound is made. This guy is using this body to lure us in. Vicious. Pervert. We aren't going to be fooled. Idiots. I mumbled to myself. One thing I was sure about. If ignorance was privileged of fools, then two guys were dumbasses. How did those guys end up in such a conclusion? And the heck is a troll? What else surprised me was that instead of them being more careful around me, they were more reckless. Before they self-declared me as a troll, these guys were simply circling me looking for opportunities to get a piece out of me. Which were quite effective methods with me wielding a long sword. But now, instead of them playing it safe with less risk on their lives, they started swarming me continuously. Although that created more holes in my armor and some of my bones to be cracked. The result of this of them dying more quickly. Continue attacking him. He slowed down. If we manage to make him our slave, we will be rich. He is getting tired. Just a little more and we got this troll bastard. At this point I was speechless. Make me a slave? Don't you see that you guys are getting slaughtered? And I am getting tired? I am a freaking undead. If I can get tired, then so can pigs fly at 20 match speed. As I was laughing at the stupidity of those guys, I didn't know that these punch actions did actually have a point. The demi-humans that are trolls have a well-known racial ability that most people know in this world. And that was regeneration. But such an ability can either be considered a curse or a blessing. In battle, trolls are easily able to regenerate small wounds, organs, and even some of their body parts such as their hands if given enough time. And similar to how the world is. Nothing comes without a price. Since their regeneration doesn't come out of nothing, they still need nutrients for it to work. And regeneration without enough nutrients quickly exhausts trolls, which make them extremely safe to catch and sell as they are highly valued in the alchemy industry. Thus a curse. And since I wasn't a troll myself, those guys' actions were truly pointless. And I wasn't the only one who noticed that. Some of them had already run away unbeknownst to others. If I remember right, do guys have a boss or something the like. I guess it's time to try the new trick. Slowly gathering my dark green mana in my hand, I cast Curse of Vigor upon the middle-aged man who just started to run away. Previously with my fight against the Rafa guy, I realized a hidden function on curse magic. Or at least the Curse of Vigor spell. Although it isn't much, I somewhat am capable to sense the mana placed upon my spell's victims. This makes at the same time tracking spell. HMPF, consider yourself lucky of being the chosen one. After I finish with those idiots, I will come and guide you through your fate. Pretending to have been exhausted, I continued killing these idiots while watching my XP storage filling up. /47 /UUK. There I was. Holding the neck of the genius who declared me as whatever a troll might be. The battle with those guys was a short-lived one. At the start, this thieves who turned out to be slavers was quite an annoying bunch to deal with. But after killing half of them they lost almost all morale. Which in turn makes things all the more annoying to deal with since I had to chase after them. Hey, you listening to me? If you don't want to join your friends, you better start using that mouth of yours, I said while increasing my grip on this neck. The man that has this throat grip looked ghastly pale. This skin was starting to lose color with its eyes trembling. Please. Neighborette. Looking at the man's eye slowly to turn around and saliva coming from this mouth, I realized my mistake. Tch. Disgusting. I turned around and threw him like at the remains of the previous fight. Cough cough. Please. I will talk, gasp. He hastily tried to beg for this life but was shortly after shocked and disgusted by the current sight in front of him. Seeing this comrade who was just yesterday night having a nice drink and shared jokes with each other being cut right through the middle until this belly. He imminently turned around and threw up what was remaining of this breakfast of this day. Since it's not an everyday event to see the innards of someone else lean down on the ground like a merchant would show this gores in an everyday bazaar. Such a reaction was normal. Good thing that I tossed him away before I was splashed with the green juice. Shaking the remaining saliva in my hand with a heavy face, I picked up one of the short swords of the dead and walked towards the man. I ain't repeating, tell me where the other guys are and the one you call boss before. Without hesitation, I stabbed the mentally and physically exhausted man with the sword that I picked up through his thigh. Enormous pain overwhelmed the man to the point where this vision was blinded by own tears. But these screams and tears imminently stopped when he saw the dreadful knight picking another of these short swords, while this gaze still being on this other thigh. Please. I already said I talk. I will talk. Please. Seeing this determination to comply, I stared at him blankly and handed him to continue. Ignoring the pain from this thigh, he began talking faster than he could breathe. He didn't dare to wait with the gaze of this dreadful knight before him. As I told you before, we came here to raid this village and make the villagers slaves, he mumbled last and took a peek at the knight. Seeing no reaction, he sighed in relief inside of him and continued explaining. As for your question, most of us died here or run off, as you saw. We originally came here because one of the villager girls had escaped and the guys chasing her took too long to come. I see. The the girl that I killed was the reason why so many came here. They finished their job and probably came to play with her while blaming the two guys for damaging the product. So? It can't be that everyone came here to simply play with her, right? Why yeah, only the few who manage the slaves inside the wagons with our boss leading the caravan. They should be in the middle of the town right now. That's all. I really don't know anything else. Really? He said with trembling and hiccups. I see. In the middle of the town, you say? I said while looking far through the distance. Why yeah, just walk straight this path if you want to go there. He pointed at the path behind him. All right. Thanks for the info then. Seeing the dreadful knight put the short sword down and walking behind him towards the path. An invisible weight from this heart disappeared and relief came to this mind. I survived. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters to him now. Even though he felt the adrenaline in this body going away, thus regaining the pain in this leg. He didn't care. Feeling bad for betraying this comrade? They can die a dog's death by this night of all I care. Even though this body was trashed around and this mind was a mess. The man currently had a moment of pure euphoria. He was just glad he was able to survive. As long as I can live, nothing else matters. The next moment he knew, this worldview became upside down and similar to when he watched himself in the mirror. There was this headless body standing there. The last thing he saw was the night of before standing behind this body. You received 1200 XP, as for me I simply stabbed the Varan sword inside his body and activating the runes to repair what damage was done in the fight. After the repair has finished, I walked towards the direction that the now dead man had pointed out while shaking my head by the last words of the man. Surviving wasn't an option. It wasn't you guys making an enemy out of me. It was me making an enemy out of you. After all, my sole reason for coming here was simply to find new armor and a scabbard. I hope that their boss has at least armor on him. My gaze landed in the direction where the man showed, or rather to where I sensed my mana. Although that guy told the truth, it never hurts to be prepared. Without further ado, I ran off towards the chosen one. Shortly after, I already got a glimpse at the middle-aged man far away. Oh, there are the wagons that should have the slaves in. After scanning the surroundings, I felt disappointed. The man with the scar on this face should be the so-called boss based on this equipped, and the egg-looking guy should be the one that takes care of the slaves. Although I said that the scar face had better equipped, that only counted at this sword. My expectation was too big. I should end this quickly. What if I want armor? What if I want a scabbard fitting exactly my Varan sword? Am I greedy? Maybe. Do I care? Hell no. Concentrating the mana in the Varan sword and moving it like waves, I shot at the always reliable wind blade. Fsheeeen. The blade made out of mana and air cut through the very wind it was created towards the financially poor boss. Boss. You got to believe me. You dare say such nonsense like a troll pretending to be a knight? What is this, one of the pranks that you got forced into? No. Boss. I swear I would never tell such, huh? What is this sound? As he was about to turn around and see the high-pitched sound that was getting closer and closer, he was violently grabbed and pushed in front of this boss by this boss. Boss? As these words came out of this mouth, he felt an incredible pressure coming out of this back to the point where almost this complete body was cut in half. The middle-aged man couldn't even cry out of pain as he was instantly killed by an almost invisible blade. Although Bent was used to similar sights of horror like the man being split in two cause of this shady job that he had done, he was still shaken by the method that this trusted meatbag was dealt with. A highly concentrated mana blade. To think this town would be so absurd. Not only was an old geezer capable of showing the strength of a warrior, but there is a guy who is capable of shoot projectiles with such an affinity. It wasn't the first time that Bent had seen this skill, which is the reason why he is cursing BN. By the simple use of the skill, he could tell that it lacked speed and stealth. As far as he knew, this martial art was called Wind Blade, which was quite simple but also quite difficult to master. The supposed peak of the skill was supposed to be an incredible fast blade that was almost invisible in the common eye. And the martial art that he just saw was definitely the Wind Blade. Although that ominous mana sticks out like a jester in a royal palace, it wasn't less dangerous than at the peak of such skill, and if yes, only by tiny best weaker. To think that you will throw one of your subordinates just to block that, said a cold voice. Seeing the man that this terrifying skill toward being a 1.95 meters tall with a menacing sword in this hand and a heavily damaged armor which looked like the metal had once melted down. With the many holes that the armor, Bent felt like he was staring into the abyss, as the only thing he saw in these holes was pure nothingness. I guess this will take longer than expected, said the chilling voice. Hearing the tone of the knight in front of him, he could almost swear that he saw a vicious smile forming behind the knight's helm. /48 / gathering the ethereal mana in the Varan sword, I threw the next end blade. Another, Fsheeeen. The wind blade cut through the soft earth and through the air in the direction of the slaver boss. But unfortunately, the guy used a secret technique called moving away. Of course it's too slow. Well, of course it was too slow. Considering the distance between us and the obvious projectile that was lightly glowing with my dark green light. I should even have realized that it was bound to miss. TCH, waste of mana. Although I knew, I still did it. Why, you ask? Well, since I got one, wouldn't the second be on free? I guess a close confrontation is needed. Digging my boots to the soft ground, I dashed towards the guy in front of me with caution. It would even suck if that guy was to show to be similar to the Rafa guy, which had long distance attacks. But even after moving no further than 5 meters away from him, I saw no hint of magic or the like. He shouldn't be a magic caster. Maybe a swordman? At the 4-meter mark, I accelerated with the use of sprint, and jumped at him to hank him at one go. Our blades met, with me winning the contest of strength and slowly pushing this blade away. You brute! Why the heck is someone like you in such a punny village? You talk too much. Breaking the standoff, I guided the mana in my sword. The same trick again? You think I am stop, shut up. You. Swinging my sword, another wind blade appeared out of the ruined blade. The man has already anticipated it and moved to the side before the blade even came out. Looking at the gaze of the knight in front of him, he got a feeling that something was wrong. In the moment he saw the direction that the blade was pointing, it was too late. This bastard. It can't be. Mr. Oliver. Take cover. Fsheen. As he was awakened from a deep slumber. The poor slave merchant saw the ever-closing mass of mana and wind. This face imminently turned pale and cold sweat runner through this back. Seriously? The merchant quickly fell from the seat face forward before crawling inside the wagon. Fortunately for him, he just got away right of time before the violent wind blade cut through a massive piece of wood at the place where this seat was. I even missed that one. It sure isn't my day. Although nothing has happened, Bint was still shocked at what just happened. What would have happened if Mr. Oliver, his employer, had died? Where would he get his pay? Considering that this guy killed most of my subordinates, this business model that had been built by sweat and tears would overnight collapse. He couldn't let that happen. Bastard. You asked for it. Suddenly, the violent mana that was inside of him busted out of this body, governing both this whole body and mana before vanishing. Be blood to my sight. Sprout wounds. After the same violent mana went inside the man's sword, he accelerated towards me. And here I thought that magic was rare. I murmured. It's obvious that he is using the skill, sprint, but this guy chanted something just now. Theek. Like the previous clash with our swords, I still hold on to the strength superiority. As I were to push forward to end this pathetic life, my sword was suddenly pushed back out of nowhere. Huh? You feel for it? Slash. With a slight glow in his arms, the speed that he swung greatly hastened. With no time to block the incoming blade, I quickly took a step back to avoid saying goodbye to my shiny head mine. Which resulted in the Flamberg to dig deep inside my armor and break two of my left ribs. Fortunately, he didn't hit the rib that held the self-made bag that was made out of cloth that I was so proud of. Even though I avoided the items that were inside of me falling off, the attack still did around 450 damage in total. The damage I received was quite big, but it didn't hinder my movements a bit. Why does the armor glow so suddenly? Mana. Just before I could touch this strange mana, it suddenly brightened up and the holes grew by half as much. KRGGH. I blankly looked at them together, pressed metal in the expanded hole that happened in the span of fewer than 2 seconds. Basha. You idiot. That's what you get off under as Bint. We're about to laugh at the monstrous knight. These words stuck to his throat when he saw the knight blankly watching him. Taking a better look at the knight, the sight became even more blizzard. Why is he still standing there looking at me as he was fine? I surely hit him at this vitals, but why isn't he screaming of pain and begged to spare him? Huh? Why isn't blood coming out of you? Looking at this Flamberg, he still saw no hints of blood in this blade. No matter how the gears turned inside this head, only further confusion overwhelmed him. But this brainstorming came to a halt when he saw the mana of the knight flowing through this blade. Damn it! He quickly used sprint, stepping aside from the incoming wind blade. But this relief was short-lived when he saw a long sword of this knight coming crashing towards this head. You think. The loud sound of metal echoed through the whole village. The strength behind the long sword was nowhere as strong as the one of before. These knees were starting to bend slowly and shock was written all over this face. How did you? Didn't I tell you? Using the skill, sprint, I kicked him with immense speed to this thigh. As if my leg dug through this flesh, sounds of bones cracking could be heard and the boss of those guys was blown away and rolling to the ground. That you talk too much? Cracked. Bastard. My leg. Even though he felt immense pain coming from this leg, he still tried to stand up and fight. But in short, the ruined blade pierced the shoulder, rooting him to the ground. Stepping the hand that held this sword, I coldly stared at this sword. After making sure that he couldn't move this other hand, I lightly tapped this mana engulfed sword. Every time I tapped it with a Varan sword I felt some weird resistance. So that was the trick you used on me. Sadly it isn't suited against me. You. Let go. Do you know who I am? You aren't going to get away with hurting me. Ignoring the rumbling of the Scarface. I read through this, skimmed through this status. Status, name, Bintairs, race, human, level, 18, class, warrior LV. 5, subclass, dash, health, 561,500, mana, 35,130, attributes strength 47, agility 38, intelligence 13, endurance, 30, stamina, 35, talents, human, leader, cruel, skills, lower weapon mastery LV. 8, sprint LV. 2, sprout wounds LV. 4, slash LV. 6, remark, a cruel person who makes a living through selling this own kind. Other than 3 things and him being an idiot. Nothing else is noteworthy. Sprout wounds, coming from the Blood and Dark Magic School, is a weapon-based enchantment. The enchanted weapon in question that will cause a wound lets some mana in the target and soon forcibly expands the wound of the target. Since the mana flow resembles the one of a heart, there is a small possibility of disrupting the enemy's weapon. Cruel, those who are under fear will unconsciously fear you. Slash, though the use of mana, you are capable of simulating seeing your arms with your own mana and physical strength without burdening your body. Can only be used on swinging motions. There is a thing like blood magic? Well, I can image this, sprout wounds, to be amazing to use, but against an opponent without blood is kinda. As for the talent, cruel, and the skill, slash, I wasn't much impressed with the magic enchantment that the guy used. Well, I guess it's time to kill you. As if a clap of thunder strikes down inside Bince's mind, he began to sweat from all over this body. Wait. Didn't you hear what I said? If you wouldn't be too. Without any hesitation, I pierced the stomach with the Varan sword. Kaya. Please. I even got money. I got connections. Pulling the sword out, I pierced him again at a different location. Why? Please show mercy. The longer I continued this painful torture, the burning feeling inside of me turned even cooler, and at some point, I didn't feel as unpleasant as before. With this throat having lost the strength, Bint murmured. You will regret this. Hearing that I could only scoff at him. Dead men tell no tales. After ending the man life, the heat in my body slowly dissolved. You received 5,800 XP, sigh. Although it always feels unpleasant. This time it wasn't as bad. After activating Varan's rune and draw some blood, I walked towards where the 3 wagons was. /49 / stepping in the rider's seat was a wooden door. Locked. Not surprised. Looking at the damage that someone did, of course they would close the door. After thinking about it, I decided to knock on the door, since as a true gentleman and someone who values the privacy of others is entitled to. Yeah. That lasted about 3 seconds. Open up, you little shits. Out of patience, I kicked the door open. Kaya. HKKKKK. Bent. What are you, huh? The so-called Bent is outside, lying dead on the ground. And you guys will soon meet them. I said while looking around. The guy supposedly called Oliver seemed like he fell butt first on the floor, and the 2 guys around him seemed to be a part of these minions. As for all the others, they really sell their own race. On the left and right side were mostly women in holding on to their knees and with so little clothing that it hid their private areas. Some were shaking in fear while others stared aimlessly at the distance with dead fish eyes. Why you, guys? What are you still standing there? Get him. But Sir Oliver. We can't. Who do you guys think is paying here? I will pay 10 gold coins on who kills this bastard. The moment money has been bought up, the fear they held vanished and in turn became the man's greed. How dare you insult the great Oliver? With words full of rightness and eyes full of greed, one of the slavers dashed forward. Indeed, the power of money couldn't be underestimated, as when enough was placed in front of someone, they will purge their fears and control someone's actions purely in the face of profit. Idiot. swinging the Varan sword with one hand at this mindless creature's head. Holding this short story with both hands, he tried blocking the attack, but upon contact of both blades, I simply pushed the blade aside and cut this throat. Blah. WHM, without even being able to say these last words, he fell to the ground. You received 1000 XP, he is even worse than the guys outside. Everyone was shocked at the current sight in front of them. The two of the slaver crew in the middle had pale faces, while the what I guess are the slaves had ... interesting faces. Some were shaking and grabbing their heads while whispering gibberish. Others had even paler faces, while that the slavers themselves, but for the most part they had vicious faces and smiling eyes. That sight made it even the more creepy for the merchant and the minion beside him. These mere products. You done? Slowly walking towards them, I said with my cold voice. The sound of the screeching would make all inside the room feel the temperature drop. Stay away. Or else. Feeling this death slowly crippling upon him, the man's mind's overloaded on what to do. And in the moments of this demise, an idea came to mind. He quickly grabbed a stunning beauty from the side and put the short sword at her throat. Stop right there. Move any closer and she dies. A hostage? You serious? Didn't you hear what I said? If you get any closer, she is dead. With tears running on her beautiful face, she pleads with a low voice. Please, save. Be quiet. And you over there, stay right where you at. I should be saved for now, unlike that idiot. I got a brain in my head. If this knight is here, then that means the boss should even be dead by now. I am lucky enough that this guy is a knight that holds the stupid beliefs of virtue. You. Back away and throw your weapon where I can see it. Or else. Or else what? Huh? Using sprint, I dashed at the guy and without hesitation pierced him and the woman right through the chest. You received 1200 XP, why? You received 700 XP, you guys sure misunderstood why I am here. My actions together with the blood in my armor made my words sound even more ominously for everyone inside here. Pointing the sword at the merchant, I said with my cold voice. I am here to kill you all. Wait. Sir Knight. If you were to kill me, the merchant union will. Before he could finish, I griped him on the neck as you would do on a chicken. Whatever this union crap is. As far as I know, the dead tell no tales. Is it gold you want? How about 30, no 50 gold? Let me leave and I promise, not interested. I raised my sword ready to pierce through this chest. But the next thing he said made me halt. Please. Is it magic items that you want? I have enough influence to get you whatever you want. Please spare me. Magic items? Does he mean something like my Varan sword? Looking through my armor, I grimace slightly, nod like I can. And where are these magic items that you speak of? Hearing that, Oliver's face changed color drastically. As if holy light descent in the dark gave that he was in. He saw hope. I know a great smith in the capital. They should match the strength of your sword, if not surpass it. Let me live and I will get you whatever you want from there. Maybe I can use this guy. How do I know that you aren't lying? Of course, I will doubt it. It sounds too good of an offer to give on someone who is holding your neck to lick a dead duck. If I was to lie, you can end my life wherever you want. And nevertheless, without any kind of influence, most can't buy magic items. If that guy is telling the truth, then magic items should be monitored on who buys them. He basically saying that without him I can't get buy magic items from anywhere. Sigh. Letting my grip go, the merchant fell butt first on the wooden floor. Cough cough, I promise you aren't going to regret this. I could only shake mine internally at this sight. I reviewed my desires too fast. That guy was smart. From the little information and time that he found my interest in magic items too fast. He's saying that some kind of authority is needed to buy magic items also makes him a necessity for my interest. The only disadvantage thing here is that I can't prove these words. How long? Huh? How long until we reach the place? It should be around 2 to 3 weeks if we were to start moving now. Alright. But a warning before that. Gathering my mana in my hand, I cast Curse of Vigor on him. What did you he asked, slightly shaking and breathing heavily. That's my warning on you. What I just did was placing a curse on you. These eyes widened up and a feeling of dread came at him. A curse? He managed to say in a slightly shaking voice. Yes, although this was just a temporary one, we know that the next one shall be a permanent one. Seeing these eyes shaking, I almost laughed out loud. He fell for it. Of course, a permanent curse is a thing. And also what I just said was pure bullshit. Me a permanent curse? Bah. Didn't your mother tell you not to believe everything that others say? I almost feel bad for him. Almost. Anyways, lead me now to the other two wagons. Sure. And with that, I and the guy Oliver left the stunned slaves and went to the other wagons. Of course, this time we used the keys that Oliver had instead of gently pushing the door open. Of course, I aimed to kill the remaining slavers and kill some rebellious slaves. After finishing the second wagon and entering the third, I noticed something unusual. Huh? Why is this wagon so empty? Sir. Be careful, that's cause. You are being affected by the status effect, nightmare, huh? It was as if someone closed the lights. Everything was engulfed in total darkness. This place is. Suddenly an old woman's cry came from the distance. Please. Who? Turning around, I saw nothing. You will regret this. Then a male's voice sounded through the distance behind me. You. Same as usual. Nothing was around me. It can't be. That I returned to this plaque. Effect, nightmare, has been removed. I am back? Sir, are you alright? After confirming that I am back from this place that resembled the dark swamp, I calmed down. Yes. But wabbit, as I were to ask what was going on, two voices interrupt me. Sis. Big sister. You two. Quickly hide behind me. Looking in front of it were two small dark-skinned girls with chains on their necks and legs, while in the middle of them was a mature-looking one which resembled the two other girls. Looking at these girls made the invisible heat lessen, but still being there. Such a reaction obviously confused me. These three are. Hearing my question made the merchant straighten this back and say in pride. This, sir, are our greatest products that I own. They are of the dark elf race. Upon hearing him saying what this three are, I frowned. /50 dark elves. Not humans? Asking that made the bald Oliver look weird at me before answering. Ha ha, of course, they are elves. It might be hard to see cause it's dark inside here, but look at their ears. It's clear that they are relatives of the elf race. Taking a better look at their faces, they do have long and pointing ears. So. Why are only these three inside this wagon? For 3 slaves, 1 wagon? Compared to the other wagons, this one could be considered empty. Scratching this bald head, Oliver started explaining. Well. There are 2 reasons for this, Sir Knight. Since these 3 are of the highest quality, I couldn't possibly risk them being damaged by the mercenaries I hired. By mercenaries, you mean the guys that I killed? Yes. He said with a bitter smile. If we are talking about these idiots, then I do understand the reason for keeping these 3 away of them. Heck, the moment I came here I cashed 2 guys about to damage this product. That sure is reasonable. What's the other reason? The second reason is. Pointing this finger at the older dark elf, he said. This wrench over there is capable of dark magic. More specifically, illusion magic. Even though I restrained her with mana-draining chains, she is somehow still able to cast her magic. Cause of that, she is too dangerous to be let with others. Hearing that, it suddenly downed me. The message of being affected by nightmare, and immediately after appearing to the waters of pure nothingness. And these voices. You lead me inside here, without letting me know about her and her magic? With my cold voice and the small real eyes of killing intent, I looked at the bald guy. Realizing this mistake, this face soon turned deadly pale by the deadly aura of the night. Sir, I didn't mean any harm. Before he could finish, I punched him directly at the stomach while controlling my strength. It wasn't enough to kill him, but it was just enough to send him flying to the wooden walls and throw whatever he had from breakfast to the floor. This bastard. He probably wanted to backstab me while I was dazed by that damn long ears over there. The ethereal flame on my eyes soon turned cold. Seeing me who just blasted the fat guy coming at them, the two young girls behind the older one started to weep. Sister. Sis. SHHH, everything will be alright. Big sister will protect you guys. With a sweet voice, the older elf assured the two behind her back. Turning towards me, her face turned serious and no sight of her previous smile was to see. You can do whatever you want with me. But don't you dare touch the sisters of mine. I will take their plaque. I suddenly grabbed her neck and lifted her in the air. You think you got the privilege to demand whatever you want after you made me remember that place? Sis. Let her go, you beast. The two small elves leaned over me and started to pull at my armor. Now that I am closer at them, I finally notice the similarities between these two. They both had black hair and purple eyes. Are they twins? Ignoring such thought, I pushed the two aside. Kaya. Sob sis. You. Even though I didn't use much strength, it was still too much. It doesn't matter what you think of me, and even if it does, your death should make it so. The runes of the Varan sword are shown in ominous dark red light. Holding the Varan sword right in front of her chest, ready to pierce through. But before I could even do the act. Cough cough, Sir Knight. Don't kill her. You will get cursed. Huh? Seeing my confusion, he started to clarify what he said while holding this big belly out of pain. Sir. Once you kill one of them, you will be marked by the curse of the Dark Elves. It isn't worth it. Does he want me to spare them so that she can sell them, or do they really have a curse like that? Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Once I use status on her, I will know. It was natural for me to doubt this guy's words. After all, he might even plot to kill me by using the Night Elves. What I didn't know though is that my assumption was almost right. Yes, the merchant however wasn't very fond of me making him this servant, not forgetting killing these slaves. This forming a plan to kill me with this dagger while I was under the illusion of influence. But this will to rebel against the dreadful knight that I had instantly removed, or rather punched out by him. Scared to gain the wrath of such a figure, he didn't dare to lie anymore. Status, name, Melina Darkwood, race, Dark Elf, level, 43, class, Dark Mage LV. 3, subclass, Illusion Conjure LV. 8, health, 540-570, mana: 0-1510, attributes, strength, 17 agility, 34 intelligence, 121 endurance, 57 stamina, 67, talent, Dark Elf, Curse of Vengeance. Skills, Dark Sphere, Mind Mirror. Remark, a great sorcerers that strive to learn the magic school of illusions. Unfortunately for her, the love of her family reduced her to the current state that she is now. Exclamation mark, what the hell is with this status? Level 43? 1510 mana? If her mana wasn't at 0, she would have obliterated me. Watching her huge amount of skills that I couldn't read brought a feeling of dread in me. And I was supposed to be an undead who doesn't know fear. After being stunned for a moment, I cleared my head and read whatever I could for status. Dark Elf, a distant relative of the elves. Similar to the elves, the Dark Elves' aging process is massively reduced by the age of 20, and their life expectancy is on average 300 years. They have a natural talent for the dark arts and dark vision. Deck Sphere, a concentrated ball of darkness that can be shot. Although powerful, the power of the spell lowers by 20% against any kind of barriers. Mind Mirror, a combination of dark and illusion magic. It allows putting someone's mind into this worst nightmare that he had lived. The duration depends on the enemy's strength. Although the spells don't use any mana and only the mind, it's highly demanding on the mind. Can be cast once per day. Curse of Vengeance, a spell put by the elders of the Dark Elf to the children of their race. The curse's sole purpose is to transfer to the one who killed the original owner so that the members of the Dark Elves can know who to enact their revenge upon. So this is what you mean. Looking at her stuff made me almost curse out loud. Sure, her race talent and the Dark Sphere spell sounded pretty average, but putting your enemies on their worst nightmare? Marking the killers? K are those guys, lunatics, to put such things on them? Moving my gaze towards the two small ones, I slightly scratch both of them on their knees to see if those two are some kind of level 43 monster like her. You bastard! What the hell are you doing to my sisters? Damn, calm down, woman. You make it sound like I cut their legs or something. Anyways, the two were named Sarah Darkwood and Senna Darkwood. Fortunately enough, both of them were level 2 with no skills, none talents to see. Expect of the curse and race talents, of course. That's a problem. I can't kill them, nor can I take them with me. Killing them is like shooting myself in the foot while screaming to the whole damn dark elf race that I killed one of them, and taking them with me in the carriage is also a no-go. Since we will be taking only one carriage, I will be forced to stay with someone who potentially can put me in a nightmare. That's way too dangerous. After a short moment of awkward silence, an idea came to my mind. If you can't deal with the stench of trash, then throw them outside. Gathering my mana into the Varan sword, I used Wind Blade at the wall. Bam! Sir! Be quiet, you! Talk once again and I will break those legs of you. I turned my gaze towards the dark elf I was holding. You guys are lucky. With a swift strike of the chains of hers broke into pieces. What are you? Everyone in the room had a stunned expression on their face. But I didn't care enough to explain. Tell me, Dark Elf. Have you ever heard the saying? I said while lifting her outside the hole I made. Melina would have appreciated the warm light and the clear sky that she hasn't seen for a long time if it weren't for the fact she was held by her neck. Before she could question the one that held her from her neck, she was cut short by these actions. An eye for an eye. Without letting her comprehend my words, my actions shortly did. Circulating mana in my legs to active sprint, I kicked her to the left knee, this breaking her one leg and sending her out of the carriage. Crack. Sister. Looking at the other two, I simply cut their chains like their older sister and thrown them outside. Although I didn't break one of their knees, the height of the carriage was still enough for such small children to get their knees scratched. But the pain of the fall didn't stop the twins from rush towards their hurt sister. Big sister. Are you alright? The pain of her broken knee quickly faded away looking at both her adorable little sisters. As she were to assure both of them, a dark mist engulfed the twins before entering their bodies. Seeing that happens, she froze like a standing corpse, knowing the indication of this mist. Her face turned full in horror, before she yelled at the one who did that. You! An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. What you have done to me I will do to you twice as worse. Don't think me as cruel. Turning my back towards them I said. You leg and the curse of these two was the price of you putting me into this nightmare. The curse is temporary and if you go further away from me it will break. And I advise you to do as such. The soldiers of the city are coming to this place. And I truly wonder what these guys will do to you, especially these two. Melina's eyes opened wide upon hearing what I said. She seemed to want to say something but I already went inside before she could utter something. I just didn't care what these three want to say. Feeling the mana of the curse that I placed on these twins going further away, it seemed they followed my advice. Which was good for me, since it would even be annoying if they were to follow me. Sir Knight. Why did you let these three go? Right. This fat SS is still here. Was this name Oliver or something? You, choose 10 of you slaves and put them at the first carriage, huh? Why? Raising the Varan sword at this throat. With some killing intent in my cold voice, I said. Don't question me, I ain't repeating myself. Why yes. I will do it right away. So please put the blade away. You got 5 minutes to choose, no longer. Yes. And after that, in less than 5 minutes Oliver chose 10 of these slaves, which were unsurprisingly all women. Originally each carriage had 20 slaves, not counting the one that held the dark elves. Which in total were 40 slaves in total. But I didn't have any plans of bringing every single of them with me. After my previous massacre, they were 31 slaves in total. Counting the 10 slaves that I will take, there still were 21 slaves left. And unlike I did with the dark elves, I slaughtered the remaining 21 mercilessly. After all, those guys' parents weren't such lunatics like the dark elves who put curses on their children. Which in my hollow eyes make them no different than some kind of walking XP bags, ready to be harvested at any time. After finishing the cleanup and entering the carriage, the 10 slaves' bodies started to shake abnormally, with everyone avoid to make eye contact with me. I simply shrugged my shoulders at them. It wasn't that I didn't understand the behavior. After all, if they killed off 21 people that you knew simply entered the same room, you couldn't help but be scared and stressed. That or this guy heard the voices of the agony of those unlucky 21. Hey, I finished already. You can start the carriage. Why yes, Sir Knight. Higa, with the horse pulling the carriage and the newly 15,500 XP in my storage. We headed to the capital. /51 / currently in the Royal Academy in the capital. The main difference between martial arts and magic is how the mana and our life force in our body is being used. Inside a huge room that had at least 60 students was an elderly man with a long gray beard and hair. But remember that our life force between us and other races are completely different. Therefore, knowing your enemy's life force traits is a piece of crucial information if you were to fight someone of a different race. Dozens of writing sounds could be heard the whole time from students. Some were writing small descriptions while others were copying word from word of the old man's lecture in their notebooks. And among those very students in the very back was a silver-haired kid with his arms lean on this desk with his head buried in them. Ah, so annoying. When is it ever going to end? He said while watching the lecture with one eye open. That's basic stuff, what need is there to write all this crap? Therefore, ding, dong, hearing the bell sounds, the old man sighed out loud. Sigh, tomorrow we will learn about our life force more. Class dismissed. Looking at the joyful expression of these students, he couldn't help but be somehow disappointed. And here I thought you guys were taking my lesson seriously. When you were waiting to get out of here. Finally it has ended. Where should we go now, Alan? Turning to the side expecting to see this friend Alan. There was no Alan to see. TCH, again? Standing with this bag in this hand ready to leave, some voices came from behind him. Sir Samuel. Would you like to eat with us? Seeing the group that formed up behind Samuel, most of the other young nobles cursed to themselves. Why him? This damn playboy. Silver-haired freak. Although they didn't say it out loud, it was still enough for Samuel to hear them. Turning to the ladies while ignoring the nearby nobles, he said with a smile. Sorry ladies, I have already done plans for today. Maybe next time. With that, he runs off to this room. Ah. It took him around 5 minutes to reach this room cause of the huge building that the Royal Academy was. Getting inside this room, he saw Alan sitting on this bed with a dark gray book on this hand with the title of, Weaknesses of the Undead. Alan, you still reading this book? Hearing no response, Samuel sighed and sat backward on a chair. Look, Alan. I know that Rafa meant a lot to you, but he shouldn't have died. Samuel. Huh? I have seen the power of the Dragra who supposedly killed Rafa. I even read this book about the undead. And it doesn't make sense of Rafa dying by it. Confused, Samuel scratched his head. Wasn't this Dragra the one that stole my weapon? According to the reports, this undead was a monster abnormally, right? Closing the book and looking at Samuel's eyes, Alan started explaining with a heavy voice. Yes. That Dragra was a monster abnormally, but according to this book such undead shouldn't be a match against Rafa. Realizing the meaning behind Alan's words, Samuel asked in disbelief. Wait, you mean that undead was? Cutting him short, Alan said with a grim voice. Most likely that Dragra was of the same class as the undead that ruined Nextvars of a century ago. Clenching with these hands the book enough to ruin the front cover. Our lands sure is cursed. For a similar undead like that lesser lich to show up. What shall I do? This question plagued my mind these past 2 weeks. The journey towards the capital couldn't be anything more boring. Day and night I was sitting there inside that damn carriage looking either on the floor or them sleeping logs. That's when I realized many shortcomings of being apparently a not so awesome undead that I originally thought. Since I didn't want to show them that I was an undead, I didn't have the choice to do anything productive. Wherever we moved I was inside the carriage, and when we were stopping at night I had to either stay guard or watch them sleep. I once tried to train to get some free XP, but I ended up waking up the others. Other than this boredom that I was experiencing 24/7, I wasn't even able to relax at that time. After all, being with those guys made my body feel hot from the trait of me being an undead. So yeah, not the best vacation for sure. The only positive thing about all this was the fact that I could practice suppressing that burning feeling in my body. It wasn't much, but I did manage to reduce it by a little bit. Which was, well, nice I guess. It didn't change the fact that I felt uncomfortable inside the carriage. For me to distract myself so that I don't lose my sanity out of boredom, I tried to busy myself with various things. One of them was covering the holes in my armor with various clothes, which I honestly think I did a damn good job at. Considering it took me a whole week to do it right. Nonetheless, the rest of my time I used to spend my wallet of XP I had. Which bow us to the present that we know. Let's take another look just to be sure. With a mental command, I bought the XP storage window in front of me. 12825 XP, alright, don't be fooled by the numbers me. Last time they were gone before I even had realized it. For now I should focus on the useful ones. I mumbled to myself. The most useful skills that I was currently using were the following. Curse of Vigor LV.1, Windblade LV.3, Sprint LV.3, although in a way, Intermediate Weapon Mastery LV.1, was what I technically most used. The current level of swordsmanship was enough as things were now. Thus these three were my main targets to increase to LV.10. If I were to aim for firepower, then, Windblade, would be the obvious choice. But it's so dang expensive. I subconsciously said out loud. Although that caused the nearby slaves to look at me weirdly, I simply ignored them. Although I could max it out right now, it probably would cost me most of my XP I stored. Which put me at upgrading, Curse of Vigor LV.1, and, Sprint LV.3. I guess I should do the obvious one before moving on. Without further ado, I clicked with my finger on the upgrade button on, Sprint. Sprint level has increased from LV.3 to LV.10. The skill Sprint reached this maximum level. Sprint LV.10 turns into -LV.1. -LV.1, by surrounding yourself and your mana in a specific way you can reduce your overall weight while forcing your mana into your legs. You are capable to move beyond your capabilities. It seems the same as Sprint, but with the additional effect of reducing my weight. Not bad for 18,900 XP. Pleased with the outcome, I nodded to myself. Now with the main problem. Now I could easily increase Curse of Vigor to LV.10 if I want to, but somehow doing so is also a waste of XP. When I am referring to being a waste of XP, I don't mean the capability of the spell, but the efficiency of XP usages. For example, if I were to increase Miasma Corruption, then Curse of Vigor would then cost less than 2,375 than it is now. But doing so would drain most of the XP that I have gathered. Ah, so annoying. Both had pros and cons. One increases my current fighting potential while the other is a long-time investment which probably will make things more XP efficient. After a long time of hesitation, I have decided. While reluctant, I raised my finger and pressed the upgrade button. Miasma Corruption level has increased from LV.1 to LV.10. The skill Miasma Corruption reached this maximum level. Miasma Corruption LV.10 turns into Undeath Corruption LV.1. Talent, Undead, turned into Superior Undead. Suddenly a massive surge of power overwhelmed me and death mana kept coming out of my body. If it weren't for the fact of my armor and cloth hiding the dead mana of my body, everyone would have realized that I was undead. But even my armor couldn't hide the killing intent that I subconsciously was producing. The slaves around me started to shake and make some distance with me. Worried that they would become a victim of this eerie sort of this night. What the hell was that? After calming the dead mana around me and putting it inside my body, I felt completely energized. Feeling that my strength was suddenly increased, I was about to take a look at the new things that I got. But before I could even my status, I was cut short by the bright sunlight that came out of the door. Sir Knight. We reached the capital. /52 / Sir Knight. We reached the capital. TCH. It can't be helped, I guess. I can take a look at my status later, I guess. Sir Knight, is something wrong? Nothing, something just crossed my mind. Let's see the place that you told me about. Stepping out of the door, a stunning view appeared in front of me. As promised, we finally reached the capital of the Kingdom of Burim. Named after the same name of the first king, Bernice. Walls reaching the height of 15 meters with some extreme artistic carving of shattered wings. Just one look at this wings would even question if it took longer to build the wall or the art on the wall. I recognize you. Look, Sir Knight, I was just like you when I first came to this place. The wings on the walls should represent that of the immortal being, the Phoenix. The story goes that the late King Bernice was a descendant from the Phoenix bloodline, and, while ignoring Oliver's rambling on how that King Bernice was awesome and vast this story was, I currently was fully immersed with the view in front of me. That should be the second place. I mumbled under my helm. The first place that brought me such a feeling inside of me was when I emerged from the lake and got to see the beautiful lights from the crystals on the ceiling inside the cave. And this sight would be the second one that I would consider beautiful. And when King Bernice went, truly amazing. Huh? Did you say something, sir? I said that this sight is amazing. Realizing that he was ignored through the whole process of this storytelling time, he felt his veins about to explode out of anger. But he kept silent, knowing what best for this life is. Shallowing this frustration, he continued driving as he did before. I obviously noticed that, but I didn't say it out loud. Instead, I focused on the more important stuff. Like my surroundings. Say, Oliver. Is it usually so busy around here, or why are so many people here? I pointed in front of me. Although I did expect to see some at the gate by what Oliver had told me. The number of people with carriage and weapons on them still surprised me. This, sir, should be fellow merchants or adventurers who probably come from the same direction as us. Since in Nexvar's whole forest got engulfed in fire, cause of this fire I and my crew decided to raid that village. Normally it shouldn't be as busy as now. I see. Upon hearing, I froze. It can't be that he is talking about the fire that my fight between that Rafa guy caused. Right? Looking at the night suddenly go silent, he continued focusing on the road, which brought an awkward silence between these two. When their turn came to go through the gate, an hour has already passed. Didn't think it would take so long. I said with my cold voice. Ha. That's usually normal at the gates. Especially when a merchant is going through the gates. Although he was used by this cold voice of this night. Hearing talking to him made me always have some cold sweat behind my back. Is it a reason on why merchants take so long? Stop right there and show us your identity. A sudden harsh voice came at them. Looking at where the voice came from, were a middle-aged soldier which had some similar body armor to the guys that I killed when I left the gate with a spear in this hand. Wow! Suddenly I was cut short by the bald head beside me. Demeric. My friend. How has it been? Oliver said with a smile that I never saw before. Oh. Sir Oliver. What a pleasure to meet you on such a day. I see you got a new adventure behind you this time around. You guys coming from Nexvars too, like those guys behind you? You sure do know me well, Demeric. We indeed come from Nexvars, but you got it wrong on your second guess. That guy beside me is no adventurer but in fact a mercenary. HMPH, a mercenary you say? Why would you need those money crazy hooligans when you got adventures? I bet with the same money you bought him, you could even buy several commoners' adventures with the same worth as him, so why buy him? Seeing the soldier named Emmerich snoring and looking cold at me out of nowhere, I frowned slightly, not like I could. Ha ha ha, actually that guy saved my life. So. I see. Glancing at merchant getting awkward, he shooks his head and asked. So will it be the usual or? Yes, of course, the usual like always. Putting this hand inside this robe, Oliver brought a small bag which he threw at the soldiers. The soldier easily grabbed the bag and eminently took a look at it. Taking a look inside the small bag, he got surprised. It's a little bonus out of my generosity. Seeing the merchant's friendly face with the unusually extra weight on the small bag, he yelled towards this colleges, those guys are clear. Let them him. Let the immortal flame shine upon you day, Sir Oliver. Thanks as always, Emmerich, let the immortal flame shine upon your day too. And so we entered the capital. Point of view of Oliver. Currently in the slums of the capital Bernese, just a little more. Do you always do this kind of stuff? This bastard's voice again. The chilling-like voice made him remember the hellish 2 weeks together with this monstrous knight. After several observations of him, he already figured that this guy isn't a human. Although he tried to hide it from me and the other trash back in the carriage, he couldn't fool him. He knows, because if he were a human he would even have died. Just the fact that he rarely has eaten though our whole travel is suspicious enough. I even tried to poison this food once he decided to eat it, but the next day I found the bowl empty with him being alright. I did hear that the stronger of a rank that someone is, the longer they can resist poison and without food. But I can swear that this guy hasn't slept for this goddamn 2 weeks. This guy is definitely not a human. What do you mean, Sir Knight? For now, let's keep him happy and buy some time until we reach the headquarters. I meant if you always bribe the guards. Ha ha, it's like some kind of tribute for the soldiers protecting the city after all. I also know him, so giving him an extra coin is out of generosity. Generosity my ahs. I am a freaking slave trafficker. That tribute was not to get our ahs caught. That with my money, bastard. I see. By the way, this guy mentions something about adventures and mercenaries. You even called me a mercenary, so what's that about? This country pumpkin. Well, adventures and mercenaries are both similar yet different. The main difference is that the kingdom controls the adventurers with what kind of work they can do, or outright a job into an army with a higher rank of a foot soldier. Mercenaries on the other hand aren't being controlled by anyone and are free to choose what kind of job to accept. They are being treated hardly cause they can easily be swayed with money, like you hire a mercenary to assassinate someone only for him to reveal the assassination target you aim for a higher price. Adventurers just do the given job from the kingdom and they get the rewards out from it. I see. Let's hope that he finally shut you. Do tell me, where are we going right now? He finally asked it. Let's fly to him now. Sir, you might not know, but my business goes against the law, so running with a carriage full of products will be bad for us. So, you are going to drop them off first then? Yes, after I have done that, as promised, I will guide you to the promised shop to get you whatever you want. Well, there would be no need for that. Suddenly the voice became never so distant and colder than now. Huh? What do? A sudden dark red light lighten up the wooden floor. But before Oliver could see the blizzard light, an ice-cold hand grabbed his mouth. And the next moment an ominous sword pierced through this stomach with a clear red blood of this glowing with the light that the sword was emitting. Ghhhhhh. An enormous pain came at Oliver's stomach, as if someone was burning these insides and drinking this blood out of this body. He quickly lost the strength to yell and fell to the ground, looking directly at the knight's eyes. You think that I am an idiot, don't you? Why? Was the only words that he could Oliver manage with this now weak body. Why, you ask? And I thought you were smarter, but you really were an idiot. Looking at the confusion inside Oliver's eyes, the knight said, It seems you forgot my reason for being here. My aim the whole time was just to replace my armor and nothing more. And seeing you and the soldier talking about the adventurers and mercenaries brought me thinking. Coming closer to my face, I finally recognized the burning eyes inside of the knight's this helm. Monster. If some of the adventurers and mercenaries are indeed commoners, from where did all them outside the gate get their weapons and armor from? Ah! In truth, there was no need to influence to get such things right. Also, didn't say it at the very beginning. Without letting him utter anything else, I pierced this heart with Vern and continued using the rune to drain him dry. That I was here to kill every single of you? Feeling death getting closer by the second, flashbacks of 2 weeks ago came into this mind. And then a sudden realization came into this mind. You've shown what you were from the very beginning. With the realization of the night never planning to let him leave, he passed away. You received 800 XP, it should be around here. With my past experience of searching bodies, I quickly found what I wanted. 57 gold coins, huh? Should be quite a lot. Putting the money inside my now upgraded self-made bag inside my body, I stepped inside the carriage, looking at the remaining 10 exhausted slaves. Let's make it quick. Closing the door of the carriage. Screams of the 10 slaves began to be heard inside the carriage. /53 / as if looking at the past and had a feeling of nostalgia, was a knight standing in the side of the road looking aimlessly ahead. Though this armor was best described as scrap with some cloth hiding the holes in the armor. Many who passed him thought what kinds of battles he had fought to get this armor in such shape. While this knight looked like a veteran who has lived this whole in a battlefield. Damn it, if there is a thing between the status or whatever system this is, I bet it's laughing this a-s off. How could I even spend 900 XP already? In reality, he was cursing at the fact of these expenses. Looking currently in front of me at the number, I felt like I could spit blood out of my mouth at any moment. And the fact of not having a drop of blood inside of me should speak on how shocked I was. Sure, in front of miasma of corruption LV.1, costing 6000 XP and the whole 12825 XP that I had in my storage at that time, it looked just a small drop into the ocean. But that wasn't the case at all. I totally underestimated the cost that I will be needed to max the whole damn thing at LV. 10, and even if I knew somewhat that it wouldn't end cheap. 80,000 whole XP was like an anvil falling to my head and taking whatever I had left in my wallet with it. Sigh. Maybe I should write this kind of stuff on some kind of paper. Although somewhat depressed, I moved my gaze towards more important stuff. Like my current status. Nothing to be done, I guess. I should distract myself of the cost and look at the benefits. Status. Let's see what we go. Appearing in front was what I would have expected was the status. Yes. The heck is with those numbers? I cursed out loud. Status, name, level, 20, class, Undead Guardian LV. 1, subclass, Runesmith of Undeath LV.1, health, 3850 mana, 484, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength 90, agility 70, intelligence 44, endurance 69, talents, superior undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unite consciousness, rune vision, dead rune knowledge, skills, intermediate weapon master LV.1, Undeath corruption LV.1, -LV. 1, shield bash LV.4, windblade LV.3, sense danger LV.3, curse of vigor LV.1, piercing LV.1, remark, undead of superior strength. Though you completely merging your life force with your undeath nature, you now became an undead fueled with pure dead mana and hate on the living. Such an achievement can only be seen by either talented or long-lived undead. Crap. Thanks, though my sudden outburst, many eyes were on me. After walking away to where I previews was and making sure that no one had these lustful eyes on me, I reopened my status to see from where everything went wrong. Now I understand why I felt this sudden surge of power, it's because of those numbers. The multiplier is different too. Even though I currently was very confused by the current state of events. I wasn't clueless. This too has to be the culprit. It had to be either, Undeath corruption LV.1, or, superior undead. If not both. Clicking on the names of both skills, the truth came upon me. Undeath Corruption LV.1, undead that fully merged this life force with this dead mana. Reaching this point, the undead is capable of the extend the time of the released dead mana on these surroundings, but not completely prevent it. All attributes increase by 15. Lowest the cost of dark, curse, and death-based skills by 20%. Every 8 years 2 attribute points is being granted. So that's where the remaining stats come from. An increase of all attributes by 15 isn't bad at all, but for 80,000 XP, it's still kind of a waste if I think of putting such an amount of XP into my level or my classes. That doesn't matter though, since my aim was that sweet 20% cost reduction. Although I currently possess only one spell that makes use of it, it will still be worth it. As for the 2 attribute points per 8 years. I know that technically I am an immortal being, but isn't for 8 years of waiting just to gain 2 attribute points kinda pathetic? Although this explains the sudden stats increase, it doesn't explain the sudden increase of scaling multiplier on my attributes. Since I only had one culprit left to interrogate, I quickly pressed a new talent as my curiosity reached this limits. Superior Undead, by fully turning the remaining life force into dead mana that resides in an undead's body. With the superior quality of dead mana inside the body of the undead, this overall capability has increased. All your attributes multiplier become 1.1, found cough cough, so that's the one. The talent was so amazing that I almost screamed out loud again. Just by having this talent made it like having the Sin of Wrath effect permanently on me. Just thinking of a world of having Sin of Wrath, and this talent effectively increased my attributes by a whole of 20% made me grand sinister. And the fact that I was living in such a world made me the more so excited. Alright, I have to calm down. Those amounts of attributes should be enough for the time. Compared to my stats, my skills seem to lie they have been neglected. With my examination done, I bought the XP storage window in front of me. 28,625 XP, sigh. Looking at the pitiful amount that remained in my wallet, I couldn't help but shake my head helplessly and start roaming through the side of the streets. Still, if I want to quickly raise my XP, the best method would obviously begin a genocide. I murmured to myself. It was the best method to increase the XP in my storage, but if it were the smartest choice, I doubt it. Sure, I could even kill whoever I wanted far outside the city. Heck, I even killed that egghead Oliver inside here. But I only dared to kill him and these slaves inside the city cause we were inside the slums where poverty was at its best inside the city. The days I traveled with the slave merchant, I wasn't just sitting there and pretending to be dead or something. To lessen my boredom, I mean to gain the most information that I could use, I asked him about the place that I am currently in. I currently am in the middle district where most commoners and small-time merchant do their trade here. While the slums that I came from are in the left part of the city near the walls. I remember the slave merchant saying that cause of the sunlight that the huge wall is blocking and a greedy noble was the main cause of the slums. I found it ironic. The walls that were supposed to protect this people and the noble who did everything to raise their own pocket was nothing but a curse for the people living there. Just thinking of such people made my now pure dead mana inside my body come slightly outside my bones. That was close. Realizing what I just had done, I cursed internally. Being with the living, no, with humans, it's indeed dangerous. Although I know it was quite easy to suppress, I need to be more careful. Since as I, an undead who hates the living, walks beside the living, this bow forth the burning feeling in my body to be constantly there, bringing a slight mix of anxiety and stress in me. Shaking my head to remove the remaining thoughts. I should quickly find this place and leave already from here. With me regaining focus on my surroundings, I glanced at the two men talking in front of a stall. The one had similar looking clothes of the now dead Oliver, while the other had what I would say average clothes to that of a commoner. What I noticed by walking around through people was that almost everyone had some sort of a feather build in their clothes or accessories. The most common were men having a feather necklace and women having a feather holding their hair in place. I walked towards the man with the orange-red feather in this neck and common clothes. "Excuse me, could I ask where the Alrafire Smith is?" "Hey. Don't just come in while we have at." The man who looked like a merchant quickly shut his mouth upon seeing a massive knight in front of him. The man with the feather was also stunned, with sweat starting to show up in his forehead. "Sir, what kind of business do you have with me?" said the man with the feather in his neck nervously. "Do you know where the Alra Smith is?" I said, slightly annoyed by their reaction. "Oh. It's just up ahead in the end of the middle district. Turning at the right would be it." Looking at the direction he pointed at, I nodded at him. "Thanks." Saying my goodbyes at the stunned man, I went my way to the location the man has pointed at. Looking at the scary knight leaving, both men sighed in relief. I thought we were done for. At least he wasn't from the Union. /54 Alra Smith. That should be the place. Leaving the middle district and entering the area where apparently the big shot among the merchant was. The shop that I was looking at just didn't seem to belong here. The stone walls had various cracks into where some moss could seem to grow. The wooden door, although massive, there clear signs of negligence. Staring blankly at the top of the door was the name Alra Smith written there. Is that truly a Smith? Did that guy lie to me? Since standing there and doing nothing brought me nowhere, I decided to enter that rundown shop. Ding ding. Surprisingly, the inside of the shop was nowhere near the outside of the shop. Looking at my right, I saw many kinds of different swords with various lengths and curves, which made me wonder how people could wield such things. Since I already had a weapon in my hand, I quickly lost interest in them. But what caught my attention were the armors on the left side. They were about 4 whole armor sets to see, and although all of them were different, they all had some kind of feather engraved or placed in the armor, to which I guessed was the cause of the culture of this place. They have armors here, but weren't they way too fancy looking? One of the sets of armor had a bunch of feathers placed near the neck area, which looked somehow silly in my opinion. Although it probably wouldn't be a problem for me, I surely can see those things being a pain in the ass for others. Now that I am taking a better look at them. Why are all of those armors weird? Just looking at them made my previous excitement turn gloomy, as if someone pulled a bad joke on me. Touching the armors from the outside and the inside made me realize that the metal was thinner than the actual armor that I currently am wearing before it got so damaged by someone. Why is this so? Before I was going to express my opinion out loudly, a voice came from behind me. "Ah. A customer. Welcome to my smith. By any chance you interested in that fireborn armor set that you were touching?" Turning around at the rough voice behind me, I saw a man at least half my height, which surprisingly with a large beard that covered half of his face. "You are not a human?" Noticing that the unconvertible heat in my body is lessening is what led me to this very question. Stunned by this customer's question, this race, he frowns at him, but after realizing that the guy in front of him was serious, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Bah-ha-ha. Me a human? Good one." The man's laughter echoed through the whole shop, while slapping the back of my with enough force for my bones to vibrate slightly. Though this action looked especially comedic cause of our height difference. "If you aren't one, then what are you?" Wait, you really don't know? The echoes of the halter had stopped and an awkward silence fell upon the room. "Sigh, from where did a country pumpkin as you come here?" the short man replied while going back to the receptionship desk. "Wait, did you just call me dwarf, huh?" "I am a dwarf, you country pumpkin," the dwarf replied while mumbling to himself. Did the dwarf become so unpopular? Sigh, well, it's my first time meeting a dwarf, so I naturally wouldn't know. I have awakened only more than 1 month ago from the waters of nothingness. Of course, I wouldn't know the heck of a dwarf you are. Sure, you are short, but wouldn't short humans exist at your height? What would I have to call does? So, why are you here? Looking at this preview's merchant hacked going away while turning straight forward, I pointed at the armors. "I would like armor." "Ho, do you now? Just pick one of them, and can I ask if you got some better sets of armor than those?" Hearing that, the dwarf frowned. "Why you ask?" the dwarf replied with a serious tone. "I ain't want to be rude, but those things wouldn't survive a blow at all." although I consider myself a gentleman. You got to point that this crap over here is truly crap. The metal and the armor is so tin and with so many unnecessary parts on it which makes it useless. Well, if you aren't a rude piece of crap. I just. But it's the truth, the dwarf replied. Confused and stunned, I asked the dwarf. If you know that those things are useless, then why are you selling those? Can it be that you can't do things that you see are traps? Replied the dwarf with a dark face. Huh, traps? Are those things cursed of something? Looking at the still confused customer of this, he sighed out loud. Follow me, I will show you my true inventory. Still confused by the dwarf words, I followed him right behind him. Hey, pumping boy! Opening a door behind the counter were stairs that went to what seemed like the basement. I ain't a pumpkin, you dwarf. HMPF, whatever. As for your previous rude question, let me ask you a question instead. Do you know what a scarecrow is? Scarecrow. What the heck should a scarecrow be? Something that you can eat? I shook my head while my confusion was growing ever bigger. Not even that. You truly are a ... Never mind. A scarecrow is a tool to scare of the annoying crows that eat your stuff. Nodding that I understand, I asked him what truly was on my mind. What are you talking about? Man, you got to speak clear that. If I started to answer questions with questions, we will be sitting here all day. Hey, what you saw before was just like that. A scarecrow. Opening the door at the end of the stairs, many different kinds of armor sets and weapons came to my sight. And here is the good stuff. Looking at some slightly glowing weapons and armors, I was stunned. If the top of the shop is the scarecrow, then what is the crow? So that's what he meant with the trap. He kept the fake at the display while keeping the real deal done here. Well, who else would it be other that does nobles and adventures? Why would you need to hide your wares from those? Aren't these two supposed to be your best customers? The dwarf turned around and stared directly into my eyes, which made me unconsciously stare at him back. It's not about money but more of pride. Most nobles are politicians who can only scratch their back while others do their dirty work. A sword made to kill going in the hands of such a man would be an insult towards us dwarf. As for the adventure ... Most of them are dreamers who think they can slay dragons to where they can't even bear to kill a chicken. Those guys mostly like to cart fancy stuff which will raise their popularity. Hearing this reasoning, something in my mind clicked on me. So the reason you sell good-looking but bad armor is for those guys? Glancing at the dwarf that sinister smiled at my question, I couldn't help but think on all the people that died cause of their bad armor. I guess those guys are also at fault of being stupid enough to be fooled by him. Thus, I couldn't care less for those idiots. So ... Bringing me here means that I can buy stuff from down here, right? Well, if you got the money for that. Bringing my small bag of coins in my hand, I couldn't help but feel sad. Not only has my XP wallet have been drained, but now my actual wallet, from Oliver, will be drained too. Sad. /55 / you mind me taking a look at those before making a decision? I pointed at the armor stands to the side. HMPH, go ahead if you still doubt my work. I will be back there, so call me when you are done. Looking at him go, I scoffed internally. I would be a fool not to check it when you sell faulty stuff. Forgetting about the dwarf's behavior, I turn around for the more juicier stuff. Walking towards the armor stands, I even realized a big problem right off the bat. Seems like there aren't that many sets with the right helmet. I murmured, somewhat disappointed. This time the problem wasn't the quality, but more of the design. Not every set had a helmet that covered my whole face. And that was no small problem. It wasn't like that I could walk outside without giving any care to the whole world with my skeleton face. If I were to do that, I might charm someone with a weird fetish, but at the same time call doom upon me. I could buy the set without the helmet and buy another helmet that isn't part of the set. But I would much prefer buying the whole package. After some look around, there were about 3 sets that had all my requirements. Heavy steel armor, a armor made by a journeyman dwarf blacksmith. By the arts of a dwarf blacksmith, the heavy armor turned tougher and thicker than this actual weight tells. The armor holds an enchantment of the lower tier earth attribute which makes the armor slightly more resistant towards blunt and piercing attacks. An enchantment, huh? That's a first. I said, slightly surprised. If I remember right, enchantments should be similar to runes and yet different. Touching the next armor set, the information of it came right in front of my eyes. Salamander steel armor, a armor made by a journeyman dwarf blacksmith. By the arts of a dwarf blacksmith, the armor managed to make an armor made of salamander leather and combine it with steel while holding the traits of salamander. The armor is slightly more resistant towards the fire, and the enchantment on it makes the mana that goes through your body flow more smoothly if the mana is used for a fire type spell. Leather from salamander. It would even be great for raffle, but on me, I rather passed. As far as I knew, those salamanders were simple, just overgrown lizards which breathed fire. At least that's what I understood when I talked with the different slaves. The idea of the armor using some monster parts did sound somehow appealing. But the armor was wasted on me. One more left, I guess. I reached my hand to touch the armor that had been skull-looking metal while the rest was of steel. Touching the armor made the description appear in front of my eyes. But before I could even read it, a slight hot feeling came towards my palm that was touching the armor. The heck? I quickly withdrew my hand. Seeing that the heat disappeared and my palm was still fine, I gazed towards the description: blessed steel armor, a armor made by the corporation of a journeyman dwarf blacksmith and a priest. An armor forged by the arts of a dwarf blacksmith from steel and some parts by Allenheim. The armor was blessed and enchanted to further increase the efficiency of holy and light magic spells. So this once increase holy and light magic, and it isn't just made out of steel? Clicking at the words in the window, the description came into my sight. But after reading them I was shocked. Holy magic, a magic allowed only the believers of a certain holy deity. The bane of dead mana. Light magic, magic is heavily combined with life force, which makes it more effective on beings with more dead mana or less if the beings don't have any dead mana in them. Allenheim, a rare metal that is as tough as iron but holds extremely well light and holy properties. Also goes by the name of blessed iron. So there was such a thing. Isn't this kind of magic basically against every undead? As a being who has pure dead mana inside my body, make holy and light magic literally into anti-undead magic in my book. The same goes with that Allenheim stuff. Just touching those things makes my hand feel like burning. Is such magic seriously that powerful against me? I mumbled to myself while touching the blessed armor with all the inappropriate ways one would think about. Hey! Stop touching that armor already! This thing isn't for sale. Being reminded that someone else was watching me, I took my hands off the armor. I wasn't going to buy it anyway. But I already decided on that heavy armor over there. Wait, you mean that armor? Are you even able to afford it? Replied the dwarf with a frown on his face. Well, why aren't you telling me the price first and see if I can pay? Hey, for the whole set it would be 20 gold coins. Take it or leave. Hearing that made me flinch unconsciously. Although I had 57 gold coins in me, the 20 gold coins that the armor cost also made me somehow dumbfounded. According to Oliver, 100 silver coins have the same worth as one whole gold coin, which is enough for a commoner to live almost a whole year comfortable. And that guy right now is telling me that this armor has the same cost as almost a year of comfortable but 20 times more expensive? I got the money, but isn't that too expensive? The dwarf simply shrugged his shoulder at me. Of course that isn't expensive. Do you think that you can find many shops selling enchanted armor like me? Fine, although recently, I gave him these 20 gold coins to this hand. Do you have a room where I can change into that armor? Oh, sure. Said slightly stunned the dwarf. After following the dwarf into a small room together with the set of armor that I bought. You can change here. Nodding towards him, I closed the door. I guess I don't need those anymore. Thud. Piece by piece, the armor fell to the ground together with the cloth that I had hidden my body. After removing everything in my body except the small cloth in my ribs, I started wearing my newly bought armor. The armor chest piece was bulged but not to the point of restraining my movements. But what surprised me the most was the weight differences. Though my recent increase of attributes, the previous armor that I had felt extremely light in comparison to this armor. Although armor being light isn't a bad thing, but the cause of my body being pure bones, I am extremely light myself. Which makes the extra weight in my opinion a plus. It fits nicely too. Going out of the small room I see the dwarf smile awkwardly. Is something wrong? No. Good, cause I will need to buy something else too. With a frown on this face, dwarf asked somehow tired. What else would you need? I need a sheath for that, I said while showing Varen at the dwarf. So you would like to make a custom order for it, right? If you let me take some measurements of it I can finish it by tomorrow. Removing the black cloth from Varen, I shoved it to the dwarf. Here. It will take just a moment. Before the dwarf could finish this sentence, he choked midway out of shock. Why you? How? From where did you get a ruined weapon? The dwarf said with a crazy smile on his face. What kind of reaction is this for him to go crazy? Does he whose sword that is? I better don't say anything stupid. I got the sword from someone. That should be enough to calm him down. Who? From who did you get it from? Why is he so crazed up to know from who it is? He has to know who made the runes. We'll have to find an excuse first. My father gave me the sword. What? You father you say? Yes. That guy is crazy. Was he a runesmith? Looking at these eyes turning crazier by the second, I unconsciously made a step back. And what if he was? With the dwarf making a stupid smile at my response, I was about to grab a sword from this armory and end this crazy man's life. Does that by any chance mean that you are also a runesmith? As I was about to bunch at him and retrieve the Varen out of his hands, I suddenly froze. How did you know? I whispered to my stunned self. But the dwarf ears did by God knows how to manage to hear that whisper of mine. So you are one. Without being able to react to the joyful voice of this dwarf cause of how stunned I was, he let the Varen on top of a table and quickly grabbed my hand. And with a voice full of companionship and joy, he said. Would you like to work with me? Apostrophe? Huh? Confusion overwhelmed my mind and without any knowledge of what I just did, I stared blankly at the dwarf Mr. Happy face in front of me. /56 / why would I ever do that? Who would even want to work with someone as screw as him? Not only is he annoying to talk with, but this smile is also creepy. Why wouldn't I? Just by putting any kind of a working rune in my stock would bring fortune upon us. So that's why. I pass. You can find someone else to place runes in your stuff. That's why I called you a pumpkin, you idiot. There isn't anyone who can carve runes. Or rather, there is only one among the whole damn kingdom. The overenthusiasm dwarf said. Removing the grip of the dwarf, I looked at him confused. So you're telling me that I and that noble guy are the only ones who can runesmith? If so, what about enchanting? As far as I remember, enchanting is all about magic and runes about ancient language. They both had similar descriptions if my memories serve me right. Which why I thought they should be somehow related to each other, but after looking through all this stuff down here, being enchanted with no single rune in sight made me realize that something was wrong. Of course you are. Compared to enchanting, runesmithing is almost impossible to learn anymore. While enchanting is by many levels similar to magic. Runes require you to know about languages that were lost in time. Seriously? I said in disbelief. Aren't you just telling me that everyone forgot to record the rune language? Of course, the so-called language was more or less the symbol of the whole rune, which honestly is the easiest part of runesmithing. Maybe they didn't know about the monon output. If that were the case, they probably could brute force it if they knew the symbol. Hey! Stop spacing out already. Ah, my bad. Where were we again? At you working here. Oh yeah, you were right. Forget it. I took Varen from the table and started to move towards the stairs. Wait. At least stay here and hear me out. Looking at the dwarf blocking my way, I was honestly surprised and pissed off. He sure is quick on this foot. What else is there to hear from you? I ain't interested in work here for what? Some mere silver coin, no silver. Only gold. Don't you get it? We will have the monopoly. Just a simple rune and the price of your armor would have doubled at this price. Hearing that, my hand twitched a bit. Are runes worth that much? Although I was tempted by the money that was to gain, my choice was still the same. Thanks but no thanks, I ain't much interested for any coins. I just came here to buy some nice armor with a sheath. Pushing him to the side, I moved to the upper floor. Huh? Doubtful was the face of the dwarf. If I were to turn around to see him, I either would sympathize with him or laugh out loud just by looking at this face. With panic written all around the dwarf's face, he sprinted towards the stairs chasing after me. But when he arrived at the first floor, I was already one step away from the door. Stop! Yelled the dwarf with all his strength. I turned my head just enough to glance at. It will be done. That sheath of yours will be done in the early morning. I will make it for free too. So. Krieg, looking at the gunsmith leaving the shop, despair filled in the dwarf's mind. Fine. Hearing the cold voice that would usually be uncomfortable for a normal person. Instead, eyes showed filled with hope. Don't forget your promise. Leaving the stunned dwarf there, I left the shop. Now what should I do? Looking left and right of me, I went deeper to the high-end shops. But after hours of walking around aimlessly until the sun went down, I realized a tiny slight problem. Where should I stay for the night? Far away from the capital, in a plain battlefield. Cries of horror and despair were playing in that field. Soldiers with different types of armor were fighting with each other. Ones with some red color paint in their armor with a feather draw were currently fighting some other soldiers with plain but sturdy armor against each other. Blood splashed to each other's swords and spears, with some rarely seen ice spikes penetrating the enemy. Both of the parties knew that here only the death of the other party was the solution. Even though both of the parties were fellow humans, they have still done it. Gee, this isn't what I signed here for. A voice full of despair sounded among the thousand. Both parties had hope, pride, dreams, and ambitions. But the cause of the very those they clashed in seemed blood of another. But among the vast battlefield where thousands of soldiers fought, that expect one place. Monst. A crimson light shone through the distance and in the block of an eye like a meteor crashing to the ground. Bim! Raging flames engulfed the whole area and stones made to magma flew through all directions of the impact. Have it been fried or for, the flames sparing not even ashes of their remains. And those were the lucky ones. The unlucky ones who either got hit by the shock wave or the flying magma had it worst. The one hit by the shock wave had been pushed high enough for them to die from falling, or if they were strong enough to survive the fall, death by broken bones was not that pleasant. As for dust hit by burning magma, even less pleasant. Both soldiers of either party, looking at the disaster that happened not so far away from them, couldn't help but shiver out of fright. Suddenly though, the raging flames disappeared, with the ground hardening from this previous melted state to stone like it was before. In the middle of this whole crater was a shining spear that illuminated the sunlight that appeared planted to the ground. Although no one saw it, a feminine figure appeared out of nowhere. To think that they will put me for trash cleaning like this. With her red hair flowing in the air, the figure pulled the cross spear out of the stone like it was nothing. It was no other than Selena Bloodreese. Pulling a red gem communication device out, she started yelling at it. Hey, I am finished here. Am I good to go? With a low groan coming out of the gem, a man's voice replied. I am sorry to say, Your Excellency, but order tells to continue to assist the battlefield until further notice. Hearing that, she crashed the gem with just her hand and scoffed out loud. So stupid. What's the point sensing soldiers if you can't even win with me? Even though she felt no empathy towards her allies that she killed, she still felt bad for all those kingdom's soldiers fighting here. In her opinion, just her alone was enough to destroy that whole army with ease, which makes them being here simply useless. Less worth that cannon fodder. But that wasn't the reason why she was so agitated. God damn it, this Darius bastard. How could he let my nephew die? Once I am back, I will have to give me a beating of this life, Selena frowned. She was cut short by the sudden emerging of Mana not far away from her. What appeared was a blue portal that warped the near space where it was. Coming of the blue portal was a man fully covered in robes with only some gauntlets in this hand. "Yo, we meet again," said the man emotionlessly. Look at him that just appeared. Selena could already feel a headache coming now. Ugh. I expected someone to come, but to think that it will be you. Pointing the appearance towards the robed figure, she imminently dashed towards him, leaving flames to where she went. /57 In the kingdom of Bernice, somewhere underground. 3 men in a small yet luxurious room had some paintings and high-quality furniture. The 2 of the men wore the same black clothing with a silver emblem of a coin. Under the coin was the word Union written in gold. Opposite to those men, sitting there was a man with white and blue clothing of similar quality as the 2 men, or even much better. That man was around this early 40 with bright brown hair which was pushed back and seemed like he always had a serious face the whole time. The man's name was Alorc Stella Delany, the current head of the Stella family which controlled the slums and was a massive figure in the slave trade. Taking a sip from this glass filled with tea, he raised his head and closed his eyes, enjoying the taste of this beverage. This joy was short-lived as the taste has already gone by now. Putting the glass back to the table, Delany with a frown on his face said, "I have waited long enough. Where has my order been that was supposedly delayed?" This voice sounded calm and relaxed, but behind these words was a hidden meaning. As embarrassing as it is to say that to the one you, Sir Delany, we will have to give you some apology according to for you purchase. Bowing his head towards this client, he continued. There has been an accident with one of our providers, thus cancelling your order. We of the Merchant Union promise you an equal compensation and more. The man bit lightly his lips while cursing from the inside. At first, he thought that he will be promoted as a higher officer and given the chance to make deals with the nobility, by accepting this job. He viewed it as a form of test given by the Union to prove his worth. But in the end, he was turned into a mere scapegoat instead. Looking at both men bowing towards him, Delany's mood turned sour. What's the meaning of this? I didn't ask for some worthless apologies. What happened to my order? Grinding these teeth, the man pushed slightly his partner to the left, which resulted in him bringing a purple gem out that showed hovering pictures of the carriage that of Oliver's. The order that she Sir Delany had was procured by one of our people named Oliver, a slave merchant who worked under us for more than 5 years. He was supposed to bring you to order yesterday, but he and these products were found dead near the storage in the slums. Turning around and pulling some papers from this bag, he throws them on the table while pointing at them. Our current suspects are 3 in total. We think it was either of the 2 dark elves that you had ordered or an unknown mercenary that was seen together with Oliver before entering the capital. Unless it was assassination for another party, these are our suspects. Taking a glance at the papers, Delany couldn't scoff out loud. You think that someone would dare to harm the products of the Merchant Union and my? Do you think I am stupid? The dark elves would even kill that incompetent guy even before entering the capital. That leaves us with the mercenary scum. Did you already catch him? That. Looking at the awkward face that both of the men were making, the previous calm expression of Delany turned of an enraged one. Tell me already who the man is that dared to do this. I will deal with him myself without the help of you incompetent fools. Sadly, sir, we got to no information behind that man's identity. He gave himself as a mercenary, but after taking a look at our information there was not a single mercenary that fitted this description. The only thing we know is that he was seen around the Middle District. Hearing that, Delany got off this sit and went towards the door that was opened by a maid. Tell your higher-ups that I might have to consider stopping my funds towards the Union if the bastard isn't going to be found anytime soon. Oh yeah, I will also be expecting the promised compassion that you guys talked about. Both men with black clothing paled upon hearing that. Losing the funds of such noble would be a one-way to the afterlife for both of them, followed by torture before meeting their end. Taking a last glance at them, Delany said, when you find him I want him alive. I want to personally kill him with my own 2 hands. Splash, uck. How did I end up like this? I grumbled while I was on my way towards the weird dwarf. It has been a day since I came here and I was already looking wet from everywhere. Compared to the beautiful sunlight that was illuminating this whole place yesterday morning, the night wasn't all that nice. Leaving the dwarf shop made me realize that I had nothing else to do for the next 24 hours, which at first I didn't mind. I simply started doing some window shopping just to pass some time. But out of the blue clouds started to suddenly show up and the next thing I knew it started raining heavily everywhere. The first idea that came to my mind was to look for an end for the day. Reality though was ever so cruel. Every inn that I went inside asked me for some kind of modification card or other stuff that could prove to me who I was. Thus forcing me to sit under a big tree somewhere in the night, while although the tree helped to keep some rain away, it didn't stop the rain from falling above me. Let's hope the armor would start trusting out of the blue. After drying myself with some cheap cloth that I bought, I reached the firesmith. Entering the shop, I was slightly surprised to see the dwarf on the first floor right away. You finally decided to come. What happened to you? Pointed the dwarf towards the wet ground under me. Crap. I forgot to dry my inside bag. Pretending to be ignorant about the mess I was making, I jumped right to the case. So, you even done with my sheath? HMPH, who do you think I am? The dwarf scoffed out loud. Removing the gray cloth from the table, a long brown sheath with the sides being from a dark material was to see. The brown leather had the design of scales and were capable to reflect some light in where the dark part looked sturdy and not slippery at all. Can I? Sure. Putting the Varan into this sheath and going in smoothly made me honestly impressed. After all, I haven't given the dwarf that much of a time to look and take measurements and Varan since I left so fast. Hee, you sure like it, don't you? Although I was hiding my face with the helmet, it felt like the dwarf knew that I was happy with what he had crafted. Although I promised you that I will give the sheath for free of charge. Wouldn't be fair to at least hear me out before deciding to leave? Thinking about it, I nodded at the dwarf. After all, leaving after taking this goodwill will not only be rude but make my future purchases on armor here more awkward. Since I currently do not possess the rune Varan that repairs my equipment. Looking realistic, the current heavy armor that I wear wouldn't last forever on. Alright, as I said before, I want you to work on placing runes on what I want to create. And since gold doesn't interest you as much, I thought of what could sway, and that is connections. The dwarf said while laughing proudly. But I simply continued to look at him confused. Connecting? On what kind of connections would you possibly be talking about? I replied. Of course I am talking of the black market. With my help, you will be able to buy whatever you might need. Even a better enchanted armor that you already wearing. Hearing that, my glowing eyes lighten up for an instant. If what he is saying is the truth, then staying here would even be for the best if they have those things. Buy everything. Do they for example also sell magic scrolls? The dwarf eyes widen as he was surprised by my question. Magic scrolls, huh? They do sell some, but not that many, similar to a grimoire. Nodding in understanding, I made my mind. But before that, I accept your offer, but under one condition. And that will be? The dwarf arm trembled slightly as he was trying to keep this excitement to himself. The condition is give me a room for me to stay. I said shamelessly to the dwarf. Sure, I have a room left on the upper floor. You can use it as you please. Alright, it's a deal then, I said while I pushed my hand towards him for a handshake. It's a deal. Shaking our hands, the dwarf added. My name is Jirak, your friend? Suddenly I froze. A name, huh? What should I even call myself? Being asked what my name was made me fell into a deep contemplation with myself, which resulted in awkward silence in the room. Scratching this beard, the dwarf said. If you don't want yo, but before he could finish I cut him short. My name is /58 / as promised, this will be your room from now on. Although it's quite messy, I hope it would be enough, said Jirak embarrassingly. The room had one small window that allowed the sunlight to come through and a bed to the side. If you were to ignore all the light and chunks of metal and some old-looking weapons, then you could call the room rather neat-looking. Well, would it be possible to move all this tray, weapons? Jirak cut my mind sentence. Yes. Can we move those weapons somewhere else? I asked, slightly annoyed. Scratching this beard, Jirak sighed out loud. Fine, let's bring all that stuff down to my smith and see what I can do with them. With that, we started carrying all those chests with metal chunks and weapons downstairs, and by the time we were done with cleaning to my now own room, it was alright evening. Ugh, I feel like I lost 10 years of my carrying all that stuff. Compared to me, you sure are a monster of your own. Jirak said while holding this back out of pain. I just scoffed at him back. I ain't no monster, you just told me, old? I will have you know that I am in my strong 63 years. I am still young. I could only roll my ethereal flame-like eyes at him. It hasn't even been 1 year that I came out of the waters of nothingness, and he wants to tell me that he is young. If living 63 years is considered young, then what am I? An infant? Generally speaking though, comparing your age against an undead such as I am kinda pointless. Since we are kinda, well, immortal beings. No matter how much time passes, we the undead will never change physically, excluding us evolving into a higher tier undead, of course. In turn, as far as I know, mortals will with time grow old and weak until death decides to embrace them. So yeah, trying to compete with an undead with age is not the wisest idea that one could think of. Another idea as bad is that one is trying to compete with who got more stamina than the other. Being able to wear heavy armor while being able to carry boxes of the chunk is only the question of the undead's strength that the stamina of an undead. As long as an undead has enough strength to do a task, he will without a doubt be able to do that exact task for the close to integrity to come. By the looks of it, we are done for the day, right? I quickly changed the subject to make the old dwarf stop talk about this age and all. Looking at the window that it was already evening, Jirak grumbled. Yeah, there is no point working anymore today, even though you look like that. I can guess that you two are exhausted. We will start the real work tomorrow. Having said that, Jirak left down the stairs. Closing and locking the door on my side, I felt strange. It's not like I am tired, but saying that might result to an increase of my workload that I would rather not have. Standing in the middle of the room silently, I couldn't help but remember the recent days that I experienced. It reminded me of how I was back then in the gloomy hobgoblin cave. But compared to the cave that was gloomy with only stone to see, the room that I was now felt more calming. After all, these days have been nothing but uncomfortable for me. Being constantly with humans around me made my whole body heat up from hatred, which I had to, by my pure will, to stop myself to let loose on those around me. Even though my body knew no fatigue, it didn't help much with mental fatigue. And now being here alone made me finally relax my body. Although I want to stay so and relax for a little while more, I still have the stuff to do. Removing the bed blankets to cover the window, I sat down on the bed and removed my armor piece by piece. With me being now completely naked, I went right away to start what I had been waiting for all this time. That's runesmithing. I should probably start with the chest piece since it seems the easiest. With nothing else stopping me, I guided the mana in my body towards my hand. Rune vision. The nearby color of the room was slowly fading away until everything became black and white. The effect of that talent always somehow creeped me out. It was as if someone removes all sound and color, leaving only a blank world before my sight. All color except that of my armor. It was as if my whole armor was glowing ever so slightly, with most of the green and yellow colors with a mix of some red in the mix. The green light was mostly to see. If I remember right, the green area should be the place where I need to engrave the rune in. Without further ado, I started marking the location as given by the information in my head. Similar to how the rune was called, the marking ended up resembling the words as in some way. But marking the words wasn't as easy as I originally had thought. A single waving of my hand could ruin the whole marking process, which in turn makes the second step all the more difficult for me. The marking process felt like drawing the rough lines of a picture with your finger, which in the case of failing makes the end product all the worst. The only good thing about this process was that I could make as many mistakes as I wanted. Didn't draw it right? Remove the markings and start again. It wasn't like I was in a rush or anything. After removing and redoing the markings several times until I was happy with the end result, it was time for the hard part. Touching the start of the letter E of the rune, I started to channel the correct mana amount inside the rune with my utmost focus, while discarding all my worries aside. In this soundless and colorless word, only my finger moved ever so slowly according to the markings that I had placed before. I didn't dare to remove any focus at anything else other than channel the correct amount of mana in my finger. One mistake and I wouldn't be able to place the Is rune in my chest plate anymore. No mistakes allowed. Seconds felt like minutes and minutes like hours. But in the end, I removed my finger from the armor, thus ending engraving the mana in my armor. It took me several seconds to notice that finished it. Alright, now that I am done with it, I just need to activate it and see how it turned out. Placing my hand above the rune, I constantly pour in mana inside it to permanently engrave the rune in the armor once and for all. In a way, this whole process looked like the heat treatment that is used on blacksmiths. Maybe that's why runesmithing is called runesmithing instead of rune carving. The whole process took a whole minute to finish. And when it was done, a status window appeared in form of me. Common rune is successful engraved, rating, average. I tried to cry out of joy looking that it was successful, but then I forgot that I still had, rune vision, activate. Deactivating the talent and letting me speak once more, I picked my armor and started to touch it like some hungry dude would when a high quality steak was in front of him. Oh! Hitting the armor makes it glow slightly. Is that the rune's effect? After being done with testing my armor around, my gaze fell upon the message. It says rating, average. Does that mean that I could make the rune better? Pressing the rating in the window, another window showing what all kinds of ratings exist. Apparently there is poor, bad, average, good, well done, perfect and beyond perfection. So I am right around the middle, huh? Although it felt slightly depressing not achieving the best result. In a sense, though it was reasonable for me to make a rune of the rating average, if not being an achievement for the zone. After all, it still was my first time trying to carve runes in something real. Although my rating did worsen my mood ever so slightly. It did raise my motivation though. It showed me that there was something to work on, something to aim at. Knowing that there is more to it was enough to lift my spirit and try again. Picking another piece of my armor, I started engraving the same as rune in every piece of my armor. When I was done and equipped with my now rune armor, I felt a sense of accomplishment inside me. They all were at the average rating, but I did notice a slight improvement in them. I will have to study and see how I could better myself on this rune. And then I have tea. While I was calculating the best way to make my tunes better, I heard some banging in my door. Dancel. Come out already. It's already time for work. Hearing Jirak's voice, I was confused, but when I saw the light coming from the cover window, I realized it was already morning. Coming. Cursing how time flew so fast, I went down to the workshop. /59 / somehow depressed, I walked towards the underfloor where the real shop was. There I found the dwarf Jirak waiting for me. You're late. And that is your first day at that. Dancel. How should I even know if you didn't even tell me? Rudancel replied. That's right, yesterday when Jirak asked for my name I panicked for a moment. It wasn't like I could just say that I had somehow hit my head and got amnesia from it. That would be beyond stupid. Not only did I mention that I had a father, but that I also knew about creating runes that almost no one can. Considering all that, I had to come with a name out of the fly that would be decent enough to be called that. Thus ending up with the name of Rudancel. And surprisingly, my name in the status window changed to by that. Status, name, Rudancel, level, 20, class, Undead Guardian LV. 1, subclass, Runesmith of Undeath LV.1, Health, 3355 3355, Mana, 462 484, Attribute Points, 0, Attributes, Strength 90 Agility 70 Intelligence 44 Endurance 61, Talents, Superior Undead, Sin of Wrath, Reinforced Soul, Superior Unique Consciousness, Rune Vision, Dead Rune Knowledge, Skills, Intermediate Weapon Master LV.1, Undeath Corruption LV.1, -LV. 1, Shield Bash LV.4, Windblade LV.3, Sense Danger LV.3, Curse of Vigor LV.1, Piercing LV.1, Remark, Undead of Superior Strength. Though you completely merging your life force with your undeath nature, you now became an undead fueled with pure dead mana and hate on the living. Such an achievement can only be seen by either talented or long-lived undead. XP, 28625, Sigh. And here I thought you had some common knowledge in that head of yours. Most people would be at their work at this time. Did you call me here to complain or for me to make some actual runes? Sigh, follow me. Following the old dwarf, we reached this workplace where I guessed made these weapons. Looking at where Jirak was pointing at an anvil with a towel at the top. This is? I asked confused. That, my friend. With excitement written in the dwarf's face, pulling the towel off was a sword with a menacing aura around it and a crimson-red crystal in the middle of the handle. If it weren't for the sharp edge that the weapon had, I would even consider it a decorative weapon made for sadistic people. Is what I hope you put a rune on. Upon hearing that, I completely froze in place, looking dazed at the dwarf. Why you want me to put a rune into that sword? Wouldn't an armor be more suitable? Danzel hurriedly said, while trying to rack his mind for various excuses to avoid carving a rune in that sword. Alas, these freshly made excuses were imminently shot down by the dwarf. What are you talking about? Of course, it has to be a sword if we are talking about selling our first product in the black market. Although armors are important to use, they are nowhere as attractive as a weapon. Damn it. The rune is only for armor. Danzel cursed internally while putting all this non-existent brain cells to work to think of a solution. And like a flash of insight that came from this ingenious mind. Would you mind if I were to look at this sword first? I will have to check if there would be enough for the rune to fit the blade. Sure, go ahead and take a look, Jirak said with a grin on his face. Danzel on the other side wanted to laugh at this face right now. Ha! Your ignorance will be my blessing. Nodding to the dwarf, I went ahead to praise the weapon. Ravager's sword, a sword made by a journeyman dwarf blacksmith. The blade was crafted with pure dwarf iron and by the arts of a dwarf blacksmith, which resulted in the blade becoming more durable with a sharper edge. The sword holds a low middle tier enchantment that is full of a fire crystal. The enchantment allows any wound made by this weapon to either have the effect, bleed, or, burning wounds. The choice is for the user to make. This weapon surely sounds nasty to get wounded by. Hey, not for me though. The weapon's effect had a clear intent in mind, that is to leave a devastating wound on your enemy. Which does sound powerful. But that is if you were one of those lame mortals you reliant on flesh. Who needs flesh when you have such bones as mine? Shaking lightly my head to remove the useless thought, I focus on the task at hand. What I told Jirak about was neither the truth nor false. Yes, I did need to see where I have to place the rune, but according to the information in my mind about runes is that as long the given object isn't in a bad condition or has already a rune in it, carving a rune should be possible. By a glance, you could see that the Ravager's sword was in top condition with no runes carved in it. Alright. Let's begins. Raising my finger to the status window, I pressed at Dead Rune Knowledge. My plan to get out of my current situation was quite the simple one. Rely on luck. If I didn't have a rune for a sword, I simply had to buy it. Common, cost 10,000 XP to learn random rune. Alright, I have 28,625 XP in my storage, which means 2 tries before my whole wallet runs dry. Full with determination, I pressed at Buy, Common, option. 10,000 XP have been used to learn a common random rune. You acquired the normal rune Vis, please be a sword rune. Mumbling to himself, Dancel opened the rune's information. Rune Vis, one of the most simple runes amongst the common rune language. It allows the user to have the same visual ability as if he didn't have a helmet, to begin with. Can only be placed on helmet armor parts. You useless thing. The rune by itself did look really good and that it will be convenient if I were to put it in my helmet, but it wasn't what I was searching for. Bringing all my remaining hope in my finger, I pressed at the buy option again. 10,000 XP have been used to learn a common random rune. You acquired the normal rune Sir, one of the most simple runes amongst the common rune language. It slightly increases the cutting ability of an edge. Cannot be used on blunt weapons. Ugh, my head. At least it was worth it. Grabbing my head out of pain from the information overload that came in my mind from those runes, that didn't stop my eyes to flared up for seconds out of excitement. It was an unconscious reaction of my body. Similar to how my eyes would flame up when I used Sin of Wraith. Hey Dancel, how is it, can you place a rune in that sword? Everything is fine. Give me some time and the rune will be in the sword before you know it. Taking the Ravager's sword in my hand, I walked towards the stairs leading to the upper floor, which got a weird look from the dwarf. Huh? Where are you going? Jirak said with a frown on his face. Turning around, I looked at him as if he was an idiot pretending to be a dumbass. Wait, you didn't expect that I would runesmith in front of you, right? Although he couldn't see my face cause of my helmet, he pretty much guessed that I looked at him with dead fish eyes. Scratching this neck embarrassingly, he looked at my eyes full of hope. So I can't after all? No, Dancel bluntly replied. TCH, fine. But at least tell me what rune you will be putting on that sword. I worked my ass off to make that thing. I will place a rune that will make the edge sharper than it was before. Now if you excuse me. Leaving the stunned dwarf at this workshop, I left for my room. Sitting in my bed, I searched for the information inside my mind about the rune Sir. Huh, that rune seems easier than the previous one. Is it because of the equipment difference? I might pull it off this time. After making sure that I closed the door and covered the window, I activated Rune Vision, and went right into carving the rune into the now colorless world. And within an hour, the rune was complete. Common rune Sir successfully engraved, rating, good. You received 2000 XP, huh? Where did that XP come from? Looking at the XP window that appeared, I was confused. But after thinking about it, only one explanation came to my mind. Is just a guess that I will have to try out, but is this part of the passive draining? What if I were able to gain XP by making runes of at least good quality? Do I gain more XP by making a more high quality rune? /60 although it was just a guess of my, if that was the case, then working here with that dwarf would even be a much better deal than I would have imagined. Compared to my previous plan of going somewhere far away and abuse the passive training to earn XP, doing this is much profitable. Grabbing the now finished rune sword, Dancel unlocked the door and walked towards the stairs leading to the workshop. With now having a viable XP source in hand, I had nothing else to worry about. After accepting to work with Jirak, I was reminded that I would need some spare XP to buy the runes and magic spells that I buy. My idea coming to the capital was to quickly replace my armor and get as fast as possible out of here. After all, being with anything alive makes my body being dense the whole time. Going somewhere remote with my immortality and train in peace was the original plan. But now with money and XP in hand, my strength will steadily rise, be it equipment or actual strength. I will have both. Before that, though, I will have to make another rune at the good rating. Jirak. I finished the carving. Where yo, Theorad? A deafening sound of metal being hit engulfed the whole room. With a hammer in this hand, Jirak started to hit a chunk of metal repeatedly until it formed to what looked like a blade. With the blade still have orange color out of the heat, the dwarf quickly moved the blade into the oil for the heat treatment with no waste in this movement to see. Normal people probably wouldn't have noticed it, But with my current strength, I saw the vast experience that the dwarf had through the whole process of making this blade. Every hit of this hammer hit the right place with the required amount of strength needed to make that blade. "Oh, since when were you here?" Jirak said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. "From the beginning. I tried to call you out but got no reaction." "Ha ha ha. Sorry for that, it's hard to get bad habits. Enough for me though. How did it go?" Looking at the excited dwarf in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh out loud. "Everything went well. Great. I have a straw dummy around here for testing some of the swords. Let's go and see what the sword is capable of." Shrugging my shoulder at him, I followed along as I too were curious about the sword. Compared to Danzel's expectation of the dummy being made just out of straw like Jirak said, the dummy had a pretty worn out armor on with a helmet on. Even though the equipment was worn out. Hey, armor is still armor, right? Alright, let me give a swing to this old piece. Picking the now ruined, Ravager sword, he took this stance with the sword facing the dummy. Though the scene looked kind of comical to me cause of the height difference between the dwarf and the sword. The stance Jirak took suggested otherwise. After standing still for a few seconds, Jirak finally made this move. Huff. Moving this blade with this weight together, the sword met the armor dummy and cleaved it right through the armor, letting only two remains of the straw dummy fall on the ground. He doesn't look as weak as I had thought. Denzel though slightly impresses by the dwarf's skill. "So, how is it? Are you satisfied with the result?" Jirak brought the blade close to this face with a frown of this face. Which made me slightly panic. Did he possibly not like it? Damn, I knew that this rune was useless right off the start. Although it isn't one of the best, it's still amazing, replies Jirak while this eyes still being on the sword. Putting the sword to the side, Jirak turned this head towards me. "That rune of yours is simply amazing, it cut through the whole armor like it was nothing. This beauty will be enough for our first sell. So now that we confirm that is good for enough, when will you sell it?" "I guess I will have to go now if I were to sell it today. Has been a long time since I sold something in the black market." Putting the sword in this sheath, the dwarf picked a nearby robe and put it on. "Wait, you are going like, right now?" said Danzel slightly stunned. "Of course, the auction should start in around 4 hours. This will be for today's work so you can go ahead to see the city around while you can. From tomorrow on only work is ahead of us." Having said that, Jirak left with the sword behind his back. Being now the only one standing inside this whole place, I went back to my room. I guess I will try putting another rune in that helmet of mine, in the black market of the capital of Bernese. The black market, a place that was said to have anything that a person desires, be it forbidden knowledge, rare items, or even persons live. With money in one's hand, those things could easily be earned. Of course, such a notorious place was quite appealing for people of influence and power. And currently, somewhere underground, there was an auction taking place. Of course, such a place was against the law. "General, today I heard there will be an interesting item in place. What do you think it will be?" Someone wearing the kingdom's army armor said. "But similar to a big tree, there would be some rotten apples hanging in the shadows of the leaves of the tree. Don't mention our ranks in such a place, Merrick." The man with gray hair and a serious face said. "This looks reminded others like the elderly that you will see in the streets, but this body build suggests otherwise. Clear lines of muscle could be seen from this shirt. And I also heard about today's item. We will have to make sure that it doesn't fall in the hands of the Union or one of the nobles. That item will be owned by the army." With these eyes burning with determination, the auction began. As usual, the first to come items were the not so impressive ones. Like a various crystal or rare resources and at some point even slaves. On the opposite side of the auction were two men wearing black clothes with an emblem Union written in them. TCH. Look at those nobles buying all that useless stuff that they will never use. Sometimes I wonder how they even became nobles," said the man with brown hair. "It's mostly heritage from their family. Don't trouble yourself with those pigs. Nevertheless, The more they buy the useless stuff, the better is for the union, right? The man with black hair and the same kind of black clothing said. I guess you're right. While each party continued watching the auction, an item got the attention of everyone. Now from our next product. A beautiful blonde-haired girl with a cocktail dress pulled a small bottle out of luxurious-looking box. The famous known frost body essence made from an expert alchemist. The effects will allow someone to touch this body with no side effects. The starting price goes by 500 gold. Oh! Everyone currently present explained out of disbelief. A portion of this grade was extremely rare to see even in a place like this. Not where the potions of frost body essence were hard to make, the ingredients were also hard to find. One of the cores of them being the blood of an ice troll. For this rarity and able to permanently increase the toughness of one's body, it was extremely costly. Even though the effect was rather pretty small. 600. The elderly general raised from the seat with one finger open. 700. One rather chunky noble followed suit. Damn it, it has already begun. 850. The black-haired men of the union joined in the fray. And this a fierce battle of bidding and flying saliva came to life. 1595. Hearing the total 1595 gold that the noble was willing to bid, both the side of the union and the army fell silent. No one else 1595. Last chance before it goes for 1595. Raising her hand high, the blonde girl started counting. 3, 2, 1. Sold. The frost body essence is sold for 1595. The item will be brought to your room after the auction. Ha ha ha. The laughs of the noble who bought the potion could be heard from the background. Which obviously pissed the general and the union people off. They both wanted it, but the price to get it was way too high. With 1595 gold it was enough to equip a wild scout of elites with high quality armor and weapons. As for the union side, they would even hope to sell the potion for a profit. Sigh, to think a potion like it would be wasted on a fat AHS. The brown-haired man said. What was done was done. We will have to go empty-handed this time. Now for our last item. In which I am very excited to present to your guest today. Huh, there is more? May I present you a recently crafted runed weapon with enchantments in it. And I know what everyone is thinking, but no, this isn't made by the craft binder. Almost everyone's eyes widened up and were flabbergasted. Those who weren't were only the ignorant ones. I am possible. The union duo explained. Merrick. Go and quickly report this to the higher-ups. /61 / Upon the appearance of the runed blade, the whole auction fell into a state of chaos and confusion. That was because of the words that the blonde-haired woman said. As the woman pointed out that the sword was recently made, it suggests that the crafter is at this very capital right now, or at the very least nearby. What hit the nail in the coffin was that it wasn't made by the craft binder family, which was the only known capable runesmiths in the whole kingdom. But suddenly, out of literally nowhere, another runesmith had shown up in the whole kingdom. Since most people were regulars on this auction, this hit them completely unprepared. It was similar to how you will go to school and expecting the same thing to happen over and over again, but on your last day of school, you see usually serious teachers dressing like a clown and behaving like one. These people were caught off guard. Of course, for such a valuable item that you dear guest is seeing from the auction, prepared what would be a worthy test to showcase the rune's ability. Moving to the side, the bulgy man came dragging a cage with them, wag. A high-pitched roar sounded through the whole auction. Inside the cage was what was known as a night stalker. The night stalker was an infamous creature for its ability to hunt at the night. Most of the night stalkers reached 4 meters tall, with some rare causes of 5 meters. Their body resembled that of a gorilla, with his head and arms showing bat features like their pitch black wings and big ears with a nimble yet powerful tail. They were swift and deadly natural hunters of the night and a nightmare to fight against. Not only did they possess night vision, but they could extend their body and jump at you before you knew it. To think that the auction would catch a night stalker. Just by looking at it makes me nervous already. Of course, the creature was scary enough to most of the people here feel tense, but that was also a part of the show. The presentation will be made from a hired adventurer named Sarah Scorched. A man with bright red hair wearing a scaled armor with a sheath on the left hip. Now, Sir Saras, please proceed. Bowing slightly towards the Saras, the blonde girl gently gave him the sword and walked quietly away from the stage. Way. Wajhhhhh. Sir Saras. We are letting it out. Let the beast out, do not worry. Opening the cage, the Night Stalker imminently rushed out of the cage and jumped to quickly fly away as this instincts told him, for it to crash to the ground while looking confused. Way. Wag. Looking at these arms, the Night Stalker saw these wings be torn apart. These eyes turned bloodshot red, searching where to throw this anger at. Looking at the juice human in front of him, this mouth was full of saliva. Extending this body, it jumped at the human with the extreme speed with these talon-like nails raised at him. This time sword has a nice balance to it. Saras nodded with a look of admiration towards the sword. As for you, you are too loud. Just as the Night Stalker was going to cut Saras into hundreds of pieces. The human dodged this jump by a hair's breadth and moved behind him. Bam! Before the Night Stalker could even realize, this big bulgy arm fell to the ground, followed by what seemed an endless stream of blood. Way. Wag. Noticing that he had lost a piece of himself, the beast's eyes seemed to have lost their light, with only an enraged beast remaining there. Dear guest, as some might have noticed, the sword has the enchantment of a bleed effect. Wah. Wag. Wag. With this mouth opened abnormally, the beast now saw only to devour and kill. HMPH. A beast will always remain as a beast. Mindless. With the Night Stalker losing all these senses, Saras could easily predict this way of path and dodge accordingly. Dodging successfully, Saras delivered the finishing blow. With a swing towards these chest sides, burning flames emerged which burned the Night Stalkers inside and outside at the same time. Way. Way. After wriggling this body out of pain, the Night Stalker eyes regained their light, for only death to remove this light as fast as he had regained it. And as you can see, the sword can also produce flames with no need of any of my mana thanks to the fire crystal. Moving towards the fallen arm of the Night Stalker, Saras picked it up and showed it to this audience. As for what I guess you guys are most curious about is the rune. The rune of the sword's edge, and make it sharper without having any negative effects. Although simple, cutting the thick arm of the Night Stalker was as easy as cutting some butter. Don't let the simplicity of the rune fool you. Letting the people digest what he just said, Saras slowly said. As for the starting price, it will be 2,000. 2,100. Damn it. 2,200 in favor from my house. You guys don't even know the starting price and you already bidding. Damn it, let me finish at least. Although Saras grumbled internally, he already knew that this was going to happen. With another bidding war starting far greater than the one before, many people started throwing money and false promises to another, hoping to get an opportunity to get such a sword. Of course, most of those who did that were the stupid ones. The smart ones who knew the worth of the item have already left the auction. General. Why are we leaving already? Aren't you interested in that sword? Merrick asked while looking behind as he was getting further and further away from that awesome sword. Seeing the drool forming in this soldier's mouth, the general shook his head disappointed. Merrick, what do you think it's the most valuable point that this sword represents? Scratching this head, Merrick replied. The added strength from the rune. Sigh. I will have to take a look at your academic score when I go back. Look here. Buying this weapon from these auctions isn't worth it at all. Most people will see it as a novelty cause of the rarity of the runes. Wasting money for one sword to where we can get a better enchantment one would be better. Huh, if that were the case, General, then why ask me to report it to the higher-ups? Annoyed by this stupidity, the elderly man started explaining. One sword at such quality will be useless for the army. What we need isn't the sword, but the actual source. Stunned, Merrick hurriedly said. So you want to find the runesmith behind the sword? Now you finally up to speed, huh? If you understood, move U-S and investigate who made the rune. Found him no matter the cost. An hour later outside the auction. Young master. Do you think it was a wise idea to buy this sword? A man in this middle 30 said with a butler suit on. Of course it was. This sword will be the key to my goal, said a man around this 20. Young master. Isn't 3,200 gold a little too much? With a frown on this face, the following young master replied with a fierce tone. You should be fully aware of my situation. With me being the last child and the less talented out of my siblings, I have almost to no change beating my siblings for the head family position. I spent my all remaining funds on this sword to finally, after so many years, to have a chance. Walking towards this carriage, he slammed the door and went inside. I ain't in the mood to discuss this anymore. Bring me back home. Yes. Hig. With the horses moving the carriage, the young master bought the box from this side and opened it slowly. With this now ruined sword I will finally have the change. The carriage suddenly stopped, making him almost drop this newly bought sword. Hey! When did I say that you can stop? I don't pay you for, huh? Opening the door of the carriage, instead of this aide to greet him was instead a flying dagger flying right to this face. Without even realizing what just happened, the young noble dropped death instantly. Appearing in front of him were cloaked figures that quickly grasped the box that had the ruined sword and left. After making sure that they were safe, with a voice that couldn't tell this gender, the figure said to this college. Hey, call the union. Our job is done. Yes. Activating this communion device, the other figure said with the same kind of voice. Our mission has been completed. Make sure to pay us accordingly. Yes, yes. It will be done the moment you bring that sword to the union. After doing that, I would like to put another job on you guys. And that will be. I would like you to find a person for us. Find the runesmith that made this rune. Find him no matter what. After a short moment of silence, the cloaked figure replied. It will be done. Currently at the same time at the Aura Firesmith. You acquired 2000 XP, finally finished with the helmet. At a good rating at that too. Stretching these bones, Denzel stands up and looks outside the window. Ah, it's so peaceful here. /62 / now that I put a whole 2 runes at my helmet, I wonder how it looks with Rune Vision on. Without wasting another thought, I activated Rune Vision to put my idea to practice. It seems like I was right. Denzel said after activating this Rune Vision. The previous bright green light on the helmet had already dimmed by putting one single rune in. But now that I put the new rune vis in my helmet, the green light completely had faded with a yellow color to replace this place. Learning that made me once again aware that there was a limit on how many runes I can place in a piece of equipment. For now, it wasn't much of a problem, but by the rate I gain XP from the passive training. If I were to spend them on learning runes, then I might be forced to have to throw my current helmet so that I can replace it with new runes. I will have to at least unlock enough runes to fully engrave in all my equipment first though. Since now I found a pretty reliable way of making XP, I obviously wanted to maximize as my gains. Although the dwarf promised me that he will let me enchant this stuff, there is a limit on that. Upon last time I saw the dwarf making a new item, it took him around 2 to 3 hours to finish it. Such a feat of being able to create a whole weapon under 3 hours might be a great achievement among other blacksmiths. If it's a great feat or not, I don't know. After all, I am simply ignorant of stuff like blacksmithing. Nevertheless, this speed will be nowhere enough for me. Just creating a single rune took me around an hour, and that was me doing it for the first time. The runes that took me before an hour has already been shorted into 40 minutes. And that is because of some hours of training. Every time I carved a rune with my mana, the better I got. It was similar to painting the same kind of picture over and over again. At some point, the previous difficult parts of the painting will become easier to the point where you will not even consider them as the difficult part. If we consider the part where every piece of equipment can at least hold 2 runes for the time being, sooner or later the dwarf will be out of stuff to put runes on. Sigh, I guess I will cross the bridge when the time comes, but for now. Looking from the window, a small cloaked figure appeared outside the shop. I guess I should take my income firsthand. Leaving the room towards downstairs, the cloaked figure entered the shop. How was it? Dancel said while sitting at the reception's table. Putting the cloak to the side, Jirak put a frown on his face, slightly annoyed that Dancel was sitting on this favorite chair. We will talk about that down to the workshop. So move your #s before I make you so. Oh? You will? Raising from the seat, a sudden killing intent seemed to engulf the whole, making the room feel colder than it should be. Jirak's face took a turn for the worse from sensing the sudden killing intent. From this perspective, the surroundings darkened with Dancel's figure seemingly growing larger by the second. You. Ha ha ha. You had to see your face, it was just a joke. Like it wasn't there, to begin with, the killing intent faded away and everything seemed to turn back to normal. Didn't you say that we are going to disguise this down there? Why are you still spacing out? Leaving the spacing out dwarf, Dancel went downstairs. Joke? Jirak said while holding this shaking hand. The thing that Dancel considered a joke was in Jirak's opinion the joke itself. For someone to emit such bloodlust has to either be a mass murderer or an extremely powerful person. And for such dense bloodlust to form to simply play a joke on him? That itself would Jirak find funny. In what mess did I bring myself into this time around? The fact that this guy is seeking my items for this equipment should speak loud and clear that he doesn't hold the strength to generate such bloodlust. If I were to consider this fact, that should mean crap, I work together with a mass murderer. Of course, the dwarf obviously misunderstood something. Calling Dancel a mass murderer with the number of people he killed would be too out of the stretch. The effect that Jirak was talking about were only possible if you slain more than 1,000 people or if you had the strength to cut a whole house in half without breaking a sweat. What actually had happened was that Dancel used sin of wrath, consciously, making the dwarf believe that he was either of the two options. Although the idea of working together with a murderer didn't have much of an appeal, the idea of working with a runesmith was enough to overshadow this fear. Walking down to the workshop, Jirak saw Dancel waiting for him there. And here I thought you wouldn't come. Ignoring Dancel's remark, Jirak went right into the business. The auction went better than it thought it would. As per our mutual agreement, we both get a half of how it sold. Bringing this hand in this pocket, he bought out a large brown bag. Thud. Letting the bag go, a metal sound could be heard. That's your share, 1,600 gold. Thanks, for wait, what? Did I hear wrong? Daniel asked himself. The rune sword was bought for 3,200. I was surprised as well. Daniel froze while trying to comprehend the meaning behind the dwarf's words. And there wasn't much to understand in all honesty. So you were telling me that a single sword went for that much? It wasn't even a good rune. The dwarf shrugged my question off and replied. Well, you might be right, but most of the gold comes from this rarity. I see. Taking the bag full of gold coins in my hand, the first thing that I realized was how heavy the bag was. You could probably bash someone's head with this. Feeling the bag with my hand brought me a similar feeling to when I had over 100,000 XP in my storage. The feeling of being rich. Hey Jirak, you mentioned that this auction house sells magic scrolls too, right? Around how much does one cost? Depends on the spell, I guess. It should be around 500 to 1,000 gold coins for the lowest tier spells. Finding any higher tier spells is next to impossible. Are you planning to become a spellcaster or why you ask? Jirak replied while looking at me strangely. I am merely interested in learning magic. Staying on the topic, why only low tier spells or higher ones? I almost forgot that you aren't from here. The reason is cause it's forbidden not only in law but the law of the spellcasters such as mages. Sharing their secrets is being frowned upon, where only low tier spells can be learned with enough training. I see. Dancel's words carried some disappointment in them. It's a pity that I can't learn the good stuff right away. That problem can easily be solved by just throwing XP at them. Excited from the idea of learning new spells, I hurriedly asked the dwarf when the next auction will come. Sadly though, the dwarf had two crusty already forming dreams in my mind. Sorry Dancel, but you have to wait until next week before we can go to the auction. I felt like someone poured cold water on top of me. Why is that? Of course, I wasn't going to give up so easily without a proper explanation. For the safety of course, currently you are one of the most famous people in the capital, or rather they know you as the anonymous runesmith. Oh. Well, I can somewhat guess why. The dwarf took before this time to explain to me in detail why the professional runesmith is worth it. I have the power to open a second market of rune goods on my own. Many people would like to either restrain or use me for their gain, after all. That's what most if not all humans are. Well. Since we are going to have to wait until the last week, what shall we do? Standing up from the seat, Jirak said. Isn't it obvious? We are going to work ourselves to death this week. Hearing that I put a small grin on my face. Working myself to death might be a little hard for me. Such an arrangement didn't bother me at all. I welcomed it. This week's XP harvest will be plentiful. With that said, a week full of runesmithing began. /63 in the Royal Academy. In a large flat room where it was enough to hold up to 500 people. Standing to the side of this room were a group of students that were admiring a battle of two people. The two students were standing inside a white circle, which was the arena that the battle was taking place. One of them had a wooden sword in this hand while the other held a staff with a small blue crystal in. The one holding the sword dashed right towards this opponent by using this life force to enchant these legs. The other student, Samuel Craftbinder, tapping this stuff to the ground, a magic circle appeared and the next moment earth spikes formed at the predicted path of the other student. While the other students were in amazement from Samuel's casting speed, what surprised them more was that the other student managed to dodge the sun-earth spikes like it was nothing. Damn it, Alan. You aren't supposed to dodge that. Taking a step back to gain some distance, Samuel started to prepare for this next spell. Was I? Being 1 meter out of this reach, Alan Darcy put this whole strength in his legs and arms to swing at Samuel. Unexpectedly to Alan, a 3-meter earth wall raised under Samuel's legs, saving him from the pain that was about to come. Jumping from the other side of the wall, Samuel deactivated this earth wall, which soon turned into hundreds of stones. Another 3 magic circles appeared around him. Casting the spell, earth shots, 3 slightly sharp stones formed up in the air with soon to be launched towards Alan. When Samuel had finally thought he had won, he was soon flabbergasted by Alan dodging 2 out of 3 shots and crashing the last one with his wooden sword. How can a piece of wood survive my earth shot? Seeing Alan approaching him without even breaking a sweat made Samuel snap out of this confusion and quickly prepare for this next spell. Only to realize how short their distance was to each other. Got you. Swinging this wooden sword, Alan aimed for Samuel's head. Realizing the dread that was coming to this face, Samuel quickly moved to the side while bending this body. Barely managing to dodge the swing. Knowing that he was doomed at Alan's next swing, he jumped and tried to kick Alan's face as a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately for him though, Alan managed to block this kick effortlessly. Why, before being able to finish this sentence, Samuel soon came to greet the cold floor. Are you all right, Samuel? Asked Alan's concern. That hurt. How were you even able to dodge that? Simple, because of your lack of knowledge and ability, student Craftbinder. Like out of nowhere, a man wearing the teacher uniform of the Royal Academia appeared in the middle of them. The man looked around this mid-30s with a height of 1.9 meters. This body looked like it was just built by muscles alone, which made the teacher's uniform barely able to hold these muscles at bay. What does she mean by that, teacher? Samuel asked, slightly annoyed. Being told he was weak seemed to strike a nerve on him. It means every word what I say. Don't misunderstand my words of you being weak, student Craftbinder. The capabilities that you two had shown were amazing and even astonishing. But the result of your loss is simply because of your professional difference. The men made a short pause for the young man to understand these words. So what you are saying is that I lost because I was a spellcaster and not a melee fighter like Allen? Does that mean that spellcasters are weaker than melee fighters? Samuel replied without taking a single breath through this whole question. Sighing out loud, the teacher started to explain as he knew that Samuel was going to ask this question. Samuel, don't you ever dare to ask that question in front of any spellcaster. As for your question, the answer is neither yes nor no. Compared to Allen that follows the path of a warrior, you follow the path of a spellcaster. The early stage for a warrior is to train their body and techniques, where a spellcaster is in a period of gathering knowledge. Do you know why the kick of yours failed at the very end? Scratching this back of the neck, Samuel hesitantly replied. Because Allen is stronger. That is indeed the case, but you got it wrong. If we were to compare your magic abilities to Allen, you should be stronger and yet you lose. For that, there is a single reason. The reason being that Allen can dodge your attacks is because he can perceive these surroundings faster than you. What looked to you fast seemed slow before Allen. The reasoning behind it was quite the obvious one. With a stronger and faster body, you will be capable to react much quicker compared to a spellcaster with a weak body. Although Samuel understood this point, he couldn't help but feel bitter from inside. If that were the case, teacher. What should I do? He asked with a slightly desperate tone. Do not be the concern of that. Those who practice the ways of magic for long enough can unlock an ability so-called monovision. Once you have gotten yourself that ability, you will be able to keep up with the fast movement of warriors. Ding doing ding. Hearing that break time has already come, the teacher told all the students to go to their breaks except this two. Don't forget, you two, practice makes one the master. You two have immense talent which the kingdom will be proud to have. Keep up the hard work, as, without practice, even genius fails to raise. Having spent this whole wisdom of the week together with this 5 minutes of this break, the teacher left the two boys to go. Both Allen and Samuel went to them to avoid all the stalkers that were hunting Samuel down, with mainly the girls being that. Sigh. Finally able to relax, said Samuel while greetings this sped. Hey Samuel, do you want and practice together this afternoon? Asked Allen while cleaning this wooden sword. Ah, sorry, but I can't today. My father told me to go in a black auction this afternoon, replied Samuel with an apologetic look. Auction? But we aren't allowed to leave the academy without any good reason. Well, it was an order from my father, so if I were to refuse the next time I go to my house, I will have to deal with my father. After a few seconds of gathering these thoughts, an idea came across Allen's mind. If that were the case, would you mind me tagging along? Sure, might as well make the trip less boring with you, Samuel said excitedly. Shouldn't we hide our face then? Seeing how famous you are with the girls here, I worry how it will be outside, said Allen. Oh come on. It wasn't like I wanted to turn out like this. Jokes aside though, I have already thought of that. Bringing out a bag under this bed, inside it was revealed to have two cloaks big enough to fit both of their body and two masks. One mask resembled that of a crow's head, with the other mask being that of a demon with two teeth being bigger than they should. We simply have to use those. Currently in the black auction. Hey, damsel. You heard anything of what I just said? No, looking at all the people gathered here, I was somehow surprised. Ever since I came to the capital, I haven't seen so many people in a single place. Moreover, almost everyone had different looking clothing on. Since most people that I saw were Jirak and commoners, I always thought it was normal for them to wear similar clothes. I guess the commoners don't have much of a luxury to dress around. That or everyone here is a hired clown. Stopping spacing out already. In the very least try to lie. German shouted at me, which resulted in us getting some attention. Sigh, poor me. I heard you crystal clear. While you go register our items, I will wait here. That's what you want, right? Danzel said while making the dwarf aware of the attention that we are getting. Cough cough, yeah. Wait here until I go register item. Moving the carriage that we rented, Jirak went towards the reception. It has been already a week since we sold the rune sword, but today that is going to change. The whole past week I and Jirak spent our time making ruined items no one's top. Except for the moments that I pretended to go for a walk and eat outside and Jirak need to sleep. We were working no stop. I even got myself a good chunk of XP inside my storage. I am curious if there would be any magic scrolls to buy. I ain't seeing a list of the items to come to. Maybe I should ask someone. Looking around me on who I should ask for advice, a group of 2 people caught my attention. Let's ask those guys. Walking towards the group in front of me, I gently asked the one wearing a crown. Excuse me, could I make a quick question? /64 / surprised by the unknown man's appearance. The crow mask hastily turned around while quickly moving this hand towards this hip to where this sword were. This quick and decisive reaction might have looked somewhat intimidating if the tip of the crown mask hadn't hit directly at the fully armored knight. The scene made Denzel almost burst out of laughter if it weren't for the fact that he wanted to ask some questions. Looking at the poor guy trying to fix this mask result in an awkward silence between us. Let's ignore the bird and go for the demon. So would you mind if I were to ask you some questions? Sure. While both of us ignored the panicked crow mask, I felt like I and the demon mask were on the same page, which made me more comfortable talking with him. But upon noting that the heat in my body was slightly raising, my mood turned back as it was before. These guys are humans. It wasn't like I picked those guys randomly among the 100 people here to ask questions. Since every single one of them was humans, speaking with them would only ruin my mood. I hoped that those 2 guys were of a different race, similar to a dwarf. A small figure and rare enough to need to hide your face. But to think that they are just a bunch of kids. I was searching for a list of the items that will be shown in today's auction, but I can't seem to find anything of that sorts, Daniel asked. Hey mister, is it by any chance your first time here in this auctions? Daniel was dazed by the kid with the demon mask asking if it was this first time. /CK. First Jirak and now this kid? How can they guess that I am not from here? Denzel calmed this mind and quickly recovered from this dazed state. Was it that obvious? Nevertheless, could you answer my question? Since your bird friend of yours doesn't seem to have taken a liking in me. Even though that crow mask hadn't said anything yet, this posture alone was screaming for me to get lost. Cheeky breath, if it weren't for the fact that there are so many people around I would even beat the crap out of you. If I were hostile, to begin with, I wouldn't have come so casually to your guys after all. Well, theirs isn't much to answer, to begin with. The auction doesn't reveal these items so casually. Most people here, including us, have connections that inform us about some of the auction items. Ah crap, he says that the list is for the rich. Realizing what the demon mask said, I felt like someone hit my skull. I guess I will have to hope on my luck that there is something for me inside the auction. Asking that dwarf would probably be useless too, since he is always in that damn forge. Sigh, I didn't want to ask, but trying wouldn't hurt. By including us, do you guys by any chance know the list? Shaking this head, the demon mask said. Not really, we just came to see if the ongoing rumors are true or not. Rumors? What kind of rumors? Mind filling me in since I am new here? Sorry. Before the demon mask seemed about to reject my request. He was shortly cut by this companion. Hey. You are so annoying. It's about the ruined weapon that showed up last week, of course. Being clueless has its limits. Both Denzel and the demon mask were surprised by the bird finally opening this beak and lash out at me. Denzel though was more surprised at what the crow mask mentioned in this outburst. Does that guy talk about the ruined sword that Jirak went out to sell? That's Denzel. Here you are. I have already registered our stuff in. Like out of thin smoke, the dwarf Jirak appeared out of nowhere with a cloud of annoyance following him. Sigh, lower your voice already. I am on my way. Sighing out loud, I turned around and went towards the screaming dwarf. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the info, you two. Here, catch. Throwing the two masked kids 1 gold each, I went towards our reserve seats on the auction. Dot. Dot. Looking at the scratched gold coin that both the crow and the demon mask received, they both had the same thing in mind. You cheapsake. Giving a single gold coin to a noble and pressing to be smug about it? At least give us a good quality coin. Using that will bring more shame than it's worth. Currently inside the auction, all kinds of voices went through the whole place. Some were raising their bids on the item they wanted, while others were just pure out of frustration of losing that particular item. Since the very start of the auction, it has been like this. Of course, in different levels at that. According to Jirak, the auction always puts the resources at the start, and then they go to the rarer and most unusual items. But if you were to ask me, the start was nothing more than a game for the nobles. They simply threw money at the floor while laughing at their actual loss. The 20 lower class crystals that were supposed to cost at best 15 gold coins, went for 40 gold coins in the end. Simple because two nobles didn't want to give in and consider it a humiliation if they weren't to buy it after being challenged. My only question watching that was, what do two guys drunk before coming here to laugh at their loss? I don't care where this guy wastes this money at. But at least use it effectively, damn it. The feeling felt like watching your teammate in a game selling their item just to buy the same item again. What exactly did you think about doing that? If you were going to tell me that you were drunk, I would even totally believe you. Anyway, we are getting out of point. What I wanted to say is that it's damn boring inside here. Watching all those guys throwing more money than I had in my damn wallet at useless stuff made me both frustrated and bored. Heck, at some point that blonde lady over there bought a large egg that was supposed to be of a wyvern. Everyone inside couldn't help but be surprised at the possibility of owning their damn wyvern. I too was surprised. Until I noticed the dead mana inside the damn egg. The fetus in there dead. There is no way that someone is going to buy the. Shortly after, it was sold for 1,000 gold. Hey, Jirak. When is this going to end again? Danzel asked the dwarf with this cold voice. Until we sell our stock, I guess? Why? Sigh. At this point, I could only curse internally and give myself and the endless boredom to come. And for our next item that had made this appearance a week ago. We are glad to show our guests many variations of ruined weapons and armor. There are 25 of each category, so do not fret. We will slowly show them until the end of the auction. Oh. What the? Ha ha ha. You sound exactly like I did a week ago. Jirak said. The moment the blonde girl showed our ruined items, everyone went into an uproar, which honestly surprised me. So you're telling me that it was like that? Danzel asked. No. It was worse. Jirak said with a grin on his face. Shortly after our discussion, the biddings soon began to take place. The auction, of course, wasn't stupid enough to sell everything in one go. Doing that will scare everyone who isn't interested away after all. They instead sell 3-5 at a time and then going to another product. This reason alone made people want to stay longer and see if anything good was left for them. And at last, an interesting item finally showed up. For the next item, we got the magic scroll of Mana Arms, written personally by an archmage himself when he was younger. The starting price is by 300 gold. Looking at the scroll and comparing it with the one in the cave, the difference was too great. Neither holes nor dirt was to see in the paper. The paper looked like it was written and made at the same time. Hey Jirak, do you know by any chance what the spell, Mana Arms, is? Huh? You interested in that? The dwarf said with a frown on his face. Well, it isn't for combat, that's for sure. If I were to describe it, I would say that it is a quality of life type of spell. The spell simple generates 2 floating arms made out of your mana. Their only purpose is to bring or drag your stuff. The weight that they can hold is extremely limited. Hearing Jirak's explanation, I got the basic idea of the spell, Mana Arms. Although it hadn't any combat capabilities, it still sounds useful. I am going to buy it, Daniel said firmly. Huh? Jirak looked at him confused. But I didn't care. 500 gold. I shout while holding my fingers high like a peace sign. What I learned today in this auction was better to pay more at the start before you struck the nerve of a proud fool idiot who is ready to throw this money for fun. No one higher than 500 gold? The magic scroll will be sold for 500 at 3, 2, 1. Sold. And to my surprise, I managed to buy it with no resistance to see. I frowned slightly at that. Did I overpay? I asked the dwarf. With this hand holding this mouth, Jirak replied. Guess. Damn it. I did overpay. At least I got it. The reason why no one bid it on that scroll was that the auction was about to end and everyone here still wanted to give it a try to get the ruined items. The fact that the spell container in the scroll didn't help much either. The time for the last ruined items shortly came after, which brought another bidding frenzy on everyone with enough money to spend on. With our items being the last of the auction, Denzel and Jirak went to get their buys in gold before shortly leaving for the workshop. How much did we made? Daniel asked while already reading this scroll. About 12,000 gold. Not as good as I had thought it would. Brake said with a depressed look. I of course was stupefied. Seriously? While those two wearing some identical robes were moving towards the Ara firesmith. They weren't able to see two hiding figures stalking them in the dark. Add them to the list, said one of the figures while both of them were slowly disappearing from the shadows. /65 returning to the workshop, Denzel and Jirak decided to call it today. Since it was already midnight by now, working on something wouldn't make much sense. At least that was Jirak's case. He has long ago gone into a state of fatigue in both mind and body. The dark circles under his eyes with this messy beard all betrayed the fact that he was tired. And it would even be weird if he wasn't. Since the past week, he didn't do much except work, eat and sleep. Denzel even told him to take it easy and sleep more. He didn't say that because he was feeling pity from this old dwarf, but rather a jealousy. Although this undead body of his had quite some good traits on. It wasn't everything rainbows and rays of sunshine. The two biggest complaints that I had in this undead body would probably be this weight and the incapability to sleep. The first has already been resolved with my armor adding in the weight that I originally hadn't. But the latter was much more difficult to fix, if not impossible. Most of the time I didn't mind the fact that I couldn't sleep, but sometimes when I was bored it felt like torture. Nonetheless, though we getting out of topic. The reason why Jirak started to work so hard was probably because of me. He must have already noticed it. The fact that I am working faster than he was. Wasting this sleep for something like this. Stupid. Denzel genuinely meant that. Although he liked to be as much efficient as possible with these methods, he didn't mind if that guy would take it easier. After all, what Denzel was doing was basically rushing to accomplish something while he holds immortality in his hands. I should probably distract myself with something before Sin of Wrath comes to play. Having said that, the perfect idea to pass time came at me. Status. Name, Denzel. Level, 20. Class, Undead Guardian LV. 1. Subclass, Runesmith of Undeath LV.1. Health, 3850. Mana, 484. Attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 90, Agility 70, Intelligence 44, Endurance 69. Talents, Superior Undead, Sin of Wrath, Reinforced Soul, Superior Unique Consciousness, Rune Vision, Dead Rune Knowledge. Skills, Intermediate Weapon Master LV.1, Undeath Corruption LV.1, -LV. 1. Shield Bash LV.4, Windblade LV.3, Sense Danger LV.3, Curse of Vigor LV.1, Piercing LV.1. Remark, Undead of Superior Strength. Though you completely merging your life force with your undeath nature, you now became an undead fueled with pure dead mana and hate on the living. Such an achievement can only be seen by either talented or long-lived undead. XP, 13625. What else is better than spending your wallet? Denzel said with a mischievous grin on his face. From the previous 625 that I had. I made a whole package of 126,000 XP in just a week. And that by just drawing runes. Even though I almost stayed indoors the whole damn week. I still will call it a win. Since I already got the goods. On what should I spend them on? Danzel asked himself while looking through this whole status. There were many choices to pick from. Should he upgrade these skills? Buy more rune knowledge? Or simply increase my class level? I should probably stick to my previous plan rather than spend everything in a single thing. Clicking in the skill I wanted, I pressed the upgrade button. Curse of Vigor has increased from LV.1 to level 10. The skill Curse of Vigor reached this maximum level. Curse of Vigor LV.10 turns into Curse of Exhaustion LV.1, Curse of Exhaustion, a curse intended to exhaust one to these limits. It makes the victim of this curse lose more stamina and slowly draining this energy. If the curse sits place long enough, it's starting to drain the very vitality of the unfortunate being hit by this spell. Until they become a mummy. Damn! A whole another level of improvement. With the 32,400 XP that I used, I could even say that this is my greatest buy till yet. Danzel nodded to himself. As the preview plan to get, Undeath Corruption LV.1 20% discount to get the Cursor Vigor to max level. In the results, though I gained far more than I thought I would. Although the Undeath Corruption LV.1 was expensive to get, it was still worth it. With now 98,225 XP left in my storage, I felt tempted to push it all into my class's level. But there was still one single skill that I wanted to max at 2. Even though I currently am in a safe spot. Letting my strongest skill, Windblade, rot in LV.3 would be a crucial mistake if I find myself in a fight. But it's so damn expensive. Upgrading it from LV.3 to LV.4 would be a whole 11,000 XP. And a 1000 XP additionally for every single level. With a pained expression on this face, he can't make expression, Danzel pressed on the upgrade button with a shaky finger. Windblade has increased from LV.1 to level 10. The skill Windblade reached this maximum level. Windblade LV.10 turns into Gale Mana Blade LV.1, Gale Mana Blade, the advanced martial art of Windblade. It's sharper, stronger, and more durable than this previous inefficient technique. The mana inside the blade has been improved drastically. An overall improvement it seems, huh? Not bad, not bad. With the knowledge slowly going through my mind, I felt like someone answered an easy question that I struggled to solve. How to draw mana into my sword faster and with more efficiency was solved by just upgrading this skill. If I were to use the Gale Mana Blade now, it would have doubled the range and speed of my previous one. If I had any complaints, it would probably be that the skill didn't get any special abilities like the Curse of Vigor did. Maybe that's the difference between magic and martial arts. After throwing himself in these thoughts and finding no answer to this question, he took the last peek in status. Status, name, Rudensil, level, 20, class, Undead Guardian LV.1, subclass, Runesmith of Undeath LV.1, health, 3355, mana, 484, attribute points, 0, attributes, strength 90, agility 70, intelligence 44, endurance 61, talents, superior undead, sin of wrath, reinforced soul, superior unique consciousness, rune vision, dead rune knowledge, skills, intermediate weapon master LV.1, Undeath Corruption LV.1, LV.1, Shield Bash LV.4, Gale Mana Blade LV.1, Sense Danger LV.3, Curse of Exhaustion LV.1, Piercing LV.1, Remark, a skilled undead of superior strength. Though you completely merging your life force with your undeath nature, you now became an undead fueled with pure dead mana and hate on the living. Such an achievement can only be seen by either talented or long-lived undead. XP, 225, A. Seeing how in an instant 98,000 XP were gone like they weren't there in the first place, I couldn't help but groan in the pain that my wallet had felt. I should probably start slowly leveling my classes the next time I got my hands in some XP. I guess I should start making some runes too. Knock, knock. Hearing the knocking on my door, I subconsciously turned my head towards the opposite side of the door. Seriously. Looking at the light coming out of the window, my body shook slightly. How? Seeing how I once again lost myself in time, I felt a sense of dread inside of me. How much longer would I had stayed inside here if I weren't disturbed? Hey, Dancel. I come already out. I got something to tell you. Jirak said behind my door. Coming. Shaking his head from these thoughts, Dancel got up from this side and opened the door. Looking at the serious face that he was making, Dancel frowned slightly. So? Did call me to make some more runes? Just that you know I got some item already ready to be carved upon. Dancel pointed out at one chest with some swords of different sizes. Shaking his head, Jirak brought some keys out and gave them to him. Those are. It's the keys for the workshop. I came here to tell you that I will have to go out and buy some more supply before I can some new stuff. So you're saying that you will be gone for a day, right? Daniel asked while this glance was on the keys. Basically, yes. I gave you the keys in case you were interested to go outside for once. Jirak replied. Sure. Although I don't think that I need to tell you that, but make sure to lock the door before leaving. HMPH, get lost already. Dancel scoffed out loudly. Alright then, I will see you tomorrow. With the dwarf no more, I simply looked at the keys and the door of my room with a complicated expression. He can't make one. I guess taking a break wouldn't hurt much. /66 / wow, this thing is so fun to use. Dancel said while seeing the keys being held by some ethereal blue arms. Tick, locking the door of the workshop, I imminently cancelled the spell, Mana Arms, with an internal command. The spell works as it was written in the scroll. The flexibility and speed are good, but the weight limit is kind of annoying. Putting the cloak that was given to me by Jirak around me. I went out to finally take a break from those four walls surrounding me the whole time. Jirak has already left since the morning and by now it was already evening. My decision to come out now was the current time has the less amount of people walking outside. That, and the fact that I wanted to get those badly, Mana Arms, to to train with them. And for the penniless me who had no XP to show, I decided to work just enough to buy my second actually spell. Surprisingly though, the spell cost even less than, Curse of Viget, had. By just making 2 runes I managed to learn and buy the skill directly for the total price of 1500 XP. Compared to, Curse of Viget, that was 3500 XP, it was cheap. As for the reason why, I had some guesses, but no definitive answer in hand. One of them was that the spell was simply inferior to another. The stronger the better, right? Well, if we consider the status of it would more likely be the stronger the more expensive. Another guess was that the quality of the scroll was better with better quality ink is written and paper. Nonetheless, I could try to figure the reason why. Doing that though would be too bothersome. Finding a mage to make a bad and a good quality scroll of the same spell sounds too much work even for me. Maybe if I somehow get an opportunity in the future, but for now that idea is scratched out from my to-do list. Crap, here I am trying to take a break while thinking of working again. I even caught a bad habit. Saying that, Dancel came to a sudden halt. What's going? Looking in front of him, many people were standing there looking at 2 guys arguing. Hey, hey! You know what's going on? A nearby man of the crowd said. Did you just came? A merchant from the Union and a foreigner had their carriages crashed together and now is blocking the road. Replied another man beside him. Upon hearing from the nearby people about what seemed to happen, I frowned slightly. I guess I will have to find another path. Turning this head behind, Dancel saw more and more people standing in the crow. Looking left and right, he was a small opening between 2 houses. If I remember right, beyond that path should be the slums that Oliver bought me. After giving it a thought, I decided to go on that path. I might as well take my break and see the beautiful walls there. The houses between this path blocked all sunlight, which made the whole path be engulfed by darkness. Of course, for me, such a thing didn't even bother me. Heck, since my race itself has perfect night vision, sometimes recognizing how dark a room is proving to be a challenge. Splash, splash, the previous road made out of cut stone was no more. Instead, this path seemed to abandon, fully made of dirt. Every step that I made left marks of my boots on the dirt. Ugh. Cleaning this will be a both. Before Dantel was even able to finish this sentence, a sudden feeling of danger came directly from behind me. What? Danzel turned around with hastening while pulling Varen from the sheath. Crack. A small blade dug through my armor directly to my right ribs and breaking two of them. Hey, you quite the resilient, aren't you? Said a cloaked figure with a mocking grin on his face. Although him breaking some of my few ribs made me lose around 600 HP, that didn't stop me at all. Fsheen. With Danzel drawing this Varen out, he turned around and used this new skill, Gale Mana Blade, towards this attacker. Oh, seeing that, the cloaked figure half-body was engulfed in shadows, which made him move like a snake and slip right to my other side before the air blade was about to cut him in half. The upgrade air blade carved the sides of the buildings like a sharp blade cutting tofu. The cut in itself wasn't that deep inside the walls, but if you consider that the walls are made out of stones, it's already lethal enough. With me being wide open, the cloaked man of course didn't let this opportunity go and aimed this dagger in hand directly at my shoulder bone. That's at least what he thought. As I realized early that my air blade wouldn't get him through this weird movement ability, I raised my foot early to kick him at this stomach. Surprised at my kick, the cloaked man put this attack on hold and blocked my kick with this dagger that was supported by both these hands. Seeing that he was pushed back by around a half meter, the cloaked man's grin disappeared with a frown to replace this grin. You are quite strong and flexible. How was he able to move this body so well without feeling any pain? The cloaked man thought internally. Usually, when you add lots of strength into your muscle to either run faster or swing something with more strength and then suddenly halting that process, the muscles in one's body will receive extreme burden. Worst case, the burden can be enough to break someone's being with no muscles and a strengthened body from these attributes. Such a problem didn't exist for the undead Danzel. Physical pain? What's that? Looking at the cloaked figure, Danzel with this cold voice asked. Who are you? Gripping Varen with both these hands and taking this posture towards the guy in front of him, Danzel started to realize mana into Varen, ready to send another, Gale Mana Blade, towards this cloaked man. So annoying. Hey, curse. Can't we already kill this guy? Who is he talking to? Asked Danzel himself. But this question soon got answered. Of course not, you idiot. This guy might know where the runesmith might be. Coming literally out of the shadows, a much older man with a cloak around him appeared behind me. What surprised Danzel though was, that those guys were searching for a runesmith. AKA me. Based on what the guy just said, they don't know that I am the one runesmith. What are you guys talking about? What runesmith? Let's play the fool and see. Messing with those guys that use what looks like dark magic would be more than a pain in the hash that it was worth. And I can't feel any pain. There is no point in playing dumb. We have already seen you guys leave with the money of the auction from the ruined weapons. As long you tell us where the dwarf runesmith had gone, we might let you live. Ah, crap. Danzel cursed internally. Hey, curse. You promised me that I was allowed to kill him after we got our information out of him. Danzel. Curse. I guess there is no other option than fighting. Bringing to an end upon the awkward silence between us three, I imminently turned around and pointed my finger at the cloaked man who was apparently named Chris. Recognizing the biggest threat being Chris with going into the shadows, I imminently cast Curse of Exhaustion on him. A dark green ethereal mist came out of Danzel's hands and flew directly at Chris with immense speed. Without being able to respond, the curses successfully hit the old man. I didn't him just because I felt he was the more dangerous one, but because of me being able to sense the people under my curse spell. Danzel hoped that when he goes into the shadows, he would be able to track him down. That's a curse? Curse exclaimed out loud while looking horrified. You dare to ignore me? Seeing their target facing this back towards him, made him feel like he was looked down upon. The younger cloaked man dashed in my direction to take a piece out of me. Moving a step to the left, the dagger hit my armor and slid to the side while creating some sparks. Raising Varun up high, Danzel swung the longsword directly aimed at this head. Unfortunately for Danzel though, the young man slipped just about. He was to be hit with the same shadow technique. I can't use Varun at this best with so small space to work with. Danzel mumbled to himself. Being surrounded with stone walls by each side required me to put much more care to not hit the walls while swinging a sword by the length of Varun. Damn it, I should even ask Dirac to make me a shield. Regrets stayed regrets of the past. And into the now current present. The fight between me and the two cloaked men begun. /67 thing. Sounds of metal echoed through the abandoned path. Thick bastard. Using what Danzel called shadow movement, the younger one came towards Danzel blind spot, while he was distracted by this college in a sword battle. Unfortunately for him though, the moment he tried to slash at this armored mercenary, the blade simply slid off to the side while creating sparks. Seeing that he lost yet another opportunity, the young man decided to create some distance and try this luck on this next chance. No, you don't. Gathering this mana and spreading it through this whole body, he disappeared the old man and used this new skill, dash, to give chase. Danzel's body glowed with ethereal green mana, with these eyes glowing the most like an enraged beast. Holding Varun up to his shoulders, with this bloodlust never ending, he swung it towards the young cloaked man. Bam! Hey, old man! Do something! Engulfing this body until this pelvis with shadows, the man's moved a step faster before this face could meet the mad blade. Although he was confident in dodging this mercenary rush towards him, the bloodlust that this guy let out made him feel anxious. What the man didn't expect though was that this mercenary rush would continue after this big attack. Dragging this blade through the ground, Danzel used the same tactic that a certain goblin had used on him before. Using a skill multiple times. Danzel originally attacked using dash, though made him lose most of this momentum. This though didn't stop him though of abusing this body by using dash, yet again. With this body being one of the undead, he didn't feel the actual side effects of this teaching, with only this mind getting the burden. Currently, though Danzel didn't care about this headache. He saw the young cloaked like a big mosquito that was right to this left ear the whole time. He was so annoyed by him that this bloodlust covered the pain that was happening in this head. WRHHH. You crazy bastard! Leaving a trail in the ground, Danzel quickly closed up the distance. Being just about 3 meters away from him, he guided this mana in Varun and used Gale Mana Blade, while dragging the sword to the ground. Swinging this sword, the air blade ground through the ground, raising whatever was in this path towards the young man. Be it garbage, dirt, or even small stones. They soon became a wave of wind going through the whole front path. Ah! The cloaked young figure covered this head with both his arms to protect himself from the sharp garbage or stones that were flying towards him. He tried to resist the wind that was made. Alas, the wind was too stronger. Cough cough, this bastard. Dared to throw trash at him, huh? The cloaked figure curses suddenly came to halt when he saw the armored mercenary with menacing green glowing eyes looking at him, and this sword coming ever closer to this neck. All the colors on the young man's face were trained instantly, with only a thought showing in this mind. Death. Even if he were to use this shadow movement. In this current position and the blade coming closer by the seconds, it would be too late. And no. The young man cried out with tears forming in his eyes. And as if the gods heard this plea, the menacing sword changed this direction to mercenary's side. Think. Hotilda, too bad. You think I even forgot about you. Looking beside the armored mercenary, the senior holding a straight contest between them, he almost wanted to kiss the old geezer. You idiot. What are you standing there for? Hearing Chris' call, he quickly activated shadow movement and made the distance between the two clashings. Looking at these legs shaking out of fear, the young man gritted these teeth with hatred. I will kill him. No, I have to give this guy the most miserable death that there is. I even let that bug escape. Danzel, though frustrated. You sure are noble to save you subordinate in times in need. But do tell me though. Aren't you tired? Ho ho, I wonder what you were talking about, Kirsch said with a grin on his face. Pushing our blades, we both created some distance between us. Although he was playing it cool, Danzel did notice the sweat that was forming in Kirsch's head. You can keep your activity as long as you want. I don't care. Do know though, that messing with me was and will be your last mistake. For started, I am the runesmith that you guys are looking for. You sure sound confident. Dark mana came through the old man's body and this shadow which made it look lifelike. Although the man's current mana looked similar to my natural dead mana. In reality, they couldn't be more different. Although they have the same color and have some similar attributes like the name says. Dead mana is dead and dark mana for itself was living mana, which was one of the elements of the world. And the name dead mana doesn't point towards the cease of the existence of that current mana. But rather than the attribute that it holds, which is the attribute of the dead, which is the very base of every undead creature. But dark mana was different. It allowed someone to manipulate these surroundings and almost penetrate anything except constructs made out of holy or light mana. In short, dark mana was the mastery of trickery and assassination with some certain other unique ways to use it. And the current Chris is using one of the unique ways of dark magic. It has been a while since I moved those old bones of my. With this sword in this hand, Chris dashed towards Danzel at full speed. But after this fourth step, Chris sunk into this shadow. Sensing the danger and the cursed place on Chris, Danzel quickly turned around and blocked Chris that appeared and disappeared as quickly. He is faster. Before Danzel was able to sense this new location, the same thing happened to my right side. But this time he wasn't able to block it, cracked. Looking at the cut that Chris made in my left chest area, I removed every useless thought in my mind, letting me concentrate on the current enemy in hand. And this same assault went on. Jumping from one side of the shadows to another, he slowly managed to land some hits on me which didn't damage me that much, as he didn't hit any of my bones except that one time that I was surprised. That guy is clearly using this shadow warp the whole time. But is that even possible? How can someone cast the same kind of skill so many times without getting tired? His having a mortal body makes it even less believable. Is it the same skill or two different ones? Danzel of course was puzzled by the man using the same skill for the 8th time on him. Even though with the help of the trait of all curses and the sense danger skill, he still was somewhat able to block most of the strikes. But this armor had limits. Thankfully he covered this upper body with some old cloth he found in Jirak's home, otherwise, the secret of Danzel being undead would even go out of the box. And the last thing that Danzel now wanted was for those guys to run away and rat me out to the whole capital. If that were to happen, I might as well get out from this place and pursue my first plan. On how things looked now, though, he wouldn't need to do this though. At any moment he should. Coming out of the shadows with sweat in the body, the now exhausted old figure clashes swords with me. Tink. Kid. Do it now. Chris screamed out loud. Confused at the words of the old man, I was soon reminded by a sense of danger coming out of me. Right. There was another guy. Pushing the exhausted Chris to the ground, I hastily turned my whole body around. Turning around, the only thing that Danzel saw was a dagger coming directly to this face. Crack. Piercing through my helmet, first a sense of weakness came at me. Ha ha ha. That what you get messing with me. Seeing the before terrifying mercenary takes a step back and losing this footing, he almost wanted to start laughing like a maniac. Even though he wasn't supposed to kill him, he didn't care. You should even listen to us instead of play the big boss, as the armored mercenary Danzel seemed like he was about to fall. These legs took this previous footing, and the arm that he let the Varan sword out quickly grabbed the young man's head. With this dead and affinity mana coming from this body, Denzel let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Hee hee. /68 /MHHM. MHMM. You annoying fly. You aren't getting away this time. Gripping this mouth even tighter than before, he raised him high from the ground while the man was flailing to get away from this cold grip. Denzel brought the man high enough until the shadows from the man's legs slowly got tripped off. This action looked similar to how you would uproot the weed from your garden. The man's face took a turn for the worse, with his face becoming blue, being in the process of suffocation. The moment the armored mercenary loosens this grip, he felt buoyant about this situation. But soon this hope was crushed. Letting this grip go, Denzel putting this whole strength in this fist. He showed a punch in the cloaked man's face with a steel glove. The fist that had the strength of a normal adult man swinging a sledgehammer with his whole strength sent the young man flying towards the wall. Cracked. Gah! Hitting this head to the stone walls, the man falls like a broken puppet who had these strings cut off to the ground. Blood oozing out of both his mouth and head. Groans of pain came out of the young man, out of the pain he never had experienced in this whole life before. He tried to stand on his knees, only for him to fall again. At the end of this miserable struggle he only managed to turn this body around and to look at the sky up high. The sun was already setting down, with the night circle to soon come. The young man that was named Herodes started to think 12 years back in time to the similar night that changed this life for the better. He who had the name of Herodes was once a nameless orphan living in those abandoned slums that had to scrap for food that even rats had avoided. Like most kids in the slums, he was an unwanted child who was thrown away by this mother who was a prostitute working in the red district of this capital. With neither of these parents, the young orphan had to fight for this whole life just to get some crumbs of bread in this mouth to appease this hunger. The kid who wasn't even at this 7 years old was forced to kill another one in the same situation as him just for food. Herodes never regret this choice back then. But he also never forgot. With every day the kid that was supposed to play with a stick in this hand as if it were the most prized artifact out there started to get colder and more uncaring of human life. Not even this own. That all though changed when he was at this 10 years. In a fight in the slums where he killed the ones that stole this food, a man appeared. This man offers him a place to stay out of the cold days, a job to earn money, and the power to protect himself. At last, even a name that he can claim this own was given to him. Of course, at first, he didn't believe that man that wanted to recruit him in that organization. But after he was beaten close to death, the man's words never sounded more believable than then. Although the things he had done would seem with the most disgust, he didn't care. That's where life led him after all. If there was someone to blame, then it was this very life. Fuad. Upon hearing the loud noise, Herodes turned this dazed sight away from the sky towards in front of him. There was a figure wearing dark clothes with green glowing eyes. Maybe it was the cause of the pain he received, but what he saw was a skull glaring directly at him. He felt confused as to why he was seeing something like this. He thought he was hallucinating or something the like. In the end, the only thing that made sense to him was death came to claim without even letting Herodes finish. A punch came to this head, turning this head into a destroyed pasta. You received 5,500 XP, ha 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 ha. Denzel's laughter was engulfed in poor madness. Even though this enemy died, Denzel continued throwing punches at the lifeless body in front of him. Each punch broke bones while turning the flesh one with the ground. The amount of bloodlust that was put into each punch was disgusting in Kerr's view. The previous mercenary who could predict every shadow warp of this turned out of nowhere into a bloodlusting beast. There's is no doubt. This guy shows the ability of a berserker, Kerr said while thinking if he should leave or not. If Denzel were to hear this, he would even question the mental health of this old man. Of course, both of them would be mistaken. The reason why Chris thought Denzel was a berserker was because of this sudden come of power and what seemed like a loss of sanity. Those things were the most characteristic points of a berserker. A heavy fighter with an incredible amount of vitality and insanely powerful. What both didn't know though is that the undead gets quite aggressive when they are hit in their head, especially skeleton type undead. After all, that was most of the undead weakness. Except for some of the special types of undead like the vampires of liches. Both of those two have their own set of weaknesses like their heart or the lich's phylactery. But for the usually out-of-the-mill undead, once the head is gone you are out. With the sin of wrath, and Dansel's eye socket being cut with almost the skull showing some cracks. The usual anger that Dansel felt with just sin of wrath was nothing to the hatred he was feeling right now. Thad. Ha, I have even done it now. Dansel said after regaining these senses. Looking at this glove's metal being misshaped he could already feel the pain of this wallet. TCH, I sure made quite the mess with him. Following your instincts sure is dangerous. Ignoring the blood splashed all over me, he turned around to see Chris standing there with a conflicted look. So what will you do, run away? Dansel said in a mocking tone. Chris gritted these teeth in silence. Turning this gaze towards the Varan in the ground, Chris didn't know what to do. These instincts were telling me to run away, but this logic said otherwise. He had several reasons not to run. One of them was this curse that this mercenary had placed on him. Being one of the banned schools of magic, there was little information about them. At first, he didn't think much of the curse as it seemed that it made him a little more tired. But after some time he started feeling this vitality going away. What worried him the most was that this curse was a permanent one. There have been many stories about how a curse that seemed nothing at the first, turned out to have a crippling effect on this victim or right of cause death. If that were such a curse he would be screwed for good. If he didn't end this now, this life would be in danger. Killing the caster of the curse would be only this choice. The other reason he hesitates is cause the current mercenary is unarmed. Even if the mercenary is stronger physically by just a little bit, he was confident to win with this sword in hand. Leaving also meant abandoning this current mission. Abandoning the single clue of finding the runesmith would bring me more of a punishment. I have to do it. Damn it. Removing this cloak, Chris dashed towards Dansel. I shouldn't have used all my mana. Feeling this every step get heavier and heavier, Chris just realized how worse the curse got. Oh? You're approaching me? Stretching my hand towards the running assassin, I cast my spell. Mana arms. Two ethereal blue hands made of mana appeared behind Chris unbeknownst. One arm trapped the handle of Varan while the other gripped the blade. Using a mental command, the arms flew towards the directions of my hand. With the now exhausted Chris through my curse, the Varan came into my hands. With our 3 meters distance from each other, I guided mana through all of my body and used the skill, dash, towards Chris. Chris, surprised by the blade of the mercenary coming to this hand, tries to force whatever little mana he had left to use Shadow Warp. Alas, with limited mana it was too slow. The Varan blade slashed towards the belly of Chris. Removing this upper body with this lower part, Dansel cut him in half. With the 2 parts of Chris on the ground and this blood painting the walls, he died with a look of unwillingness in him. You received 7,500 XP, nothing is useless if it's used the correct way. Giving a hive up to the floating mana arms, I quickly left the crime scene before someone was to investigate all the noise that we made. And after 10 minutes that Dansel left the 2 bodies in that abandoned path, a man with silver armor and a golden white cloak appeared, leading a group of soldiers with him. /69 Arriving at the path where Dansel's battle had taken place, the soldiers behind the man gasped out of surprise and disgust. Both sides of the walls had a long rough cut in them, with the path in itself faring no better. It looked like a sudden whirlwind had appeared and created a mess over there. What disturbed them the most were the 2 lying bodies in the ground. With one body showing this inner guts for the others to see, and near that already gruesome sight, there was another bloody mess to what the soldiers guessed was a previous human being. Just thinking of what this poor guy had even done to experience such gruesome fate made cold sweat run down their backs. They wouldn't wish for anyone to experience what this man had experienced. Even if they were the bastard who cheated on their wives. Compared to some of the soldiers who started to throw up to the side of the road, the man with silver armor was unfazed by such sight. Sir Lewis. Just who might have done such a thing? a soldier asked the silver-armored man. Walking towards the two corpses in silence, the man named Louis gripped the head and lifted it off the now dead corpse, which results in the insides of the corpse flowing further outside and make the soldiers who just stopped puking puke one more round again. Giving a consolation look to these fellow soldiers, the man asked in confusion. Sir. What are you, Chris Shotman? Huh? What does she mean, sir? This very man is named Chris Shotman, one of the notorious contracted assassins that had made a name here in Bernese. He left no traces behind these deeds. Heartlessly letting the head fall to the ground, Louis turned around towards the bloody pasta. And even though that guy is unrecognizable. I bet he is Herodes, the apprentice of these bastards down there. He recently got noticed by the church. They were men that would be missed. Louis said with a casual tone. Even if the death of two well-known assassins were nothing to Louis, the soldiers weren't on the same page. Kakers the assassin? Why would such a figure be here? And dead at that too? The soldiers upon hearing that were shocked, with only a few ones who didn't know who the man who died here was. Of course, they were. Since one figure that many noble had feared before died in an abandoned street that nobody walked before. If it weren't for the fact of the loud noises and the complaints of the nearby merchants, they would even never found out that such a figure died a dog's death here. The nobles who had used hundreds of gold to hire magic casters as bodyguards would even cry if they didn't hear of this. They would even waste their own money to protect themselves against someone who had already died. Chris Shotman was so much feared not because of this combat capably, but rather from this shadow warp magic which he was so infamous about. After all, with no magic caster to detect or block Chris' magic, the nobles would be at the mercy of Chris. Even if they were powerful enough to resist the assassination, Chris could simply hide and hear every single secret from them inside the shadows. Just the idea of whatever you said could be leaked, from the color of your underwear to illegal, was already quite tiresome. And for such a man that brought many nobles nightmares to die in such a place was surprising. Sir, could he have any idea on who might have caused it? With a frown on his face as Louis replied. Sadly, nothing comes to mind by just looking at that. What I know though is that the one that did this had done is a big favor. I see. What would be our orders, sir? Said the same soldier. Go report this case to the higher-ups. As for the two corpses over here. Let me handle them. But that's an order. I was given full authorization by the general himself, and you still doubt me? With a pale expression on his face, the soldier salutes while saying, Sir, yes sir. Leaving the confused soldier go, the previous emotionless face of Louis fell apart with this frown turning for the worst. Turning this head around, Louis cursed out loud. Damn it! To think that such creatures would appear inside the walls. Simply unbelievable. The reason why he let the soldiers go wasn't that he wanted to handle the corpse, but rather than feign miasma lurking around the corpse of Herodes. Such a thing to appear here could only mean one thing. The culprit who done this wasn't a human, but rather an undead walking among the humans. If such thing were to go out in public, it would cause chaos everywhere. That dumbass of assassin. He probably made an enemy with those parasites or something. Bringing this sword out of the sheath, golden light started to engulf it with the next minute, the light turning into bright yellow flames. Holy fire! Piercing slightly their bodies, the golden flames started to eat at their bodies and the nearby miasma that had gathered around. After making sure that no traces were left behind, Louis walked out of the abandoned road. I will have to report this to the church immediately before something worse happens. Although to assassinating was considered a good thing for everyone, Louis didn't. As an undead being inside the capital was enough of a red flag. Since an undead being here never spelled good news. With many stories revolving around necromancers bringing the casual plague out, or damn undead army made by the citizen remains. Damn it. Yesterday was even the time aligned to pick my long-awaited reward too. Let's hope they don't put me up to work in the name of the Paladin's Code. Louis, one of the paladins serving the goddess, mumbled to himself. Currently in the slums. It has been quite a while since I even came here, Danzel said while wetting a cloth in his hand. The sun had long come down with the night taking this place. He was back in that run-down house where he spent this first rainy night out. With the blood of the previous battle still being there. Running out for the people wouldn't have made me question as a psychopath right off the bat. The first thing he had to do was to remove all those blood stains in this armor and hands. Although it felt awkward using the clothes cause of the misshapen, it wasn't all that bad. TCH, my armor is pretty roughed up too. Looking at the tens and searches in the armor, I could only sigh out loud. Sigh. How great would even be if my armor had the Varin runes. I guess mourning over spilled milk would not bring me any further. The man named Chris was the third one in this opinion who could use magic. With the shaman Turefa, they both had simplistic and straightforward magic spells which could even be stopped or dodged. But this guy made me look at magic in a totally new light. The ability to stay in the shadows and teleport around sounded really incredible. If it weren't for the fact of using the curse with a sense of danger, I would long be dead. That's how powerful this guy's skill was. If he hasn't run out of mana juice, in the end, I would long be dead or lose the element of surprise with my mana arms. Talking about mana arms, he was currently using that very skill to hold the wet cloth and clean my armor slowly and precisely. Those people who called this thing trash might even be retarded. As the saying went, 4 arms are better than 2 arms. Or was it heads? Anyways, Danzel was currently thinking about what to do. Return to the workshop or leave the capital. Leaving would mean finding a new house with no weapons to make runes, but also safer. Staying on the other hand would change nothing. Having a house to stay out of raining days, a reliable XP source, and training my runesmithing skills at the same time. Although it sounds great and all, the danger behind it must be considered. Remembering what Dieppe guys told me, they didn't seem to know that I am the runesmith. If they had known, they wouldn't have tried to kill me, I think. Which let me know that they weren't sent by Dirac to eliminate me or anything. My best guess was that either the auction house betrayed these customers or that we were trailed back to the workshop after we got the money. I will have to meet up with Dirac and have a talk about this. As for now, I will have to somehow find a way on how I should spend the night in this place without getting bored, /70/ with another day embracing the capital of Bernese. Currently in the middle district where all kinds of merchants and shops were. In a shop that had a sign of a middle and some cloth, a man wearing a black cloak walked out of the shop. Or to be more specifically, an undead. Thanks for coming, Tilda. A charming voice waved at the leaving customer. I should even go to one of those merchants instead of here. Holding this newly bought black cloak that was made from dark shepherd's wool or whatever the woman called that thing, and quickly left this place. Although Danzel didn't like to spend this gold on pretty much anything, he soon realized through the amount of gold that he had. It was getting to the point that he couldn't carry more than 100 gold coins with him. Any more in the self-invented rib bag would break through the weight alone. That by itself annoyed him to the teeth. The great thing about this bag inside these ribs was the secrecy and security of the items that were put inside it. After all, what other place would be safer than inside your body itself? Even if they wanted to steal your stuff, what would they even do? Put their hands inside of me and drag their loot out? Damn, just thinking about it already gives me the chills. The first solution that Danzel thought of was some small bags and put them around his waist. But that idea was quickly dismissed as the amount of gold that he had couldn't be resolved by a small bag. Without any solutions in hand, he just right of decided to spend some of this gold. Thus, the reason for him being in this tailor shop. As clueless as Danzel was, walking inside the shop gave him more of a headache than it was worth. He just went inside to get himself some actual leather to upgrade this bag and a cloak to go back to the workshop. Nothing more, nothing less. What he thought would be a 5-minute of going in turned out to be an hour long of poor torture. The moment I mentioned to the girl running the shop that I wanted to buy a dark cloak and some leather, she bought out a whole box of all kinds of different black cloaks. No matter what she showed me, I couldn't find the difference between the. It was to the point that she asked me if I was colorblind or not. Lady. Black is black. There was nothing else. What made him more awkward was when she asked me to take my armor off to take the measurements. Which I could tell was a lie. I wasn't sure why, but her eyes showed a hint of greed inside of them. It got to the point that I forced the money in her hand and run off after saying some excuse with the goods in my hand. The leather that I bought wasn't one of good quality compared to the cloak. The reason why that was the case, I would use it only to try out as it would work on, not to replace the cloth material with leather. If I were to buy the best studs right off the bat, I would even waste them. After all, giving a beginner blacksmith the rarest tool there is to make a weapon is beyond wasteful. That, and because fixing and making a bag has become somewhat a hobby of mine, mainly to pass time. As the saying says, practice makes the master. The cloak was differently tough. Coming from a monster called the Dark Shepherds that weren't common in this kingdom made it rare and expensive. It was a monster closely resembling a sheep but with long legs that made them at least 5 meters tall and dark wool. Although they were looking adorable as a normal sheep would do. That was only on the day. Dark Shepherd, we're a hunter of the night. Their gaze could use an ability called Dark Sleep, which was hypnosis. Looking at the eyes of that creature spelled doom for whoever was unlucky enough to meet this gaze. This creature would force its prey into a deep sleep before calling this herd to see this achievement. What afterward would happen was not that appetizing. Let's hope that this cloak does what the woman said it does. If not, I will go back, request a refund wherever she wants or not. Cloak of Night, a cloak made of durable wool of a shepherd. Holding one of the shepherd traits, the cloak will reduce the wearer's presence only by little when it's night. Alright. This should be good enough. Leaving the streets, Denzel made his way towards the Allenheim smith while covering his face. Reaching the workshop, what he saw surprised him. What the hell happened here? The door in front had a big hole in the middle where the sign on top looked like it was burned. Making sure that no one suspicious had followed him, Denzel went inside with his hand ready to draw Vern out. Drac. Where you? With my cold voice echoing through the walls. There was silence. Weird, he should already be here, but did he left after seeing this Holmes? Bah. Running from the stairs with these short legs, Drac appeared with a messy beard and this hammer. You bastard, Denzel. I told you to lock the goddamn door. What did I give you these keys for? Running straight at me, he swung this hammer in my direction with an enraged expression. Daniel reached out this hand and grabbed the hammer with his hand alone, surprising the enraged dwarf. First of all, calm down. And secondary, did lock the door. Huh? You didn't? This genuinely shocked look kinda pissed me off. Does this dwarf think I am stupid not to lock the door? That isn't important right now. What did you say? What could be more important than someone breaking into my shop? The thing is. Removing my hand from this hammer, I started to explain the encounter that I had with those two guys yesterday. When he realized that I wasn't joking one bit, his face went as pale that a corpse would. Tell me the truth, are you serious? The dwarf said with a shaking voice. Well, unless you think I made these cuts on the armor that I bought myself. Lifting my cloak, showing all the cuts that my armor received through the fight, seemed convincing enough for Drac. I knew that this was going to happen for the hammer's sake. I knew that I should hasten our preparation. Damn it. Looking at the previous dwarf who cared so much about this shop throw the hammer at the ground and breaking the wooden floor made me question this mindset. Wait, you knew that this would happen? Denzel asked after thinking about what the little man just said. Of course I knew, you idiot. Are you that naive to think that no one will search for the second coming of a runesmith in the whole kingdom? Damn it, although it pisses me off that guy is right. I still haven't understood the significance the others hold of my runesmith class. I guess our partnership is over. Putting this cloak back on, he turned around towards the door. Denzel, if you leave now you will die, Drac said. You threatening me? No, I. Understanding this mistake, Drac quickly tried to explain. Without being able to finish this, a hand grabbed his throat and lifting him to the ear. Denzel. Hear me, and how exactly am I going to die? Little dwarf. Danzel tightens slightly this grip while realizing some bloodlust in the surroundings. They will never allow for a runesmith to leave the kingdom. Willing or not, they probably have someone already in the gates keeping guard to find someone. Bam! Letting the dwarf fall to the ground, I moved in a circle while cursing internally. I should even know that things look too good to be true. Damn it, I should even left once I bought the armor. Knowing how much shit I have a step on, I tried to calm my mind. There is no point complaining about spilled milk. The deed was done and what I had to do was damage control. Well, what's your plan? I asked the dwarf, now completely calm. Cough cough, don't worry. I already prepared another place for us. No, for you to work in. Jirak said hurriedly, clearly out of breath. He was convinced that this guy would choke him to death. I was mistaken to think of this guy as someone with a similar occupation. Feeling in up closer, this bloodlust is too intense. A place for me to work, you say? Yes. But it will be more like buying you a base of operation. I will bring you the weapons, and when you've finished making the runes I will take them back and sell them. It will allow you to hide your traces on guys like you met yesterday. Standing opposite to each other, both of them were silent. After a long pause between both of them, Danzel turned around. Alright. When will it be ready? The dwarf replied with a tone of relief. I can show you after someone come pick something up. Before that, it will become difficult. Is it that important? Can't you just tell him to come tomorrow or something? Danzel of course was annoyed by this. Knowing that another group of assassins could show up at any moment, he was nowhere comfortable with staying inside this building anymore. Unfortunately I can't. This guy is KRGGHHH, with the door screeching and opening. A man with silver armor appeared with an aura that brought peace to others' mind. You talking about me? Oh. Sir Lewis, we have been expecting you. Jirak that 1 second ago was all nervous put on this same vicious smile when he first had met me. But I didn't notice the sudden change of Jirak. Or rather, my whole attention was aimed towards the man named Lewis. The aura that would be considered pure and bringing someone's mind at peace was to me the total opposite. It was like a towering bright light that made me dread to make any movements. Currently, two total opposites of feelings were going inside my mind. One side told me to draw my sword and pouch on him with everything I got. The other side of me though told me that if I were to move, I would die. If one side represents the hatred of me, the other side was the dread facing him. I knew if I were to touch this light I will be done for.